Indoors, we're fine though, even though things have been very Morphling heavy in this patch. Friends, we are wrapping up the group stage, and as we do that, I want to reflect on these past few days. Brian, tell me, as we've absorbed more and more Dota of 7.33D, what have you learned? The teams, the heroes, the Dota?
I'd say number one yesterday was Quest. That was my first chance to get to see them. I can see why they're on top. I'd say this tournament has been a lot of teams that have turned it around. Like, I look at Aster's win-loss that we're about to see, and I was nervous for them. I looked at Bleed at the start of the tournament. I'm like, oh god, these guys are in for a rough one.
Yeah.
And so some teams are mounting quite the comeback, and I'm liking to see that it seems like this meta, even though we know the broken heroes, people are still figuring out how they want to deal with it.
Yeah, but it's been a lot of information that we've had to process. If only there was some way to bring it all in a nutshell. Oh wait, Snare has done just that for us in this video.
Welcome back. Welcome back, one and all, here to the Bali Major as we're about to continue into our fourth day of the competition. Although every single matchup is incredibly important, there are some that matter much more than others. So stick around and I'll bring you those matches and, of course, insights from the players themselves and more news here at the Bali Major in a nutshell. Can I borrow you for 90 seconds?
Yes.
Hey, yay! So did you see yesterday's game where Save on the side of Bedboom bought the Basher on the cuddle on Keeper of the Light?
I saw clip.
Are you gonna start buying Basher on your supports now?
I don't know, it's just good on Kotal because of his ulti and gives him cast range. And he wanted to buy upgrade Basher.
Yeah, the Abyssal, yeah.
Abyssal, yeah. So just to cancel Black Hole. He could just use his Sword Blind to break Weekend and Abyssal. I think it really was a good idea.
Have fun, enjoy the resort. I hope it stays comfortable for you so that you're used to this. And I want to see you winning more, man. I want to see you on the main stage again. So I'll talk to you then.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Alrighty, I am here with Ninja Boogie at the Bali Major. What's it like psychologically being a coach versus being a player at these events, witnessing the games?
You can be frustrated and whatnot, and it's understandable, but as a coach, you gotta kind of like keep your team level-headed.
What expectations did you guys come into it with?
You know, obviously the group stage didn't really go so well. We're nearly eliminated. Take it as a learning experience and learn from our mistakes from here.
Not sure y'all can see, but holy shit, it is raining so badly. Jeez. Whoa. I also feel so bad for the people that are getting married. Can you imagine, dude, you have to be at a wedding right now. You paid how many thousands and thousands of dollars to fly to Bali with your family. You booked the resort. It's gonna be such an amazing thing, and then it rains. Is there any other team that's here that you think can match you guys in terms of your understanding of Dota that you guys like to learn from as well?
Probably Gladiators. I think they're very smart as well. They always have good hero picks, good draft.
What do you think you need to do as a mid player to ensure that your mind is as free as possible to just play whatever style you want?
Kind of like hard to say because if you're like only try-harding in pubs and you're like only picking whatever you think is good, like that's like you're kind of limiting yourself as well. But at the same time, it sucks not to try hard and to lose, you know? You have to overcome the losses in order to figure out heroes.
So I'm here at the snack table. Here at the desk where you see all the food the players consume. We've got some fruit, got some nuts happening here, a couple of pastries. But more importantly, the important thing about being here is two things. Water, and of course I need y'all to be carrying a pack of these, some sucro nuts. You know, normally when you hear about a sponsor, a food sponsor, you're like, this stuff is gonna be trash, but this actually was pretty good. So eat some sucro nuts, hydrate, and make sure that you're in optimum efficiency to play some Dota 2. Welcome back, one and all. We have finally ended the fourth day of group stages, and I told you it was going to be a wild ride. Of course, in Group A, Team Liquid, the only team so far to have confirmed a spot in the upper bracket of the main event. And the other slots, 5 of them, are filled. However, one still is open. Shopify Rebellion beat IG 2-0 to get themselves into at least a tiebreaker situation. However, Blacklist International, Execration, and Invictus Gaming all sitting in a position where if they win 2-0 tomorrow, they can force a tiebreaker to try and get into the main event themselves. So that means that every single spot is not necessarily confirmed from Group A, and we still don't know the order of these teams just yet. In Group B, you know, I could talk about how Quest Esports guaranteed the upper bracket placement by beating Bedboom. We could talk about how Azure was able to at least claim one game from LGD to put themselves close to tiebreakers, but the real story of this group is Bleed Esports, coming back from the bottom from defeat feet and being able to make a lot of wins happen. And now they're in a position where they've guaranteed at least tiebreakers for the main event. And we do not know what's going to happen tomorrow. So right now, the major is still heating up. We don't know what's going to be happening next. And only one team has been eliminated so far from the group stages. So stick with us. Tomorrow, the final day of the major group stages is going to be incredible. This has been the 4th day of the group stages. This has been your boy Snare in a nutshell. And this has been more information coming in from the major. Stick with me and I'll keep you updated with everything that happens on the final day of the groups. The whole team must go to the beach. I want to see like all of y'all in bikini pictures by the end of the night.
Bikini?
Yes.
Bikini's gonna be hard. Maybe some shorts.
No, bikini.
Me and you together, 2 bikinis, that can happen.
All right, let's do it. Kefs and Snare in bikini shot.
All right, I guess Evil Geniuses will have some time to do that because they have been eliminated. I don't know how eager they are to make that photo shoot happen.
It's the first thing I'd do.
Immediately, elimination, strip down,
Yeah.
get the photographer.
I'm already at my bottom. Why not just...
Brian, tomorrow's a day off, so you got to put your money where your mouth is. Then you got to.
I'm not eliminated. Am I getting fired from this
We can
panel?
arrange
We can change that.
Yeah.
You want to get your rate, Brian, we can make it happen in multiple different ways. But in the meanwhile, the teams that are still in this tournament, let's take a look at where they stand right now as they are now getting into the final day of the group stage. And as a result, yeah, as you heard from Snare, 1 team has been eliminated, and that is Evil Geniuses, and 3 teams have been locked to move forward. And some teams aren't even playing today. In fact, Shopify Rebellion and Evil Geniuses have wrapped up all of their games. So their fate, well, I guess Shopify's fate is no longer in their hands. It'll all depend on how these other teams play out. And Brian, I got your thoughts, but Jack, how about you as we look at Group A and Group B? Anything that catch your eye as we look at these standings?
So Brian was talking about, obviously, Bleed. I think we were together, actually, for some of those series on day 1. We covered Bleed. They looked really rough. They started 1-5, and they've gone 6-2 since then, obviously, to be in a really good position. But I would say the team that did that from Group A, that's Aster, who we're about to cover. We covered 2 Aster series, I think, on the first and second day. They looked quite bad. It was against Beastcoast and Liquid. It felt like their drafting was out of sorts. They got exploited in lanes, or they had a lineup that just didn't function well together. So they looked kind of lost, to be honest. But they've picked things up since then. A very good 4-0 day yesterday, although it was against Execration and Blacklist, so perhaps not the strongest teams of their group, but it's going to be pretty important for them today to do well against Tundra and whatever else comes forward, because they're one of the teams in contention for a TI automatic bid, and they need a little bit of help in this tournament to get some more points out of it.
Yeah, on the topic of automatic bid into TI, we can take a look at the overall DPC ranking standings, because things are going to start changing. Point totals are going to start being reevaluated, because some of these thresholds were dependent on, like, Azure getting first place somehow. But if Blacklist gets eliminated, Execration get eliminated, then all of a sudden the thresholds might modify slightly. As you can see, there are some teams that have Dota logos next to their point totals and some teams don't. That's because the teams that don't are no longer participating in this tournament. EG had one logo next to them, but now that they have been confirmed eliminated, they no longer have it. And obviously Talon and TSM were not able to join us in Bali. Everyone else, though, still has that logo next to their name, but maybe not all of them by the end of today. Aurora, as we may have to start looking at some eliminations, do you think Blacklist and Execration are going to be able to make their way to tiebreakers, or are they going to end up succumbing to the competition?
Honestly, I'm very sad for Blacklist because they look really good in DPC. Like, it's not just C versus C teams, you know. They really look like they know what they are doing, even though they like to play the late game and all. But I just haven't been seeing them having a grasp of what they want to do in this major. Like, they seem so lost, you know. Like, and then they are kind of forced to play this only 5-man draft where they pick the Tide Hunter and then like everyone has to group. I feel like it's not somewhat in their comfort zone to start with, but I just think they're good enough to pull it off, but probably because they didn't really practice this for a long time, so maybe that's why they're falling off.
Yeah, unfortunately they were not able to participate at Dream League, so most of these other teams are looking pretty fresh right now, including the series that we're going to have at the start of the day. In fact, just in a few minutes on this stream, it's going to be Tundra Esports taking on Team Aster. We originally had a different series. We originally had Beastcoast versus Liquid tentatively scheduled on this stream. But that series doesn't matter so much because Liquid is already confirmed and Beastcoast is very likely to be making it to upper bracket. But Tundra Aster, on the other hand, this one is a nail-biter because both these teams are right on the border. And after that, we're going to have Bleed versus 9 Pandas. And then as we close out the day, it's tiebreaker potential. We may not have anything going on, or we may have a ton of series going on, because it'll depend on if 3 teams are tied, then it'll be BO1s. If it's just 2 teams tied, it'll be BO3s. That's the main stream. On our secondary stream, it's a Beastcoast taking on Team Liquid, as well as Quest versus the other team, that PSG LGD. And on the C stream, it's going to be Spirit versus Execration, followed by Nouns versus Azure. And on our last stream, it's going to be IG taking on a Blacklist and Gaming Gladiators facing off against Bet Boom Team. All these are very much TBD. I was actually not sure. According to Snare, Bleed are confirmed for playoffs. I wasn't sure if
they're
that was...
confirmed at least tiebreakers.
Oh, okay.
Is what he said. Yeah, because they're 7-7, and there's like 3 teams 5-9. I think.
Yes.
So that means that if they lose both, and any of those teams win both, they'll be in a tiebreaker.
So they would have to like lose literally everything today.
They'd have to lose both games today.
Okay.
And in the tiebreaker.
Well, hopefully that doesn't happen, but that's on Stream D. Meanwhile, on Stream A, we're getting into a North American showdown, perhaps?
Let's go.
Tundra versus Aster, classic North American organizations, or just teams that have strategically imported North Americans. Tundra with Snaking, and of course, Aster with Sumail. So this is your wheelhouse, Jack.
Well, I mean, we've just seen that whenever one of these North American players gets exported to another region, they start having immediate success. So that's why we're calling them NA teams. But so that graphic, of course, Saksa is no longer here, and Curtis AUI is playing for them instead. So we get to see the rare treat of Aoi and Snaking trying to gank Sumail mid. Can't recall the last time something like that happened, but that'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, what it would have been like was Snaking ever on NP? I'm trying to remember.
No, I think they were together on Crazy. It was like the last team they played on, but I think Sumail had already fled for warmer waters at that point.
I see. So then reuniting, perhaps, of sorts.
Yeah, or where once this Aoi, Aoi's with the techies on his team. Sorry, actually, although Aoi isn't really playing, he's more of the position 5 actually now this tournament. Snaking's still playing techies. That'll be cool. And then talked to Sumail a little bit this morning. Was like, hey, how's it going for like the communication language? You guys figure something out? Is that why you turn things around? And he's like, it's still rough. We still don't understand each other that well. But when I start yelling, like they understand. They know enough English to know what I'm talking about. So work in progress still. Get there.
Yeah, Group Stage 1 for Aster at Dream League Season 20 was fantastic for Team Aster. And we were like, yes, this is the honeymoon period that we were always expecting, because Tour 3 was mostly up for Sumail and the Aster squad, and then last week of Tour 3 maybe a little shaky. And then the second week of second group stage at Dream League Season 20, Aurora, Aster got obliterated. They didn't win a single game. What happened? How did it go so downhill?
I think Aster is kind of very wonky. I'm not sure about this tournament because they seem like they got something figured out, but it always feels like Sumail needs to be on everything. Like, he needs to be on the spirits, but then I feel like he is the win condition. Most of the time, spirits aren't the win condition. Sure, if you can close out the game early, you can be the win condition, but most of the time, I think they can't do that, and Monet is pretty slow. Like, he's a slow player. He wants to play the late game. He wants to farm his items to be able to take fights. But at the same time, I feel like he's not appearing as a very strong, I would say, voice or like direction, because when someone like they're very sure they need items to play the game, right? When they get to their point, they'll be like very strong. You see the team fight, maybe you can't see where other heroes are, but like you will be very sure that's the carry player there, But when I watch Aster, I don't feel that way, and I always feel like Sumail is supposed to be the one that's gonna be the win condition. That's why
I have to go off of this and defend my fellow carry player Monet here.
Go
When we were watching Aster the first couple days and we thought they were kind of shaky, I was all over my boy XXS's item builds. I was like, from Monet's perspective, thinking the carry player needs this to be enabled. XXS was not cutting it. And then I looked back through his last 6 games. We were doing it right before we loaded in this, wondering like, oh shit, they just won 6 games in a row. And XXS's item builds looked thumbs up to double thumbs up. So what I'm thinking is, what I saw in their games at the start of the tournament was that their laning stage was actually pretty solid. They were actually got out to a lead most of the games, but they didn't transition that in any meaningful way. So what I'm looking today, and that was because of items.
Right.
What I'm looking for today is how do these three cores come together? Because when I looked at Monet's perspective, kind of going off what Aurora said, he didn't look like he had a place in the fights, but I didn't think that was his fault. So I'm going to be all eyes on XSS, thinking about what items I want from him, what their timings are, because I think Sumail and Monet kind of like do their thing.
Brian, I think we can still be on the same side. Let's attack the offlaner.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, I'm just defending and deflecting it to somebody else.
Whoa, hold on. As an offlane player here, I got to step in for my boy XSS, right? By the way, is important for the communication of his team because he's probably the best English speaker on the team. But I would say one of the changes is Aster has always tried to figure out what to do with their mid. XSS is a good teamfight spellcaster. He requires a lot of resources usually to thrive. Same with Monet. So their mid laner is often the guy who kind of gets sacked a little bit, has a little bit less priority. They've had a trouble. They've cycled through, was it White Album, and Ori did a little bit better job of that. So obviously Sumail is a very independent laner. He's a type of player that can upend drafts just by winning matchups that he's not supposed to, even nowadays when players are so much better. I feel like this tournament, they've kind of shifted. There was a lot of, early in the tournament, they were first phasing his hero, just giving him a spirit, kind of trying to help him through that. Then later, they started picking his hero later on. What they've done in recent games is, I feel like they've started to favor this kind of dual core type of setup a little bit more. You were talking about win condition. Like, I think Sumail yesterday played, they flexed a Morphling to mid on Sumail. He went Phylactery. I think he landed against the Quap, and he ended up doing really well. He got a last pick Slark yesterday as well, together with a TA. Or I think he also played TA in one of the games. So I think what they're shifting towards now is, if you're not sure who the carry is, let's give Sumail the opportunity to do that as well out of the mid lane. And so I'm curious if they'll continue that approach here against Tundra.
I mean, I'm okay with it as long as like they don't sabotage each other, you know. Sure, like Monet wants to play the late game, and it's not fair for him to give up that entirely because that's his place, right? That's his strength. But you should be able to make sure both of them are okay with playing their heroes into that phase of the game and not just like, oh, I want to end the game now, and then Monet is like not ready. Or like, oh, I want to carry the game later, and then Monet is like very uncomfortable.
I think these two openings are very interesting because I haven't watched really any Tundra, and I'm seeing their response to the Tombstone from Undying. Makes a lot of sense. You got the Bloodseeker attack speed, the Visage Birds absolutely shred that thing. Grab ally probably won't be too impactful. But what the Naga does is that if you plop the Tombstone on the ground and you sing, those zombies, they be spawning while the song is going off, even if those units are invulnerable. So I think Aster's basically saying, like, this is our teamfight condition, the Tombstone. Tundra says, no, no, no. And then Aster says, no, 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 no. And then here we are.
Yeah, but I'm saying no to all of that because why not 8th pick Morphling?
Well, I think that's where this is a brilliant first phase from Tundra. I think they're running a lot of Pugna Medusa yesterday, and I think what their first phase does in this game is discourage you from taking those two flex heroes that we talked about, the Morphling and the Slark, because you have the Visage, which has been first phase as a counter to the Morphling, and you have the Bloodseeker, which discourages the Slark pick. And those are the two flex picks that Aster got a lot of value out of yesterday.
Oh, there you go. It also kind of discourages Morph because he isn't himself countered by Bloodseeker, but he's usually sitting pretty low for like the first 10 minutes of the game. The Bloodseeker is a freaking race car for the laning stage.
And you know, even though Esther banned it, but I think this Bloodseeker is a really good pick for the Visage on the same team because what is Visage afraid of? Pango. And what is Pango afraid of? Bloodseeker. And you can pick both of these heroes in the early phase without, you know, like making the draft very difficult to execute. So I think it's really brilliant. Maybe they already expected like Esther really want this hero, and now Esther has no choice but to ban it out.
Yeah, and Visage also happens to be one of XSS's better heroes, more successful heroes. And the itemization on Visage, you were talking about that, Brian, earlier, is because we watched that Broodmother game where he went, was it Harpoon, BKB, and it was like, he needs to be going like, you know, Hex, Nullify, those sorts of items. Visage is a hero that is pretty much always naturally an aura carrier. This guy's not itemizing for his own damage, right? So that kind of solves that problem by default if it's in Aster's hands.
Yeah, the Visage against Naga matchup's pretty rough for Visage. I'm not sure what they're going to do to alleviate the weakness of this lane top for Tundra. They might even consider Visage mid, perhaps, because I know 9 in the past has played it, but it's to the point where I think Naga hard counters this hero so hard in lane, combined with the Undying, who's always meant to win the lane as a 5, that potential liability Visage is representing is a significant concern for me in the second round of the draft. They might just dodge the lane.
Even if Tundra gets like a techies?
I think even techies wouldn't save this. I think the only way they might play it is like a melee 4 that like drags the wave.
Okay.
Just like rushes boots and drags. I think that's one way they could do it. I don't love that against Naga just because she will get solo XP, and when she gets level 5, she just accelerates faster than most other carries in the game. With just treads plus level 5, she juggles super fast.
I feel like I can see 9 playing Zeus here though, even though you mentioned that he might be playing the Visage, since you kind of want the Visage to dodge the Undying Naga lane, right? But I think Zeus with Bloodseeker combo is still very, very strong. It's just you need to beware of the heroes that can get on top of Zeus, which I think that's why they ban the Storm, because yeah, sure, Storm is really good against Bloodseeker by nature, but I don't think it's that easy for Azure to pick it anyway, especially because they don't have the overall last pick. So I feel like they can always see the hero, but if you are planning to pick the Zeus and they have a Storm Spirit in the pool, it might be too dangerous.
If it was any other mid player, would you be suggesting Zeus, or just because 9 does off-meta stuff? Likely?
I would say it's because of 9, because I know he likes to play this kind of heroes where it dishes out a lot of damage, a lot of magical damage, like Quap, Zeus. But I'm kind of curious why he hasn't been playing Winter Wyvern now though, because he is the one who started this thing.
It's true.
And she has gotten way stronger than she has ever been because of being a universal hero. Maybe they just want him to be a hero that can move around. I know Winter Wyvern don't have to buy BOT right now, but she's still pretty slow. And especially if you have to deal with heroes like a Naga, you kind of don't want the Wyvern. Although now the Wyvern looks pretty good against 3 heroes on SS side. Like Leshrac can't get close to Wyvern in the lane as well, because you have like really good right click power, right, as Wyvern now, because you buy the stats, and Leshrac can only use spells to farm. So he's gonna be always like in low status, and Ayo and Undying pretty much suffers against Wyvern.
I would imagine 9 might consider Quap as well. That's a hero I know he likes to play a lot. I really like this second round by Aster because as a Naga player, my only concern if I'm going to struggle to carry the game isn't usually my laning phase, because they saw their laning matchup. It's usually like my hero wants to buy Heart, maybe like Bloodthorn, a lot of these items that are nice for me, but they don't make me carry the game. And so I like having a second carry. So what they've done with this Leshrac Io combo is made it so Naga feels like his role in the game on Monet to occupy top and to get his items to like Manta, Orchid that are going to help set up the map and set up kills. That's how he's going to carry the game, quote unquote, is he's going to enable Sumail to actually carry the game with all of his items. So I really like this Lesh Io. This Razor kind of fascinates me because they don't have a hard right clicker on Aster. Like the way Naga carries is not countered by Razor, neither is Lesh. Does anybody here have an idea of?
So 9 actually played this against IG, against Lesh, and he went first item Blade Mail.
Oh.
And I think he just follows Lesh around.
Ah, okay.
So it's not so much about the static link, it's just about...
Did that Lesh have an IO?
That Lesh did not have an IO.
Because that kind of changes those type of dynamics. Yeah, I'm looking at it here. He had Snapfire, Spearbreaker supports.
I'm only mentioning the IO here just because if your way of dissuading the Lesh is Blade Mail and he's getting sustained by IO, that definitely... I mean, he just doesn't have to be nearly as afraid of you as he would otherwise.
Yeah, that's fair.
But do you think we'll see it, Neil?
I don't know who else. I mean, like, it's gonna be 9's Razor. They can't put it anywhere else.
Well, it could be support Razor.
You were talking about yesterday about, or just now, Stephanie, about 9 wanting to move around. So I think one of the games yesterday, he last picked a Spirit Breaker mid. That would kind of fill that role here. I do think you mentioned Snap. I think that was like, that's something that they think like not only Curtis plays, but like maybe counters like a Pugner or something. Obviously there's no Pugner in this game. So I think that's like a pretty good natural partner for their last support pick this game. A little bit more lockdown, some damage as well. And then for Aster, we're probably looking at some kind of like frontline initiator, right? I guess there's still like a Mars in the pool, something like that. Underlord even?
Yeah, something to follow up the Naga song.
Tidehunter.
Tundra's heroes are probably really bad against Lycan. I don't know, like whenever I want to play Razor and I see a Lycan on the other enemy team, I just feel like I accept my fate. I'm gonna get run down.
My only concern with Lycan is that I think he makes Naga's purpose in the game redundant. So like, I don't mind Lycan as an individual hero, but as a Naga, I would not want Lycan. I would definitely want my song to be mean something. Like, okay, we've songed you. Like, they've already banned Enigma. You mentioned Tide Hunter. Is there anything else that like Wombo combo offlaners? Mars we mentioned. Maybe even ET if they play it.
Darkseer.
Darkseer, yeah. I'd be down for Darkseer. It may struggle a bit in lane, but the game would be very powerful. It doesn't really partner with IO very well in the laning stage.
Oh, that's true. Well, if you want an IO partner, Beastmaster's also still in the pool.
Okay, so they do go for the Tide. I like that a lot more with the teamfight approach. I think Aster's got the map taken care of. They've got, I'm pretty sure what the Naga represents here. Oh, they go Darkseer. So are they rotating the Visage to support? Because that's an AoE special. Is that what's happening? It is. Wow. Bringing it back. I mentioned giving it to 9, but they're just knocking him down another peg.
It's an Ali special, but Ali has not played in a long time, and I think Visage is no longer the support force that he was formerly to be reckoned with.
Well, you guys were hyping up their opening, the Bloodseeker Visage, how much you liked it. I'm pretty sure they tailored that exact opening to Aster, and they had this exact idea in mind. So
yeah, as they're saying, if you don't take the Slark or the Morphling, then that's fine. We don't have to. We can flex this hero as well to another position. So a brilliant draft prep from Tundra. I mean, again, it's like the nerdiest team in Dota. I love that they think these things through, and you get cool drafts like this.
Yeah, I want to ask Brian. You say you haven't been playing Dota for like 2 weeks, right?
Yeah.
So imagine if you haven't been playing Dota for longer than that. When you go back in, what are the heroes that you will likely pick? The heroes.
One that I've played like 1,000 times.
Exactly. So I feel like that's why we picked the Visager. Sure, like Micro might be a little bit difficult when he is a support. He needs to kind of like connect to everyone. But if it's something that you're used to, it's in your brain, it's ingrained in your muscles. You're not gonna like have too much trouble with it.
That's true. That muscle memory stays with you forever. Yes. So I would love to see it succeed, because seeing Visage become more and more popular as something other than just an offlaner would be something that I've always enjoyed from Tundra. Like you said, they were nerdy teams. Let's see them nerded up in this game number 1 against Aster with Cap and SVG. No, OD Pixel and Fogged.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you very much, Neil. Yeah, looking forward to this one, especially with the lineups that we're getting. I mean, Fog, what do you make of this one? We're getting the AoE Visage coming in. Tundra's lineup. Yeah. It's a Tundra lineup.
It's very much so.
As the panel said, this mid-raiser that we had before, and it did work out.
Yes.
So, is it going to work out here, or do you like Aster's lineup?
I think both sides have a lot of merits. A bit of question marks around the Visage support if it will work out, but you can see why they did it. Brian mentioned it toward the end there. Naga is, in my opinion, and I think actually just statistically, the worst matchup for core-to-core matchup, Naga versus that Visage. So they wanted to flex it, they want to move it around, go for some different stuff here. Now let's see if it works. I mean, it's a very different approach. I don't think anyone really runs Visage support anymore because it's not the same as it used to be. Soul Assumption is still very strong for laning phase and stuff like that, but you tend to play around birds and act as a pseudo frontliner. So let's see what he's going to be able to do. I'm looking forward to vacuum bird stun, resummon bird stun, stuff like that for the Wombo combo. But looking at Aster, they're more about kind of the Wombo combo. They have Song, Ravage, Tombstone to kind of set things up here too. And we're going to have to see if, got to mention 9 since, they did pick this Razor to counter Lesh. Will he go Blade Mail? Will it work because of the extra layers of heal that's going to be coming out from IO Undying? We'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, so far, when it comes to kind of the lane setup, outside of that mid, I mean, who's going to be having a tough time, do you feel? Like, the impact of the Visage from the support position, where does it feel the strongest, or would you imagine it still feels the strongest? Is it going to be the early game, the laning presence?
Early game laning presence, yeah. I think Blood Grenade might actually make this... I'm looking forward to seeing it because I want to see how the potential of it, because I think Blood Grenade might actually make this really good. Just for the lane. Because you Blood Grenade, you get like 2 or 3 spells, and you're going to get like 2 or 3 Soul Assumptions. If you get 2... If you get a 3rd Soul Assumption, pretty much any hero in the game is dead in the laning phase. So let's see how it ends up working out here and how much aggression they can actually pose with it. As all right, they're going to send Snaking top with 33, and they're going to have AoE laning bottom with this.
What's this to try and dodge or to try and force in terms of matchups?
They want the bat in particular versus the Naga Siren with this Darkseer. Now they actually have ways to kill the illusions, right? They have an Ion Shell, they have Flame Break plus Firefly. You can actually do some decent damage. 33, it still looks like it's going to be a tough lane for him in particular because
He's dead.
And yeah, he's just gone.
They are going to be able to get that first blood there. 33, not able to run away at level 1, of course, with just the Iron Shell.
Yeah, but I think this is, either way, it's like this is the lane setup that they kind of got to do. And the Visage versus the IO bottom, you could get some decent burst damage with a Bloodseeker. And Bloodseeker, I see he's got Blood Rage level 1, so Blood Rage plus Soul Assumption too. Some cool, interesting stuff. I mean, it's Tundra. They've always got some stuff there they've got figured out, so.
We'll see if they are able to bully XXS and Baboka at all in this bottom lane. Difficult though. A lot of sustain here between them. And, XXS, a tanky lad.
And even though they did get that kill up top on 33, I believe Monet actually did not get many of the last hits on the waves. He skilled net level 1, but they killed him even without it, so actually ends up missing like 3 or 4 last hits under the tower.
Yeah, I mean, obviously having that early point in there. Maybe it'll set up for another chance to kill him despite 33 having potential to put the points into Surge.
I mean, I'm always a fan of having like the 1-1-1 skill build on the Naga Sirens. Yeah. I know a lot of the carry players are very anti getting those early net points, but it's really good, honestly, especially if you have a bullying support like this that can just set up for solo kills. So I don't mind that he gets it level 1. It's a little awkward, but whatever.
Yeah. CS in the mid lane seems pretty even right now.
Yeah.
Is this to be expected? Not really a matchup that we see a lot. And obviously we saw it the other time that Tundra did pick this mid Razor, but Razor against Lesh, not the common occurrence in the mid lane at this patch.
I don't think it's so much about the lane that 9 wanted. The lane he can do fine, but it's not like he's gonna ever like beat a Lesh. Lesh is gonna be able to farm fine because you can't get Link. Look at the movement speed. You have 45 movement speed advantage on a Lesh over a Razor, so getting a good connection with Link is very unlikely. But he is gonna keep his own. He's gonna hold pretty much dead even with Sumail throughout this laning phase, rather than bullying him.
Sure, and then but the whole plan is to get this Blade Mail as we saw him do before, and then anytime the Lesh turns up to a fight, make sure you're there as well in return.
If that's the idea, if he does actually go the Blade Mail. I think the heals maybe dissuade him from going for it, but we'll see. He might just do it anyway. Because I'm just wondering if the IO plus like the Undying and stuff like that, plus eventual, they'll have auras really early on.
Sure. I mean, but then what kind of build are you going as mid-Razor?
It's a good question.
What else do you think you could be theory crafting when you're playing this hero in this position, this patch?
That is a very good question. It's usually, I think it's just strictly BKB most of the times, but I'm not sure because I don't really see this hero too much anymore. I still think he can go Blade Mail BKB, but I'm just wondering if he's gonna alter because of the heals and stuff.
I mean, so far in the lanes, definitely Monet having the tougher of the times.
Yeah.
Even though he did have that involvement in the first blood. Not having the easiest of times CSing against 33 and Snaking.
It's definitely not the easiest lane because he's under kill threat constantly.
Yeah, that Snaking's trying to get in underneath the tower. Point in net, of course, will hold back the Bat Rider, but the Surge comes in.
The Firefly.
They're just going to continue to cause issues for Monet here.
Okay, they've got Tombstone. They'll push him off. I don't believe Snaking was Ion Shelled either. I think 33 was low mana. But yeah, they have so much magic damage. 33, he's going to die for this aggression.
I mean, this is good for Asta. You know, sure, they're not getting the CS, but getting these kills, definitely going to give Mono that nice XP, and
he needs those kills.
As long as he's able to sort of survive through this lane and against this aggression from Tundra, you know, Mono's going to be able to catch up.
Yeah, he needs these kills though in the lane because he is getting slowed down a ton on last hits. He's actually 400 gold behind the Bloodseeker, so Skitter just being able to sit in his lane since he's a Bloodseeker versus Tide, he's perfectly fine in this one. As you said, Monet. Every time Firefly is up, like Snaking's just going to burn down the illusions. They can go for kill threat if Monet's not careful. With a bonk back, a blood grenade, and then just a Surge Ion Shell. The thing that's going to push them away from doing that every time will be the Tombstone, so see how they play around the cooldown of it in particular.
Mid lane.
Dead even.
Sumail able to keep 9 very low though. Water runes have already been taken. It's just down to the stick charges and the Pharaoh Fire, so 9's going to have to be a bit careful around this next wave or so.
They're like 60 gold difference between the two of them there, but yeah, Sumail having this raindrop actually protecting him a lot. 9 not having one. Gonna be able to absorb a lot of the harassment at bottom.
They're trying to get aggressive here, but the sustain's coming out from Baboka. XXS, he's gonna be okay.
Can't go for him. There's an IO.
And I feel that's probably gonna be the story of this bottom lane for quite some time now. Like, will there ever be the opening for Bloodseeker and Visage to have enough damage to overcome one of these two heroes in this combo?
Perhaps when Skitter hits 6, if the Tide doesn't have just like an instant TP, because if you rupture him, he just instantly TPs out or something, so we'll have to see about that. I think you have to go for the IO, but it's never gonna be easy.
Yeah, I mean, XXS is always going to be able to step up and try and bully you back from the Aya.
9 might just get dove here in the mid lane. They have a tombstone available.
This looks to be a sure kill. TPs are coming in,
Nice
but
move.
nothing can be done there to save 9 from the
It's
gank.
Snay? Okay, Sumail low on mana. I can't actually go for the play here, but they're rotating the Io over. Baboka, he's got a healing Lotus up. Snay's actually going pretty aggressive.
Not going to have enough damage to take down Pichu.
No, but it's around the 6-minute power rune, so Sumail, he's going to be able to... Oh, I say he's going to be able to get the bottom rune,
It's
but Aoi
denied.
sneaks his way through. Nicely done. 3-0, but the gold actually favoring Tundra just because of the difference between the Bloodseeker and this Naga Siren, the way that these lanes are going. Bloodseeker absolutely free farming Naga, even though Monet's gotten a kill, getting slowed down. 24 last hits. That's one of the lowest I think I've seen.
Yeah, it's not been an easy lane for him, but I feel he's going to be able to recover though.
I do too.
I don't think it's too concerning really for Monet that he's having this slow start. I think he's going to be alright.
Because how many he's not getting bullied out of the lane or anything like that so much because of, but he's I guess just getting a couple misses because of the aggression that they posed onto him there. So slowed down mildly, but yeah, he's level 5. Treads are done. He goes to jungle and he's able to outpace a Bloodseeker's kind of farm, even if he has this type of incredible lane. But Skater is large. I believe he has Phase Javelin already. So maybe, yeah, Phase Javelin, they have Rupture. As long as they have some way to stop XXS from just TPing out, then they can maybe pose a kill threat onto him.
I mean, which they kind of don't, right?
They don't have the best stuns.
Not until 6 is on Aoi, or...
No.
And then outside of that, it's going to have to be like 33 with a vacuum, but he's probably not going to be looking to go down bottom anytime soon.
They're very limited on stuns.
And you know, the 2 supports, they need to hit 6. So... Rupture could be hard to use early on, because yeah, TPs are going to be the name of the game for Asta.
Yeah, maybe
top lane, snaking.
Snake.
He's going to get punished this time.
Tombstone too good.
And you know, I mean, Monet, he's getting involved in his action. 1-0-2, low on the CS,
33.
but been a few attempts on his life that have been unsuccessful. 33 is going to go for the TP out, and he will make it away. Sumail not able to provide enough damage at this stage to kill him off in time. So 33 will live, but this is opening up space for Monet now to have a free top lane. Yeah, this Naga Siren's going to be fine. I think it's going to become a problem. I mean,
I agree.
What are sort of Tundra's best measures to deal with a Naga Siren that does get space? Well, see, over there in the mid lane, TPs is the name of the game. They drop a Rupture, TP out.
We're going to see that so much.
It's going to be perfectly fine. It's going to be difficult to use this early strength that Skeeter's managed to amass, I feel.
Yep, I definitely agree with you there. The things that they do have to do with Naga Siren, though, is, I mean, they will have a lot of magic damage overall throughout the game to clear it.
They're going to put the Ravage for this.
And okay.
Ravage into the stun. Skeeter's gone. Sumail joins forces with XXS to take down the carry.
And now they have Meteor Hammer, so they can actually potentially start setting up for a push here. 9 is going to swing back around. There's a sentry prep for him.
Yeah, they're gonna turn us down the ground. 9.
He's in trouble.
He is in a whole lot of trouble. Not just Skeeter going down on the bottom lane, 9 as well. I know the gold it's only less than 1k, but already some early signs that I feel are a little concerning for Tundra.
Definitely.
I feel like Asta, they're going to be very happy with this opening.
And it's easier for them to, I would say, overall make these kind of plays because they have stuns and disables. So for Tundra, we'll see how they end up fixing all of this. Aoi, I feel like he has to find his level 6.
Oh, look at that as well.
XXS, the
With
Meteor.
the Meteor Hammer.
I like it.
You're not getting into that gate. And the stun. Sumail's able to catch Aoi before the TP out is there. There's just no escape.
Finding kill after kill after kill. Tower's going to get pressured really early here from this Edict and Meteor Hammer too. Setting the tempo. 7-0. Even though that, as we said, the gold, you know, they're farming a very Tundra kind of thing, but they are kind of demolished.
It just seems difficult for Tundra's heroes to kill Asta's heroes. You know, they're going to be beefy, they're going to be tanky, they're going to have sustain, both supports, able to provide backup, heals. So for Tundra to find openings to actually get kills this game, I think it's pretty difficult.
And Razor's died twice already. So he is 1,500 gold behind Sumail. I don't think you can do any... I don't know. Does he actually still have to just go Blade Mail? This feels awkward now at this point.
It's super tough to play out for a mid-Razor from this sort of position, absolutely.
2 deaths really hurt. They knew how to play around it. I mean, they did... This has kind of been Aster's forte throughout since they got Sumail playing around him, right? Rotation from the Undying to the mid lane to set him up for success, and then, I mean, they did just have that sentry down bottom, but just blow up 9 instantly.
Top, they're going to look for Pichu as Snaking diving in, but they're a little hesitant.
He's too tanky.
Oh, I'm fully committing for this
Snaking
Undying.
is just going to go down, I think.
He's trying to take out the tombstone or get the tombstone. He's
Oh.
got the lasso. Oh,
He
and he
gets
gets the
him.
kill.
All
Snake
right.
King getting the first kill on the board for Tundra here.
I didn't see the Ion Shell, actually. It's impossible to see on Batrider. So I actually didn't think that he had it on him. I think that maybe caught the Undying off guard a little bit, that extra bit of damage. All right, Snake's back.
A little bit of something here for Tundra, and they should be able to put the pressure onto the tier 1 top.
And Snake's farmed. All things considered, he does have a drums, so he is pretty close to his Razor's net worth. I guess not too surprising because Snake King always does farm a lot, but Aster, they're going to keep fighting. They have Ravage back up. They're set up around mid lane.
And these fights are still going to be scary for 9 to turn up to. You know, he gets caught by the Ravage into the stun for Sumail. They'll easily have the damage to dispose of this Razor.
Yeah, and I'm still not feeling the effect of, you know, they have to move this Visage, as we said, from 3 position because he was playing versus the Nagasar. Not feeling it right now.
Oh,
for
9.
Maui. 9.
Steps up, he's going to get caught by Gush. XXS, he's holding back on using the Ravage. He doesn't feel that 9's worth it.
I was checking to see if there was a blood grenade on someone, but oh, look at this.
Oh.
Oh, it's juicy.
All right, they'll take that, what, triple ancient stack?
Yeah, 3 or 4. Oh my,
Hey.
they get all of it.
They really do. They really do. Asta.
Go for top tower probably, and they might even just reload for top actually. Yeah, Monet, he's got the setup.
Yeah, the net's there. Sumail able to line up the stun. 33, is there any chance of running? He'll get the surge off. And Sumail is low on mana. 33 with 6 charges, he'll live this one.
Okay.
Live throughout this, he'll manage to get out of there. They'll, you know, take Sumail back over to the triangle here, Provoke on the way back.
And we are seeing 9. He knows, he's like, I can't do blade mail. He's going BKB. So
has to
take a little bit of
yeah.
a deviating path because he's so far behind at this point. He can't just have him
And
damage
as you
those.
say, you know, with the way that the draft ended up,
Yes.
Blade Mail would have been, you'd have to have been super far ahead and got it super fast for it to have impact.
Absolutely. You have to have like one.
They have.
You have to have won the lane and kind of snowball kill the Cutlash maybe once or twice to be able to have that an advantage item. As Rupture use bottom, XXS. Oh, he gets tethered up. I believe the mech is soon coming out for Baboka. They have Ravage available. But Tundra's still farming. All things like 7-1. This is just the Tundra special. They know how to get
want
the
to
space.
smoke up around Snake King.
Okay.
They, you know, they know the supports are strong now that Aui's also hit the 6.
They've got stuns finally.
So these two backing up 9. Maybe if they find someone alone, they can get the kill.
Snake does have level 4 Firefly as well too, an insane amount of damage. They can kill Monet if they find him. As long as they find that real one. Rotation's coming in though, Aster. They do not want to let them poke this tower. Bloodstone finished up. Onto Sumail. He is feeling pretty unkillable at this point unless they full focus fire him and the IO is not there or something like that. But Sumail with a very early Bloodstone pop.
Nothing to be done with that there. I mean,
Anything.
Aoi able to avoid that movement. So the 3 of them were trying to kind of circle around him, but Aoi a step ahead.
They've got the pipe on 33, so it's starting to at least look for like the early game solutions, right? That Lesh is going to be the one that's running around, mostly playing the aggression while Monet farms. So this will be nice. If 33 turns up to a lot of these fights with the pipe, he could just kind of turn the tides of it there versus this Lesh. If they're able to tank through the damage, that is. Still definitely not the easiest, but it's going to be a bit of a farm game here.
I mean, who does that favor in your opinion when it comes down to these teams' cores?
I mean, it's a good question. Kind of like Aster's, but just because they have so much team fight. Now, I'm unsure how the wall is actually gonna, what the wall is really gonna do so much in this game too, but I'm unsure. Because the Bloodseeker core-to-core matchup versus the Nagasarn can definitely go both ways depending on how the timings of those items do come out. If Skeeter's able to actually keep at pace with the Naga, he could definitely transition he could scale pretty damn hard. Because the itemization is natural for a Bloodseeker versus Naga. You can just, you know, either Gleipnir, Mjolnir, etc., stuff like that, BKBs. Mech's online, though. So Aster can definitely kick tempo up here a bit here with Lesh, with the Sumail being so strong with the backup. Especially because 9 is still road to recovery. He's actually switched the build. He's gone for Yasha now. So incredibly fragile on this Razor.
Top snaking. He's going to get caught. The hammer's there in time from XXS.
I love that we're seeing this again, actually. I feel like it just disappeared from the meta, and now we're only seeing one hero in the game by Meteor Hammer, and it's Tidehunter.
We get it sometimes on Doom.
Yeah, I don't like that, though.
You don't like the Doom?
No, I don't really like it so much. 9. Go for a play up top here.
Do have the relocate coming in, and XXS will have potential with the Ravage to turn this around. They'll lose Pichu, but may have the chance to set up for 9 in return. Actually, out with the Familiars. They're in with the Familiars stun onto the 2 of them. And Sumail, he
cannot heal.
The Bloodstone heal, is it going to be enough to keep him alive? No, he's gone. 9 survives, takes the double. They'll turn towards XXS. He tries for a TP out. They might not be able to stop it with a stun, but they'll stop it with the damage.
Wow. Hey, that was the pipe, I guess. Blocked how much? Blocked like all the damage. It felt like they could just easily focus firing him there. Nobody took anything. That was actually pretty surprising. So cool. 9 decides to go for, of course, as we saw, like the Yasha, and he's going for S and Y. I guess we're seeing why. Because if he's going to be rallied around the Darkseer, he's actually very tanky versus this Magic.
Yeah, I think that caught Asta by surprise.
Definitely.
They felt that they could kind of go all in on that fight. And
I mean, look at
not the case. They just didn't have the numbers in terms of their damage output.
Look at the fight recap if we did bring it up. I mean, there's 3k damage done. I mean, it goes away, but it was 3k damage done from Aster, 9,000 damage done from the side of Tundra, 5,000 just from the Razor himself.
I'm definitely seeing the potential there of 9, and indeed there we have 33. That pipe pickup moments before this fight, absolutely making the difference and ensuring that Sumail, he barely gets to do any damage at all despite pumping out all the spells. See what the next move's going to be. All throughout that, Monet was finding space. Same to be said for Skeeter, both carries. Farming away. Monet having the slight edge. Manta done, and 600 gold away from having the Orchid.
That was a huge hit, though, really. They're just keeping it neck. Like you said, they're still farming, but it's definitely some concerns when it came to team fights there. They just showed they can take the fight, especially if they keep this Razor alive. Aster needed to get kind of the ideal connection there where they actually get the chain stun, right? The Ravage into the stun from the Lesh, but they weren't quite able to because 9 is speedy. He's able to disengage. And now with SNY, he could actually, even more so, break the chain stun, get himself around it, and potentially tank up through all of it with this build that we see at 33. It's Pipe and Mech, and they're looking to fight. They're feeling strong. A BKB now on Skitter. I think Aster needs to be careful. This does not feel easy for them to fight into this now.
See if they can get away with this. Into the pit they go. Oh, looking like Tundra. Okay, now with the smoke, they're going to try and move with the 4 of them. 9's heading over.
This is cool.
Roche is,
they're gonna.
They might get there in time.
It's gonna be very close.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be able to challenge this Tundra.
He's running in. Level 4 vacuum.
It's getting low. See if he can get it for the setup. Snake is going to step forward. They use the Song. Song here to ensure they can finish Roshan, grab the Aegis on Sumail.
They've got a Ravage.
He's ready, XXS, and out it comes here. We'll catch on to the 3 of them. They'll try and focus Snaking first, but with the Firefly, he's able to get back out of the pit. 9 moves him with the Static Link on towards Monet. There's 9. Has to keep his distance for Sumail. XXS gets back in with the Gush and the Anchor Smash, takes down 9.
Skitter's cleaning up.
Sumail's still got mana to play with, but indeed with this BKB, Skitter, it finally comes to an end. Sumail trying to close the gap on Skitter. Skitter, can he get away from this angry lightning pony? Surge is there. Skitter's running away. He'll escape. Snaking, he'll be the one left behind as Aster will clean up the bat.
Oh, Snake?
Is he actually going to get out with his Firefly?
Oh, he has no TP though. Firefly.
Oh, he's hiding in the corner of the map. They're actually going to give up on chasing him. Snaking gets out alive.
Not bad from Tundra.
They're finding some action, and in a difficult situation as well where Aster were able to secure Roche with the Song. But yeah, Tundra still able to pick up a decent bit of action from that, and Skeeter and such getting away.
Both teams reacting nicely to the way they're all set up, right? You saw that Aster, they're like, oh my god, they're surging in. They split up. There was only a 2-man vacuum. It looked like it was potentially going to get like 4 or 5 at the start there, but only a 2-man to start it off. Re-engage, disengage. Monet does get caught. Skeeter full commits onto him there, so Skeeter very happy, especially because he was able to get himself away out of that fight afterwards. He's 205 last hits versus 227 last hits of the Nagasarn. This Bloodseeker is farming like an absolute beast.
Yeah, this is impressive stuff. I mean, considering as well, sure, Monet had the tough start in the lane, but other than that, he's been pretty much having the complete half of his map to freely farm. So the fact that Skeeter's keeping up on this Bloodseeker is, yeah, pretty impressive.
He almost has Mjolnir. And it's a really good game for the Mjolnir, not just because he's versus Nagasarn, but I always like to reference, in fact, too, it's when there's lots of damage instances. So you're playing versus Lesh, it's going to be proccing, it's going to be dishing out that damage constantly, so.
Group up for the easy Tormentor.
He gets it. Pretty damn good one. Can never really complain about that. And 9, now he is going to go back for the BKB himself, so. if he does, once he has the BKB in that last fight, like, yeah, he's gonna be able to kite and survive as long as he has it active. Don't have any type of control there on the side of Aster to go through these BKBs. While on the side of Tundra, they have a lot of different ways to actually be annoying versus BKBs, but I don't think we'll see those come out really for the side of Aster for a long time. Tundra? Looking to battle here, but Ravage is at the ready. XXS having a pipe too to rally around.
Yeah, they're respecting that timing here, Tundra.
Bottom. 9. He's been found. Monet.
They've got him. Setups there.
Damage.
Monet able to do this now with his Orchid complete. Anybody he finds, easy setup for the global backup to come in from Boca and Samael.
33. Stepping back up.
It's going to turn and commit with the wall there onto XXS.
I mean, Sumail is in the area here. I don't know if Tundra wants to mess with this Leshrac.
Yeah, not when 9's down.
Let's see.
See if they can try, but Snaking, he's got the lasso.
He's got a shield rune.
He's coming in from Baboka. They'll be able to take the shield rune out, but Samael still alive. Skeeter has to run. XXS, he's still got the Ravage available. Holds back on it because he knows that the BKB potential is there from Skeeter. Indeed, BKB comes out from Skeeter. He'll continue to escape. They'll turn their efforts towards potentially Owie instead. Zowie.
Nice flame break.
Will manage to get the knockback there, Snaking. Trying to separate them from Owie.
Monet wants him.
Oh, he does.
Oh, can he get the burn stun?
Oh,
Nope.
He's going to be able to get the net off before the familiar stun holds back Monet. Asta picking up the kills, slamming down that little bit of a lead that Tundra were building up. And Monet doing a great job of getting involved in the action. It's going to help speed him towards that next time, towards that heart.
I feel like people are getting caught off by the relocate, right? I don't think they expected that one. Most people don't lately, it feels like. We're not seeing too much of Io, so it does get them off guard there a little bit there. It's enabling Sumail nicely to just be that beast that they can play around nicely to give the space, as Monet is taking that space. Sumail's an issue, especially in that fight. Shield rune, mech pipe, how do you bring him down? They committed everything onto him and actually didn't really drop him low whatsoever.
Yeah, he's going to be super close to his next start now, just 1,400 gold away from the full Aghanims on Samael.
It's actually quite a nice game for this. Gonna be good versus even like any illusions that get created. He's gonna be really scary on Sumail. And oh, the dream.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, yeah, you got a Visage shard on your side. We got an Io shard with a Lesh. That is actually probably the best. I mean, even though Undying, you know, the shard is incredible, that is amazing. Snay gets clipped.
They can maybe turn this into a bit of a push down to the tier 2 if they want to, Asta. Creep wave coming across.
That's a pretty, I mean, I would say that's a pretty good use of the Aegis overall. Gotten quite a bit out of the map here. They haven't had to actually really expend too much. Like, Ravage is still up. They didn't have to, like, waste. They're getting all this farm. Monet is now outpacing the Bloodseeker. And yeah, seeing Skeeter's next item choice, he's got the Aghanims queued up. So versus those illusions and everything too. Cool. Wondering if his BKB is gonna, if their BKBs are gonna last long enough. That's kind of my concern for Tundra. The Razor BKB and the Bloodseeker BKB versus this crazy amount of sustain that Aster has in these upcoming fights.
They're going to try and go for XXS.
Good link.
Has backup, and he will indeed not get the chance to use the Ravage because Nine's popped the BKB, so no point spending the ultimate for that. Nice vacuum there. Oh my
The burn stuns.
The 4 of them. The follow-up stun comes in. They get completely destroyed. Triple kill for 9. They're going to get the cleanup.
Okay, well.
They weren't ready for that.
They were not.
They wanted a fight there, coming in with a relocate, bringing in the whole team. And then 33 says no, that the combo indeed comes out, and Asta completely dead.
I was hoping we'd get to see the combo at least once or twice, but I didn't think we'd get to see it that nice. I think he got the resummon too, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe even 5 stuns coming out from Owie with that combo there.
I just completely destroyed him.
That was pretty.
It blows it up to a 6k lead now for Tundra.
And now, hey, Skeeter didn't have to use his BKB there. He just shows up and he's able to clean up.
Yeah, those fights like that, they're devastating for Asta. We'll see again.
I mean, 9 played this so well. He just gets the link,
and then
full link on Tide.
4-man vacuum, into the stuns. Nothing to be done there by Asta. The fight's over at that point.
Completely.
More than over.
Literal perfect connection on the Wombo combo. Blood right, bird stuns. It actually wasn't 4 stuns. Okay, it was just a resummon into double stun. But either way, it does the damage. 7 quickly into Tundra now.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. You wipe a team, you're going to get rewarded like this. Huge boost up here for the entirety of Tundra's golds and XP. Skidder's level 18. Aghanims is going to be done for the next fight. Ooh. And that's just going to be even more potent in these situations where everyone's as grouped up as they are. And he's just able to get in on top of them with the Blood Mist. Heart's done for Monet.
They still got some good item timings here on Aster. Heart done Monet, Aghanim's done for Sumail, and I believe, yeah, XXS. He did have the blink before that fight, and he's the one who got initiated on, so for overall for XXS, he has to be careful of that Razor. The Razor, in particular, the Link, does not want to get disfocused, because he can't Ravage. You're pump faking Ravage, 9 is just waiting for his BKB so he can chill on you.
Yeah, we saw like last few times, Skeeter and 9 using their BKBs really nicely around XXS, making it very hard for him to make the call.
And I'm looking,
Ravage.
They're not building Force Staff. So I'm seeing Undying, he's got drums and he's going for the Boots the Bearing. I'd like for him to go Force Staff to give a disengage for XXS to get away from this Link. Huge hit there from Tundra. And ooh, okay, 9 very close to having his nullifier done. So
Skeeter is going to start things here with a Rupture. He's looking for XXS, pots the BKB, he wants to come in for this kill, goes up to high ground, takes him out of the tier 3. They're going to turn towards Sumail as well. Sumail.
He's got the Axe.
He's got the Axe, a bit of protection here with the Nihilism. They're over from Baboka. Baboka's going to opt to take him out.
Okay.
Gets him away from the fight.
That's the one BKB used. Skeeter, actually that's 2 BKB used, so Tundra will have to back away after that kill. Full retreat. But another good hit. They find XXS again. Aster, they're going
they
to
have to go now.
Double
This
BKBs,
is-
everything was pretty much used. Double BKBs, Rupture Wall. What can they find?
Don't have Tide though. No Ravage to play with on this.
Sure.
So doing it is just the 4 of them, but if Monet can find the opening, maybe they can get something from this. Got eyes on 33, but the Surge is already there. 33 not going to get caught by the Naga Siren.
Ooh, I like that he bought a shard, right, on the Darkseer? He did. I actually love this shard. I think you should, like most situations, it's extremely beneficial to stop any type of chase forwards. Actually kind of saw it there, slowing them down when they're trying to go for it. As Aster's still hunting.
They get snaked.
They'll get snaking, but they wanted a bigger target here as the BKBs, how long until they're back up? About 20 seconds. And Tundra with those will be ready to fight versus Tide. How long on Roche? 15 seconds. They do kill it fast on
That
Aster.
could be a good one for Aster, yeah.
Because they've got this, you know, they've got this Undying, they've got this Naga, be able to clear it super fast. And this one does have a cheese. So kind of like 3 lives in particular for whoever's going to be tethered up.
Tundra's setting up around the tier 2. Aster, they can indeed fall back, head towards the Roshan pit. We saw last time round, you know, despite that they got the Roshan and the Aegis, Tundra was still able to pull a good fight against Aster.
You've been watching Owie with his birds this whole time too, by the way. Owie's cutting waves. I mean, it's typical for him. He's denying Wisdom Runes, cutting waves and stuff like that. I mean, a typical AUI being very annoying with his macro. Or with his micro, sorry.
No, this time around, they'll get Roshan without a fight occurring by the looks of it. Tundra, they are grouped to the tier 2, but won't be able to make it in time.
Look at this. He's like abusing the birds. He's putting one in the trees so the creeps can't actually hit it. He's completely cutting bottom wave and almost taking a tower.
What is this?
Like, Owie's actually just breaking the game a little bit right here with his Vicious Micro. He's literally been down there. I don't even know how long these birds have been here because I was distracted by other stuff, but at least like a minute and a half or so. As Aster trying to full retreat here, but Boka's been left behind.
Yeah, they'll lose Baboka. And, you know, they get themselves down to the bottom half, but they can't go for a tier 2 push because of this creep kind that Owie's doing.
I mean, look at this. He's getting so much farm out of it. He's clearing... I don't know how many creep waves it's been. I want to say maybe 6 or 7 creep waves he's gotten just like this. What are we witnessing? I mean, Monet you have to kill these birds.
Someone's got to come back here and do so.
But you can't hit him with melee units. The way that he's
Because of the
playing.
way that
Look,
he's
he's
holding
tipping him.
He doesn't get the whole wave this time, but...
Whatever.
Yeah. Just free gold
All right,
for
noted.
Owie.
Wait till you see this in your pubs, ladies and gentlemen.
Wait, so who can get over here and do something about this?
Like nobody. Like Valesh.
Like...
You don't want to send him there either, so they gotta just, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what you do. You gotta just ignore that. That sucks.
There's one lane that you're never going to have.
And this is causing issues, like actually.
I mean, they wanted to push that tier 2. That was the place they wanted to connect to after, you know, taking the gate over towards the bottom lane. So, yeah, every wave. Every wave's just gone.
Ow, you nerd. I told him I was going to flame him before this game, but how can I flame this? Oh my god, that's disgusting. Like, the lane is just infinitely pushed.
You're never going to have a lane.
And this is such a Tundra thing now, too, because look at the other 2 lanes. Two lanes are shoved.
What?
All 3 lanes are shoved. Where do you go?
I mean, what's Aster even doing down there?
I mean, they're going to get kills on snaking, but
you're never going to get any objectives down. I mean,
they have to just force the issue.
They're going to try and go for the backdoor protection.
They can.
Which indeed, with the full 4 of them they can.
Okay. But, I mean, look at this. He's still cutting all the waves.
I mean, I don't think he's going to stop it. Oh, he'll let a few creeps slip there.
But he's getting the catapult. I'm going to get too distracted by this. He actually is just getting way too much farm out of this, though. He's almost got a Lotus Orb now after Solo Crest Drums.
Yeah, he's just getting
coming out huge.
every wave of gold.
Yep. Monet's continuing to get large. He now has a butterfly timing, and that's going to be quite a bit, I believe, before Skitter's even on the realms of anything toward an MKB. But as we've seen, they have a lot of like magic damage and mixed damage to be able to blow him up anyway.
Dude, this is great, yeah.
This is cheating.
Dude, you know what?
He's cheating.
You know what the strat is? You go in your pubs, go mid Visage, hit 6, and then you can just take 2 lanes of creeps. You know, you farm mid and you farm the bottom with your Visage. I mean, your safe laner might not be too happy, but
Cap, do you see this?
The gold.
You see how Aoi is cutting waves with his Visage familiars for the last 5 minutes.
Did it again.
And Aster just can't. Look, he's just doing this and put him in the trees, and then he cuts the whole wave. It's been 5 minutes or something, or 4 minutes of this. And they actually send Sumail.
Sumail's had enough. He's like,
the only one who can clear him.
Come on now. There we go.
This is absurd. This is such a Curtis move, right? All right, well, I mean, that's... Aegis has been up for 3 minutes, and they've had to kind of get pulled around the map. Yeah, they got a tier 2 and like 2 kills on snaking, but... Okay. I mean, Tundra, chilling.
I mean, as the moments pass, of course, Monet is still getting more farm than anyone else in the game. You know, he's hitting the creeps way faster than anyone else can keep up. Earlier we saw Skeeter being able to keep on par, but naturally at this point, it's the Naga Siren. Monet able to take more from the map in these moments. So Butterfly done on top of the heart.
The thing is always going to be that the illusion from the Darkseer is going to be strong. I'm looking to see. I actually was checking to see if Baboko was going to go Dagon, because I've seen IOs go Dagon because you can shoot the creeps as well too to heal. You saw that before, right? Because it increases healing and stuff like that, so you can actually heal people. But also, you can clear that illusion from the Darkseer wall. So
yeah, it might be the strat.
I think eventually they might do that because as the Naga gets bigger, the wall becomes a bigger and bigger problem as well, also to deal with. So we'll see if they do look for more and more things, because it's been it's staying around like that 7K.
I mean, yeah, the big difference in terms of the overall team net worth is between the supports, right? It's just Aoi and Snaking. A lot more farm than Pichu and Baboko at this point.
It looks like they're gonna have 5 cores. Very quickly. I mean, they already kind of are 5 cores. They're catching up to this Tidehunter.
It's going to be sort of the 5 cores against the 2, right? It's Sumail and Monet. And see if this Lesh and Naga can carry against this sort of very split net worth that Tundra do have amongst their five very strong heroes.
This is going to be quite a treat to watch how these fights do go out. Monet. Toward the north side. Monet's very close to a BKB. They actually get a rupture onto the real one.
Yeah, Skeeter's going to start the fight here, commits him with the BKB. Monet, he's going to get taken out of this. Baboko will save him.
Sumail's isolated.
It means the others are left behind.
Sumail, 2 seconds.
The Bloodstone is gone.
It's gone.
But he's dead. He's dead. Nine's in with another fire. Sumail's out. The timing's falling perfectly there for Tundra, as now they'll chase down more. They'll look towards XXS, the flame break, splitting him from Baboko as XXS is gone. Baboko out as well. Tundra strike at the perfect time.
I mean, did Sumail, like, he popped the stick in the Bloodstone, so I think he actually prevented the Aegis from popping to maybe have him. I think he died anyway. But either way, whatever.
I think he came up.
He's probably dead.
I think
anyway.
he popped them after he knew that the Aegis was going to go.
All right. Either way, I think it doesn't matter.
I don't think he could have died quicker.
Okay.
I mean, maybe he could have.
I don't know. Either way, I think it doesn't matter. No matter what, I think that fight's over when Monet gets spotted and he gets first ruptured. I think there's like...
Yeah, they would have been probably able to kill Sumail twice even if he played it in a way that did allow him to benefit from the Aegis. Yeah, that fight went kind of that hard in favor of Tundra.
I mean, they're completely stomping now.
Yeah, they just the team play right. It looked like from the start, and especially with the farm that Mono was getting, that maybe Astra were going to be able to keep this tempo slow, get this game in a good position for the Naga Siren. But these team fights, Tundra have just destroyed them. Mone's got the setup.
Everyone's respawning.
Are they going to be able to get here in time to benefit off the song?
Where's the BKBs? There's still cooldown. Ravage.
Let's see if they can catch. It's a 4-man Ravage, and they're focusing 33. They'll get 33.
Skitter.
He's trying to stand his ground, but he's caught by the stuns. 2 cores to be found, maybe more. They'll look over towards 9. 9 has the BKB back up in 7 seconds. Net's there. Can they kill him quick enough? 2 seconds to BKB, but the hammer comes in. Asta, they will hold. Monet with the song sets up for the turnaround. They keep the base safe. They keep the tier 3 alive. I mean, talking about perfect timings earlier from Tundra in that fight where they abused the fact that the Aegis expired. That one there, the song, seconds before the whole team respawns. This time has to catch Tundra off guard.
I think they literally caught them sleeping with the sleep because all 5 heroes were clumped up on the high ground.
They weren't ready for that sort of play. I guess they were looking at the top, kind of like myself. They're like, oh, the team's dead. It's
Everyone's
just Monet.
gone.
What's Monet going to be able to do? But that kind of duration of the song just long enough to carry Asta over to the point where everyone was back up, everyone could TP in, and the follow-up's there.
But but Owen, where's the creep wave?
But where's he cutting now? He's on the he's on the mid lane now, right? Yeah. Now he's making sure there's no mid lane. So indeed, they won't be able to push an objective, or at least push the tier 2.
How frustrating. Look at this, he's dragging the waves, they're pinging it.
I mean, you can try and get 2 at the same time, right? Sort of drag the mid over.
That's a little bit
grab the bottom.
That's a little bit too much.
I think he can deal with both, right? Because you just have to kill the range creeps, and then the melee creeps, as we've seen, just can't kill you. Sumail's here.
Sumail's got this. He knows he's the answer to it.
Yeah.
But I mean, okay. I mean, Aster, they catch Tundra quite a bit off guard there, and
they do.
They're
Yeah,
back.
they do. That's it. That's impressive, especially considering the last few moments, the last few fights. Tundra, they've had Aster's number, but Aster indeed showing that they could come out with the smart stuff too.
Back and forth we go. And now Tundra, Ravage is on cooldown. Song is going to be back up, but Ravage about 40 seconds or so. They're going to look to try to catch them off guard here, but the lane's not in the best position for them to actually just smoke and go for a catch play here. Snaking, he's going to get spotted going for a D-ward, and Roche, it is going to be a bit of a longer respawn here, 2 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Monet still with, especially after that fight, a sizable lead in gold. BKB's done.
He's close to Bloodthorn.
The Bloodthorn.
Yeah.
And the Naga Siren is massive.
He just can't, I mean, it's one of these 2 heroes can't get targeted first. Like the Naga and the Tidehunter, it feels like them getting ruptured does cause a bit of a disaster there for Aster. So let's see how they do setup for this next fight. They're going to actually smoke, look for an opportunity. Ravage is back online.
9. Trying to scout things out, but Tundra, they might be caught out by this. Aster's wrapping around from the side.
The illusion's being sent.
XX says he's going to be spotted. Looking towards him. They know the tide's here. They'll know that Aster's coming from this angle.
They see 9 on the north side.
Oh, he's able to keep the familiars alive. Skitter's going to go in. Wants to try and force XXS out of this fight. XXS getting low. They'll get him before he can get anything off. Song's there, but the BKB's already out from Tundra. They're trying to stay on top of Sumail, but the BKB's now in. So the Song holds them back.
XXS buyback.
He's in with the buyback. He's ready to rejoin them, TPing over here towards the outpost. Skitter turns over towards Pichu, chases down the Undying, but is able to kite him. Turns instead towards Baboka. The buybacks are coming out. The Ravage is
huge
there.
Ravage.
It's got the stun lockdown onto Skitter. Skitter's out. He'll buy back though. Now that the Ravage is gone, Skitter wants to get back and fight into this. 9. He's moving forward. XXS brought back for this one. 9 with the static link on towards the Tidehunter. 9 himself falling rather low.
Nice cheese pass off mid-fight. They give it to Monet. He was low.
Yeah, they'll back out of this Aster. They don't want to fight without the Ravage, and they themselves using 3 buybacks for that team fight.
They got the big one, though. Skeeter did use his buyback. He has no BKB.
They have to get Roshan. I mean, Roshan's going to be huge here for both teams with the buyback situations.
Skeeter has to be incredibly careful in these next few moments, too. If he gets caught, the game could just quickly disappear.
I don't know. I mean, can Tundra force Aster around out of the pit in this sort of situation?
It doesn't feel the easiest. They have wall back up, actually.
They're going to try.
Soon.
They're smoking up.
Let's see who they find here. BKB, how long? 30 seconds on both of them. It's really tough to run in without your BKBs versus the Lash, even if there's no Ravage.
I mean, if they get kills, buybacks are a little lacking on Aster, so...
This is a refresher shard, though. This could just... I mean, another Ravage could
I think
come
XXS is ready to pick it up. Yeah, 9. He's going to head into the pit. He's going to try and force them away. They get the vacuum. The wall, the familiar stun's coming out. 9's going to get the kill and get the Aegis. 9 gets the pickups. It's a rough state now, this fight for Aster. They might have to bail out of this one. Monet pops the Song. He's going to opt for the Song TP. Sumail's TPing out. XXS as well. They'll get away. The TPs will allow themselves to save one another. Pichu's left behind. A good escape there from Aster, but overall, Tundra, they get the Roche, they get that Aegis. Could have been a whole lot messier for Aster, but it's still not great.
No, they at least got they got the cheese in the refresher shard, though, so they do have double Ravage.
Yeah.
I was seeing Sumail actually picked it up in the midst of everything. It was very close. I think 9 actually ran out of inventory slots. I think 9 would have gotten almost everything, but he has Bottle, Paladin Sword, and Magic Wand in his inventory, so whoopsie.
All right.
Slot starved.
Okay, let's see what Tundra can do with this. They've got this Aegis on 9. BKB's back up for Skeeter.
Skeeter still has to be incredibly careful how he goes for this next play here, because without a buyback here, could just get the lead, and the double Ravage is going to be something that Aster's timing for.
BKB, get him away from Sumail. 9's in on top of Monet. Monet's got to run, and of course, Song's still on cooldown. He does not have that to protect himself. Relocate coming over from Baboka. He's in with the tear. That Monet's back up to the high ground.
They protect him.
get backing away from this. Skeeter's turning his attention over towards Samael. Samael, off the Bloodstone. Skeeter is going to put the BKB. He wants to get back in on this. He feels like he can maybe take down Samael. He's under the tier 3 tower. Samael's falling low. They've got him. He's killed Samael off. Monet turns with the net on towards Skeeter, but Skeeter still surviving.
Ravage.
There's the Ravage onto the 3 of them. XA says he puts the refresher. He's a little low on mana. He's not going to be able to get the second Ravage off. He doesn't have enough mana. As that's the tier 3 gone. 3 dead on Aster. The creeps are coming in. They can take this mid set of Rex, Tundra, and almost certainly look for a second lane. This is all 3 cores dead for a minute. No buyback.
They can get Megas here. They have more than enough time.
Yeah.
I want to see damage numbers here. I mean, yeah, Skeeter, 12k damage in the fight.
I mean, they got close to killing him as well. Maybe if there's just some other way they could get the mana onto the Tide.
Yeah, he
They
ran
might
out.
have had that second Ravage. They might have been able to stop it, but it wasn't the case. 2 racks gone.
I think he didn't do the math because I'd have to see the replay again, but he Ravaged, Arcane Booted, and then Gushed. And I think if he Arcane Boot Ravaged, he might have had the mana.
Second Ravage,
'Cause
yeah.
It was very close.
I mean, that's the 3 racks, yeah, as you say. Mega creeps out. Probably, maybe even the game.
Probably.
I mean, there's 30 seconds still to keep this push going.
Wow. I mean, Tundra. Some Tundra magic coming out in these team fights with their Wombo combos, but overall, what a game, really. 9 with an unbelievable recovery on this Razor, I want to say.
I gotta say, love the way that Skeeter's playing these fights. You know, he's kind of been the initiator. He just BKBs ruptures, he goes in, he forces the start of the fight, and it's just been too much for Aster.
They
As
make
Pichu's
Visage
gone.
support. They make the Visage support work for Aoi.
Let's see if Aster can push them back in these final moments. It doesn't look like it, and indeed they can't. GG is called. Tundra will take game 1.
Wow. This was a wild one. I mean, Aster taking some pretty good fights kind of back and forth. Tundra give them that little bit of a slip up when they're going for high ground. They get like 4-man Ravage and die with a couple heroes, but Tundra, wow.
Yeah, I mean, just big brain stuff for Tundra across the board. Aoi with his Visage play.
Wow.
Yeah, from the creep cutting to the team fights with his follow-ups to 33's vacuums. And yeah, just great aggressive plays from Skeeter and 9. Skeeter in particular, this Bloodseeker, this was not some sort of sit back, wait for the time to go in. This was the, I'm going to go in, I'm going to start the fight.
Yeah, it was no hesitation. I think that's the biggest thing for me. Like, he would see this Naga sign, he'd be like, this is the real Monet, rupture, blink, boom, go. And yeah, I think he kept getting, they kept getting the ideal catches. They would find the Tidehunter either on the front line and pop him immediately, because he'd pop like Ogre Seal Totem with the rupture and he'd die, or they would get a full link onto 9, onto that Tidehunter. Yeah, some really well executed fights from Tundra.
Yeah, they're looking hot today, shaking up Aster after Aster's been on a bit of a win streak, right?
6-game win streak.
6-game win streak that Aster was starting to build up back here in the group stage. Tundra, they take him off it here with his first game win. Impressive stuff. Tundra, they take game 1.
Yeah, they do it, and they do it in a classic Tundra fashion. How dare I doubt the AUI Visage? Homie's been nerding it up for nearly a decade, cutting creep waves like a monster. Support Visage proves to be viable in this first phase, and Razor proves to also be viable as a Leshrac counter. Tundra did their research, Brian. This was extremely catered to Aster, it seemed.
I knew moment that 9 was picking Razor, if I pulled up Lesh's worst matchups on Dota buff, that Razor was going to be in the top 10. And he was. Razor is his 7th worst matchup in all of Dota. But I would like to say, for Aster's 6-game win streak, what did they do? XSS had good items. What have they done in every game I've seen them myself? He has terrible items. His one job in that game was to not give 9 200 damage.
Yeah.
That is his job. He will get Ravage off. They have Song. They have saves. They just need him to not be feeding 9 a bajillion damage. So he needs like Blink Daggers, Force Staves, Lotus Orbs, like things that block the link, because he was actually single-handedly costing them every single fight, I feel like.
The carry player can't stand what the offlaner is doing.
Every fight was him getting linked, and then they lost.
Yeah, it was rough. I kind of want to go back to the Aoi stuff, because, you know, you rarely get to see these players get a chance to come back and play, and you also rarely get to see a situation where you're watching someone's birds on so much camera time, because you're just watching this happen on the side. What did you call it, Stephanie? I love how you dressed it during the game.
It's the hee-hee stuff. The ones that you do because you're not useful in any other aspect, but then like you're cutting waves, you're doing all this small shit that in the long run it's gonna be very difficult for the other team to deal with because it's so small, right? Like it's such a small thing, but like you have to do it, otherwise you can't push your lanes, you can't take your objectives.
Pesky.
Yes.
You say that whenever you're being annoying. You're like, hee hee.
Yeah, hee hee.
I wish we could have panned the camera, or maybe it did to Aui's face, because I'm sure he was just giggling to himself and adjusting his glasses and all that. But yeah, I think, like Brian said, a brilliant draft here from dealing with Aster's cores. We talked about these Aster flex cores they've used the last few days. Again, there's the Morphling and the Slark, which went unbanned, and they were afraid to pick them with the first phase. And then Lesh is the third one that Sumail had been playing. And then so, if you look at the picks in this game, obviously there's the Razor that counters it, but also I love the synergy that Tundra were able to build out of their first phase, not just flexing the Visage support, but you also have this Razor Bloodseeker combination where it's like any hero that you see on the map, it's like a should I stay or should I go conundrum, right? You get ruptured, you know the link is coming, and you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. And that's what happened in a lot of these fights. Like someone would just get ruptured, and then it's like, does the IO have to commit his sort of save and his resources to keep that person alive? And if he does, do you have all the numbers there from the rest of your team to come in and take the fight? Because there's obviously a lot of mobility on the side of Tundra as well. So just a very well put together draft. Still a good back and forth game, but yeah, just brilliant overall from Tundra.
I want to harp on all of their items as a whole on Aster. I feel like what I love about EU teams, specifically Liquid, Gaiman, and Tundra.
Oh, he did gush.
I feel like they have like this free flow state of the game where they're like in touch with what's going on in the game. Like this is happening in the game. This is the like preventing us from getting Roche. This is what's preventing us from winning these team fights. And then they build these like kind of very situational items that just make sense. You know, we see Nine go Nullifier, for instance, and then queues up the Refresher afterwards. Like he knows his job in the game is to just remove Lesh at that point because he had already won the fight off of linking the Tide. And I just look at the Tundra lineup and you talk about, you know, rocking a hard place between the Link and the Rupture. You're also looking at Lasso. They need like 2 or 3 Lincoln Spheres, 2 Lotus Orbs. Like I want to see them itemizing against what they're against. You know, I don't see how the Ags on Sumail does what he needs. Like it doesn't help Naga output damage. Like it is easily counterable by one of the best items in Dota right now, which is Nullifier. Like I don't know. I feel like Aster, when they're in their comfort zone, they win. But I think these EU teams are really good at throwing you curveballs, and that's why they seem to consistently struggle against the better teams.
This is definitely one of the games that we see Tundra and we're like, yeah, this is definitely the team that has the Aegis right now.
They looked like they just knew more about Dota. I'm sorry.
Which is also wild because this, I think, marks the very first game that Morphling has gone uncontested in the Lima.
Is that the first
Bali
one?
Major.
That's hype.
It was 100% up until now, and unless some of our other games which are going on, which also have some interesting results going on, as I believe Execration just beat Spirit, and Liquid is beating Beastcoast. They already got the 1-0, but I think this may be the first uncontested Morphling.
It was heavily influential in the draft.
We talked about this at the start of the tournament, right? We knew coming in that Morphling was going to be the hero of the tournament. So you have Liquid, you have these teams that are devising different ways to beat it. You have people dealing with it differently, whether it's first pick or second pick, and then eventually maybe you get to a point where people feel confident enough playing against it, or they start setting traps with it that, you know, you get to this phase. So that's one of the awesome, exciting things about Dota, just seeing the evolution of the meta and how people deal with the heroes and all the ideas they come up with. And I mean, ultimately, the team with more NA players won this game. So
twice as many.
That's true.
That's right. Watching Aoi and Snaking sort of pick on Sumail there was rough.
He has broken off the coach shackles. He has joined back, and he's treating us to some incredible gameplay. AUI 2000 on that Visage. Let's see if he'll replicate that performance in game number 2. Welcome back, everyone, to game number 2 of Tundra versus Aster, where I'm left wondering, is Morphling actually figured out? Has he been solved? Or is it just XXS dropping the ball left and right? Why?
Maybe a little bit of both.
Okay.
I mean, what I said I'm going to do going into this next game is before the game starts, I'm going to theory craft what items I want to see from XSS.
Okay.
And a lot of this comes from like what the team needs. It's not like what I think his hero needs, but they've been saying that he's used to being like the win condition, traditionally the hero that Aster's building around. And now that you've got Sumail on your team, that's just not going to happen anymore. And I don't feel like his items are catered to what his other 2 cores need and his role in the game. It's more like Tide likes to do this in the game, so I'm going to buy these items.
Within a team setting, itemization can sometimes be a difficult thing to discuss because a lot of times you talk to the player about it and the player's like, well, I play my role, I play this hero, I understand what things this hero needs to excel. But I think at this level of gameplay and at the competitive team level, itemization is more of a team skill. It's more about what your team requires, a specific need, or to counter a specific thing. So you were talking about the Lotus Orb and the Force Staff. It just felt like this Tide continually put himself in pretty compromised positions, including the positioning. He often seemed to be out in front, where in this situation, unlike many games, you don't really want to be initiated on this Tide because you don't want to be dead by the time the fight breaks out. You want to be able to counter-initiate, as you guys were talking about before. So, yeah, I would say the itemization obviously contributes to positioning and stuff like that, so probably not the best situation overall for him in this game.
What I want to see is actually, okay, I'm not a very avid football fan, but what I saw from last game is Tundra, all the 5 players, they are all in position to pass the ball. But Sumail is the one having the ball and have no one to pass to. Like, the items is just an extension of it. I feel like the Tide Hunter shouldn't even be standing in front and then like eating spells and dying. He should be standing behind, waiting to ravage, waiting to use his spells efficiently. But he's not doing that. He's not like playing with the left track at all. I just want them to play the game as a team.
Yeah, when we saw the draft, we all liked the Tide because of its teamfight impact of utility, like the utility of the hero spells, not the teamfight or a builder. That's not what we wanted, right? So I just think it's interesting that I just wonder where this lapse in communication is, because when I looked through Aster's last 6 wins, I actually liked XSS's items a lot. Like I thought, like, oh, his way of viewing the game makes sense, and then they win. So what I've seen consistently, I'll say it again, is that their laning stage seems to go better than I would have expected in most games. So for a Chinese team, that's like usually a weaker point in their drafts is the laning stage. So I like that they have the laning stage on lock. Sumail probably alleviates that problem a bit. And then their team fight makes sense to me. Like they have Naga, they have Tide, they have Undying. It just doesn't come together. Like the puzzle, the pieces are there, but they're kind of like getting jammed into place rather than fitting together nicely.
I'm just not surprised that the mid player and the carry are flaming their off laner here to place in the lane. That's, yeah.
No, but the thing is, if they can carry you, then you just have to do your part. If they can't carry you, then sure, you know, like buy whatever you want. You're the carry now.
Exactly. The amount of faith he has in his cores is inversely proportional to how much he itemizes for himself.
Well, maybe the carry should have faith in him. Huh? He used to be the win condition. Why can't he still be the win condition?
Well, it's Sumail in this case, so I guess the mid should have...
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, now the carry's blaming the mid. All right, we got to stop this. So, okay, I like that Morph is banned this game. I think that a lot of teams may be coming to the conclusion that Morph is really pretty broken from second pick, maybe stronger from second pick than first. Because at second pick, obviously, you have 18 and 24 as well, so it's like potentially a bit easier to counter pick the other lanes, and that's one of the strengths of Morph, right? It's like almost many things that you put into lane against him, he still has a game, and you can flex him, obviously.
And a lot of teams are making it so Morph is not their win condition either. Like, even though he's your carry and sometimes flex to mid, like we saw with Game and Gladiators, they ran like Huskar mid and Pudge offlane, and like the Pudge and Huskar were actually the #1 and 2 net worths, not the Morph link. So what the second pick does, as you mentioned, is it allows you to pick a strong laner, a strong hero that will have a good start, and then they don't necessarily have to be your win condition. You get the counter pick on 8, you get the counter pick on the last pick, and so Aster goes for like a different approach to the second, third pick of the draft, which is to pick a strong duo that plays the game together. So my concern here is that I think Tundra did a really good job of addressing the Lesh last game with the Razor. They might even do it again here, but overall, like single target screw you kind of heroes are the best against Lesh. So the Bloodseeker, the Razor, Batrider, all these heroes give him a tough time.
So this used to be one of the most common openings during the Lima Major. Why did it fall off?
I've just been told IO kind of sucks.
Yes, I've noticed
Feels
that.
less powerful than before. I personally haven't really played with very many IOs, so do you guys have much personal experience with IO?
Didn't Lesh also recently get buffed again?
He did. He got
Yeah.
buffed
Yeah.
a lot.
But then, like, in the interim period, like in Berlin, I would never see an IO Lesh opening. But Lima, yes, and now again in Bali, mainly just from Aster,
And Gaiman.
and Gaiman. Yes, that's
Yeah,
true.
those two teams.
I know I haven't played it, so I'm not qualified to advocate for it, but I really want to see Io taken.
Oh, the
Like,
spell
For the
one.
one
heal.
guys.
For
Yes.
the heal. You can dig on the creep, and it's like 800 health.
Yes, exactly. And you get a shot anyway from the Tormentor, so win-win.
I think at the time there was just a higher priority on these sort of tempo mids or that can get to the side lanes and like gank or kill the side lanes easily instead of the more scaling ones. And again, I think this is another shift in philosophy from Aster yesterday and or even before, where like they're putting Sumail on more of a scaling hero.
Which means that XXS better be an enabler.
I better see a freaking like Lotus Orb or Lincolns or something, man. Just like allow this Lesh to stand still. That's like what we need. The question is though, is that a decent plan against Timber? I like on paper, I really like Bloodseeker against Lesh. It's like an interesting matchup that, like on Dota Buff, for instance, isn't very favored for Bloodseeker. But I think it's because it requires the team that has Bloodseeker to not allow the Lesh to stand still. So the Razor was perfect for last game. I'm basically looking for like, what is Tundra gonna do? Are they going to do something like Razor that makes you want to run away? Are they potentially going to do something like SF or Dark Willow that makes you run away? You know, something like that kind of comes to mind. We'll see.
Maybe just ban the Razor if you're Aster this game.
I wouldn't mind it. They banned Darkseer, which is interesting because they haven't picked anything yet. I mean, the Lush got annoyed by it, right? The pipe. The pipe was very frustrating for Sumail to heal through last game.
They're probably thinking 9 would play the Timber, and it's actually kind of stalemate for the Leshrac against the Timber. Maybe even worse. So they just want to be sure, you know, and ban out the Darkseer, because I think 3-3 kind of put them in a very tight spot. Like, they either can't move because of the rupture, but like that's already on the paper anyway. But you have to move because you're against the Darkseer. You can't be staying in the wall and, you know, like getting crushed by your own illusions.
Yeah, and you guys were talking about how it was the basically the perfect last pick last game as well for the Naga, for obviously the item, the aura carries, and sorry, the auras that he got and stuff like that. So makes sense to take it away here.
Legion, one of XSS's comfort heroes, it seems like, based on what they've picked so far. They go for Batrider themselves.
That was instant, guys.
I love how this hero, like, he gets nerfed, and then teams stop picking him for a while because they're like, oh, this hero got nerfed pretty significantly, and then people start picking him again, and then
Because they want to see the world burn.
yeah, exactly. I also think they like to wear sunglasses.
What happened to this Oracle
Mountains
hero?
widely.
Because he was seeing a bit of more play for a while.
I wouldn't mind that here. I would not mind an Oracle. I don't know if it's really a snaking hero. I also wouldn't mind the NA Classic Abaddon. Something like this, I would not mind as a support. Because as a Bloodseeker, I would love to not be afraid to run it with a BK Beyond. Any sort of Dispel would just be super beneficial to him.
Yeah, it feels like it would be really annoying for like both the Bat and the Lesh, right?
Yeah, Oracle specifically would be super annoying because you make them take 0% magic damage when you Fate's Edict your allies.
They do need to add a bit of lockdown as well. Again, we've seen AoE play a decent amount of Snapfire. Visage is banned.
Maybe Oracle is like just because he kind of has only one purpose, is to stay behind a core, and that's kind of risky because you kind of want to use your supports to, like, you know, min-max, not just do one thing the entire game, and it's kind of very hard for your cores to guarantee the outcome just because you have an Oracle.
You could just do something like Pugna as well, because you have the ward to plop down, and then you also have like the... You're not a save, but the fact that you can heal your teammate who gets initiated onto.
Yep.
In this game, it's banned out, though.
Pugna's banned. Oh, it's first round. I literally was looking for it the whole time. And
Where is he?
He's literally first round. That hero's pretty broken, so...
Ban all the hero man against AoE. look at the bans, man. Visage, Tekis, Pugna, and Enchantress, all the heroes.
Can he hee on snaking? I mean on Snapfire, because he's most likely going to be playing it.
More of a yeehaw.
There's a Shadow Demon here as well if they want to save another. Oh, there's the Enigma. Okay, I was gonna say.
He's gonna hee on the Enigma.
Yeah.
Something about it, like imagining Enigma like grinning, you know, the Giga Chat grin.
Well, you want
he
to grin.
doesn't have
Mars has
a
got
mouth,
one.
right?
Oh, there it is. Perfect. What'd you say, Jack?
He doesn't have a mouth, does he?
That's what I'm saying. Like, imagine just putting the Giga Chat grin on, because it looks like it would fit nicely.
True. He has the jaw for it.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm assuming that this will be a 33 Enigma for the same reason why Darkseer was so good. It's just I need someone who can get a pipe ASAP.
I wouldn't put it past them to run a 5-position Enigma here, because Bloodseeker definitely lets you pick greedier 5s. So there's probably a little bit of flex potential here. They might know who it is, but like what role the Enigma is, but I'm pretty sure they intended so Alistair does not know.
Yeah, I like the flex value here, because if you don't pick anything that addresses it, sure, you can just move it up to core. But we've seen this a lot as a support. Obviously, we talked about how the Malefice has been buffed, so it's like 165 damage, 1 second stun for 100 mana or something at level 1. So it's pretty good for early on in the lane. And then, yeah, you said there is hee potential with this hero at some point, so that would make sense too.
I would love a Snaking Clockwork here. That would make me hyped for Tundra. That hero's had an insane amount of success at this tournament so far. He's like an 85% win rate, and it's really good against Lush Mars. So
Just pick all the universal heroes.
exactly.
Why did Aster go for the Mars in this situation? What are they looking for?
I believe it's because that hero will buy Blink BKB, and there's no way you can mess that up.
Oh, that's true. We need to be talking about XXS itemization,
Yes,
Brian.
yes. So what he does need to do is set up team fights for them. The
Okay.
arena is not even going to have to be that impactful in terms of killing people, but locking them in place such that the Batrider and the Lesh can connect, and whoever Monet ends up playing this game. So I really think this game he can afford to itemize purely for himself with Blink BKB into like anything that keeps him alive, maybe like a Halberd or something of the like. So I actually think XSS's item build this game is pretty straightforward.
I don't
You
know.
say purely for himself, I don't know.
That
Does
sounds like a
mean
meteor
Deso
hammer.
Aghanim comes? Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, Aghanim, there you go. Maybe a Deso?
No, I mean, it just feels this role in the draft they needed, right? Same with last game. They need some sort of big AoE team fight starter, frontliner, and I guess Mars is a choice here. I think, yeah, and I like kind of saving Monet for later in the draft here as well.
Ooh, Lich.
Well, not much hee
I
potential.
don't feel like I like Lich all that much.
Yeah, I feel like the Frost Shield isn't doing very much in this game.
Yeah, maybe they think it's deny picking whatever Monet could, like maybe they're thinking of what Monet would likely pick and they think it's good. Because as of now, it's not.
5 seconds.
Does
Countering
Monet
anything else.
play Muerta? It's
He has
looking
at
kind
this
of good
tournament.
here.
I don't think he has this. They've played against the C teams with it a bunch of times, right? But I don't think he has.
You may now select your heroes.
Yikes. That hero's win rate is garbage. I'm surprised they're still picking it because they've lost their 2 Monkey King games so far this tournament. Monkey King is 3-8 as a hero at the Bali Major so far. I do think it's actually a very nice Monkey King game.
He's playing against a Timbersaw.
Yeah, so he is against Timbersaw. They rotated the snap to mid, 5-position Lich, 4-position Enigma. I'll be honest, I didn't really like Lich pick all that much, but this Monkey King pick, I hate it so much that I think it's back in Tundra's favor. So
Oh, so it's not XSS's fault this time.
no, I actually think it's the Monkey King pick.
You know, right before this, we were talking about how some carries like to demand last pick, and then
Yeah.
that
And
could've
want to
been
do
there
something
anyway.
off meta was the term that Brian
so
used.
Is that what you think is going on here?
I feel like this is a tried and true hero, like they've tried it and he doesn't work.
So tried and false.
Tried
then.
and tried and false, exactly.
I mean, for me, I just want to predict this Monkey King is gonna die to his trees getting cut. There's so many tree colors here, like Timbersaw, Enigma,
Yeah.
Lesh,
Zone Batrider.
Mars,
His own
Batrider.
Mars, yeah. It's gonna happen. Poor Monet.
Actually, like 6 heroes in this game kill a lot of trees in like a large area.
He's gonna have his work cut out for them as they are desperately hoping to turn this into a 1-1. Let's see if it happens with our casters. It's Odie Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Yeah, looking forward to this game too, and to see if this can work out for Aster. They're going with this Monkey King. Something that we heard the panel they weren't really big fans of. Do you think understandably so, or do you see some potential for Monet on his Monkey King this game?
I mean, on paper, there's clear reasons why they did pick it, of course, right? They were like, okay, we're either laning versus a Timber or an Enigma, so I guess that's what they were looking for, and they're like, all right, on paper. Everything on paper, of course, they should be able to have a good time versus it. But I feel like that actually made the Lich better, because now it's just like hard physical carry that Frost Shield is incredible versus. But I guess Aster, maybe something that concerned him about the last game is just how much they actually got wombo comboed. And now they actually have the unbelievable one with the Monkey King plus that Mars combo. But are they actually going to be able to keep people inside of it? Are they actually going to have any success with it? Because as Brian said, yeah, Monkey King, he is struggling. And yeah, I think there's definitely... Over-under, how many times is he going to get his tree cut? Because there's Fireflies, Mars Arenas, even the lash stunts from his teammates, Timber, some snap abilities, cut some trees, mostly midnight pools and stuff. You think he'll be... Okay. So how many? I say 3. I'm going to say 3 times he gets his tree cut.
I'll say 0. I think Monet, he came here today and he's ready to dodge all of that. He's not going to get caught. This man's a professional.
I hope so. But let's see how it all ends up going down. And let's see, I've been seeing the rise of this Enigma a lot more in support. So much more. As they mentioned, Malefice got a pretty massive damage increase, since it does have those 3 procs. Even just a 15 damage increase, it's actually a 45 damage increase even at level 1. So, yeah, cool to see this one back on the rise to be kind of flexed around a little bit here.
Yeah. I mean, you think there's a chance this will become even more of a trend? Like, does this hero can still be good? It still offers some stuff that others don't, and you can pull it off from support?
Yeah, I mean, if you see a game where they just have like no way to cancel Blink BKB, yes, you're support, but you can see it happen. I saw yesterday LGD playing it. Why You Smile busted out the Enigma. He got a Blink BKB. He was the X factor. He literally won them the game with 2 or 3 back-to-back black holes. I mean, it wasn't just him, of course, but yeah, the impact that he was able to have isn't really replaceable by almost any other hero. So yeah, I definitely feel like we could see quite a bit more of this one coming out, because it's always an annoying hero, right? If this hero can be relatively popular, you're denying farm from the carry. You're always a threat throughout all the stages of the game. So yeah, fun to see.
Let's have a look and see what sort of impact Snaking can have in the lane as well.
And this time they go back to, on Aster in particular, they go back to more of an XXX comfort. I know they were harping quite a bit on like his item build. We were a little weird. Like they didn't have a 4-step, which is a bit weird for me overall throughout the game in that last one. So this is his, I mean, this is one of his best. Tidehunter, it's still a good XXS hero, don't get me wrong, but this is the one that I think he's made quite a bit of a name on a lot of times, even if it doesn't always have the most success overall.
Skeeter. Definitely want to watch though again, as that last game on the Bloodseeker, very, very solid performance for pretty much from throughout all elements of the game, from the lane to the team fights.
He was my MVP by far.
Yeah, I mean, Aoi was definitely contesting for it with the few plays going on, but
that's true.
Yeah, in kind of comparison to how we've seen some other Bloodseekers being played, yeah, Skeeter definitely stood a step ahead of other performances.
I love when I see like these Bloodseekers just push it to the limits, you know, they're like 10% HP and they're just like, please let me get the last hit, boom, they get it. They completely dominate the fight because of it, and yeah. Besides that, Skeeter was just an example of initiating team fights, which you rarely see from a Bloodseeker. Let's see what's... I'm going to be watching a lot to see what Snaking is going to mostly do in terms of how he plays the lane. I think mostly just pull the lane back, and then he might even just like jungle as this Enigma, because it is a Timbersaw versus Monkey King. If you actually just play the lane, the Monkey King will have kill threat, but if you just pull the lane back constantly, Timber is going to be able to farm up here versus the Monkey. They're not really going to be able to pressure the Monkey King by any means, probably, but Snaking actually steps up a bit far and might have actually just given his life away.
He's looking pretty dead here. Firefly's coming in. Can he try for a deny to neutrals? He'll try for it, but he won't get it. Monet, he'll get first blood.
Snewa. I guess he was trying to interrupt the pull or something, but yeah, he just gets picked off going. Meanwhile, though, bottom, they will be able to set up a kill here. Tundra, very strong kill threat between these two. AOI actually going for the Sinister Gaze.
TP in on the mid.
He'll just fill up.
Oh, he wasn't coming from base.
He failed.
Yeah, okay.
Whoopsie. He messed up. All right, well, that happens. He did not actually, I don't believe he, maybe he didn't have a spot or something I don't know.
Oh, no, I don't think Smell even put it on him.
Did he not even put it?
Or did he?
Either way, they messed it up.
Get refilled, yeah.
33, looking to kind of cut and creep wave and stuff like that up here. The Firefly is up. They have a Blood Grenade. Not going to quite be able to go for him here, though, with Snake talking about it. Yeah, Timbersaw versus a Monkey King. He's free farming. So I think 33, pretty happy, all things considered, even though Snaking did give up a bit of a kill there.
I mean, as the levels come in this matchup, does it...
9.
Ooh. He's okay.
One uphill miss.
He's okay. Still had a fair fire, you know, he's keeping it cool. Yeah, but Boca definitely turning up in the mid lane a few times to try and give Sumail a bit of an edge. I mean,
pretty cool. I mean, he's literally staying here for the water rune even.
Yeah.
They're bringing 2 supports, so they're really trying to shut down 9 a bit more. I mean, 9 had an incredible recovery last game, even though he did end up getting shut down a bit inside the laning phase. He played like a beast. Knew exactly how to play with his timings.
yeah, once again, sort of just drawing the lane here with Sumail. Getting the same amount of CS. Nobody, I mean, you can see just across the board, very, very close. The lowest of the core CS, 21 compared to the 25 at the top. A very, very small window. So nobody getting, nobody losing their lane.
Nope, bottom, Skeeter. Does get connected, he should be fine. He has the chainmail. He's also got Wand as well as Healing Lotus, so he'll be okay. Small itemization things, I think, yeah, we've seen these so many. Just like versus Mars, the Wand into straight chainmail is always going to be useful versus the physical. Skeeter identifying that early on. Owie.
I mean, is there any sort of movement that you'd anticipate could come into play from either side to sort of shake up the balance that we're seeing in all of these lanes?
I would think it's more going to be around like the level 6s. Like when 9 hits 6, or if he finds a power rune, he has kill threat all over the place with this Snapfire. Same to be said for Sumail, but I don't really see Sumail move side lanes so much anymore with this team. I feel like they move to him rather than him moving to the sides. Or that's what it tends to feel like in a lot of situations. 33, he pretty much has his Vanguard finished up, so
he's
standing
unkillable.
toe-to-toe to Monet, it's gonna be absolutely possible.
Yeah.
And once he hits 6, you can actually start to push the Monkey King yourself a bit.
Sure. I mean, I guess until that point, Monet was won't be able to kill 33. He'll always be able to get Jingu, so will always be able to heal himself and stay alive.
Sure. Snake just gets a free courier because he's jungling in there, so he walks right up to him. We'll be able to grab down. And he's actually the one who's now gonna probably set up for the power rune since he saw the way the double set up for Sumail. Meanwhile, I think, yeah, we're seeing a rotation, an early one from the bat down bottom, using the Twin Gate to perhaps set up onto Skeeter here.
Now he's, of course, aware of this, so not like it's going to come from any point of surprise.
No. Power rune, it's going to spawn top. It's a good one for 9, a DD rune. And 9, he is level 6 now. They have kill threat literally anywhere if he wants to go.
He's thinking about going towards top, seeing if they can take down Monet.
I mean, 33 is hit. He's hit 6. He's quite low mana, but I'm actually just going to go for this stack here for the time being. It's a pretty hefty one here from Snaking. Actually, that was from, sorry, Snaking didn't actually stack that. That was from the Bat Rider.
Swiftnut wants to continue to move over to get kills. He's
Hello.
going to walk into this.
They've got the DD, an easy kill.
He's got the Firefly down to the low ground, but indeed no chance of getting quite far enough away from 9.
As Kisses, look, he's just going to send him onto
Oh,
Monet.
long range as well. Starting this from very far away. Connects with one of them. A couple, 2, 3, 4. 4 hits there with the Kisses. Is it enough to let them get the kill? 33's out of mana. Monet wants his way out of this one.
They see him the whole time is the issue. Can he actually get the distance?
He's getting pretty far. I think that'll do it. Monet, he's able to get out.
All right. The Kisses were kind of volleyed from it almost like max range, right?
Yeah, he went for the max range 9.
I wonder why he didn't want to just like, get a little bit closer before trying for it. I guess he thought that they had it for sure, but...
Yeah, if he'd spent the time to walk closer, though, I don't know if... Like, maybe he still wouldn't have got the kill.
Yeah, maybe not. I mean, interesting.
It's a difficult one to get.
Yeah, either way, a nice play there coming out from Monet to at the very least disengage. He did not get his tree calls. Still 0.
Now we're back in the middle. Get the quick refuel for 9.
It's still a nice rotation at the least there from 9. He takes a stack, gets a kill, pushes the safe laner out of the lane. So, very impactful one. But Monet gets back top, immediately gets himself. Oh, he doesn't actually get the last hit.
Of course, can't do anything about 33.
Skeeter, he is free farming again.
He's going to hit the 6, but difficult to make a play against XXS on his own. Even with the rupture.
Bat Rider again. Can't even get the shield rune. Yeah, we just pulls him away from it.
He's going to keep Pichu alive.
9 has a shield rune. This is a tough kill.
There's no way Sumail can get this. And backup comes in from Skeeter. Skeeter's ready to help turn. They just turn towards Sumail. They've got him.
Nice TP. Good recognition.
Yeah, well, he was not ready for that at all, Samel, right? The aggression coming out from him as he stepped back towards the mid. He did not expect a TP in from Skeeter, and Skeeter just turns up and enables Tundra to get a very easy kill against Samel.
Whoa! Pichu, careful. Might just die up here. I mean, 33's here with the shotgun. They're surrounding. I mean, is it?
He's been in some risky spots here,
He
Pichu.
sure has.
First time round, he was lucky enough to get sort of bailed out by Baboka, but that in turn did mean that Samel was not able to be bailed out by Baboka, and then back a few seconds later, he still ends up dying.
And did this? I actually have never seen this ward bottom before. Have you? Look at this ward that Tundra has placed on the bottom side. I think it saw the TP in from the Lesh, maybe. I actually don't think it did, because Skeeter actually gets caught from the rotation anyway. But yeah, I've never seen that ward.
Yeah, I guess sort of catches anyone kind of coming from the base, swinging around to go across this little bridge to get the wraparound on you, and just keeps tabs on those heading back to the Ancients and sort of Wisdom Rune.
Slight vision into the lane as well too, like the right side of it too. Cool. Got to start thinking of new wards because people are starting to figure out this map. We're seeing a lot of new wards at this tournament. Tower pressure onto mid. They're not going to actually be able to apply it. But nice rotation. Trying to shut down Skeeter a bit. Sumail actually making the move there.
Bottom tower taken down. I mean, Monet still in a good spot with Farm, of course, with the way that he's been able to avoid death so far.
Yep, has the 2 points in Primal. Not the best thing for farming by any means, but does want to, of course, have like 3 points in Jingle since he was versus a Timberlane. 33 in Snag, prepping the push top, level 3 Eidolons.
Power in. It's going to be the Invis Rune down bottom.
Okay. Can't Baboka deny it.
9, not going to be able to get his hands on that, but he does have his Atos complete, so setup is now to be there from the mid.
That's it's very early. Besides just setup, it is a lot of damage that you do get, of course, on this Snapfire. Damage and survivability. Very ideal pickup. They might even, they're probably going to set up to go for a little bit more of a tower push here. They have the catapult wave. At the moment, low, because he's going to have to farm off those Ancients, and again, Pichu. He's found.
He keeps getting caught here. It's going to help push Snakekin close towards level 6. In the mid, they're going to try for the straight up setup onto XXS. The Atos into the kisses. XXS
got a reload.
Pushing back with the spear, and backup's on its way. Monet turns up. Wukong's command is there. The numbers have arrived from Asta, and 9. He'll fall. Maybe Ari as well. TP's to come in from Tundra, but not in time to keep Ari alive. Skeeter, he's going to look towards XXS with a relocate.
Nice retether.
As he's able to get XXS out of there, Asta, they could look to push him for more. They take Snaking down. I mean, Monet going to get turned towards Mosquito. Of course, he's already used the Rupture, threw it out onto XXS, so there's no further way to threaten Monet. Asta, they'll take that fight for Boca with the saves.
Love it. You don't really see people like breaking tether and retethering like that, but yeah, perfectly done to be able to save on the rotation immediately, like literally split second as that Rupture does come out. Great plays. I mean, they did not really respect how tanky XXS was, it seems. No Chain Frost available for Aoi. He lives, gets the spear. They have more than enough for the numbers. 2K lead. The Wombo combo connects this time for Aster.
Yeah, big hits. Big hits back from Aston. Samael. And Monet up there at the top. Samael's going to have his Bloodstone done in 100 or so gold.
Yeah, now Monet, he has the 4 points in Primal, so he can easily clear jungle, clear waves. So that's farm, it's going to accelerate.
He's going to have his Echo and looks to build into the Deso next.
I mean, Skeeter, as you said, still quite farmed, but got slowed down. After that setup, they were able to get on him down bottom. Not quite at the same pace as you were able to get last time around. And yeah, overall, I feel like XXS is just a more comfortable hero. I feel like he's already having a better time on this one, even though it's only 12 minutes in. It just seems a lot more comfortable playing his super comfort Mars.
Yeah, should be able to get the blink at good time.
Yep.
And as we've seen already, when they brought the fight to XXS, and he's able to get the arena off, the global presence and availability of Asta to turn up and get kills was pretty potent. Now, once that blink's out, XXS is going to be able to start those sort of moves on his own accord.
And I think Brian is going to be happy to see this, right? I mean, yes, of course, it's a Mars, so you naturally build into these like off-lane kind of items, right? But this is exactly, I think, what he was talking about, what he wants to see from XXS, because they were on a 6-game win streak, and it was...
They were?
Yeah, it was definitely on the backs of definitely some itemization, gameplay, etc. But yeah, XXS, now he's going to be that full traditional off-laner to just make sure that Monet looks the best as possible. Not to say the last game he didn't build, it's just like, yeah, like they said, It's just the game that he was in. Yes, he went for his mech and stuff like that, but they needed force and maybe some other stuff. But yeah, either way, we'll see how it ends up working out for Aster's. Tundra's still farming, of course. Farming's still really good across the board, especially 33. Just Skeeter the one who can slow down a little bit.
I mean, they're looking to go on Skeeter. The setup's here from the trees. Mono reveals himself, and the relocate from Baboka brings Samael over.
Chain Frost.
They should be able to split this, indeed, put the Chain Frost to an end. So it won't really be any real...
They're going for more.
XXS
cuts the tree.
He does indeed cut the tree, but it doesn't matter. They didn't need Monet to hit in that one as they still bring down Aoi.
Black hole.
He's also going to get chased. It's a black hole only onto Samael for now, but it's enough to kill him. It's still going to be Tundra losing more casualties, you would imagine, or maybe not with 33 coming in and on top of XXS. XXS tries for the TP out, but the Timber Chain's there. Tundra able to pick up some kills in response to that bit of an aggressive dive from Aster off the back of the black hole and the TP in. Well, the fact that 33 was able to get over here and help out. He's actually just happened to be in the neighborhood.
Yeah, and it would have, I mean, that could have been actually cleaner, a lot cleaner for Aster if they get the connection onto the Snapfire. I think that's what XXS was actually aiming for, but Snap gets outside of that arena there just enough to be able to get set up for the kisses and get the kill.
And honestly, maybe if Monet's tree wasn't cut, they would have got the kills a bit quicker and he could have proceeded to jump on 9 a bit sooner. And
for sure.
And made it happen a bit more smoother. So
that's the one tree cut.
Maybe it did matter, the tree cut, yeah?
Yep, that's one. How many more do we get? Trying to go for that aggression. This time they do get a little bit punished here, knocked back here. I mean, great understanding really from Snaking.
Yeah, it turns up black holes.
Turns up black holes. He knows they have the damage. It was
nothing to stop it.
A good call from him.
Good hold around the tier 2 for Tundra.
Sumail. Still on the hunt.
Wants to get some revenge after that black hole.
Yeah.
Wants Snaking gone. Snaking.
I really like what the Wisdom rune looks inside the bottle. Really cool looking. I keep thinking it's a shield rune half the time, but... What's the next itemization? Okay, Boots of Travel now for Sumail. I mean, so much global threat, really, still from Aster. So Tundra, I think the way that they kind of have to play is just sit behind some of these players that are... sit behind some of these cores that are going to be showing in the lane. In particular, Aoi, I think he's the biggest one, because you are playing versus that IO. You can get some pretty big Chain Frost if they're not careful, so... We'll see who they end up showing inside these lanes, because I think that's the way that Tundra can really kind of falter in this game, is if they just give up too many kills to these relocates and these global threats coming out here.
Oh, there we go. XXS, he's just going to go for Aoi. Samael and Baboka will turn up. Aoi's still alive. Pretty much gets off his whole toolkit. He's still alive.
How?
They couldn't kill Aoi. And now Skeeter, he's going to try and turn and looks towards Samael. Samael get killed off. Skeeter, he's out of the Wukongs. He's fine. As Skeeter will live, they turn with the stun onto Monet. It's Tundra that are taken down too, and maybe even more.
Aoi's still alive.
Down the Monkey King. XXS, who finally kill Aoi off. But Aoi got so much done there. Baboka comes in with the tether. Keeping Monet alive, 9. Another cookie forward. Skeeter's ready to get back in. The Chakram from 33 takes out Monet. Tundra, they can continue this cleanup. 33 still got mana to play with. They're toying with XXS. As they're just dancing around them. Skeeter keeping his distance, tries to offer up another Blood Bright from afar, but won't connect. It doesn't matter though. Cookie from 9 allows Skeeter to jump back in onto XXS. Tundra, with the outplay and with the unkillable heroes, Aoi, they just couldn't kill him, Aster. He finally dies, but after he's got sort of 2 whole sets of his toolkit out.
They played that fight immaculately. Dancing around the ultimates, kiting Sumail, kiting the Wukongs. A nice spear actually almost gets Skeeter because it attaches to the crystals inside the Wukongs, but he gets the disengage. I mean, it's a full kind of wombo combo in an arena thrown onto a Lich, and as you said, he lives.
We'll see
he needs
it
to
again
get something bigger.
I mean, the way they started, Aoi just in the midst of it all. They even be bringing Samael in. Samael, Baboka, XXS, all going for Aoi at the start of it. But he gets away, and suddenly the fight gets a bit more complicated than Aster signed up for.
Synergy for Tundra just cleaner. The way that they actually prioritize targets, they all went for kind of the same targets. Aster went for all different targets. Now they're going to get the lasso on top. 33 is tanky with Pipe.
He's tough to kill, and he's got 9 here. XXS, he'll lay down the arena.
Nice catch.
We'll be able to catch 9, and with 33 trapped in there, is there any way for him to get out? No, the arena lasts too long. 33 this time around will get caught.
That's a good arena.
And now Aoi this time should be in a whole world of pain. Not too difficult for Monet to jump in, take him down. So Aster back on track to getting things going their way. They just turn up for another fight. And this time round, Tundra they weren't set up for that one. Snaking wasn't around, and Skeeter, he was also elsewhere trying to get his BKB done. So a bit of a lapse of focus there by Tundra that gets punished.
Yeah, I don't want to see Aster. I don't want to see XXS ever really Mars ult and Lich again. Yeah. I think you want to go for one of these core heroes in particular.
Because you can
Snap
kill the
is one of
cores.
the best. Yeah.
And it's not like the Lich is that much more easy to kill, right? So if you're going to put your efforts somewhere, the cores are definitely going to be the focus.
Yeah, a beautiful connection this time around. They get the 2 cores kind of caught off guard. And Mars ult only, it's only a 90-second cooldown, so it's going to be back up in 30, so they can keep looking for these fights constantly. And keep looking for these global pressures here. 30 seconds. It's actually the same exact cooldown on the Mars ult as the relocate. Well, 10-second difference. But either way, they can constantly set up these threats on the sides of these sides of the map. And Monet, he's 7-1-5. So this Monkey King is absolutely doing it so far here. Desolator already finished up high physical damage.
All right, yeah.
Like 9. He's got to be careful. He could just get disintegrated up here.
They're going to chase. I mean, it's in a very, very easy kill there for Monet and Pichu. 9. There's a couple of times now that top part of the map. First it was the 3 of them, now it was 9 again on the repeat. They've got to be careful coming out here when there's a full lineup, as Aster very easily can make the jumps. They've got a lot of great initiation, great pickoff from Aster.
And this time they are making Monet look really good. It's like not that they didn't like make him look bad or anything in that last game, but yeah, they're enabling this Monkey King very nicely here with these last few moves. Level 15. So we said on paper, good Monkey King game, and so far they now have started to deliver in these last few engagements to make it look that good. And he's big. And he has like 200 physical damage right now, and he did get the broom handle early on, which is, in my opinion, by far the best item you can get on Monkey King for some time. I actually like it than some of the tier 2s, to be honest with you, just for the Wukongs. That attack range is super nice in team fights. Shield Rune will spawn bottom also, so Sumail. Quite a bit of survivability that can provide him.
Let's see what the move's going to be here from Tundra now. Snake King is close to hitting the level 12. Okay. They could look to go for some sort of smoke move. As they've grouped up with the 4 of them.
They've got BKB on Skeeter as well too, so yeah, Snake's level 12, it's not really the most important. Only gives a little bit more damage.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, they want to just try to get a catch here, I think, with just the showing of the BKB on Skeeter. Sumail, as we said, he does have this shield rune.
I think if they catch the 2 of them, they can still burst them.
Snake does have the Blink Dagger, so yeah, definitely a possibility.
Yeah, they've got a lot here. With the full lineup of Tundra trying to hunt them down.
They have a lot of damage between the Timber and just even Chain Frost if they get 2. They're actually going to commit the Roche because they have the Solar Crest here on the Enigma. Quite a bit of minus armor.
They're coming.
They're coming
They're coming over Aster.
Wait, that's a dire Watcher, is it not?
Yeah, yeah. Tundra have done this knowing that Aster see them.
They didn't ever take it, did they? That's still dire, right?
Yeah, red, right?
Yeah, but I'm just like, they just walked by it like 3 times, so. Oh, Monet! He gets jumped down, oh my god!
That was so close. He gets off the tree just before it gets cut. He's now going to get in. They're going forward, but the Black Hole's there. Snake's got the control. Monet's getting low. The Black Hole will do it. They're able to kill Monet off. But in fact, Snake denies it. He denied the Aegis as well. I mean, this fight looks like it still very much will go the way of Aster, but not without Snaking trying to do his best to make the overall situation better. As this Black Hole kills Monet, and he's able to deny the Aegis.
Hey, you take what you can get in a bad scenario there, right?
It's a snap.
I mean, Monet, this was a couple split-second things there, right?
I mean,
Monet
when he got off that
tree,
that was... He almost certainly would have died straight up at the beginning of the fight. Still ends up dying pretty soon into it with that Black Hole catching him.
Ooh, but what a fight. They found Skeeter. The Bat Rider lasso gets him, and they just completely annihilate him in seconds there. Yeah, you get Monet, but there's multiple different kind of carries on the side of Aster to provide this damage.
So we see as they come in, and yeah, Snake in great position from the side. And yeah, Aegis on the ground.
He just attacks it.
The Eidolons.
Oh, is it?
I think it had Eidolons at the entrance of the pit. They were able to get the hit in before Sumail was actually able to go and pick them up. Yeah. So very nicely microed there by Snake.
Still a pretty, at the end of the day, still
good
pretty
fight for absolutely. I mean, Aster just, and you can only imagine if Monet didn't get caught by that Black Hole, was able to live for it, they probably would have got a team wipe.
Yeah.
This Monkey is still very very scary. We'll get his tree cut, but Snake King will certainly die here. So Aster find him out on his own.
That's 2 tree cuts. But Space Mage, Snake King will say. But so much catch as we're seeing. I mean, Aster, they're really playing so well around this IO relocate this game.
Yeah, they all just get around the map so quickly, right?
Yep. And yeah, definitely seeing XXS being incredibly comfortable this game on his Mars as we kind of anticipated. Blink BKB's online. Now he's got his shard so he can get the multi-spear combos. Tundra, of course, still keeping their farm up though, so. Well, he's going to be close when we see when those fights always kick off here. As 9, he does have a BKB. He did not have it before that last fight, I don't believe, so we'll provide him a little bit more protection.
Yep.
And yeah, 33, he is pinging, and he's saying, we got to watch out for the initiation at this point here on Aster. They have a couple different forms of being able to go for it here with the bat, with the Mars.
And they're going to go again.
They sure are. They feel strong.
And they know what, especially whilst this black hole's down, because Snaking's certainly showing from the support role that this black hole in the right sort of game can still be a threat. He's, once that BKB's there, have to be something that Aster will need to be very aware of.
Yeah, you'll have to start getting ready for like the, Bat Rider having the answer for that eventually with like lens and stuff like that to be able to try to go for some lasso plays. If it does get to that point. Aster though, continue to play fast, continue to look for some type of setup here. They know how strong they are. Sumail, of course, he did find the vampire fangs as well. Tons of life steal. He gonna get ruptured first though, Sumail.
He's getting kind of low.
They've got the reload.
They'll take him out of this.
They'll just reset.
I mean, XXS and Mono and Pichu, they still look like they want to try and make a jump happen. They smoke up.
I mean, it's 2 ults committed there out from Tundra, so Aster wants something.
Skeeter's going to put the BKB.
So close.
So that's, a few ults for Tundra and a BKB used. This is go time for Aster.
They get
He's able to find it. Finds Skeeter here, trying to BKB TP out, but the lasso comes into play. Skeeter's gone. You can't run from Aster in this sort of game. You really can't.
And even though, as you mentioned from like the early game, Pichu, he may have died a couple times, but I mean, this Bat Rider is having a tremendous amount of pressure here. Now, this game, I mean, they mentioned on the panel too, this hero just disappeared for a little bit, but now we're starting to see it, of course, getting picked up a lot here. Aster now in a pretty damn comfortable position. 3 cores looking good. They keep shutting down Skeeter. They keep slowing down 9. It's really just 33 as the cores who's having that really good game on Tundra now. And look how fast they're playing, immediately swinging to the opposite side of the map. They're set up already here. Snaking has to be careful. Get the blink off. Yes, there's actually still quite a bit of thresh even when BKB on Snake comes out. If Wukong's down, Snake will actually just die to the Wukongs also. So quite a bit of layers that Snake has to watch out for, of course. Even if he does get BKB. Monet. Gonna try here for him, but that's a bold attempt.
Yeah, they're not going to commit anything more here. They know that the backups from Baboka's there.
That might have just been a poke to attempt to force a BKB out of panic or something.
Monet keeps his cool.
They're all rallied in the area here too.
No, they want to fight Aster. I mean, if Aster find them split up, Aster will jump.
Yeah, you can see Monet still holding on to Broomhead.
They're looking at one Skeeter.
Oh, they get him again.
Will they do the last there? Was able to get the BKB off first, but it doesn't matter. The physical damage that's able to still come through.
Incinerated.
It's the overwhelming magical damage as well. It's too much for Skeeter to survive through.
Right in the middle of the Wukong. Level 18. Up on Monet. Comfortable lead now for Aster. Continuing to have just full map control. It's tough for Tundra to do what they usually like to do in these type of games where they split up, keep farming on everybody, because as we've seen, there's just so many different forms of catch that Aster set up with this Bat Rider, with Blink Tagger, with the Mars, with these relocates. So Tundra, they're having difficulties going for that split play that they like to get back into this game, to crawl back in. Aster playing this very nicely this game.
Tundra, what's sort of their next move themselves? I mean, they're going to be looking for 5-man smokes, trying to set up with this black hole, find the IO somehow, stop Baboka from being able to play with these saves.
Starting to get difficult. I think maybe you just have to wait to farm for that next big item, perhaps. Just get that Bloodseeker with his Mjolnir, get the BKB on Snaking. But overall, teamfight straight up right now, Skeeter does not have damage to go through these heroes by any means. Him and 9 have been slowed down quite a lot. And Snake, Blink's on cooldown, Sumail finds him.
He's got the setup, and not a chance. Not a chance for Snaking. Another kill for Sumail to claim, but at the same time, they're going for more. They can find Aoi on top of this. They've already got 9, Aoi and 33, trying to run, but as was said before, it's not easy to run from Aster's lineup.
Ooh.
Oh,
they actually...
they're going to give up?
The scan? No, the scan's going to connect. They're going to keep chasing.
Are they going to go back in there?
Do they have a lasso? They don't have lasso, though.
33 will make it away.
And so will Aoi.
All right, Tundra, they were be able to cut their losses a little bit, get a couple of them out.
Only a little, though. And they have a ward bottom. They actually see Skeeter down bot right now. And they also are going to see 33 in a second here. So Aster could look to strike onto this bottom side in any second here. They are feeling themselves, and they're feeling incredibly strong right now because they can just take any fight by any means here. As Monet, Nullifier is now also finished. So Frost Shield no longer a concern, even though it wasn't anyway. And he's about to hit 20.
Yeah, Skeeter needs to be careful down there.
Monet's getting one of the better talents. I love this one. I know that I was gonna make a joke about Cindering.
Cinder.
Sind was talking about this talent, how he thought it was underwhelming one point, and then like 5 minutes later he's like, "This might be the best talent in the game." I don't know why that one stands out to me, but it's a really good talent. I mean, you can get like 2 to 3 boundless strikes off in a fight once you do hit 20 on these weapons, and they hurt, especially when he's got this many items here. He's got himself a Defiant Shell as well too. I mean, yeah, I don't know how Skeeter focus fires any of these cores. He cannot hit Monet. I don't know how they isolate Monet.
His tower's gone.
Gonna have to, yeah. I feel like snaking. He's got his work cut out for him. Some type of massive black hole for them to try to recover this game at this point. As Aster, they've got everything ready. They're gonna look for the fight, and they're getting close to even more big items. I mean, XXS is very close to his refresher.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Can Tundra hide? Can they get more space for Skeeter, who's gotten very little in these last 10 minutes?
I mean, because what you feel at this stage, you'd imagine Tundra, they don't want to take this fight.
They cannot take this fight. Unless it's a 5-man, unless it's like a 4 or 5-man black hole, and even then, if Wukong's is down, they'll get wiped.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Looks like it may just be Aoi to be caught. As the rest of Tundra, they ain't going to be turning back for this, surely. They'll leave Aoi to get taken down.
They passed the gem over to XXS. I believe it was the Bat Rider who was carrying it for the most
I mean,
part,
Tundra, they're still positioning as if they want to fight here.
They have a ward. See what they can get.
They get the opening onto XXS. He's able to put the BKB. He'll stand his ground. He's able
Skeeter?
to target the spear off onto Skeeter. The follow-up stands there from Sumail. They're able to take Skeeter down. He didn't put the BKB. He felt too confident at the start of that, and he gets punished.
Either way, I mean, I guess they're feeling like they have some type of hope in the fight, but they're just deleted. I mean, that's a tough target to go for.
A risky call to make there from Tundra, as evidently, they decide they want to try and take that fight 4 versus 5.
And even if they, they're not even in any closeness to bringing down XXS. The relocate even comes out from Baboka to save him. Now 33.
They're looking for him as well.
He's stalked and he's in trouble.
Setups there from Sumail. Follow-up spear. Monet's ready to offer up the damage with the Wukong to the boundless. 33's gone.
Wow. Huge fights for Aster's. Tundra, yeah. Really not seeing the hope for Skeeter in this one to recover.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, didn't even get his BKB off. I mean, probably wants to save it for as long as, I mean, either way, yeah.
Yeah, I get that. I guess the spear sort of caught him by surprise. Yeah. Was sort of holding it off beforehand, but yeah, as soon as that spear connects, the chain stuns, they're always going to be there when Sumail's around.
This is clean gameplay though from Aster overall. The relocates, I think every single time it's been catching people to save from these rupture plays, even if there's any attempt from Tundra. And Frosh is going to respawn. They're already set up for it on the bottom side. Aster, they're going to scout in a second here. And Sumail already playing very active. He's set up for the gank on Snay. He's got a Hex.
He can just make plays on his own.
Easy kill. They are way too big. Sumail godlike.
This is looking a whole lot better than game 1. Everything just falling into place for Aster, and just the way that they're moving as a team. It wasn't quite there in the previous game, and in some of the earlier series they had in this group stage. But this is some top form Aster.
Playing the team fight in the Wombo combo this time around really nice in comparison versus the last one, where I think they just got tripped up from a couple of things, like the 9 Razor, a very unexpected pick.
The Aoi
did
Visage.
A ton of damage. The Visage, of course, that bought tons of time with cutting replays and stuff like that. So, yeah, Aster finding their footing here, and yeah, they're so big now at this point. Even this Io, a Cheese now, Holy Locket, Mac Glimmer. Everybody's so tanky. Skeeter's only got the 6-second BKB to attempt to focus fire anybody. Okay. I mean, they do get the shard that they kind of need at this point. He needs any bit of damage he can onto Skitter.
Yeah, I mean, what's sort of making this a game that, like compared to last game, Skitter can't just kind of run in and kill someone. Is it just the fact that they're playing from behind and just relatively his farm's not quite there? I mean,
I think there's a much stronger carry that he has to worry about that actually just eats him alive. I think the last game, the Naga Siren doesn't actually fight the Bloodseeker in that type of way. It's a very different kind of style hero where you're buying time, you're waiting for your big item in time, just to overwhelm this, but that wasn't the case. The Bloodseeker was keeping up with the Naga the entire game. This time, if he runs into a Wukong, he's just going to die in seconds, so he can't actually do the initiation thing that he was doing last time by any means. And also, there's BKB disables this time. So Aster, they didn't have any way to actually control anybody when they popped BKB last game. There's this lasso that's been coming through a couple times now that is frustrating.
Let's see if Tundra can pull together a high ground defense. They've got the ults, but Aster far ahead, and with the Aegis and Cheese, there's a lot of life that the Tundra has to defend through.
I think the name of the game is just snaking. He needs the big black hole. He needs to get it on, like, 4, maybe even 5. And there can't be a Wukong's down. There's so many layers that they're going to have to try to go through as they attempt to defend this base here. The Aghanims from Monet is going to get that push going.
Oh,
instant fear.
He's going to get caught immediately there, Pichu.
Re-clicked.
All right. They're ready for that one. He's not happy with that. He buys back straight away.
I mean, Monet is still just confidently hitting the tower.
They've got the fortification, but do they want to throw anything more down in this defense?
This is the last creep wave. 9 has cut the next one.
He's going to send out the Chain Frost. XXS is in. He's able to catch the two of them. Snaking pops the BKB. Will be able to get out of the arena. Aoi will not be as lucky. Aoi gone for 70.
They re-engage in any way, Tundra. It's difficult, but let's see if they try.
They don't want to chase out the base, surely.
No.
I mean, they've already lost what they had to lose on that top lane. Chasing outside the base does not seem an option, especially when they're a man down.
No, versus Aegis and Cheese, too. Who do you actually focus fire here? Sumail now also having a Wind Waker, another form of saving, perhaps.
See?
Sumail's just in.
He's caught with the Hex. He's able to get the Hex on the 9. 9, he needs saving. He's able to put the BKB. Turns towards Sumail. Skitter's trying to commit onto the fight, but he cannot do the damage. To cookie him back to safety. 33, he'll try and Timber Chain away. Still alive. Sumail, is he able to chase him out? No, the Kisses are coming out, so they'll be able to cover the retreat of 33. Tundra, they'll get back to base.
But it's just covering the retreat. They're having to use so many spells just to not lose heroes, not getting anything out of them. Monet continuing this push.
Good the opening. Still has only a couple of minutes left on the Aegis. Can they take him out the once? They can't. The Cheese is going to be there. He's back up to full HP.
Roboka's got his back. Rax dropping low.
Holding them though.
Yep, looks like
Aster
Aster.
back off from the barracks for now.
Yeah, they've got Wisdom Runes to claim. They have a big bottom wave. They're still going to linger in the area if Tundra steps out a bit too far for the jump. Sumail, I believe, is now 25 in a second
close.
after these Wisdoms. Okay, not just yet, but very close. Is back to the high ground push. Still a minute for the Aegis.
Oh, he's caught snaking, but the BKB's back up.
Okay.
Snaking, he's going to get caught by the lasso though. Pichu wants to remove the threat of the Enigma, and with the drag back, snaking is gone. No buyback either, he's out for 50. They will not have the black hole to try and make a defensive play with.
And Monet just continues to stand his ground.
And they're trying to take him low with the cookie combo, but the heals are there from Baboka. Outside, they're able to push 33 down out of the base. The buyback's now up for snaking. So he's going to be able to return to the action. Skeeter put the BKB, it'll come to an end. Now he gets caught by the stun from Sumail. Not back from the flame break. Boundless strike off the mark though. Oops. So Skeeter will be allowed to escape. 33 coming in with the secondary buyback on top of Snakings here.
Nice Wind Waker. Sumail gets himself out. 33 wants to chase for more.
Get the Malefice onto Pichu. Rotovatos as well. They'll take out the bat. Something to be found, and that is Pichu dead for 90 seconds.
Can Tundra chase for more?
They're going to try, but again with the Wind Waker, Sumail gets down to the low ground. Find himself a regen rune. He is perfectly out of there.
2 buybacks from Tundra. And
They've got to hit back now. If they're going to get any sort of window, it is just to support a Batrider that's out for a long time, but that's pretty much as good as it's going to get for Tundra in this position. They've got to try and do something.
They're now fighting into Monet, who has a Daedalus, though, as well, on top of everything. Sumail's 25 with Timeless Relic.
He won't have his Aegis. So
true.
Snaking, we're looking at him for the black holes.
I feel like
that's the only way it happens here.
Snake might just die to the AoE damage at this point, because now the Diabolic Edict is out to the 25. There's a ton of damage that's just consistently pulsing from either the Monkeying or for the Lesh, so has to catch him when spells aren't active. With BK, I mean, there's so many, like I said, so many layers for Tundra to try to come back in this one as Aster. They play it cool, they back it up, they still give some respect. Now they're going to ease their way back forward onto their triangle as their Bat Riders soon respawning. Arena back up in 5.
Tundra still here taking the risks, but they have to.
He's got BKB up.
Moving on to XXS, yeah, puts the BKB straight away. Turns, gets the spear onto Aoi. Snaking has to put the BKB to back off. Money's going to move in pretty much one shot. Aoi there. As he's gone, Snake just gets deleted. The dream of the black holes. It's not going to happen. I mean, Skitter's trying to fight. They just can't kill Monet. The sustain's there from Evoker. Ultra kill from Monet. This fight's over, and almost certainly this game is over. Doesn't get the rampage, but the game, indeed, it's done. GG is called. Asta will take game 2.
33 tips Snake at the end. I mean, they definitely had a laugh.
There was a, there was a hope, there was a dream for Snaking, but yeah, sometimes you end up getting a kind of one-shot by a very fine Monkey King.
It was just a statue or a Defiant Shell or something. They just hit him in one shot.
Evaporated. But yeah, Asta, great game from them.
Yeah.
Great game from them, and they did it around the Monet Monkey King.
Yeah.
And they made it look really good. They really did. Like, this Monkey King was, it was impossible. They didn't have any hero really at that point of the game from Tundra that could do anything about it. It definitely seemed to be the right sort of adaptation to play against, like you said, the Skeeter Bloodseeker, right?
Yeah.
Skeeter just couldn't do what he was doing last game.
It fit really well on paper, and yeah, I think they played a lot better this game too on Esther.
Yeah.
I think the relocates were kind of on point. They rallied around each other really nicely. The Bat Rider gets the lasso plays and everything, and they just get this big advantage. They got, I think it was just a couple kills consecutively onto Skeeter that really slowed his game down to try to have any realms of catching up for his Monkey. And yeah, he couldn't play the same way this time. You can't just BKB, Rupture, run through Wukongs or anything.
Monkey King.
You can run through a Naga Siren Illusions and stuff like that. Not the Monkey King.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen, with Asta's impressive performance here in Game 2. This series will end with both teams getting a win. 1-1 here between Asta and Tundra.
And with that result, it very well may mean that both these teams actually get to go to upper bracket. Tundra is confirmed locked as other streams are resolving their group stage situations. And I believe with this split series, that also means that Aster is also locked as both teams have 10 wins. Meanwhile, on the front of eliminations, Execration has now been confirmed eliminated out of Group A. So pour one out for one SEA team. Condolences. What a shame.
Yeah, but you know, good for both these teams.
Good
I'll
for
eat
both
my
these
words.
teams.
You know, that's why I'm on the panel. Monet showing us why Monkey King was such a good last pick. He is a specialist with the hero. Even though he was 0-2 going into this game, he did not lose faith and absolutely owned that game.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta believe in the last pick carry wanting their hero. I think we were worried because Monkey King has looked shaky a lot of times in this tournament, especially even on Aster when he can get exposed early, right? If he doesn't have a good lane, you can kill him constantly, he gets behind on items. But they kind of survived that phase of the game, and then once Monkey King starts to scale, gets that items, gets Aghanims and stuff, it becomes something that's really hard to run into, and then it works well with the Aster and Leshrac here because these are both heroes that you kind of have to run at and all in to kill, unless you're picking like these sort of like better range damage counters, which Tundra didn't really have. And so at some point, if you have to run into Wukongs or past it or whatever to kill Leshrac, they kind of protect each other from the same type of aggression. So it ended up working out for them. And, well, a certain offlaner played a lot better this game. But for more insight, let's talk to the mid and the carry on the panel here.
I mean, remember I talked about the ball passing between the players. They played it so well this game. The Monkey King was there to start the fights, and then the Leshrac, the IO to connect, or the other way around. Mars starting the fight, and then whoever is not there in the first place, they connected, right? They never taken a fight that needs all 5 of them, but not all 5 of them are there. So I think this is the biggest reason they took this game, because no matter what you think about it, right, it's actually very difficult for Monkey King to feel safe to go in. He goes in, he feels, I feel like if I'm the Monkey King, I go in and I meet all these heroes, I'm just gonna die, you know. I'm gonna get ruptured, I can't run, I can only Wukong there, and that's all I can do. But the way they started the fights, they were kind of catching Tundra off guard. Although I kind of want to mention Trifi's itemization here. It's kind of weird. He had this Octarine, he had the pipe, and then like Kaya Sanj. No Lotus yet. So I feel he either needs the early Lotus because of the bat, or he needs the BKB to, you know, like not get stuck in arena and actually try and kill someone. But he's just always just getting kited, you know, like the entire fight, and his Octarine is not doing anything. If anything, I'll just change the Octarine to something else. I feel like the Octarine didn't do anything there.
So we are still blaming the offlaner.
Yeah, of course. Whoever loses their offlaner's immediately in the dumpster. I felt like the Batrider as a support just ruined Skeeter's game. Like, I feel as if most of what I saw of Skeeter's game was him getting lassoed. He actually managed to get his BKB off most of the time, but just getting dragged into a Wukong's. So it made Monet's job a lot easier. And I mean, Batrider, I've been a bit skeptical of the hero. Like, he got significantly nerfed in the D patch, but both of these games specifically, first game Tundra owned with it, and now this game Aster owned with it. So this hero, it says 1-6-17, but I don't think that tells the tale of how much impact he had that game.
I feel like also many of the nerfs were geared towards core Batrider, whereas we're seeing it being shoved down and down.
I thought it was support Batrider with the Flame Break nerf, because the nerf on Flame Break used to be 25% slow at all levels, and now it's 10-15.
But I thought the Napalm nerf also made it harder to last hit. Which
Oh, the Napalm nerf was from C, though.
Oh, that's
Alright,
So
guys.
last patch, people were running Batriders.
I'm the Batrider player, I'll tell you. Batrider has always been strong with all his spells. But now that they only taken the Napalm away, he's still strong on the other spells. It's just previously the Napalm is too strong to ignore. You can't not take the Napalm, even if like you give them 20 charges on the one all the time, but it's still too strong to ignore it. So now that it's so heavily nerfed, you kind of just go for the other option, the alternative, and support kinda can just ignore the Napalm, don't have to take the Napalm, and thrive. It's very broken, you think about it. If a Night Stalker has like his ultimate in like level 1, level 2, level 3, it's pretty broken, right? So that's how I see for Batrider, and as a support, it's insanely broken. I think it's about one of the heroes that can match Enchantress, even though there's no like direct counters or whatnot. But just being the Batrider is very annoying in the jungle. Even the Enchantress feels very difficult to control the jungle, I would say.
we might see the meta start to shift because things were definitely very Undying and Enchantress focused for the first few days of the group stage. Batrider might be rising in stocks. Meanwhile, we can take a look at the updated standings as we have actually conveniently finished off 3 of our series. I believe the Blacklist IG series is still going on, which the reason why it's still going on is because it was a 68-minute game 1 in which Blacklist won while being 50k net worth down against IG.
The game ended that way.
The game ended that way.
Nice.
They won with a 50k net worth disadvantage. And so I'm sure IG are kicking themselves for that because IG are confirmed eliminated out of this tournament, as I mentioned earlier, as are Execration. Meanwhile, our upper bracket confirmations are all the teams that you see. Beastcoast, Aster, Tundra, and Liquid are all confirmed for upper bracket. And we will have to determine seeding between Tundra, Aster, and Beastcoast because first and second place of the groups gets to choose their opponents from the other group. But I don't think we resolved that with games.
I think it's just head-to-head.
Yeah, I believe that's head-to-head. And that also locks in Spirit for being a lower bracket location, and I believe that also locks Shopify.
Spirit's...
oh, wait, no.
Wait, so Blacklist can win a game versus Tiebreaker.
Blacklist wins this, there's a tiebreaker between them and
Shopify. Yeah, so Blacklist has to get the 2-0, which is still going on right now as we're live, but after the delay, it may get resolved. And this is the total DPC standings. Really, the only updates here is that Execration no longer has the Dota logo next to them, as they are basically confirmed to not be able to make it to TI directly.
That sucks.
They were
like, they're so close.
IG as well.
And if I believe correctly, Execration has made every major and gotten bottom 10?
Yes, they got eliminated in groups in every single major, but they made it to every single major.
I don't know, is that like... Would you rather do that or like make it to one major and have a decent performance?
If you could make it to one major, have a decent performance, and also qualify to TI, that would be
Quest
good.
Perhaps,
because
Quest just wins it all.
Well, I thought it was more akin to Talon, because Talon's not even here, but they did amazing at Lima, and so they're going to TI. Most likely, I don't know if it's 100%, but I think it's like, with IG and Execration being eliminated, that means that there are fewer teams that can overtake them, which means that Talon, I believe, may be confirmed for TI, but we don't know yet.
Okay, I believe you.
Thank you.
Well, so if the question is, would you rather go to TI or not? Yeah, I think that's an obvious yes.
I think I'd like going to TI.
Yeah, but yeah, that's for the Chinese scene. That's one more team that they have to compete with in what looks to be an increasingly crowded qualifier. I do know that Extreme is going to be shuffling. They're going to be bringing back some older more accomplished players as well. I guess I can't really feed that too much on this, but yeah, it's gonna be a tough qualifier either way. And then Aster is one of the teams that, again, they just punched their upper bracket tickets, so they need to get what, like maybe 150 points, 200 points or something like that to be.
That
able
means
to
they win one series. That's all they have to do.
Yeah, because I think top 8 gives points, and 8th place, I believe, gives 300 points.
Yes, 8th place is 300 points.
And so they should feel pretty comfortable, but again, it also depends on, like, if Quest ends up winning and Nouns gets 2nd place or something like that.
Yeah, Quest, if they win, will have 840 points.
Right, which is just enough to get into the
like the
top
11th,
12th.
slot.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so if, yeah.
We'll be able to figure that out as we get to Group B, because Group B also has a lot of teams that we need to resolve, namely Bleed and 9 Pandas, which is the series that we will be covering next after the break.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Crystal Maiden.
Crystal Maiden.
No, but tu show. Ok, Crystal Maiden. Pero, ¿quién le pega que Air Spirit?
Ah, eso no lo dice.
Ya, chapa, güey.
Pégame, lo pega gordito. No. Ah, concha tu madre. Jurnero. Ya agarró.
Ya agarró. Nope. Medusa.
Ah, también.
Oye, ahora se cayó.
No, es otro, pero concha tu madre.
¿Qué es esto?
Oracle.
Me cago en ese Oracle.
Uy, no entra.
Ya, está armado.
Va a traer. Está muy fácil, está muy easy.
Está muy easy.
Abaddon.
Ok. Es Abaddon.
Es una Weavon.
Es un Abaddon.
Ah, no.
Sí, caballo.
Nope. Nope.
Apóyenos, somos Seven Geniuses.
Y estamos en la Bali Major.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Beastnet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata.
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi Lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukro Oven, seru from the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Hace que valga.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Welcome back, everyone, to Group B action now as we get into our final day of the group stage, where we need to figure out on this stream what Bleed versus 9 Pandas are going to be up to. On the secondary stream, it's going to be PSG LGD versus Quest. On the third stream, it'll be Nouns versus Azure Ray, which is actually also a very, very critical series to figure out who may be eliminated. And on the fourth stream, it's going to be Gaming Gladiators versus BetBoom. On our stream, we are covering Bleed versus 9 Pandas, where Bleed has to carry the torch because, well, Execration has been eliminated, but Blacklist may actually manage to get their tiebreaker against Shopify because they are up right now in their second game, so maybe they still have a chance in the tournament. But Bleed, I want them to be looking at, like, upper bracket goals. I don't want them to just, like, make it by the skin of their teeth. I want them to be, you know, comfy, locked, loaded.
Yeah, I think that they've got their fate in their own hands here, even though they technically don't. And what I mean by that is BetBoom is looking shaky. And so BetBoom sitting at 8-6, Bleed being at 7-7. Theoretically, if Bleed goes 2-0, all they need is either BetBoom or LGD to lose at least one game to go to a tiebreaker. And if they lose both on either of those teams, then Bleed is good to go. So, but right now, 9 Pandas, on the other hand, as you mentioned, like they're 6-8. If they lose both these games, they're in for some trouble because they've got two teams, Azure Ray and Nouns, right on their tails at 5-9 for that 6th slot. Jack.
Thanks for breaking down the numbers. So we've talked about Bleed, one of the more interesting sort of turnarounds of this tournament. Let's just say they were definitely bleeding the first time we watched them play. It was some pretty rough-looking games. They looked really like uncoordinated, a little out of sorts. But the other day saw Misery, talked to him a little bit. He was like, "Yeah, I just think we just didn't play well day one. We're starting to get into better form now." And obviously they've gone 6-2 since then. I would say they've stopped the bleeding, maybe even begun to inflict some themselves. I feel like this team, I was worried that this team would have resource distribution issues because you have Daryl, you have Isoslice in the offlane, and he's traditionally a player that takes a lot of resources and attention, similar to some of the other teams that we've talked about. And consequently, they would throw Corden on a Spirit virtually every game, and it felt like he would eventually play himself into almost support level net worth, even if he had a good start to lane. But they've managed to stabilize a bit more recently, and I feel like a lot of their games end up in these very sort of bally situations where like there aren't that many fights and brawls, and they just have like a 5-man that the other team can't fight into.
Oh, that's what you mean by ball.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It makes sense that they're balling up. We're in Bali right now.
There you go. What do you think? You had some.
Ball that one up.
You had some thoughts on this team and mid in particular, right?
Okay, let me be objective first. When I look at this series, Bleed versus 9 Pandas, I feel like Bleed has the overall better 5-man thing going on. Because I think in 9 Pandas, they tried to do that, like in the recent games, they tried to pick a stable lineup where you have the win condition and then all the CCs and then like the other win condition, but like it's not easy to make him the primary win condition. But I don't think that's how 9 Pandas want to play the game. It's like they have always thrived with the try-call, but greedy calls. And now they're trying to play like a China face out, you know, like 4 protect 1 and then kind of have one on the side for insurance. It just didn't work well for them, and especially the series against Backbone, I just feel like they are not in their zone. But for Bleed, I think they have been doing this 5-man thing ever since they formed the team, and I just think logically they'll have the upper hand in the playstyle. But I would say for Corden, he's come quite far, but I think he needs to do more than just trying to make the cut, you know. This is how I feel when I watch him play. Because as a mid player, you need to be greedy. Sure, being stable is your primary concern, but when you have survived past that, you need to scale. You need to be the secondary core to your team and not just rely on someone, especially like a pos 4 DJ in your team to carry the game. I feel like he has had those moments where he had really good early phase, but he's not carrying it to the later phase, you know.
Especially going head-to-head against Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka will definitely take the ball and run with it if Corden gives him the opportunity in the mid lane. As we get into our first draft here for a Group B action. Morphling and Pugna banned out by Bleed. 9 Pandas take out the Anti-Mage and the Broodmother and scoop up the Undying. Bleed take the 6-7 Doom Shadow Demon, and 9 Pandas contemplating their 8th pick.
The Shadow Demon might be sort of a preemptive pick into what might be a Medusa here, although we have seen teams still pick Medusa into it and not worry too much. I think one of the big draft differences between these teams is Corden is much more likely to have this like early phase pick, again a Spirit or a Puck or something like that, and Kiyotaka is, as you mentioned, likely to get the win condition last. Obviously we've seen Tinker and some heroes like that, but Corden I feel like is in a situation very similar to like an Abed on Shopify, or one of these players that they do well in their lanes, and then they're kind of just tasked with making space for the other players in the rest of the game, and that consequently it drops their net worth, and if they lose, they end up looking bad because you're like, why does my mid have 4th or 5th net worth? But really it's because the priority, how much resources they're getting, how much help they're getting, or they're allowed to farm doesn't look good unless they're already snowballing the game. So I think he's doing well as a player, and I think he's doing better as the tournament goes on.
In the recent games, yes.
Yeah, this is his first major, right? He's still like a very young player, so I think he's been improving since then.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's really interesting that 9 Pandas, what they did was they banned Anti-Mage, which allowed them to potentially first pick Morph, and then they got Bleed to ban Morph, but then so that it helps them get through the first round, but then it actually allows them to have an extra ban in the second round when they pick Medusa on A, because normally you would have to also ban Anti-Mage now. Also, I'm very weirded out by the Naga ban, because carry-to-carry matchup-wise, Medusa is heavily favored against Naga on paper, so I'm not sure why they banned that.
It's Jackie's thing. They like to pick Naga on Jackie and let him do his own thing, and then later on they just collapse as 5 and kind of take over the game.
So it makes the map easier for Bleed to play?
He doesn't really join the fight that early, but he's really good on this Naga.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a respect ban then. I respect bans, because that's like kind of like a nod off to, tip your hat to the opposing carry player saying, I respect you.
Either that or you don't respect him and you're like, you can't play any other
No.
other than this one.
I respect you.
Let me see what you can do.
You scrub, you don't have a hero pool. I'm taking out the one thing you know. Which, for what it's worth, Jackie's pool is getting quite small because Anti-Mage, Medusa, Naga, PL, and Morphling are all taken out of the pool now, so...
He played Lifestealer once this tournament.
Yeah, he had
aside
Terrorblade.
From that...
Terrorblade and Jug.
He played Jug, yes.
I thought they might ban the Void there too, right? It says like they're protecting the Medusa with a bunch of carry bans.
Yeah, I guess Pengo with Diffusal is also a protection.
Pengo is super annoying for Medusa.
Yep. It's also one of the heroes that Colin is quite good on, I would say. Based on recent games, okay, guys. We have to be fair.
Give them the benefit of the doubt. They're doing well. I thought that Bleed was going to be free wins coming into Bali, and I'm pleased to see them exceeding expectations.
Yeah, just pick Puck, Bleed. They've done that the last 3 games, and it's worked for them. They seem to have lost to EG when they played Puck, and they're like, wait a minute, this hero's broken, as they proceeded to pick it 3 times in a row.
Yeah, they started first phasing it, right?
Yeah. Well, the first game they picked it, they second phased it, and then they're like, wow, this shit's broken, and then they first phased it the next 2 games. So now that they've made it this far without Corden's hero, I'd imagine if they think like there's maybe a bit of more options in the support role for Dubu, that they might even leave, like they might just pick the Puck right now.
Yeah, there's also like a Slark. I mean, I don't know if they would want to pick it here, but I feel like some of the counters or heroes that are annoying for him have kind of been banned out already.
Nope, they go the Dubu Inch. Big fan.
The hee thing.
I have been ported many a time in the NA region by Dubu Enchantress, and even I can't manage to throw away that net worth lead that he provides me with. So, one thing about Dusa as a carry is she always wins her lane, or pretty much always. So one of the problems is that if you pick a theoretical counter to Dusa like the Slark, that if you struggle in lane and Medusa doesn't, then she just out-timings you. So Enchantress will hopefully help that problem, help alleviate the pressure in the safe lane. Will also allow them to potentially collapse on mid. We've talked about not really feeling like they enable Corden all that much. So maybe the Enchantress will also get him off the ground running as well.
I think it's also a block pick for the... well, not block pick, but like preparing for the Beastmaster. Because before the Enchantress, I feel like they can take the Beastmaster with the Undying and the Moonset and they group up and do their thing, right? Because Doom is kind of a slow hero as well as Shadow Demon. You need items to be able to play your heroes. But having this Enchantress kind of just rules that out.
Yeah,
oh, never mind.
They might
Disrespect.
They probably were thinking it too, but like, Nine Pandas might just say we're gonna jam it anyway.
This draft is more about disrespect. See the
right?
take the Medusa, see the Ench take the Beast. I also love that Ench is like a great Dubu hero because I feel like we need the numbers to back this up, but I feel like Dubu has for a long time died more than like most position 5s. And the way Dubu used to play on this Ench is like Ench used to be sort of like unkillable in the sense that you would never want to commit to like go on her.
He's a mobile ward basically.
Right. So Dubu would always just be like in your face, like by himself in your jungle. It's like I dare you to kill me. So this is a great. That's right up Dubu's alley right there.
Yeah. The question I have is, will Bleed go for like the lane dominator like Slark, or will they go for like the tried and true Terrorblade Beastmaster matchup that also does decently against Medusa? A hero that hasn't really done all that well this tournament. I believe he was rocking like a low 20% win rate Terrorblade. So there's a lot of different approaches, but they don't have very many Jackie heroes left that he's picked. So they do go for the TB. Not too surprised about that, but also, I mean, I was skeptical of the Monkey King last series purely because of his win rate in the tournament. So I'm not going to knock this hero off. Like, it's clearly a good Terrorblade game. Undying doesn't like playing against illusion heroes. Medusa doesn't like getting reflected. You have the Shadow Demon on your team to make illusions of you. And generally speaking, Beastmaster doesn't love playing against TB because the reflection is a pretty good way to kill you with the Metamorph. Beastmaster generally only struggles against heroes that can either sustain through his axes or kill him so he can't keep poking you with these axes.
Yeah, and they have some good like save and sustain that pairs pretty well with the two. Like I can see it being very difficult for Nine Pandas to create a situation where they can just run in and like burst this TB, right? I feel like he, at this point at least in the draft, will probably reign supreme in a lot of the later team fights if he gets there.
Is there anything that can change that? Maybe the Kiyotaka Tinker, the Kiyotaka Zeus.
There you go. I think the Tinker is something that they have to watch out for here. I mean, they do have a last pick, or they do have a later pick on the mid that, and you see the puck ban there as well, so they might be setting up for that.
If they don't ban Tinker, I feel like Bleed just threw away their newts. Oh, the TA juked us there. I don't know if you saw that. You guys see that?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, the
It's
split
happened a few
second.
times.
Yeah, the split second TA showed up there. Okay, yeah, but the Tinker immediately gets banned out. What else does Kiyotaka play that could really crush this TB?
Sniper.
No.
I think the Zeus is an interesting option. There just isn't that much like reach right now. On the side
Yeah,
of
that's
Bleed.
what I was kind of thinking.
So,
A lot of the reach is also banned out. They have left Storm Spirit, so maybe like Nine Pandas might grab that up, but it also doesn't have any gas station hero for it. I would be really down for Zeus. I'd be really down for that.
They're probably thinking about that, but then Corden has, Ember in a pool. And they ban it.
Zeus ban,
They
so.
ban it.
Oh shit. Okay. Maybe a Wind Ranger. It's not the best versus the supports from Bleed, but it's really nice against the two cores. Gives them a little bit of what they're lacking on Nine Pandas, which is single target to follow up the Beastmaster Roar.
How would mid Timber do? Nope, they'd go with Storm Spirit.
They do go for the Storm. I don't love it as much as any other option. The problem with Storm against TB is the way to deal with TB is to either burst him or to outrange him. with your damage. Like he can't hit you while he's meta'd. And I don't like Storm against him that much because Storm usually doesn't supply enough burst himself, so he relies on one other person to give him that, which they don't currently have. And Storm's also a point-blank range kind of hero with his damage, so if you're not bursting the TB, he could almost certainly potentially just like sunder and turn the fight on you.
Yeah, and there's a save, there's a doom, right? So I feel like the longer this game goes, even though it's a Medusa, I feel like the fights become a little bit harder for Nine Pandas if Terrorblade is in a position to enter the fight.
I feel like it's very greedy, but I think they're gonna pick Quap. Never mind, it's the Ember. Because they have done it before, and Colin didn't really do that well.
If Winter was on the panel right now and you brought up, oh, maybe they should last pick Cord and Quap, he would be vomiting all over this panel right now.
I mean, Winter has talked so much about Colin, right? So everyone kind of remember what would Colin do, but I'm just trying to go for something that he might not do.
Ember Spirit's comfort for him also, and we've seen this matchup, Ember versus Storm, a million times in this tournament so far, so makes sense coming from there, but I am scared for the Storm Spirit. I feel like Doom has literally nothing better to do but just sit and wait for Storm Spirit to emerge.
I do think like the map though for both mids is pretty free. Like they don't have any reliable stuns on bleed if Kiyotaka's not going in like to an actual team fight. He can maybe look to always jump the jump the Doom. So what I'll say is this, you got two mids. I think they both have pretty free games, very little stuns on both sides. But I think it's Corden's time to Jordan it up and reverse dunk slam it on Kiyotaka. He's going to fucking own this game.
That was one of them. The other one that we did regularly was Corden Ramsey.
Oh, he's going to let him cook.
Let him cook.
Okay.
Let's see which one we're going to get, or is it going to be Cord done after this game number 1? We'll find out with our casters. It's Cap and SVG.
A chance to be able to watch Bleed in action and see whether or not they're going to be able to get themselves into the upper bracket. They're fresh off of a great win, 2-0 over Bed Boom. Now going against Nine Pandas, same region. You got a 2-0 against a tougher team, probably.
Same series.
Got to be confident, right?
Another 2-0 on the menu, I guess. I mean, what's the difference, right?
Well, there's going to be a few differences, notably draft, for one, because Bed Boom in that series, they just ended up kind of with the same draft in both game 1 and 2, and Bleed managed to win it. This is a very different situation we're looking at here.
And a very different team. Despite what I was saying.
How different do you think Nine Pandas is to Bet Boom?
They're very different. I think Nine Pandas are like a very late game oriented team, whereas Bet Boom is a very lane dominated oriented team.
Yeah.
So all their picks are going to be different. How they're using them is going to be different, even if it's the same hero. And Nine Pandas are really a team that plays around Kiyotaka being that star player, that killer on the map, whereas Bet Boom, I would almost argue Bet Boom are oriented the opposite way, or they're not around their mid player in GPK. They sometimes put him on an island in like a Necro matchup or something, just let him do what he does, and then they play through their two side lane shot callers. So this is a very different matchup with Bleed. We'll see if it works out better for them. But the one big factor is, yeah, that mid lane. Like what happens between Kiyotaka and Corden here. I think Kiyotaka overall is a much stronger player. But Corden did get the counter pick. So we'll see if we can make it work for him. And we'll see if maybe the supports can also skew a lot of the momentum in the game, because you do have the Dubu Enchantress, and we have seen Enchantress really just steamroll some early games at this event and carry some of the later game fights. So I have high hopes for this Bleed lineup if Dubu has a good first 5 to 10 minutes.
One thing to note in that line of thought about talking about Bed Boom and they want to focus on laning phase, both Game 1 and Game 2 of that series did go very late. It was a 53-minute Game 1 and a 44-minute Game 2. So in that regard, if Bleed ends up in the same situation where Bleed, they also are a team that will play for the late game. They're matched up against a team who also wants to be able to do that. So instead of talking about the laning phase, late game wise, are both teams comfortable?
I think Nine Pandas are probably more comfortable here. If all the cores are farmed in this game, I'm going to take their lineup late game, because you have like this grab ally and a Rubik Shard save too to displace the Doom in the fight from Ice Ice Ice. I don't know. I don't believe in Terrorblade versus Dusa personally. I know the timings can be good for the Terrorblade, but I just never see it pan out. I feel like Dusa just farms faster, controls the tempo better, controls the Roshans better, and then the actual carry versus carry matchup it never ends up in a vacuum one-on-one, and I'd rather have the Dusa than the TB. I think the Dusa scales better, impacts the team fights harder, and is just a more well-rounded hero. I don't believe in Terrorblade late game. I think you have to hit a 2 to 3 to 4 item ramp with this hero that ends the game. And if you don't, you usually end up in trouble, or you have to rely on something else.
Yeah, like going straight for the throat, like Blacklist
Yeah,
did
that
just
is
earlier
one
today.
way to do it. I don't know if you want it that dicey, but I guess you'll take the dub.
Atari's First Blood still open, still available. They're going to turn on to Miro instead, and, well, either one was an option. They'll get the First Blood either way. Dubu will claim that extra bit of gold.
Very good for Bleed. If you want one hero snowballing their game, it is the Enchantress here. And that is one thing that Terrorblade can help you do maybe more than the Medusa is. It can help you snowball the lane for your support a bit better. 0-10 has shown to be very strong on the lane. Dubu will get the quick neutral creep suicide, so 25 seconds out for him. That kind of sucks, but Jackie gets solo XP. Maybe not the worst trade in the world. And mid is going pretty damn even here. Corden pulling slightly ahead, dodging some of these remnants, and will regen back up off the auto rune, so that is also a good sign for Bleed. At least the early portion of this lane went Corden's way. He should be able to ramp it up. We'll see how many points in chains he decides to go to try and lock down this storm early, but otherwise he should be cruising here. Tombstone out for ice. He has the speed aura, however. So he's just going to walk it on.
Yeah, that's kind of nice in this matchup when you constantly want to be able to play ahead of the Undying. Yeah, that's quite nice.
Those blood grenades not doing as much work as Solo would want in this early laning phase. However, they're still doing fine up here. Very even lane phase all around. I don't think anybody's getting punished too hard. And I guess 9 Pandas are more happy about that, as long as the Enchantress doesn't do something crazy here in the next 5 minutes. Which, that window is closing fast, because I guess Dubu can go to the gate and affect top, but this mid lane is, I mean, it is gankable now, but it's too hard to leave the Terrorblade.
This matchup is right on the edge. Corden, who is definitely an Ember Spirit specialist, it's probably one of his best heroes. It would be a shame to lose this lane up against Kiyotaka so early, but he's also very close to being able to win it.
I'm going to make a bold prediction. First blood is not going to, or the second blood is not going to happen on mid.
Yeah, well, it's looking like it's going to happen top.
There you go.
Ice is all in to try and kill Ramses here, and it is so hard. I actually really am annoyed by this matchup. The Shadow Demon versus Dusa, I find it's very difficult to know how much damage I'm going to be doing with my poison stacks against the Mana Shield.
I mean, it's level 1 poison. It doesn't do anything anyway, but it is kind of obnoxious. I don't know, this Dusa on the side lane is just so strong, man. You also just don't have that good of a creep for ice. Like, Speed Aura is nice, but it's not...
It's no Harpy.
Yeah, it is not the Harpy creep, and it's not Infernal Blade, which is normally you sometimes go 0-2-1 to win those trades. If you're going to get aggressive, I would go 0-2-1. I would not go 1-2-0 for a Speed Aura here.
Sure.
I don't think... At least then you wait till level 4 to man up. I think Bleed just took the wrong timing for this trade. Also, DJ level 2 instead of level 3. Shadow Demon's power spike on the lane is level 2 poison.
Yeah.
I don't know. I really dislike the timing Bleed decided to take that trade. I think they threw a lot away in the soft lane, and now Ramses is just... He's in a god position to pull ahead of this Terrorblade, which is not what you want.
And I think you've had some complaints about this off lane before.
I have complained about it. I feel like they're always under my expectations. Maybe my expectations are too high, but I feel like the lane has been an issue between DJ and Ice in this off lane.
I mean, you've got two very legendary players. You would expect them to... You can have high expectations for them.
Yeah, I do, and I will continue to have them, and I don't know.
We'll continue to be disappointed by them.
Maybe. the laning has just not worked out for these two over the course of this roster. It's something they're continuing to have to work on, and it suffers because DJ tends to be a greedy 4. So if the lane doesn't go well and you're behind, then you have a greedy 4 from a behind position, which sometimes hinders you a bit more.
Do you feel like sometimes older players do fall behind when it comes to laning phase? Like, it's a lot of small mechanical stuff, right? And like small little decisions. You really have to be on the up of what the right move is.
Sometimes. I think sometimes older players get complacent. Like, they think they understand laning, but at least what I learned over the years is that laning is a dynamic skill. It's not a static skill.
Yeah.
So if you don't keep up with it, if you don't keep developing it, if you don't keep looking for new advantages, you will fall behind and your laning will become bad. It's not something of, oh, I'm good at laning, so now I'm going to be good at laning forever.
Sure.
So if you're not continually working on it, someone else is going to be working at it, and they're going to become better than you. And they're going to just dumpster you. And then if you don't look at that and go, you know, this guy's doing new things or playing the lane or understanding it in a better way than I am, I'm going to catch up, then you're going to continue to fall behind.
Not to mention, I think 3 and 4 position are probably the two where your laning phase has changed the most over the years.
Oh, right. It's changed a lot for 3. Every patch it changes, basically.
Every patch is some new. Are you going to be pulling behind the tower? Are you aggroing? Are you aggro tri-laning? Are you dual laning? Are you solo off laning like Ice once had to do at the start of his career?
These are the things you need to know before the lane starts. Like, that is what a good laner does. He understands how he wants the lane to progress, and how to get it to that point, and what the key power spikes are to try and fight around. I feel like that sometimes just doesn't align for Bleed. It'll put Ramses in a solid position. However, Miro has been the real one suffering in this early game.
Yeah, he has.
He got beat up, man.
Antares did a lot of rotating out of lane. They secured like the 4-minute water rune for Kiyotaka to make sure he didn't lose his lane against Corden. And as a result, Antares has been constantly under assault. It's been a rough out here for him.
Yeah, his net worth reflects it, as the Terrorblade has definitely gotten the better of this matchup. 2 levels ahead, almost 1,000 net worth plus. Dubu's gonna continue to roam back this lane, keep the pressure up, try and make them bleed, as Corden was looking but didn't find anything.
Disruption on mid. Gonna get the chains on him. The chains not lasting long enough though. Kiyotaka.
Decent harass, actually.
Zip out, and Ice left alone in the lane with Antares making a rotation like this. He will die. Now, Ice is going for a Devour build. No levels of Infernal Blade, which is kind of expected against the Dusa, but it is at least a build that I think rough laning phases are recoverable, right?
I mean, you rather have the Devour Doom than the stunted Beastmaster here.
Yeah, that's true.
You just have Omega phase and like Ancient stacking, which there's been a decent amount of Ancient stacking for 9 Pandas. So maybe you actually rather take the Beast right now, as he has some backup Devour in the form of creeps waiting for him. This mid tower's just dying to DD plus a Warpine, by the way.
Yeah.
No response from 9 Pandas in sight. That harass on Kiyotaka that forced him to base ended up being pretty valuable here, as it secures a good rune, and that secures a tower. They almost gave that away.
I thought the Fate Bolt would lead into tower deny, but DJ is able to get the last hit.
That was kind of sloppy by Corden, to be honest. You should guarantee that last hit for your team with the DD.
Solo has put himself in a dead end here against Corden, but Corden is going to be caught by the Primal Roar, the level 6 on Miro, and Solo survives, and it's going to be Dubu dying in the river as well. So, 2-for-0 exchange. Very favorable for 9 Pandas. Bleed, I don't know, I think you got to respect the fact that 9 Pandas want to protect their stacks, that's for sure.
You cannot invade this triangle lightly. I mean, it's a Beastmaster Medusa lineup. You gotta know they're massing up this triangle and the other Ancients with the boars or whatever. It indeed is the case, so you gotta bring heroes if you want to take that space away from them or potentially get vision out. Especially in a Tombstone early, it's just difficult. I don't think it's an invade for Bleed. Best you can do is match it somewhere else, which DJ is getting his own up here. Poison stacks. It's a nice little big camp to farm, which he cleared out, pushes him to almost level 6. And eventually, I guess Jackie will take those Ancients, as there's nobody else really to claim it.
Yeah, that's true.
Centaur to fight the power rune.
Secures a shield rune for Kiyotaka.
Centaur was not strong enough.
No, he wasn't, but he'll keep scouting for him. Jackie looks like he wanted to make a rotation to top and maybe get a kill, take that tower. I always like when Terrorblades make a move like that, but it doesn't pan out this time.
Kiyotaka is also going to scout this Ancient stack. He's pinging it too. I wonder if 9 Pandas want to try and smoke and invade and just get even greedier. Like,
I mean, that would be super difficult, but
they do have Tombstone, which is the one thing I think makes it viable. Like, maybe you don't get the Ancients, but you get a good fight out of contesting it and Bleed feel forced to react.
Or he just plays on the high ground, gets a pick
Yeah,
off
or this.
Or when he shows, but Ice is here, and he's going to be able to get the Doom out on him. Now he just has to hope for a deny off the Ancients, but Corden makes sure to use the Slight to secure it. And it looks like together they will clear through this one.
Power of friendship. And look at him go. Fire and fire. Did you just not see Ice?
Yeah, I was...
Like, that was way too casual. Just walked up and doomed a storm.
It was weird, all right.
I kind of like that play by Kiyotaka. I don't like how it went, but I like the idea of it. Like, I think that is a free solo support pickoff. He has Shielder too, but sure. Something went wrong there. Maybe he got fogged on the tree or something weird, but it looked way too easy for Ice, and that is a very high value Doom for a Doom that wasn't getting much out of the early game.
So look out the hit in. Dubu gonna be slowed down.
Oh, he got the pull.
Oh, he did. Jackie getting caught like this. He has a Sunder. He's gonna get it off onto Kiyotaka before the Primal Roar, but they have way too much damage. And Kiyotaka has that shield rune that he got earlier, so there was no danger of him dying.
Just regen straight back up in his face. Sunder used for nothing, and pretty decent gain connection for 9Pandas. They get the carry, they get the tier 1. This is off Miro finishing all those ancient stacks, so he's pretty much back to a decent position here. And of course, the real leader is still Ramses, who got that double kill in lane, has never looked back. He is pulled very far ahead. This is the 9Panda style. Like, do well in their safe lane, sack their off laner a bit, have him recover, and then just cruise to a pretty strong timing between your 1 and 2 in like the 30 to 40 minute mark. Later than a lot of teams here, but still very strong because they pick for it. And they're in a decent position to hit that. I don't know if Bleed are going to be able to aggressively take away the space here versus this Medusa in the position she's in. There's not much early damage going into her.
Yeah, a lot of it is all about Corden and his game, right?
Which is solid, honestly. It's pretty good, but it's just a weird tempo lineup. Like, the Doom is going Midas, so Ice is kind of just farming. Doesn't have a lot of heroes to play with. The Shadow Demon's been stacking. I think DJ and Dubu can play with Corden here. I would kind of like to see it.
Yeah, they don't have that, like, Marana, right? Like the Slight Chains into Arrow. They don't have, like, some support that really combos off of the Ember Spirit lockdown.
Especially into the Storm. That's the problem. Like, if the Ember runs into Kiyotaka on the map, I don't think you're threatening him. That's why I think these group up moves from Bleed don't feel great right now. If you find supports, you're going to be happy, but then you might get turned around by the Storm too. It's just awkward for them to invade the jungle right now. Corn's going to do it solo, force a Tombstone out against Solo. Might just kill him, actually.
Yeah, he is looking like he'll be able to do it thanks to an Arcane Rune.
Oh, that was pretty beastly.
Yeah, Doom going to be used on Antares here, so it looks like they should be able to get a second kill off of this one. I think he was hoping to deny himself with the stolen Centaur he had from the enchant he's been playing around with.
Ice is going to devour that.
Yeah.
Get some extra gold. And all right, little kills heating up from Bleed. They're even going to find Kiyotaka.
A little something. It's going to be hard for Corden to be able to track down Kiyotaka with that much mana.
Yeah, he's looking. Ooh, that was actually pretty close.
It actually was, yeah.
God damn.
And he really used that Arcane Rune well.
Yeah, he got a lot of value. I mean, Maelstrom is done. So he is having a really good game here. This is a very nice timing with that mid tower down. There's a lot of space for Bleed to use. They can continue to find these random support pickoffs. Ice continuing to look for Antares up here. Does not want to let the Rubik sit here under this tier 1, and I agree with him. This is not a move 9Panda should be allowed to do. They will keep a Kiyotaka up here who's rushing Orchid. An interesting item choice, trying to punish the Ember during that window where Corden will not have a defensive item. But this Orchid does feel a little delayed. Fine, Dubu.
Yeah, it doesn't even need the Orchid to get that kill. Not with a level 5 Enchantress, still not level 6.
Well, you got it here.
Minutes in, man.
Wisdom Rune will help him out.
Yeah.
It was very slow, though. Dubu did not have a lot of early game impact in this game. In a position where I think he was pretty strong, honestly.
Corden denied Bounty Rune. I was like, what the hell? Why would he deny a Bounty Rune? It's because he had illusions out on the map. So,
extra value.
Yeah.
Honestly, I wouldn't have minded if Dubu had just played more bottom. Like, I think there's a world in this game where you could have taken 9Panda's offlane tower.
Yeah.
With the Terrorblade and like a creep push. And I think he ended up trying to go top and like jungle with Corden, but I think it's too hard to interact with the Storm, so you should just go where you can have the consistent impact, and it would have been pretty valuable here. Would have accelerated Jackie's game. You maybe would have been able to contest some of these like ancient areas with vision.
Sure, whatever the move you make it together, right? The TB and Enchantress, because TB went to the off lane, or he went to the enemy safe lane.
His tower's still up.
Portal, and that tower is still up. So you put those two together, you can take any tower you want. Just, you know.
Yeah, this early game has just been too slow for Bleed on that front. Like, I think Ench and TV should have all these tier 1s down by now, because what are 9 Pandas doing to defend it unless they're keeping everybody there? And if they're doing that, you know Medusa's not going to come, and you should be happy taking a 5-on-4 with, like, this type of early game lineup. Instead, Dubu is just going to die again, it would appear.
Yeah, he doesn't have heals, so no way to really power through this one. They got another Doom out on the Storm Spirit, though. Corden doesn't have a ton of mana, though. He calls for a back, and that is going to be disappointing for Bleed, that's for sure. But a good call to back up, because Miro was on his way with his Aghanim Scepter.
Did he cast a spell?
He actually still got off a Primal Roar.
All right, he's going to take Disruption. I think he actually might have been able to get Doom there, but Nice will go down regardless.
Yeah, he probably just assumed Scorch Earth was used afterwards, but
I don't know if it was.
Yeah, you might be right that it did.
Either way, level 4 Disruption is also a very good spell in this game. There's nothing wrong with that one. Might even be better, to be honest, because now you're just going to be putting Deuce illusions and TV illusions all over the map and get a crap ton of farm. And that'll just be Roshan open. That's a bad part of the map for Bleed to die on. I once again go back to this 4th death for Dubu, and just the heroes are not synced up. Like, there was not space created, and the pushes did not come early enough, so 9 Panda still operating with a decent amount of space will transition into a decent objective with that Ags timing on the Beast. And Orchid for Kiyotaka, and this Roche is damn nice because the Orchid's a little late, but now you can pump it up with the Aegis, which means, okay, he's a little far behind on the timing, but you got 2 of them. 2 is better than 1.
That is usually true, yeah. 4-9 with a 2,000 net worth lead and an Aegis in hand. 9 Pandas going to be feeling very good about this game, especially since, as you were talking about, the Bleed, probably the ones who need to be able to take a better hold of the early tempo of this game. And you're still going to try and enforce that through a 3-man smoke. We're going to run into Ramses here. This is a hard gang to make happen, especially right underneath a tower like this. There's no way to stop the Stone Gaze.
Yeah, this is very weird.
Yeah, there's no way this is going to happen. Somebody's going to get picked off by the Storm Spirit, surely.
And it'll be DJ.
Yeah, DJ is going to be left behind. And there it is.
Very sad for him. But somebody had to pay the price.
Yeah.
At least they get a decent ward out of it. Again, this is one of those situations that tier 1 is dead earlier. Maybe that type of move goes better. I'm not sure. I don't think they really wanted to find Dusa, though. That is for sure. The second they saw him, it's like, oh, this is bad. And I think that tells the story of the game state right now. If you're smoking into the solo carry and you have to run away, he doesn't even have the Aegis, and Butterfly is done in 19 minutes here for Ramses.
I mean, what would have been good in that situation? They run into Storm Spirit, he has an Aegis, they run into Beastmaster, you're under tower and he's got an Aghanim Scepter. I feel like almost any core you run into there would have been bad as they're going in on bottom lane to get the kill on Doom.
Another good kill at another good point in the map. Objective taking, very solid. As a follow-up, they're getting 2 towers off that 1 kill. The tier 1 mid, the tier 2 bottom. Things really heating up here for 9 Pandas with a lineup that is normally would have to group very heavily for these types of fights. They're just getting them in like 2 or 3-man hit squads. Doing it the greedy and efficient way. Antares has been sitting top, summoning Terrorblade illusions off a disruption that is now cutting the top wave.
Yikes.
I mean, this is a travesty on the map right now for Bleed. They're just getting run down 3 lanes, getting their tier 3 pushed in 20 minutes with Butterfly Dusa, who didn't even take that Aegis. It's still sitting on Kiyotaka for 2 minutes here. You got oh, okay, Solo.
Okay.
Solo?
Maybe not paying the best attention, but
those illusions hurt.
But North did respond.
Gets killed by Ramses.
And you got to be careful. There's just going to be illusions all over the place. Disruption, and then you can enchant the disruption illusions. You stolen disruption, stolen enchants, mantas.
Yeah, he took 570 damage from Medusa. His own, of course, his own carry.
Yeah.
The irony there. All Shadow Demon. That was a nice little pick off.
Well, now he's got a mech. So next time those Medusa illusions start hitting him, he's have a heal button.
It's kind of interesting we've seen the evolution of a 9 too. Like, the items this hero's bought, but also the skill build. I would have been crucified 5 years ago if you had a 0 soul rip undying, you know?
Oh, yeah.
But he actually went 4-0-4. It's become the standard because of how much value decay is in these fights, getting 2-3 off with your ult, just tanking it up.
I mean, thank goodness. I feel like decay is kind of like Undying's signature move. It should not be weak, you know?
Well, it is not weak right now, that's for sure. They buffed the hell out of this spell. It does more damage.
Got him on the Orchid. He has a Yules, but he's Primal Ward up, so no chance to dispel that silence. A pick off on Corden is going to lead 9Pandas to assert even more control of the game as they are still moving forward with their smoke and will likely take another objective here. Whether it's the tier 2 mid or, hell, maybe even push bottom some more.
Radiant's middle tower
I think you
is
just keep
under
pushing.
attack.
Like, there's no glyph on Bleed. You might just be able to go high ground again. Just poke it down. I mean, is there any threat to Ramses here? You can doom him and try and all in him. But there is save potential. Like, the shard is already up for Antari, so you have a lift throwback. There's no shard for Solo yet, but he does have that mech like you talked about. Yeah, Kiyotaka 20 seconds on the Aegis. Would not mind wasting it here to trade out for some spells. Eight and 1. Another standout game from him.
Yeah, and the one death he had was honestly pretty silly, right? It was that...
yeah, he just got doomed.
Just got straight up doomed.
Said
He's going to go for the Arcane Rune. Smoke out from Bleed here, but they're moving to the wrong side.
And honestly, I don't like this Yules from Corden. I think the fact that the Orchid on Kiyotaka got a Yules out of the Ember is like a victory in itself. Like, this Yules just doesn't do anything for you in terms of scale or helping you deal with the Medusa or fighting the beast summons, right? I'd rather have seen Corden just go like high Assange or something and be like, you know what, I'm going to get Orchid, whatever, but there's a disruption on my side. There's some utility from the Ench that can maybe get me an item or...
Is Manta okay?
I don't think so. Manta on Ember is just too low value. If he was universal, I'd say yes, but... like, you just have to become a threat in this game at some point on the Ember. It's got to be like high Assange Jags or something. Like, here's the Yule's even going to save you?
If he has a Remnant out, it will. He does not, so he's going to have to jump around, and yeah.
Yeah, this just feels extra bad. It's not even helping you split the map.
Right.
And it's not scaling at all. I don't know. I really dislike this Yule's on the hero. Even if, in theory, it's good in the single interaction, I just don't think it matters. And with the start Corden had, there's just no snowball, no momentum. It's all been Kiyotaka since. The Prince of Kills does not give out assists here as he claims another one.
He really does do that a lot.
No,
I feel like he has always very low assist numbers.
He is the greatest KSer this game has ever seen. I think I will confidently say that. Truly one of a kind. Refuses to give up those assists to his team. Which I respect. I think it's how it should be.
Where are you going?
10,000 builds up, and we're just going to lead into at some point in time. Just Illusion push war. That's really, it seems like the only way Bleed. They're not going to fight for this one. Slide Chains goes out, doesn't really hit anything there. Miro right in the mix of it, though. The drums trying to keep him alive, but it looks like he's going to die eventually here. But the rest of 9Pandas who's shown up with the Stone Gate.
He needs Sunder.
Slowed down.
No Sunder.
Thunder Orchid, though, and it's a problem. He's dead.
There's just not enough threats on the Bleed side. It's just 9Pandas slowly chunking down a hero one at a time. I mean, Ice is caught in no man's land. Nobody is near him. Then the team decides to take a fight without their Crimson Octarine Doom. These are just not the setups that are going to yield anything. And now Daedal is done for Ramsey. He's going to be back to hitting your base. Guess you can disrupt them and stall this out. That's the one thing Bleed have going for him. The stronger Dusa gets, the stronger they can turn the Dusa against his own team.
Yeah, that is going to be, like, the Illusions of Terrorblade are constantly going to be pushing out the side lanes, and then whenever you get close enough, you get Dusa Illusions. It is going to be a bit of a slog for 9Pandas to end the game.
The one thing we should mention is, like, how much map pressure Antares has created in this game. He's had a bunch of disruption steals. He's also had a bunch of enchant steals. He's been throwing creeps and stolen illusions down lanes. He is really farmed on this Rubik for a reason. He went bots, blink, and he has a Philosopher Stone. This Rubik is getting jacked. He has level 2 Purge Stone as well. This is a big impact spell in the fight. You purge a Doom, you purge an Ember. Suddenly that Yules and the Flame Shield go out the window. It's really bad for Corden if he runs into Antares right now. And the thing is, the Rubik is so farmed. Like, when you have this bot's 8th Lens Blink build, you're never going to see him in the fight. The cast range, the way he can play on the outside, good luck finding him. Your jump is pretty limited. It's going to cause big problems for Bleed, especially as they go into the later stages here if he gets more items. If he's looking at a Lincoln, that would just be deadly. Tombstone not out from solo. Ice is just going to glimmer in the pit.
Okay, he is what? Wait, what? Where was the Doom? He got silenced before he could get anything off, apparently. He thought about Kiyotaka, decided against him, then thought the Dusa, and then just didn't get anything off. What a disaster.
Why didn't he Doom one of the two?
I don't know. What was wrong with Dooming the Storm?
It's like he had a Lincolns or something. There's no Lincolns.
Yeah, did I see Octarine on somebody? Is that the
Doom has Octarine. Now Kiyotaka's just cleaning up the rest.
Yeah, real easy for him. What a puzzle. Oh, hey, nice blink. Fortunately, DJ Glimmercape maybe? Kiyotaka, he only has a little bit of mana to work with, and DJ is out of sight.
Oh, 12-1 for the Storm as his rampage through his game continues. Bleed continuing to find nothing. That looked like a very cheeky initiation that should have worked. You should have gotten a Doom either on to the Medusa or the Storm. I think either one is decent because you remove Stone Gaze. Maybe you can just jump in the pit with the Ember and go for an Aegis steal. I feel like you had to make something happen here.
Yeah, certainly.
You're not scaling well in this game. Your high ground is okay, but not amazing. It's pretty much just DJ with disrupting illusions. Maybe the Shadow Demon can keep you in this game, but for how long? And what are you building into right now? It's a lot Bleed have to answer, and the map is not necessarily getting easier to play as Kiyotaka powers up here. Miero is going to be throwing the Hawks around. He's going to see everything. Ice has been spotted again bottom. There is nowhere to farm, son, when the Beastmaster sees all.
Here comes the Storm to deliver the hefty amount of damage after the Primal Roar. Yeah, that was a puzzling move, and I think something that is going to be rather tilting. You make a play like that, and then you just continue to get picked off. I feel like you're probably looking at this and just going, okay, guys, let's just reset, focus on game 2.
I feel like there's been a lot of these types of games in the game where it's like, there was one of those where we watched IG play, for example. This has felt the same for Evil Bleed. What is a move they made in this game that did anything?
Yeah.
I can't point to like any one. I don't even know if they really tried to do anything that lined up. They kind of just got ganked and died, and then 9 Pandas out-farmed the hell out of them, and Kiyotaka killed them on the map, and like, what is the overall game plan? Is the overall game plan just Jackie's going to get really fat? And, I mean, hope Terrorblade carries? I don't even think that's true, but if that's your plan, I feel like that plan is a weak plan.
Yeah, I feel like that's always a weak plan. If that's your, like, guys, let's just go late, based around one guy, that doesn't really work anymore.
And the thing is, I can understand, like, okay, obviously some stuff in the early game went wrong for them and whatever, but then at least you gotta play to your lineup strengths and like play through somebody. Go through this Ember who had a solid game, was ahead of Kiyotaka for some time, get aggressive wards up in the jungle, play a 3-man game, go for pickoffs. Or if you don't want to do that, just mass stack your triangle with DJ on the Shadow Demon with Shadow Poison, get somebody Omega fat, play through them, right? But there was like nobody who pulled ahead that Bleed went through, and I think whenever you're in that position, at some point the enemy's going to take advantage of it. And this game was just too easy because it was just Ancient stacking for 9 Pandas and Ramsey's pulling ahead. And now he's in a position where his 4th slot is coming in off the Courier. It is a full Scotty, and you do not have answers for him. That was your best answer, by the way.
Yeah, DJ dying at the very start of the fight is not good because they needed some Dusa illusions for themselves.
Desperately needed them. He is their best answer here.
Well, they get one off the enchant.
Another reason they're building up the Lincoln Spheres, honestly. Kiyotaka with the Lincolns, Antares building his own. They're just throwing. They're gonna try and throw these Lincolns on Ramses to deal with the disruption more than the Doom. It's a bigger threat. Butterfly completed for Jackie, so he's matching Ramses here in terms of items. I don't know if they're as impactful, but at least you got a fight in you if you can set it up for him.
I'll take the easy support pickoffs. They don't need much. 9Pandas know they have a numbers advantage, so... Or they have a net worth advantage, so if they get a numbers advantage on top of that, even if it's just a simple 5 position, they are pretty much indomitable at this point. They walk away, no one's going to stop them.
2 lanes without using meta here. I mean, you're waiting for your Shadow Demon to respawn. But now the Lincoln Spheres are coming out on Ramses because that is Lincoln's completed for Antares. I was talking about how much net worth this Rubik was extracting from the side lanes this game. He is ahead of your mid hero. He's about to be ahead of your Doombringer.
Yikes.
That is disgusting. Bots Philly paying off here as they'll go top and push in more waves. Another stolen enchant level 4. This is just the 4-position dream.
Really is. It's been a while since I've seen a Rubik get this much farm off of just farming creeps.
It's gonna pay off. Like, it's been greedy items up till now, but now he can start building something for the team. This Lincoln's is, I want to call it a non-greedy Lincoln because of him being able to throw it on the Storm, on the Medusa, stack these up. It's very obnoxious for Bleed to punch through these. You really only have Doom, Disruption, Enchant, and you need 2 of those to land. So you can't really afford to throw like a Disruption to pop a Lincoln's here.
That Wolf is a nice find. Antares will bring it and the Frost Mage Ogre over here.
That's true. He gets the Shard version here, so 2 creeps.
Yeah.
Both of them pretty damn good.
I'm a little bit surprised they're just not 5-manning down top. Go to end the game.
It does feel a little passive here, considering their position. But I guess there's also no need to rush it when they're continuing to build about 1,000 net worth lead a minute.
Look at that enchant usage. He's so good.
This guy is pretty good. He has moved his creeps onto Ramses here. This is the alpha. Do you think Ramses likes having these creeps moved on him? Move commanded to follow him the whole game?
Yeah, it's like...
I always feel like this is annoying when someone does it to me. It's like, it just keeps biting you in the ass. It's like, go away, man. You know when you try and like turn and move through it, you have to walk around it?
Nah. It's like you got followers.
What is this, Twitter? The world of Dota. I don't need followers.
Well, you don't have that.
Last smoke from Lead. Disruption is gonna get loaded.
Okay. They can get some serious Dusa illusions out, but this Doom just gets intercepted right away.
Okay. Yeah.
Gordon, they're gonna leave the corpse of the Doom behind and trying to retreat to this high ground, but the counter disruption is gonna stall them up here.
That's a good one too on the Terrorblade.
Yeah.
Illusion's going ham. Oh my god, they're shredding Gordon.
He got killed. Trouble. Dubu's gonna fall. Now the disruption on the disrupted illusions creates even more TB illusions to battle it out.
The only thing Jackie did this game is kill his own team.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean,
god damn.
He, as in general, just didn't really do too much this game.
It's gonna get disrupted again, and this is gonna hurt. That's just gonna be the game. I mean, it takes me back to that meta that was, what was it, the Boston Major meta or whatever, where it was like the Shadow Demon Luna. And one of the answers to that Shadow Demon Luna became Rubik. Because you steal the disruption back, and then it's like, okay, you make illusions, but I make more illusions, and my illusions last longer, and they're better. And it's like, we saw a little of that here. Like, this disruption did way more on Rubik because he got farmed and was playing the map, and Bleed never used the early game advantage they had to snowball any area or any objectives or take farm away from 9Pandas. I feel like 9Pandas as a team, if you take the farm away from them, they tend to crumble very fast because their drafts are dependent on ramping up in that 10 to 20 minute mark. If you can't do that, this team just gets away with murder.
Yeah. Well, Bleed, this is a very important series. They have a chance to be able to get themselves in the upper bracket, but losing this game 1 already really kills that vibe. They still have a chance depending on how the other games go, but I mean, just for their own sake, for the run at this tournament, they're doing the best of all the C teams.
Yeah, they are.
Don't have talent here. Bleed kind of need to be the team to make a move here deep into playoffs.
This is for upper bracket. It's do or die, baby.
All right, we'll see what they can put together here in going into Game 2. And I'm sure our panel has a few suggestions for that.
That wraps up that game, which means that a lot of dominoes have just fallen. 9Pandas getting that win suddenly means that Nouns is eliminated, unfortunately, because Azure and Nouns is taking place on another stream right now, and Azure won their first game, which means that with 9Pandas also getting a win, Nouns can no longer catch up. So RIP to Nouns, but woohoo for 9Pandas.
Yeah, Nouns can muster their way all the way back to the airport, baby. As
near airport.
I'm not actually happy about that.
No, we're actually quite sad.
They had such hope going in from day one. I feel like this tournament's been a bait for me because we only get to see so many games. There's a lot of games going on at once. We're paneling. I see Bleed look terrible the first day, and then I look at their recent results and they were owning. So I'm like, oh, maybe they figured something out. And then I watch that game.
Maybe
I'm done. I'm core done right now.
Maybe Aurora and I are cursed. I feel like every time you and I watch Bleed, it's bad news. But like yesterday, they 2-0'd BetBoom, and we weren't watching that. Where was that Bleed in this game?
I mean, feels like Cotton went back to his old self.
Yeah.
You know, I think he did a really good job in getting his 6 first before the storm, and then he was trying to, you know, like camp the mid lane and then do the camps around there. So he's effectively making a map bigger. But then you can't keep doing that because the Beastmaster is gonna become stronger, right? And then your TB needs map to farm. So you have to be the one to kick the Beastmaster up. But like, he hasn't done any of that. Like, sure, you can't take a fight, but you are supposed to attempt to kick the Beastmaster out so that the TB has space to farm. But he didn't do that, and that's why his team is like dying one by one to the storm. And I just think this is kind of, I would say he's just not doing his job.
I think I'm the only Corden defender here. Also, I think both of you are just cursed for certain teams. Like every time we watch Aster with you, they just look, and you, I guess, a Winter or Winter Disciple watching Corden, it just looks bad. Yeah, I think you're right about the kicking him out of that part. Some of those decisions were a little questionable, but again, I feel like this guy just got so little help this game. You know, you have like both supports coming mid on 9Pandas to secure the water runes.
They came in into the tower.
I mean, but you could do that anyway, right? Especially you could kill the storm earlier and that tower falls even faster. Like we've seen that matchup with an Enchantress, the tower go down much faster. Corden gets into the game even earlier. He snowballs a little bit. Instead, what did we get out of that? We got a lot of help. Well, I don't even know if that much help, but we got a lot of priority and resources going to a Doom who I don't think got off a single positive, productive Doom for like the last 30 minutes this game. Like, I think
post Octarine, I don't think I saw a single Doom.
That's because the storm kept flying onto the Doom.
Okay, we saw that clip just now. Like, he had a Yule Scepter to get out, and he just doesn't even have a Remnant behind him. Like, I was just tilted watching Corden play, because what makes me so mad is that every game I've watched him is he wins his lane, or like the first 8 minutes goes in his favor, and then you mentioned Aurora, like, what does he do now? I mean, like, they have literally 0 stuns unless he walks into the Beastmaster. Like, I don't see how that lineup ever kills Ember from, like, the 8-minute mark to the 20-minute mark.
Yeah.
How do they ever kill you? And where is he?
If he wanted to do that, right, you know, like, bring the lanes far and then, like, he accepts that he's gonna die, right? Why are you buying you? You're never gonna be able to use it, you know? And like it's not like on the opposite side there's a LC, there's a X. Without the BKB you can kind of ew their initiation.
It's not like helping your team at all.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna die anyway, why not just save up for the BKB? Or like get the Sunshine anyway, then you'll take longer time to die. If you take longer time to die, means you need more heroes on the other side. If you can make the storm come, you won, even if you die. Because the TB is free farm now. The Doom is free farm now. And in the late game, there's no way that this Medusa can outcarry a TB and the Doom. And an SD.
I'm just saying, Corden needs to watch Nisha replays. Because Nisha is thrown to the wolves a lot as Ember specifically, and he buys like boots of travel. He buys items at scale. Like he's playing a similar sacrificial role, but he's buying like boots of travel. So if he does die, when he gets back out on when he respawns, he gets back out on the map and does it again. And says, if you guys want to keep chasing me around the map, sure. I just think he's like trying to be strong himself, but he's dying. So if he buys items like Yules that don't really scale and he's also dying,
I don't even think he should buy the
Then he gets overtaken by a Rubik.
Yeah.
So, Jack, I will have to give you another game to find a defense because you're not getting it in this one. So let's go to game number 2 and see if Bleed are able to recover after this break. because Nouns has been eliminated. As NA falls, SCA rises up. The circle of life.
I think that's how it goes.
Hakuna Matata.
There's the corpse in the ground, and they're the flower
Right.
feasting on the nutrients of the naked flesh.
That is
Feasting on
how
the
I would
corpse of North America.
liken SCA and North America right now. Yes, definitely.
Just like Tsunami, who betrayed our region to go to the CDPC.
I'm out here trying to watch Corden, and you're the one defending Corden, huh? Who's defending who now?
You guys are just dogpiling on first on Corden, now on me. Like, what's going on here? I'm just trying to be fair.
Fine,
to him.
fine,
He's in
fine.
a tough
I will
spot,
give you
okay?
more news then, Jack, as we get ready for the draft, because the other major development is that we are going to be playing the Shopify Rebellion versus Blacklist Rivalry BO3 tiebreaker on this stream. After this series wraps up, we're going to get into that BO3, and that controls who continues going further in the tournament. So stay tuned for that. But meanwhile, game number 2, Corden time.
I was going to say that'll be a chance for North America to redeem itself against
SCA.
Oh, that's true. Yes, as Talon gets confirmed by Nouns getting eliminated, then perhaps Blacklist getting eliminated can extend Shopify's vacation because they're already locked for everything anyway. But you know, I'm sure they'll be happy to play.
Yeah, I think Brood is a pretty key ban against this team. I think like when this team looks bad, there is clearly just like a resource distribution problem. And by the way, this opener Pugna Medusa, I like. I've seen this grow in priority. I think you saw earlier Tundra banned it out. Teams have been taking this with success, so especially out of first pick. So I like the start already better for Bleed. It's a hero that they've had a lot of success on as well.
They banned the Enigma. Why? Do they not trust themselves with the Basher?
5 seconds remaining.
Any hero can cancel a black hole, as we've now learned.
I mean, you just gotta prep it on the neutrals. Like that's
No,
the
that was
hard
his
part.
first attack. That was
No. I'm saying that like
saves-
you can't just trust his 10% luck that he relied on. You have to prep it on the neutrals.
I see.
Pseudo RNG prep that shit.
We're not all save.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm sure he practiced that in private lobbies prior.
The perfect, I mean, computers are deterministic. He may have known the perfect server tick to buy the Basher.
Exactly.
To guarantee the first hit.
This is the kind of stuff that we need you guys at home to help us. Tweet us at when land meets sea.
Hashtag when land meets sea.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah, thank you. It's land in this case is going to be Western or Eastern EU.
Wait, no, it's where land meets sea.
Oh, where?
Hashtag where land meets sea.
Damn it.
NT.
Who, what, when, where? It's all the same to me.
Why, though?
Yes, why? Why did they pick Medusa as opposed to Puck? Because their previous
5 seconds remaining.
3 games that they opened with Pugna on Bleed, they went Puck. I guess the Skywrath Mage was too much of a deterrent because those Pucks were also against Storm.
Yeah, then it was just the Skywrath that was the new factor.
And we also saw when Corden's not playing Puck, what happens.
It happens when he plays Puck sometimes also.
No. They were 3-0. Their last 3 games in a row prior to this series, he played Puck against Storm, and they won those games.
Jack, thoughts?
Jack, thoughts?
Look, we're picking on the young new blood here. This is his first major, right? I feel like he doesn't have even high-level professional matches going far that back in time. But what about someone who is the polar opposite on his same team?
Ice.
The extremely accomplished,
Ice.
like well-respected.
Ice. Well,
Yeah.
I don't know about well-respected.
Okay. Well,
Well-regarded.
Sure. With a lot of tournaments, lands even a major win to his name. I want to see Daryl carry this. I want to see the impact from Daryl this game because last game on that Doom, we certainly did not see that. I
What
feel like
hero is the Daryl carry other than Brood, of course?
I mean, there's still a Timbersaw here, right?
Yep.
I don't know how much Pango he played, but I want something where the itemization. I think you can't go down such a greedy route where you just have. It felt like no impact on the game whatsoever. You have all this net worth sitting on this Doom, and he can't get off his spells. He's not helping out at all. Something that's not that. This game.
Entire team back.
Not that. Undying's still in the pool, by the way. 9 Pandas looks like they're going to be allowed to snatch it up first pick out of the second round.
Do you want that or Enchantress?
Absolutely want Undying. Because that hero makes offlane really hard to pick. And they already banned out the Beast. A lot of the summons guys are gone. Like Darkseer's already gone.
10 seconds
So there's no like. I think like last game you guys mentioned that. I think it was Aurora that mentioned the Enchantress was to preemptively counter the Beast. So I think with Undying in the pool right now, like it counters a lot of the heroes you'd want to pick with Dusa. Aurora, thoughts?
I'm just thinking about what Jack said just now, and I'm like, how am I gonna make sense of this?
About Daryl having to carry him because his itemization needs to be less greedy.
I mean, I still think it's not so much about the itemization on SSI's side though. It's really because the way his hero was drafted into the game, it always feels very difficult for him to do anything. Because last time we saw his Abaddon, he can't lane, so technically he's just a support. And then now, the last game he played a Doom. Yeah, sure, like he's got his net worth, but like, who is he gonna do? Medusa? Undying?
Spirit.
Yeah, but how is he gonna get on top of the Storm
He gets
Spirit?
a dagger instead of an Octarine Midas.
Yeah, but can they kill him though? Can they
probably
can they
not,
kill
actually.
the storm fast enough without like throwing their lives? So because I saw that he was able to doom the storm, and they just turn away. He knew that they couldn't finish him off. Rather than like trying to gamble it and getting 2 kills, 2 big core kills. He
But Aurora.
just
Oh,
yeah.
go ahead. Sorry, continue. Take it down.
No, so I'm just saying like, it's really not because of how he bought his items or whatever. Not. It's just his hero. He needs people to enable him, and Corden hasn't been doing that.
Back to Corden we go. But I'm wondering, Aurora, are you liking this second round opening for 9 Fantasy?
Like.
Okay, based on how I understand Corden, it's pretty good pick because you kind of mitigate the damage the Medusa can do, right? It's really difficult for Medusa to carry the fights when there's a Lycan on the other team.
That howl.
Yeah, and Corden's heroes, the only hero that he really excels on is Pango. I'm not sure if they will pick the Pango here because he's against a Storm in the lane, and later on the Scar is going to be very annoying for him. And other than that, it's all physical heroes, right? Like Ember Spirit. I mean, Ember Spirit is kind of magical, but I don't think you can do it against them because your shield is pretty slow and your remnants are pretty slow. It's not like a burst kind of thing. Other than that, yeah, okay, I heard it, the Puck. So they finally, okay, I was gonna say, maybe they prioritize Jackie's hero more than Colin's hero first, because if they don't get a hero that Jackie is more comfortable in, they might just not be able to play the game at all, because we have seen Jackie trying to play the heroes where he can join the fights early or like leave the lane early to play a 5v4 game, but he hasn't been able to do that. All he does is like TP mid and take the fight there, but he's not the kind of player to TP to the side lane and kick the enemy carry out or something like that.
But what about a Spear Breaker here? We're talking about somebody that needs to go in, somebody maybe disrupt the Lycan's ulti timings. I feel like you wanted a support that prevented them from running at you, right?
Yeah.
That's what we're dealing with right now.
Mhm.
Like Medusa, for the first 15-20 minutes, she doesn't really peel people off of her. Like in the mid to late game, when she's got like Butterfly +1 item, then Medusa Stone Gaze can do that for everybody else on the team, and it makes it. She's the dissuading factor with the Lycan. But right now, I don't really know what that is. Like not only on the map or in fights, but also on the map. Like what's stopping this Lycan from kind of just marching down lanes right now? Maybe they can rotate on it with Coil plus Techie's follow-up. But I'm just thinking like this is a not punished. This is an unpunished Lycan third pick. Like you had 2 picks to be like, we're gonna own this Lycan. We're gonna shut down his mid game with a guy that either stands in front of him or just naturally hard counters him like an axe. Something that's just really good against him in game. And they didn't pick anything like that.
You don't think Dream Coil is sufficient?
It's like.
Okay, I can tell you the interaction. If he rotates to the Lycan lane and coil him, he's gonna die to the Storm's TP.
Yeah, like I feel
100%.
like the momentum of
Yeah.
the momentum of the map is going to be against Bleed, because Medusa doesn't do that for you until like minute 20. Because the whole idea of Medusa, I remember struggling with her in pubs, like the times where you lose with her is when it feels like all the lanes are consistently shoved into you and you don't know if you're getting wrapped on at any point. Like you want the Medusa pushing the lane into their tower with Snake and then fucking off into the jungle and ignoring whatever's happening in the game.
Right.
And Lycan immediately flips that switch and says like, okay, once I get level 5, level 6, it's going to be me that's doing that to you. And since that's the case, I thought maybe Bleed's second round draft would be prepared for that, basically.
So then instead of a Techies, maybe like a Coddle that can stay off my...
Or like I said, a Spear Breaker where like you're baiting him to use his ulti or like you're forcing it and then you have disengage potential. Like right now, I don't really see any disengage potential from Bleed that doesn't like significantly gimp them for the next, 90 seconds to 100 seconds. So
it'll have to come from the offlane.
Even maybe like a Clockwork or something there.
Clockwork would be
I also
good.
think that this Lycan is just very unanswered because it kind of fills the Brood's role against the Medusa as well. Like you can start to take towers and take the map very quickly, contest the jungle camps. Like you said, the fear of just being wrapped on just makes the map pretty hard to play. So yeah, that's interesting that they didn't really address that at all.
I think honestly they probably thought about that, but like you mentioned, Brian, the Undying is still in the pool. They're probably thinking, what if we do pick this kind of heroes that can go in but like suffer in the lane against Undying? Can they still, like do what they want to do with the hero? Because from how I see it, they pick the Techies is just to make sure the lane doesn't really go wrong.
Yeah, I just thought they were going to flip the lanes. Like, I thought they'd put a melee person with the Medusa in lane, just to kind of take the attention of the Skyrat away from Medusa, and then the Pugna could go off lane. And I love this Nature's Prophet pick in terms of Nine Pandas, like, what they're going for. But my question is, I feel like this hero gets absolutely owned by Timbersaw, like, just at all stages of the game, lane as well as, like, everything this hero does is tree-related, and Timbersaw, we know the lore, I think. I'm not SVG, but I know that much.
The Vool Rebellion?
The Vool Rebellion.
All right, can we agree on one thing this game, guys? This game, as we said in the beginning, can we put this game on Daryl? I feel like he should have a pretty good game.
Yep.
And I feel like, Corden might have a rough one again, but I feel like this one is like a carry me Daryl type of game. Do we agree with that?
Yes, but he needs to be enabled by the puck 100%.
I see, so it's going to be the mitzvah.
So, no, I actually want to say this. This is my input on the game. I think what happens with Lycan's first 2 ultimates is going to decide this entire game. Like, if Lycan's first 2 ultimates are high impact, I think Bleed's map will just evaporate. But if not, I feel like the Nature's Prophet kind of falls off, like, against all the core matchups. I think Puck, Timber, and Medusa, this hero just doesn't really do much, like, later on in the game. So, I basically think we're going to know what this game's going to look like after like 6 to 10 minutes.
We'll see if Nine Pandas can shapeshift themselves into a 2-0 with our casters. It's Cap and SVG.
Well, Nine Pandas, they've always been a team who, when they've done well, they've been ahead of the meta, right? ESL 1 Berlin is a great example. They were the team that was establishing the meta and ended up doing what? Were they top 3? Were they third at that ESL 1 Berlin?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were, right? So, once again, it feels like in order to make a top 3 performance at this major, they're going to need to be ahead of the meta, and this is a hero that they are a little bit ahead of. They picked the Nature's Prophet first in this tournament. This is going to be the 3rd time it's seen overall. Second time was Azure Ray picking it back. It was apparently the same series. Nine Pandas versus Azure Ray. Nine Pandas picked in game 1 the Nature's Prophet carry for Ramses, and then Azure Ray took it in game 2. Didn't work.
Oh, I mean, if something beats you, you just got to steal it, right? That's what Bleed did here. They took the Medusa. Yeah, I guess that's just the Nine Pandas MO. They beat you with something, then the next game they just steal it. You got to deal with it. It's a lot of summons coming out, like in Furion.
Yeah, there's already an insane amount of stuff on the field as all of these Treants and Wolves are running at Bleed.
Soul wants to fight. He's like, I got 3-man decay. Put me in there.
Yeah, he's feeling pretty good.
I don't know if he's feeling that good, to be honest.
Okay, no, he's not. He's
Run
not
away.
feeling good. He's going to be giving up first blood, actually. All right. May have misread the situation, and Tarius is almost going to join him here. Thankfully, he had a stick. Maybe Ice can still chase him down on this second Timber chain. It's looking good. He's got a clean path for it. Oh!
Almost ate the right train.
Yeah, that's almost stopped him entirely. Still latched to something, and Antares will live, though.
Who gets runes? That's the big question here. TJ is going to get 2 top, I think.
Yeah.
That's going to be 3 runes for Bleed. Oh, he didn't go for it. Never mind. Get split. Maybe felt like you would die for it, but I actually think that's worth it because it's not first blood.
Yeah, certainly.
Either way, it's a big win for Bleed as they get first blood plus the rune trade, a lot of extra gold, especially for DJ. see what he can make of it. And yeah, I mean, this Furion hero, he's a very interesting hero. I think he is slept on a bit. I think people are not used to the new teleport with the stacks. Like, it makes him very different in these ganks and the early rotations, especially. It's a lot of extra damage.
Yeah, can you explain what is new about the teleportation for the viewers?
Of course, yes. When you teleport in, you get stacks of damage that translate into armor stacks when you get rid of them. So level 1 teleport gives you 36 damage, basically. And then it decreases. Because they increase the stacks in the C patch. So it ends up being a lot of damage. Level 2 is 40 plus, so I don't remember the exact stack. Yeah, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, so 42, it's pretty decent. 60
So
level
is that
3.
the replacement to Nature's Wrath, giving you damage previously?
Wow.
Like they felt
Yes,
like you need a
bit.
damage steroid somewhere on Nature's Prophet, so they just put it on a different ability.
Yeah, I think you can actually level it up now over Sprout, especially in the early game. Like, you can end up with like some 0-2-2 builds, 0-3-3 builds, and they actually pay off a lot more. So it incentivizes you to lower the cooldown on teleport, but also just use it more freely. When you TP in these ganks, like level 3 teleport, plus 60 damage on that first hit, and then decreases by 6. It's like a sacred relic at level 3. It's significant, especially if you can get some early attack speed going with some gloves. So I think that part of this hero is pretty cool and underutilized. Especially just like TPing on lanes for extra kills and stuff, even on your own lane for the bonus damage, can be kind of cool. I haven't seen anybody abuse it yet, but we'll see if Ramses makes it work. And then I think this hero, in theory, is one of those old school Medusa counters. Like, he's a Morphling counter and a Medusa counter, at least historically. I don't know about the Morphling this patch, probably not. I wouldn't have faith in it. But the Medusa one, the Medusa might still be viable because you can just run this hero down. The Medusa can not get online fast enough, and you just take all our buildings. I mean, you have Lycan and the Furion here for 9 Pandas. I expect some very fast tower pushing in this game once they decide they start going for it.
Dude's over there like, Jack, please help me. The wolves are gonna kill me under the tower. He does live though.
I mean, you have no armor. You're literally a skeleton boy.
All right, well, you heard the panel. They really talked about this game being a matchup of the offlaners, apparently. They said Ice should have a free game, and he should carry Bleed in this. And we heard Brian talk about how 9 Pandas, he thinks that they're going to run away with the game if the first 2 shapeshifts are successful.
That's just like, I mean, look who's on the panel, man. It's a bunch of carry and mid players. So, of course, my offlaner should carry this game. This is what they always say.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Every game they lose, my offlaner is at fault. Every game
They were flaming X6
a
a lot earlier.
I mean, of course, my offlaner should just win this game for me. This is just Dota players, man. Just get the hell out of here. What are you smoking?
Okay, well, they have their reasons, the wrong reasons, but are they right? Are they right for the wrong reasons?
I mean, yeah, this game pretty much comes down to Lycan versus the Timbersaw. Who snowballs harder and who gets their damage online fast enough.
Okay.
I mean, I always am looking for Ice to step up, right?
Yeah.
This guy's such a long-time player in terms of impact on so many teams. He's been up there so many times, and on Bleed, I'm still calling him up, not calling him out, calling him up. Like, I'm looking for those classic Ice performances. And this is a later pick Timbersaw, a first pick hero that has now been picked 5th for Bleed. And I mean, you have a good matchup in the Furion on the lane. The Dying's going to skew this a lot, so the early levels are not good, but I think this is a game where you do go for reactive armor stacks, and at a certain point, you become unkillable. And if you can get like some fast tank ability up, maybe even Crimson Guard on the table this game, you can do a lot for his team just in terms of auras. I don't think he has to be some crazy damage-dealing Timbersaw. Just be a frontline, be tanky, be annoying around the towers and the objective fights that you know 9 Pandas want to bring to you, and you'll get the scale later with the Puck and the Medusa. So I think this game can be pretty straightforward for Ice as long as he gets through the early
Ball
waves.
here. 10 stick charges for Corden and a Fairy Fire, but he jumped to the orb. He actually jaunted to it out of fear.
And TB's the tower.
Yeah, that maybe a little bit of
Didn't
nerve.
get any of the CS. What is going on for Corden here, man? That was expensive. Now he's out of regen completely. What a weird exchange. Gil Tucker probably happy about that one. He's like, okay. Yeah, sure. Let's trade resources and have you low while I'm in this Storm Puck matchup. We'll get 6 first, so there is coil kill potential. This is normally what you want to do. You want to punch the Storm with the Puck, rotate to him.
Ice tries to clear through the trees, but doesn't do it fast enough to get a Timber Chain away. Nine Pandas surprise him with the tri-lane.
I feel like
6, Corden.
there's too much being missed here for Bleed already. Okay,
Rotation
finally.
in, they got the coil. Let's see if they can kill him.
Is he even dead?
Missed a lot of the nukes earlier. Kiyotaka's going to live as a result.
This is not a kill you can be giving up like that.
He almost died to the ward. He went down to like 5 health because of the ward.
I mean, that's your coil timing in this Puck Storm matchup. The Storm just straight up won the lane now. You didn't even get the coil kill. This feels terrible for Corden. Dude, we're just gonna have to leech some XP here.
Radiant are scanning.
But now, where are your supports exerting pressure? Your side lanes aren't really anything to rotate to. You can't really go to this Dusa versus the Wolf, and Ice is still having a rough one. First, that Undying and the Skyroth rotation. If I'm non-Pandas, I might just keep going to this Timber solo here. Go kill the Timber, make his game as miserable as possible. They're just going to go on the Puck again with a silence. They have the burst.
They have a lot of damage. They're bursting him down. Corden's going to try and hop away.
Dang.
Doesn't have a phase shift to dodge this
This is just a disaster for Bleed off the mid lane alone. Like, I don't know what happened exactly to Corden here, but it's not pretty. And it's not good for Bleed because they need Puck to be able to join these early fights for the tower defenses when they come eventually. This is not going to be in position to make it happen. Already 9 Pandas playing out with a 1k advantage, and they're contesting the Wisdom Rune. This is not an objective you can give up if you're Bleeding.
Yeah, both sides are trying to contest the Wisdom Runes here. The blast off, but there is going to be the seal that stops him, so DJ just has to back away. Meanwhile, Dubu tries to go up the outclip, but Miro, he gets it instead, so the Wisdom Rune go to the 2 cores on the side of 9 Pandas.
He's gonna get
They
Dubu as
pass
well.
around the tips, yeah. This Wolf is going to track him down. Dubu's dead.
Chomp. Takes the skeleton along with the hat, everything else. Yeah, like you said, double Wisdom and going to cores. And they're on the 2 tempo cores in the Furion and the Lycan. So 9 Pandas super happy with that. I think this is actually a game where they're like, they'd rather have it on those 2 than the supports.
Sure.
I don't think the support ults are too impactful here for 9 Pandas. Like, if you have a Dirge ulti and a Skyroth, sure. But this game is more about how fast the buildings go down than the heroes. Because Kiyotaka is once again just running away with it himself here. 2-0 already. The tips are flying. I'm sure Ramses is like, yeah, nice laning phase, Ice. I almost have Midas already.
9 Pandas feeling very, very good as they, as a result, if they can win this, will leapfrog over Bleed in the standings and put themselves in a chance to be able to end up in the upper bracket, depending on what happens with the Bet Boom and LGD series.
Yeah, this will be a big series for 9 Pandas to win. Clutch it up and give themselves a chance to get 2 lives here. It's a big deal when you're competing for these slots for TI. And they are in a solid position to maybe just run away with this game. I mean, the Timber and the Puck being down there for Bleed is not the heroes they want. The Medusa is not really going to be able to join these early tower defenses. And mid is already just dying to Shield Rune Tombstone here. This is not even your Furion teleport. Ramses is free farming with Midas coming out. He doesn't have to join the push.
They're going to go for DJ, but a coil immediately afterwards, but there's no damage to follow it up.
All right, Ramses here off Jackie too. Jackie has no ult. He's just food.
Is he dead?
That's close. Yeah, big wand. No Treant summon for Ramses though. Some saving grace here.
Well, as a result, they will hold the tower. So Bleed, it's pretty expensive, these rotations, but
I mean, that was worth it for Jackie because he got the Furion TP and Ramses didn't convert on it. You at least feel decent about that, but man, it's costly.
yeah. And the Pugna caught the bottom wave, so it's not like they gave up a tower on the other side of the map either, so.
And we still have not felt the Lycan impact directly. Miro's just been farming. He's quietly biding his time down here, does have his creep up, and does have ult. So he can pop it and run somebody down if he really wants to. But I think he's content just continuing to farm to this Helm of the Overlord, which is really going to be the signal to just jam it in, and probably going to have the answers. At the current pace, no. So they're going to have to find something else on this map right now. And it's probably just got to be coil kills. Combine the supports with the Puck, start picking some cores off. Particularly the Storm.
Get a coil into blast off. Very likely a kill. Dubu. He's trying to get levels at bottom lane though. No TP, so we know he's dead. Miro. Seems this dog has got a bone to pick with Dubu.
I don't know, I feel like these Bleed... Oh, that was a pretty good one, yeah. I feel like these
Hey,
boards
he gave it to me.
are just playing the map too free. Yeah. Like, look at these small moves 9Pandas makes. It's always with the help of one of their killing supports. And then Corn's just gone, right? Ramsey's joined the fights. It's these nice little 2 or 3 man groups that really are working for you in the patch. We just haven't seen those complete. Like, who's combining with Ice to kick Solo out of top? Nobody, right?
Yeah, yeah. Once again, Bleed just not recognizing opportunities, not making opportunities to be able to shut down 9Pandas and what they want to do. They take mid, they're holding out top still.
And I don't know what the hell DJ has done this game. Honestly, I'm just going to call it out. Like, what has he done in 11 minutes on techies in early game dominator? He stacked triangles. But for who? You're not going to have a map in like 10 minutes.
Well, probably for Ice, because he's going to need it. Okay, Ice, turn around, hold up.
Ooh.
The bomb is going to go off down the blast off land.
Okay.
And just as Avery calls them up, Bleed step up in order to
about time.
win a series or game.
About time.
Fight, Jesus.
I'm not trying to flame him, but it's like, do something, you know, because the clock is ticking. You're just going to, the 15 to 25 is going to be tough for you. So
Guys,
you need to get more out of this
next
early
to
game.
Avery. I could tell for the last 10 minutes he's been getting clustered by Bleed.
It's so frustrating. Like, they have the early game capabilities. You have a puck, you have a timber, you have damage. You just need to combine it in the right areas at the right time. Finally, something happens. Ice makes at least some skirmish work for them. And now when you go back to Performance Ancients, at least you feel a little better about it. Like, you got a tier 1, you got this storm kill. It removes some momentum off the map.
Yeah.
As 9Pandas are just going to smoke right back out. You also kick the Undyne out of top. Those are a lot of important things to happen. Unfortunately, you did not get this double damage power rune in the river at the 12-minute mark, which going into Kiyotaka here will be very nice as it amps up his solo kill threat. Even just baiting it a little bit, but you won't see anybody.
And nobody shows up.
That was a very important move for Bleed to make happen.
Oh, they're going to make a move at top. Bleed. Somebody's going to get caught by this, and it looks like it's going to be the techies. See if anybody else dies for it. The coil's going to be used. TP out. Anybody else?
Should be clear.
Everybody else. Boo-boo.
So not the worst case. They brought him to a bad part of the map. Downside is Miro is still farming with this Lycan.
And he's hitting tier 2.
He even found an Alpha Wolf for the Wolf pack. But Ice can defend it at this point. Like, the solo Lycan is not the scary threat. And I mean, he's still just farming for this Helm of the Overlord. It's going to be pretty damn fast here. I wonder if 9Pandas are just going to go into an early Roshan, or they're going to try and force a tier 2 fight. Probably one of those that you want to head into here at the 15-minute mark. That's difficult for Bleed to contest, still given the state of the early game. And I mean, man, Corden is just far behind. He is really, really far behind.
Yeah, he is.
He needs fights to catch up. That's the other thing. I don't think you're going to be happy playing this map versus all the lane shove with the Storm pickoff. It's probably going to be another fast Orchid for Kiyotaka, and it is. And that is going to be terrifying because 9Pandas can just shove all these waves in and split Bleed up. And then this Orchid is just going to make mincemeat out of the bleeding cores on the map.
When was the last time we watched Kiyotaka play Storm and he didn't get a fast Orchid?
There was that one game. He got like 17, I think. I don't remember. But yeah, he tends to, I mean, that's why he KS's everything. He should KS everything as a mid.
Wisdom Rune coming up. They're going to try and contest for it. Storm Shield coming in. And does manage to take away the Wisdom Rune. They get the kill on Antares in return. I mean, a lot of Bleed heroes showing up.
Yeah, that's 4 heroes to see your Wisdom Rune get stolen. But I guess you're getting some decent assist gold out of it. Dubu will escape the clutches of Ramses here. Does have that teleport max, so he's bringing in an extra, you know, what is this, 72 damage off the teleport? Pretty nice with ganks. And I think it's also one of the things Ramses has identified a little bit with this like Midas Mjolnir build. Not that this Midas Mjolnir build is some new invention on Fury, but I think it's a lot better now with the bonus damage that comes in off teleport. Like just getting early attack speed up, you really just power those hits in.
Sure.
It's pretty damn nice in these early game fights.
Yeah, its build last time was, you know, pretty standard. Hannah minus Mjolnir, BKB, Silver Edge, and then he actually went the Brooch.
Yeah, the Brooch was the interesting part. Could see a very similar build this game. Midas Mjolnir with Duelist Gloves, a lot of attack speed. So any damage that Ramses gets after this initial build-up, Treads impact as well, is like just mad value. Yeah. I mean, Furion is still basically the best body in Dota as well. So he has really good stacking going for him. Not everything needs to be a universal hero. Haha. I can slowly try and convince myself. Arcane Rune up for Kiyotaka, by the way. He continues to get all these power runes, and another quick 2-man smoke with the Skywrath. This has been 9Panda's MO. Have this little hit squad run around while the 2 side laners farm up the map. Bleed have just not been able to deal with it too well so far, though this game is still a 1k gold lead, so they have caught up after that rough laning phase. They're gonna look for Ice, who has a Lotus to help you.
Jubu actually, Lotus Orb and Decrepify is gonna keep him alive for now. Kiyotaka's gonna stretch for it though. And he will get it. They're not gonna try and fight over a 5-position Pugna.
Yeah, power of Arcane here. Yeah. Okay, so this is the timing that Bleed need to get through. If they can survive like the next 10 minutes here, I think this game is gonna look a lot better for them.
Do you think they should be contesting Roshan? Because that's pretty clear 9Pandas are making that move, right? You know that.
If the Timber were like a top 2 net worth, I think it's doable, but I think they're just too far behind to contest this. This is a tough contest. You know, like Tombstone and Dying, Helm of the Overlord, Lycan with ult. It's dire side 2. Like, you could have a buyback come out from a Storm of Furion, get wiped, and then this game looks really bad. I think you need to make the most of that, get the lanes in, continue to split push this game. The catch is pretty limited for 9Pandas. It's pretty much just Kiyotaka Orchid here. I mean, that's all you're relying on. It is going to be Yule's supported again, so he's going to go with the defensive punk item to save him on the map.
Lotus Orb, but he Timber chained in, so he still takes a lot of damage from that Mystic Flare. Orchid's going to run out.
Yeah,
he has
dead.
a small chance, but yeah, there's too many spells to chase after him.
They got to start taking some of these runes away from Kiyotaka.
Yeah.
It's just done way too much. I mean, Bleed are still stacking their triangle. That has kept the economy close.
This is an interesting pickoff, perhaps.
Yeah.
Zero, he's going to be blasted off here. They're going to be a little bit shy on damage, unless all the mines go off. 2 of them go off, but it's not quite enough still.
It's too tanky.
Yeah.
And all of these goes, Ramses can always join them, and happy to do so. As that Mjolnir is already finished. He's had an absolutely free game on this Furion. This is one of those heroes that will outpace Medusa no matter what you do. And that is why this matchup can go very favorably for the Furion. You can just hit a faster timing, ram it into the Medusa. If you get a good team fight out of it, kill him once or twice, then suddenly you feel really good in this game. At some point, Bleed will have to take a fight around Jackie. That's what they're gearing up for. It's going to be a defensive-oriented game from them, but that's not the worst. If you can bait some overextension by 9Pandas or find some more pickoffs,
They stop this. Oh, no!
Wait, did he misclick the clip?
No, that's not a misclick.
Oh, you get hype.
Yeah, it's, so blast off operates on the D axis, and yeah, he is going to die for it because he's stuck on the cliff. If you try and blast off to an area and there is a high ground between you and that area, you will stop on the high ground. So that wasn't, like, technically DJ probably knows that, and you try and plan around it, but it's hard to call that an error.
I'm not going to blame that on him. That's just unlucky. That is just unlucky.
Rough situation, and Jackie, it's going to be even worse if he somehow dies here. They're going to TP in and try and bail him out. The Orchid is going to cost a lot of Jackie's mana. Then the follow-up silence, he's just not able to get off Stone Gaze.
That's just so much single target burst coming in. Even Medusa cannot survive with the extra armor. What are they doing?
I'm not sure.
Him or what?
Yeah, I guess so, because he definitely is not solo killing a Pugna.
I respect that. Maybe get a reaction out of it, you never know. You'll get a tier 1. Now Ramsey is playing really far ahead. That's like that one Medusa kill with the Furion that, I'm telling you, it matters a lot. Because suddenly you just create so much cushion with all of your timings. You're going to have BKB here. The nice thing about this new teleport too is you go in, you start whacking on this Medusa, all the damage goes into her, and then you get armor in return. So if the Medusa sits there and hits you back, you become tankier as well.
Oh, that's interesting.
It's a very interesting spell. I'm telling you, people sleeping on this teleport. It makes these damage builds a lot better as well. Like, this is basically an old school glass cannon Furion where it's Mjolnir Might and BKB. Now you're getting 16 armor out of it. At least over some time. It's like a mini Wii.
What's interesting, last time they picked it into Timbersaw too.
I mean, this hero, as a carry, does not care about Timber. The lane can be a little annoying, but they had Undying for the lane anyway, so that didn't even go bad. And the rest of the matchups, who cares? I mean, Sprout Leash can be annoying for the Timber sometimes, depending on when the spells go out.
Sure. Yeah.
Like, the single target ranged burst is... Ranged carries in general are good versus Timber, almost no matter what. I wouldn't. I don't think it'd be a factor for me if I was drafting for 9 Pandas, and it wasn't a factor for them, and they have not cared at all as Ramsey's 3-0-5. Far out ahead on the net worth, and his Lycan not far behind, bringing up with all these auras. Drum, Halberd, Helm of the Overlord, all coming out. You have Hal damage reduction going in as well versus the Dusa.
Yeah, that part feels really nice. Even if the minus armor isn't effective against the Dusa, the minus attack damage is huge.
Yeah, this Lycan matchup is very nice. Something I think we probably should see more, because I think the lane is free, the tempo is very good. You do all the objectives before Dusa does, like the Dusa butterfly second item timing that you want to do Roshan with. Lycan usually just gets there faster with Helm of the Overlord. Then he's buffing up the damage of his carry and reducing the base damage of a Dusa in the fight. To me, this matchup just seems really good. I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen more Rise Lycan strats versus Dusa, but I guess it's been a Morphling meta, so can't blame him.
That was a lot of burst damage. Kiyotaka is fine though, and he should still get the kill on Dubu. He's gonna try and play around it, but of course, doesn't really have too much. The build-up on Lycan is also kind of nice. After this, he's gonna go Heaven's Halberd, another great anti-Dusa item. And he has queued up Nullifier after that. We'll see if he actually completes that, though. That's going to be a while until we see that third item.
And Ramsey's going back for the Broach.
Interesting. I thought he wouldn't do it against the Dusa.
It is not that effective versus Dusa, but I mean, it's still a lot of damage, I guess. He just likes it on the Furion.
Yeah, I mean, it'll destroy Timbersaw, that's for sure. Any other hero? I mean, he also has the Ancient Seal, which amps up the magic damage, right? That should amp up the Broach damage.
That is true, actually, yeah. I mean, the other thing is item, it's an evasion pierce item. People forget about it, but
oh yeah,
you get 5 attacks with True Strike. So technically, it is like a small answer to the Butterfly on Dusa. If you don't want to go NKB,
I feel like
or
then
something.
NKB would just be a better.
I agree. I mean, this item is very expensive, so it is just strong in general. You get a Witchblade in it, you get more attack speed. The int on the Furion gives him a lot of damage. Like, it is a very efficient item on him. We're going to see Coil on 2. If you make anything of it.
Orchid immediately put on Ice Ice. The blast off lands on Storm Spirit, but he's able to clear through the coil and get away. Now it's going to be turnaround time as Ice Ice is going to be run down along with DJ. Look at Ramsey just go to town, teleported up on the high ground. It's been right-clicking its way through, bleed one by one. That will be a near team wipe. Only reason it's not is that Dubu isn't around.
This fight's just looking impossible. You don't have the stuns. You don't have the damage fall up on the coil. And once the coil's out,
now it'll be.
The dog is off the leash, and that's a mad dog. This game just looked way too easy for 9 Pandas. There's like no resistance.
Ice never one to back down.
I don't know. I go back to the first 10 minutes here for Bleed. Like, the support impact is just not high enough. I think there's a lot of lane stuff that didn't go well either, but you have to go to this puck on mid and kill this Storm twice and build off of that. Like, it has to happen. And if it doesn't, I don't know what the hell else we're doing in this game. Stacking triangle with techies, it's efficient, but it has to be in the space between other things going on. Like, that can't be all that DJ's impact was in the first 10 minutes.
Sure.
And it's just my perspective. I could be wrong with this, but that's how I feel. Like, I think you just let 9 Pandas get everything they wanted out of this early game, and their timing is just faster and stronger. They get Roshans, they out-farm you with the Furion and the Lycan.
I mean, it did show when they had that, like, terrible fight, the one bad fight for 9 Pandas, and afterwards they were still up 2K, right?
Yeah. It's very hard to out-economy them, even with these triangle stacks. Like, again, the triangle stacks are fine, but they have to be a product of you creating kills and pressure elsewhere so your cores can stand on the map. Because Ice just can't, he couldn't stand on the map. Neither could Corden. He had to go Yules again. It's not even really helping him push aggressively. It just feels bad. You just don't have the space to operate, and then your supports don't have anybody to play through. You're just, once again, backing on to Jackie to carry the game. This is not a 1v5 Medusa game.
No.
Maybe if he's 6-slotted, but he's never going to get there.
Yeah, not at this rate anyway. With a 15,000 net worth lead, a tier 3 already down, 9 Pandas. They can play for the next Roshan. That's what Bleed are going to have to start thinking about. It's going to be up in 2 minutes, which will mean it's going to be daytime. So they'll at least have that. Maybe they can win a Roshan fight with buybacks.
If it's on Radiant side, yeah.
Oh, sorry. We just went to nighttime.
Yeah.
I misread it. All right.
So that's going to
never
be
mind.
You know, the other thing, I was thinking about this Furion Medusa matchup. Is there a world where you take like the mischance on Sprout? Ramsey's gonna take the Sprout here, but honestly, I think there's a world he could have taken. Because, I mean, the leash is like way too good versus the puck and sometimes the Timber right.
Yeah.
But if there's not good leash targets, like that talent is not a bad talent. Especially when Deuce a lot of times doesn't have a tree cut like he is in the slot. The problem is the Deuce is so far behind, you still have quelling here. But it is something to consider, and that Roach is done. You know, the other thing about this Roach is the Crep.
Yeah, not a good save.
The Crep is doing nothing for you here.
Oh, ice, too much damage. With the damage amp on the Flesh Golem combined with just the raw magic damage of the Mystic Flare, got chunked down pretty quickly. Now Bleed are on their mass, just cutting waves and anything they can to stall out the game, I suppose.
Do you think do you think Ramses actually thinks about the Furion and that thing as a Pugna answer?
Yeah,
when they're looking in the draft, they see the Dusa, they obviously like that matchup, but they see the Pugna in terms of like, you know, I'm just gonna get a third item Roach, and then I don't need Nullifier, I don't need a Dispel. You ethereal yourself, I'm just killing you faster. Like,
yeah, I mean, last time they didn't draft it into a Pugna, but it's, I mean, he is probably well ahead of most other carries on what this hero is good at, and it's probably, yeah, you're right, probably just one of the many things that he likes about the hero right now.
Man, it is a very cool interaction that I have not thought about in Dota. Because normally the way you deal with this Pugna is either displacement in the fight, like Brewmasters and stuff, or Dispel, which is pretty much a hard purge or nullifier. Impact move.
Kind of with the blood.
Sometimes you just gotta throw those out, you know?
Yeah. Does make you wonder how many of those he's thrown out in this game.
It really does, you know. It'd be really nice to know how many blood grenades 9Pandas have used. As that's the cue to bring up the consumable spent. Just bring it up. Just bring it up already. Yeah, there we go.
Thank you, production.
Wow, 2.5 K for that Skywrath Mage. If only we knew what the breakdown was, but I'm gonna get stabbed in this report. If you don't see me back home, that is why, boys. Production has murdered me and dumped my body in one of the 50 pools at the Ayana Estate. Shout out to them, as they have many
lovely pools.
Very appetizing pools. Yes, I would gladly drown in one of them after production murders me. Aegis will be taken by Kiyotaka. That should be the closeout factor here for 9Pandas. I mean, Bleed, if they can still get over this hill, like there's still some hope in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, if they can push this another 20 minutes, the Dusa can win the game for sure, but
kind of. I actually don't know how well this Furion Dusa matchup skills are. We haven't seen it too much. I think it's still kept you honestly fine for Furion. He kind of outranges you. You get stuck in Sprout late game and then he like rats you.
Yeah.
But there's still some hope. Not for Cord, no, he is absolutely gone.
Cord is dead. Maybe they can convince 9Pandas to barrel into this mass set of mines that DJ has left around.
This is another game where I go back to like the Duels on puck versus the Orchid, right?
Yeah.
I just think Duels is a trash item. And Orchid is a... I mean, Orchid's not even a crazy good item, but it's like solid.
Like so you said last time, if you force them to get
yeah, I'm still happy. I still rather have a passive Orchid than an active Yules on my mid. That's how I view it. Like, I'll take the stats and the damage and the attack speed from Orchid without having the active over my mid having a Yules that's just doing nothing for me.
They are, oh, there goes all those mines. Yeah, that's what a Lycan is going to do to you as techies. So they took top lane of Bears and they took the tier 3 on mid with the Lycan. So
that is the other factor. 9Pandas can just push multiple lanes. They can wrap this game. They don't even have to take a fair fight versus Bleed. I mean, they will eventually because Bleed are going to be stuck on their base and you have no choice, but every time you force them to the base, you can farm the entire map, which is what happens. Build even more items. Nullifier done for Miro, so you have a second Decrep killer here. And the Wolf is banging on the door now as the supports will be running for their lives. Nothing will save you. I mean, Silver Edge done for Jackie. That's about all they're going to get here for the next push, I think, in terms of damage. And Satanic done for Ramses. That just feels better here. Like, I don't know how he's killable.
A small little update here. For those of you guys watching this game, you're not paying attention to the other ones. This series, we talked about the potential, how Bleed could end up in upper bracket. Well, that's no longer going to be happening. In fact, they lose this game, they're in a position for a tiebreaker for elimination. You started the day thinking about upper bracket, you're going to end it fearing elimination. If you don't put something together and hold this game.
Oh, crap, indeed.
Oh, crap.
DJ heard you on that one. Well, time to make it happen then. The base defense of your lives. See what they can put together. They still have some decent damage with the Timber if they can get an extended fight. I'm just worried about the first jump. Kiyotaka still has Aegis, and they're just all in the Medusa. And, okay, well, Jackie, you had a nice time farming in this game. I hope you enjoyed it, because you did not exist in the team fight.
No, he didn't. He's going to have to use a buyback. Okay, Yule Scepter, please tell me they got something here. Kiyotaka does get stunned, but they don't have enough lockdown. Finally, they do get him, but that's just going to be the Aegis. Pandas, they are raiding your buildings right now. They are taking everything you got, so maybe you can get a Kiyotaka, but they don't have enough stuns.
Oh, the turn in the circles, too powerful. His ultimate move, and they're going to pass him the cheese to pump him back up.
Well, they've got one barracks left to hold them against the Mega Creeps.
Yeah, honestly, that was a pretty sick turn in a circle from Kiyotaka. He just outraces Jackie trying to get in front of him.
Yeah. Watch this, guys. I'm going to do a 360 no-scope.
Yeah, he literally did 360 no-scope jump out of there. Ramses will solo the Tormentor, give Antares some more armor through that Scion, and that was Jackie's buyback. He did not look tanky. That is probably one of the fastest Medusa kills I've ever seen. He is just gone.
Yeah, it was fast. It was rough. And it was not a good time for Jackie. 25,000 net worth lead, 26-5. This has been quite the one-sided series for 9 Pandas, who are making all the moves. We really haven't struck back too many times here. They get baited by the illusion. Still get Dubu, though.
Yeah, that's a hex done for Kiyotaka here, so the jump is very strong. He's going to claim anybody he can get, and this last Rax is the only one standing, and Ramsey says, I do not need the heroes, I only need the buildings.
Yeah,
see you later.
2 of their cores are out farming right now. They're going to be giving up Megas.
I mean, all you can do is say, oh crap here from DJ. He is probably going to be playing for elimination. Base is gone, the Wolves are taking your mines, the Furion's taking your base. Just take a fight, please. Don't go out with a whimper.
Yeah, Corton and Nice Ice have finally TP'd back for the tier 4 tower defense. Not sure if this was where you want to be making your last stand.
Jackie, it's time to pop off.
Stevens goes out, nullifier, boom, that Timbersaw died fast against that Broach damage. Ramses is pumping it out right now. The coil put onto the Storm Spirit, he just ignores Bleed. Turns his back to them, completely ignores everything they're doing. Yeah, did get the Stone Gates onto Ramsey.
No
That's a little bit work with. Here's the Ramsey.
Oh, okay,
oh no,
matter.
He's healing up too much.
All right, well, that was a rough game for Bleed. I thought game 1 was rough. That might have been rougher in a way, because I feel like they did even less around the mid. And it was a mid matchup that you have to play through. Like, that's a matchup we've seen Shopify play a billion times, right? Abed Puck versus an enemy Storm, because someone steals Storm from them, so they have to deal with it. And they just perma-gank mid. I think Bleed went to mid once this game to try and bail out a counter gank or something, and it didn't even work. I do not like what they did in this game. It did not work out for them. Kiyotaka ends at 14-1-9. He pads the stats even further. I did like what Ramses is doing with this Furion. Yeah, that was really cool. This Broach looked pretty damn good. You know, the other upside of the Broach in the Medusa matchup, Medusa never wants to buy BKB.
Yeah, true.
So Broach is pretty bad against BKB, but you never lose that value because you're playing versus a hero that never wants to purchase it. So cool stuff from Ramses. I'm looking forward to seeing this Furion more in the future, and best of luck to Bleed in what might become an elimination match for them. I hope they play more than they did.
Azure Ray is going to be their matchup. And meanwhile, 9 Pandas get themselves to an even 8-8, keep themselves alive and head into playoffs. But we are going to head back to the panel.
that will indeed end up being the tiebreaker, as now Bleed were not able to pick up a win today. That means that they have a date with destiny with Azure Ray, because Azure Ray was able to get a 2-0 against Nouns, which means that we have 2 tiebreakers on our agenda for today. We got a Group A, it's going to be Shopify Rebellion in a best-of-3 against Blacklist Rivalry, and here in Group B, it's going to be Azure Ray and Bleed in a best-of-3 as well, which is kind of nerve-wracking, because that means that there may be no SEA teams at the Bali Major if both those tiebreakers go poorly.
Why is that nerve-wracking, Neil?
Because it's a Southeast Asian Major. And I want Southeast Asian teams to show up to the Southeast Asian Major.
Well, they're here.
Maybe not for long, though.
But they might be across the water at the airport.
Yeah, right, exactly.
In a few days. But no, that game was a bit rough to watch. I mean, like we know some of these guys. You know, we've seen Ice 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 for a while. Dubu spends a lot of his time in NA, and you feel for him a bit watching these type of games. I think they just thought they could deal with the Lycan with the Medusa, because past like 20 minutes, the Medusa will take care of the Lycan. She'll split shot all the creeps. It's hard for the Lycan to get in. But I really liked the the vision of the game that Nine Pandas had with the Nature's Prophet. You don't traditionally pick him into any of these cores, but they recognized that Bleed did not address like the 15 to 25 minute mark, and they stopped timing them. That was seemed like a really well understood game by Nine Pandas.
I think you said it perfectly. We said in the draft that we thought the Lycan wasn't really addressed for his impact on the game, and Nine Pandas saw that, and they kind of just doubled down on that with like another tempo pick, and it just felt like there wasn't much of a game to play here for Bleed. Again, this
right here
support duo, yeah, this was bad, but the support duo felt a little bit awkward. Some of the lanes that maybe should have gone better didn't, and there's just all of a sudden there's no tempo, map disappears, and then there's not much left to do there but kind of sit and wait.
Well, the first crawl was like disappointing. I think it's a little bit too difficult to get the kill on the Storm, especially because your partner is only level 2. But after that, okay, fine, he used the coil, he didn't kill the Storm, right? Fine, stalemate. He came back to the lane, and like, it's not rocket science that the Storm will want to kill you now, because the Storm is level 6 and he has full status. Like, as a part, you should be content with just pushing out the wave, you know. But because he died to the Storm, and that was the beginning of Kiyotaka's, you know, like, rampaging streak, I would say that he never stopped killing. And if he's already so scary, what about the Nature's Prophet? What about the ow, you know?
Little. I mean, yeah, he absolutely owned the map on Storm, and that Ramses. I think Ramses had that vision of the game, by the way, when he picked this Nature's Prophet, because back when Nature's Prophet was really strong, like, he could just farm everything. And the map's even bigger now, even though the hero doesn't get played all that often. The Lycan and the Storm are controlling everything, and the Nature's Prophet's just wailing away at creeps. You see a 30k net worth, 33 minutes. So, why hats off to them. Nine Pandas made a little bit of a rally. They were looking rough at the start, and then Bleed looked hot in the middle, and yeah, I don't know. Nine Pandas just looked way better this series, so it makes sense they're moving on.
Cold finish for Bleed, but they're not entirely out yet. And hopefully they'll get some time to recalibrate, because, yeah, they will have a best-of-3 against Azure Ray, which, Jack, now that they have 2-0'd Nouns, does that mean anything to you in the favorites between Azure versus Bleed?
I think Bleed should have a better time getting to their scale, their ball, to what they want to do late game against Azure Ray. I think that'll be a more interesting series than this, because Nine Pandas, we've seen a lot of games recently from like Berlin and onwards where like if they find a way to tempo you or like end the game quickly, they will. And I think they're more well suited to do that than Azure Ray. And again, that's a match that has implications for TI, right? Because Bleed are at 500 points, and so they need to get points here to secure their slot to TI as well. Otherwise, that qualifier starts to get a little bit more crowded as well. And of course, Azure Ray, no matter what they do here, they cannot secure an automatic slot to TI.
That is true. They are basically just playing for experience, but could get more experience if they make it to playoffs. And last time that these two teams faced off, Azure and Bleed, in this group stage, it was a Bleed 2-0. So things are encouraging, but we don't know how much the teams have grown since then. As we take a look at the standings for basically the end of all of our official games, I believe our other streams still have PSG LGD versus Quest still going on, and Game and Gladiators is also still facing off against BetBoom. but we have resolved Azure versus Nouns, which was a 2-0 for Azure, and 9 Pandas, which was Bleed, which you just saw was a 2-0 for 9 Pandas.
We got an interesting question here, right? Because the first place teams of each group get to pick their opponents.
Correct.
So Team Liquid.
First and second.
Wait. No, first place picks between third and fourth, don't they?
Yeah, but I mean, second place can pick between second, third, or fourth, I think. Can they? Or
No,
you
it'd be
only-
first picks third or fourth, and then second just gets the other one.
But then why would we have ever needed to tiebreak between second, third, and fourth?
Because second place
isn't
doesn't
potentially
get the option to get picked by first. So
Okay, so what's your interest?
now that you completely derailed my question, my question for my fellow panelists here is Team Liquid. Who are they choosing, Jack? Bet Boom or LGD?
Wait, that assumes that it will be between them, because Gaiman could also be in the mix.
Okay, both of you. Quest. Who are they picking? Aster or Tundra?
I don't. That's kind of a rough one too.
You want a Western European matchup that you're familiar with, or you think you can take down Aster?
I don't recall how their matchup went in DPC, but I think you pick Aster. I think they understand. I feel like they understand the meta a little bit better than Aster, and I feel like Aster's this double core kind of shift that they've made at this point in the tournament. I feel like Tundra showed you how to address that, so I think you'd rather play against Aster. Tundra has more up their sleeves.
In Tour 3, Tundra beat them 2-1. So Quest has faced defeat, but maybe they want revenge, or...
What do you think?
I'm not that attractive. I just want the drama. I want Alma to try and take the king spot from Sumail.
Ooh, that's true. There's some Nigma background in that showdown.
I forgot about that.
Yeah. Okay, I'm into that one.
That's spicy. That's why I asked.
I'm glad you found a way to make it personal. You know.
That's what Dota's all about.
And then, yeah, Liquid's options, like, if we're talking about revenge and somehow Gaiman does end up in the mix, it would be nice for Liquid to finally defeat Gaiman.
I think there is actually zero chance they pick Gaiman. Actually zero. I've talked to these guys behind the scenes, and they know that Gaiman has their number. They know. So I don't think there's going to be like a pride issue. I know Will.
Sure.
He just wants to. He's a grinder. He just wants to win.
Well, then you should pick them, because again, there's not that much more at stake for them in this tournament, and try to get the monkey off your back here, right? And then all of a sudden, Gaiman's on the back foot.
Yeah, save it for the finale. Lose all the way up to TI, and then boom.
Or
Bring it on him.
they can decide who can be the one to try and beat Quest. Maybe.
Maybe.
Wait, they can't pick Quest though. not
Yeah, but
not yet.
later on.
Yeah, she's saying like you by challenging Gaiman, you're taking the onus on you to beat Quest afterward, right?
Yes.
Sure. Okay.
Carry the torch.
All right, the very next level, but yes. Okay, makes sense.
Meanwhile, we will be passing the torch of this panel to another group of fine people as they walk you through our BO3s. We're going to get ready for Shopify Rebellion versus Blacklist Rivalry after the break.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
完了，这是什么？身上有蓝色，有青色，蓝青色。风暴之灵，辅助，不可能是婢女，冰女，仙啊！你不是看过婢女吗？凤凰 ，Phoenix， 不是啊，寒冬飞龙啊，寒冬飞龙，没事，你不对就我对了呀。是这样的呀。这个啊，这个啊，那加海妖。Nope。我猜先知啊，这肯定是先知。哦，我靠！我一开始看这是飞的感觉。 大地之灵，虎猫，贴这里一个，最后再出一个就贴脸上了，行，只有一个了。他这是红的头发，
这个很难猜的，又是个人。
哎，那我来猜。
哎，我猜，
你猜，
风神者，Wing Ranger。
哦，
没事，还是我输了。
对。支持 PSG LGD， 期待我们怎么了？支持 PSG LGD 在巴黎 Major 上的表现。
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai Beastnet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata.
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini, Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini, seru. Mau gitu, seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven, seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the
your skills into gaming. 1xBet.
完了，这是什么？身上有蓝色，有青色，蓝青色，风暴之灵，辅助，可能是冰女，冰女，仙啊！不是看过冰女吗？凤凰 ，Phoenix， 不是，寒冬飞龙，啊，寒冬飞龙，没事，你不对就我对了呀。是这样的呀。这个啊，那加海妖。
Nope。
我猜先知啊，这肯定是先知。哦，我操！我一开始看的是飞的感觉。大地之灵，虎猫，贴这里一个，最后再出一个就贴脸上了，行啊，只有一个了。他这是红的头发，这个很难猜的，又是个人。哎，那我来猜。我猜，你猜，风神者，Wing Ranger。哦，没事，还是我输了。对。支持 PSG LGD， 期待我们怎么了？支持 PSG LGD 在巴黎 Major 上的表现。
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai Beastnet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya, kelar. Wih. Nah ini, Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini, seru. Mau gitu, seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Super Oven, seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality. Get in the game. Make it count.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
完了，这是什么？身上有蓝色，有青色，蓝青色，
风暴之灵，
辅助，
不可能是婢女。
冰女，仙
啊！
你
不是看过婢女吗？
凤凰 ，Phoenix，不是的，
寒冬飞龙
啊，寒冬飞龙，
没事，你不对就我对了呀。
是这样的呀。这个啊，
那加海妖。
Nope。
我猜先知
啊，
这肯定是先知。
哦，我操！我一开始看的是飞的感觉。
大地之灵，虎猫，就这里一个，最后再出一个就贴脸上了，行啊，只有一个了。他这是红的头发。
这个很难猜的，又是个人。
哎，那我来猜。
哎，我猜，
你猜。
风行者，Wing Ranger。
哦。
没事，还是我输了。
对。
支持
PSG LGD， 期待我们怎么了？支持 PSG LGD 在巴黎 Major 上的表现。
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai BeastNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini, Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini, seru. Mau gitu, seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven, seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality. Get in the game. Make it count.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
完了，这是什么？身上有蓝色，有青色，蓝青色。
风暴之灵，
辅助，
不可能是婢女。
冰女，仙。
啊！你不是看过婢女吗？
凤凰 ，Phoenix， 不是啊。
寒冬飞龙。
啊，寒冬飞龙。
没事，你不对就我对了呀。
是这样的呀。这个啊，这个啊。
那迦海妖。
Nope。
我猜先知
啊，
这肯定是先知。
哦，我操！我一开始看就是飞的感觉。
大地之灵，虎猫，贴这里一个，最后再出一个就贴脸上了，行啊，只有一个了。他这是红的头发。
这个很难猜的，又是个人。
哎，那我来猜。
哎，我猜，
你猜，
风神者，Wing Ranger。
哦，
没事，还是我输了。
对。
支持
PSG LGD， 期待我们怎么了？支持 PSG LGD 在巴黎 Major 上的表现。
Hello and welcome back. Today has been it's been a day full of being spoiled. We are being spoiled tremendously with the Dota being played because, of course, when people's backs are against the wall, they play the best type of Dota 2, and that's what we've been witnessing. And we're gonna have more of that. We figured, group stages are done. No, tiebreakers. That's what we're here for in our first series. I dare I say, best series of the day. Blacklist versus Shopify Rebellion. I can't wait for this. I'm joined by a fantastic panel. We got Resolution, we got Winter, we got Fear. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Fear. We're jumping straight into this series of Shopify Rebellion versus Blacklist. Did you expect them to be tied for 6th, 7th elimination?
No, not really. When you think about Rebellion as a team, they generally are the team that performs the best in the group stages. They're usually not getting eliminated early on. I mean, Dream League they did, but they had a stand-in, right?
Yeah.
This time they got their full roster. Normally they have their stuff together here, and they start getting figured out later on into the tournament, but they're already in trouble now, potentially going to get relegated here if they can't win this series, and that's unusual territory for them, for sure.
Yeah, I kind of expected Blacklist to be around this region.
You
Either
did?
either they're going home early, or at least they have a chance in the lower bracket finals. I think they just needed to learn a lot.
To this.
Yeah, I'm kind of used to it. I felt like they didn't really have a lot of strengths compared to the other teams around in the group, so I kind of felt like I was expecting this.
Yeah, for sure. It doesn't seem like Bulba doesn't have like their strategies figured out just yet for this tournament specifically, and they've been struggling with fighting their comfort heroes. They haven't been. I haven't seen as much Storm as I would love to because it's like a Storm patch, and there's a lot of good synergy heroes with him, like Ayak, Keeper of the Light, and Pagna has been shown. Teams have been showing a lot on this tournament.
All right, you hear it here first. Reza would like more Storm Spirits for Shopify Rebellion. I mean, Alvin is a fantastic Storm, of course. We'll see if he gets his hand on one of those. Blacklist Rivalry here as well in the tiebreak. They've had quite a bit of growth, I feel like, in the group stages. I always feel like when it comes to tiebreakers, it's not necessarily showing what you're capable of, but it's all showing what you've learned throughout the groups. You got to prove probably mostly to yourself, especially in the case of Shopify Rebellion, as they are already qualified for the international. But you got to show that you can do it. You got to show that you can actually make it. And I think Winter Blacklist Rivalry is yet to make their full mark. Do you feel like you've seen their full potential?
I mean, they have very different openings in a lot of their games. That's not a good sign for me. It feels like they are just trying out a lot of different things. They're unsure, and towards the end of the group stages, they've been sticking towards a specific playstyle, especially picking their mid laner early. So I think maybe they're starting to get a grasp of something, and there's definitely that for them.
But I do want to say that they're coming to this series pretty confident, because the last series against IG that they played, Raven, I don't know if you've seen that game, the first game, Raven backdoored the throne. Like,
what is it? They came back from the biggest
40,000.
42,000 K. Whoa, 42K gold difference, which is one of the biggest comebacks ever, I believe. I saw
yeah,
that
I mean, it was incredible as well the way they did it. They just like TP'd on the throne. Black Hole the heroes to let the Raven just hit the throne constantly with 2 BKBs on 2 metas. And I don't know how somehow, like, after this big change to the throne, having more armor and stuff, they still managed to do that even in this patch, and it was like incredible.
What hero was he playing in?
Terrorblade.
Terrorblade, yeah.
Yes.
There were some Eidolons involved in there too.
But mostly Black Hole was the key factor that he was like holding the team. I think it was Kukov, right, on the Enigma. He was holding the IG for not like killing the Raven before he would kill the throne.
I mean, speaking of Raven a little bit, Medusa, Morphling, really strong heroes this patch, right?
Mm-hmm.
They have won 0 games with those heroes. All their Morphling games are a loss. All their Medusa games have been a loss as well. He seems to really love the heroes like the Terrorblade and the Naga. Pretty much the only heroes he's winning on, and that's a little worrying. You're playing versus Rebellion. RTZ also loves those heroes.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll be highly contested, or if you do pick it, because when I think you talk about Storm Spirit, for example, like Abed,
yeah,
you can try and take his Storm away from him if you want, but he knows how to play against it. That's the other hero he plays if he doesn't get Storm is Ember. And I think it's the same thing for Arteezy. He knows all the TB, he knows all the Naga counters, so that's a little bit of a concern going into this series, I think.
Yeah, they've been only winning actually with 2 strats. Shopify, the Pugna Storm strat and Morphling. They've lost the rest of the heroes, like Tekis and everything, all the other strong heroes, they've been losing with all the other heroes. So I expect them to probably stick to one of those two strats in this series.
Do we feel like they've improved during the group stages so far? Because they came in and they already, they tied a little here and there. They lost to Tundra fairly early on as well, and people were like, oh, Shopify's not doing as well as expected. But do we feel like they've improved? I remember back in the day, Shopify and then EG was always considered a championship team, and that implies that, you might not start at your hottest ever, but you will make it through eventually because you learn so much along the way.
I don't know, I feel like they improved a little bit, but not as much, as being able to contend for the upper bracket. And I do think that these two teams, they're very similar in the way they played. Like Fear mentioned already, they have like similar heroes between all of them. Like, mid has the same pool, carry has the same pool. And it's going to be like a very interesting series to watch because of that. Because the teams, even in score in the group stage, they're like super tight right now at this point in their, standings.
Well, good news. I believe all of you saying the draft's going to be very important for this series, especially if they have such an overlap in hero pools. And we've got the draft ready for you for game number 1. Of course, this is a best of 3, and we're going to find out who comes out on top. Elimination on the lines brings out the best. I will say that. Elimination on the line makes sure that we got some very, if all things go well, back and forth Dota 2. We have had, of course, these two teams play each other before. It was a tie between them. And it actually was very funny. Did you guys see the draft or they played previously against each other? Because they basically, both of them, played the exact same draft 2 times in a row with 1 hero difference, where one time Shopify won and the other time Blacklist won. And it's like, it was really strange to see that.
Who won the second game?
I believe Shopify is the one that won the second game. And that one also took a lot longer than the first.
Yeah, I think it was Blacklist winning when they were first pick and Shopify winning when they were second pick game. Those 2 games.
I don't know, somehow to me these two teams, they're like super similar, even like in their names. Like you can see 2 big words and then you see the logos, they're also like very similar. There's
Rebellion, Rivalry.
Yeah, there's something to it. I'm telling you that these 2 teams are having
Shopify,
common.
Black Friday shopping.
Yeah.
You guys are onto something.
Alright, so it looks like Blacklist this time around, first game, gets first pick. They have banned out Morph and Silencer, and on the other side, Shopify has removed Enchantress and Naga Siren. And Blacklist has to go for this, because if they don't pick the Pugna, Shopify will have their Pugna Storm. The question is, will Shopify take the Storm away from Blacklist, or will they give the whole combo to Blacklist, which is pretty risky? Or they just open with the Broodmother.
I still don't understand why people like counter pick and Storm Pugna strategies with the Broodmother, unless they're gonna do a course here and pick like Storm and Brood. I'd love to see that personally, because there's like, I mean, maybe not as
Storm Brood
much.
to him, maybe. I would say like a Skywrath or something.
Yes, people pick Sky here.
Something to just stop the storm. The storm's coming. There's like no way Bulba doesn't know storm is coming. So he either, as a storm god himself, he's not the storm god, he's the one that brings the storm, the picker of the storms. He knows what's coming, and he's gonna pick something that they have played against a lot. I think whenever they play against Storm Spirit, I haven't seen a ton of those games, but the one game I did watch, the Storm Spirit didn't have a great game. I think it was Sumel tried to pick Storm against Rebellion, and it just didn't work out. They responded with Ember, and I think they had a Sky as well, but some type of lockdown. But neither of these heroes really are going to be like the Storm counter, so I'm not sure what this opening is fully about. It is a strong offlane duo, so there's always that, and here goes the... We knew this one was coming from 10 miles away.
Can you tell me a little bit about this silencer ban that they had on the Blacklist Rivalry?
Because they wanted the first pick Pugna,
and
I assume. Yeah.
No, but is it a good counter pick to Pugna, the silencer?
It's kind of annoying for Pugna in the fights.
I think it allows you to like shut down these defensive supports, right? Like he can't life drain. You can all in one hero, and during that global that you're not going to have that Pugna using the Crepify or the life drain to keep him up. So I think in that regard it does make sense. And of course, a storm might be coming, or you want the storm. So all of a sudden there's no silencer for that as well.
I mean, I'm not a big fan of Shopify opening, just because there's no really addressing of the storm, and usually Storm Spirit is really good against Broodmother because you can find her in the webs, and there's no... They're gonna ban all the silencer, abilities from the stopping Storm Spirit having a great game.
I would like for them to ban Ember too. if I'm Blacklist Rivalry. Because you have Abed on the enemy team, 60% win rate, 5 games on Storm, 50% win rate, 4 games on Ember. Then he has like 6 heroes down here with 0% win rate, 1 Wind Ranger that has a win.
Do you ban Pug then? Or you just leave it in the pool? You don't care?
Yeah,
He has not played Puck yet.
Puck is pretty good against these two heroes. I mean, they're just banning like comfort heroes, like Shopify is banning Tiebreaker, Tide. Those are the heroes that Blacklist really like on KP and Raven.
Could one of you explain why both teams are just not caring about letting techies or Undying through? I mean, both of those heroes we've seen so many times on all the other teams playing here, and at this point it seems like there's such a heavy focus on, I don't know, shutting down Raven and shutting down Arteezy on the other side. We got a lot of cores banned out, and of course you want to protect the store.
I mean, this is what happens when you are playing. You're not the best teams in the tournament, so you're kind of not banning towards the meta, but you're just banning towards what the opponents good at, their comfort heroes. Because I think in this matchup, the comfort actually matters more than what's good in the meta.
I also think there's a big reason of not picking Undying, because you already know that Pugna first pick and Storm is happening after, and Undying is not particularly good against any of these two. Like, it doesn't stop Storm, and against Pugna it's not a very great laner.
Well, I know Rebellion's not picking techies or Undying because they're just not good at the heroes. We've got 7 games for Crit playing this techies, and he's only won 1 of those.
Yeah, and with Undying, they've only won with Morphling. So when Morphling is banned, so I guess they don't want to pick the Undying.
Oh, that's painful.
Yeah, and out of the 5 games of Undying, they picked win on the Undying.
I mean,
they're not winning with these heroes.
I mean, that's why they're struggling, right? They're not winning with the meta heroes. And in this matchup, you can only count on your comfort picks. I'm not really sure what's the idea behind the Rubik Brute, apart from they just want like an off lane that doesn't really get count. I'm not sure, like they're just trying to pick their off lane and not show the mid and safe lane heroes.
You know what I'd love to see this game from Shopify Rebellion? I'd love to see Meepo.
Abed Meepo, bring it back. I am so down.
Oh, never mind. I think it's going to be an Abed Puck.
Yeah, I mean, no Ember, no Storm.
Yeah.
He's playing versus Storm. I think Ember would have been his first choice, but Puck, that's good. Fits what they need.
I'm just a little surprised they decided to pick Puck first and not, some position 5 hero or 4 on that slot. But that's just because like they already see mid lane.
Yeah, he sees his lane, and then maybe you can decide on the position 5 hero later.
Yeah, it's just like Blacklist now has some picks like Lion that they can already prepare for the Puck.
Well, I can tell you, Rebellion is a team that has always cared a lot about the laning stage. They like to snowball the lane, so they'll try and counterpick in a way which gives them the best chance to just win their lanes and then kind of like play methodically, get Arteezy on a hard carry, get him his farm, use that early advantage to close the game out like at a relatively good time around that 25-35 minute mark is when I think Rebellion truly peaks. And if they pick their support there, then potentially they might not get the best support to win their lanes.
Yeah. What do you think about this white hair that Arteezy has right now?
He's powering up.
Is it good?
I mean,
Do you
so far
like
it's
it?
not working, but
Not
I think these things have reverse effects on Arteezy. Remember he shaved his head?
did.
Yeah.
And they just lost.
They just lost right
You saw Ace die there. He's like,
You know why is it happening? Because he's trying to copy. He's not
Yeah.
being the original.
Well,
one.
he's trying his new thing now, I think.
No, but who did it first? Ace or him?
Was it Ace?
Ace?
Oh, shit.
I mean, first it was fucking Ramses.
actually, you know what?
Or it's Ramses
If
with the
you
blue
look
hair.
at Ace, I mean, there's definitely a little bit more dark around the roots compared to Ace, so I think Ace time-based probably was the later one. Yeah.
We'll see.
But
But
he's not the first one to dye his hair. I like it.
all I'm saying is it's a fine look. It looks good, but like, hopefully he's not doing this for Dota power-ups because that's not working currently, as they are facing potential elimination here.
I also not sure, like, when you're trying to, paint your hair like this, like, I think you should try hard and, like, every time it goes black, you should paint it already.
No,
one
that's
more.
also a look, though. It creates depth.
Ah,
It looks very
it's that.
different when you have the roots.
Oh, it's intentional then, huh?
Yeah, it's a
Oh.
fashion statement.
Never mind.
Besides, he doesn't have time to upkeep his hair at the moment. He's playing in the Bali Major.
Yeah, he should copy the Chinese teams where they wear the rabbit head.
Yeah. With a cat. What do you
The
mean,
cat.
rabbit?
Sorry, not the rabbit. The cat.
All right, we've got a Templar Assassin Spirit Breaker coming out for Blacklist with the Raven Templar Assassin. Are we happy about that one?
He has one game on it, and they won with it, so
Ooh.
that's
not
a
100%
particularly happy
win
with
rate.
that.
Yeah, he really liked this hero. He played TA and Terrorblade the most during the DPC season.
Yeah.
It's just like people keep picking Templar Assassin into the Broodmother, and you know, the matchups that I've seen, she's getting completely just destroyed on that lane. Like, she has 2 or 3 days death from the laning stage, and she just goes jungle, level 3 or something, or rotates to mid lane.
Can you still stack the spiders on top of each other so the side blades don't bounce?
Not sure.
So basically what you can do is you can shift click the spiders and they all group up and they look like one spider. Like, you can have like 100 spiders under one spider. And if you do that, TA side blade will no longer bounce onto the other spiders. So if you know this trick, you have to be a good brood player. You have to know how to do it. It's really annoying for TA.
It's Saberlight playing the brood, I'm assuming. Do
Yeah.
they have a lot of flex potential to putting it elsewhere?
No,
I don't
absolutely
think probably no.
This is the one team that you can be like almost 100% sure on a lot of things, unless they're playing in Div 1 NA, DPC, and they're playing some team that just isn't even a challenge for them. Then they might mess around a bit.
Okay.
But Abed is not going to play brood mid this game.
And neither is
RTZ. You'll see in his pubs if he starts playing it. He'll have to think it's OP, but he's not there yet.
Is it some StarCraft mechanics about the spiders you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean it works in StarCraft too. Maybe I'm not sure where it came from. I just know all the TA players versus Brood. I'm not sure who came up with the first. It's like 33 or something. Because like TA is supposed to counter Brood, and then all the spiders just grouped up, and like the side blades just don't work anymore.
Isn't there like
"This sucks."
a trick with that where when you remove the web and then they split up? Like I've seen some players do it, they group it together. Then when you're about to go in,
I mean, I'm not a
and
dirty
then you
Brood
block?
player, but probably there's a lot of disgusting
That sounds
things you
cool.
can do.
Yeah,
And you just block the
yeah.
guy
Then you cancel the web and then they split up.
That's pretty cool.
I've seen that before. I don't know if it still works right now.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of the Undying pick. I don't see particular reason for that, to be honest. It's just like to block any potential melee offlaners.
It's just good with the draft. I feel like the Undying with the Puck and the Rubik, it gives like a really strong team fight around the Tombstone. There's some catch with the Puck and Rubik, so the Undying is just going to solidify their 5-man.
Yeah, I think they're a team that talked about it before. They really like these timings, especially where an RTC can play here that can hit buildings. Add a Brood, buying some ores potentially, and an Undying who can also just use the Tombstone. You can close games out fairly early by this.
Luna would be nice with that kind of lineup.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind having Luna here.
Blacklist bans out the Bat Rider, so they do give some respect to a potential flex, just in case. Maybe that's what Shopify has saved it for.
They don't know RTZ well enough.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't worry about that one. Nobody knows this team better. And trust me, they would not have picked RTZ Bat carry or Brood carry.
Alright, so what does Blacklist need to get from their last pick? I'm assuming Spearbreaker is going to be a support. So we're looking for offlaner on the side of
Some
Blacklist. What's
Underlord,
play?
Underlord, Brewmaster, I think. They need like a frontline tank.
Yeah,
Will they play Spearbreaker 4 or 5, do you think? Blacklist.
I think it's going to be 5.
Actually, yeah, Teams is going to play the Puck now.
Okay.
Brewmaster it is.
I actually kind of maybe like I would prefer the Underlord more. Because the Underlord is going to buy a pipe. It's very good against the Puck. Brewmaster, you're not going to buy the pipe, probably.
Yeah.
Well, this is interesting. There's no illusion heroes left in the game other than CK. And they're playing versus Brew anyway, so it doesn't matter. But TA doesn't like playing versus those type of heroes. So I wonder what RTC's thinking to play against
Anti-mage,
TA.
isn't it? It's pretty free anti-mage game.
Don't you think it would be like some Lycan kind of hero that can abuse their lineup to push? Lycan, Luna.
They'll try to end fast.
Yeah.
Luna is good too. Yeah, Luna is actually better than anti-mage. in this
I would
scenario.
prefer the Luna as well. Out of those heroes. I was gonna say, if he wants to really crush the lane, there's like some life stealer, but that's not the best to play.
Yeah, that hero is.
I mean, you have a puck on your team. You could snowball, but they are going. Call the Lycan. There it is.
Yeah, it's a very timing-based lineup with the Undying. Like, I feel like the draft fully utilizes the Undying and the Brood. Like, the Lycan really pairs well with that. They're going to be really fast. Puck is really good with Undying and Lycan. The core is just going to be amazing. And it's going to be up to Blacklist whether they can do well on the lanes and try to get level 6 on the Brew. I think the Brew is going to play a crucial role at defending the towers. If the Brew has a bad game, they're just going to lose all their towers.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. Will North America's finest early game, mid game team be able to win against the late game powerhouses of Southeast Asia? They both have drafts that are going to decide just that. If you're going to win on Shopify, it's going to be in that 25 to 35 minute mark. If you don't, then I think Blacklist should have the game.
Yeah, you think they have a better lineup if it does go late?
I think so.
I don't think so. I think Broodmother and Lyca are the best carry heroes in this patch. I've
Universal.
been using that a lot too in my game. So I think
Regardless
this
of how long the game goes.
yeah, I think it's Shopify Rebellion all day long.
C late game. You can't underestimate that.
Anything
And
to add to that?
+1. See late game.
late game.
Rebellion late game is not the best either.
All right, so game 1 of a best of 3. We say, okay, if it's early end, probably Shopify is going to win. Late end, probably Blacklist is going to win. But which one's going to be?
Shopify.
Shopify?
I'm gonna say Shopify. As well.
Shopify.
Oh wow! I think that's 3-man panel saying Shopify. I believe we call that the jinx. We got the jinx correct here. Let's find out what's going to happen in game 1 of this best of 3 together with ODPixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, this best of 3, it's going to be fantastic. I can tell already. We know these two teams are going to clash phenomenally against each other with the lineups coming out. Fog, what do you make of this? Do you indeed think this kind of brood-like an approach from Shopify is going to be enough to run Blacklist rivalry over?
Let's keep the curse. Let's get that jinx real hard for them. It looks good. It looks very, very strong, yeah. There's a lot of overwhelming, like the summons and everything do make it really difficult even for something like Pugna to do the Pugna things. Because you want to stand there, be able to heal. If you're just having like spiderlings, wolves, and everything on you, it does cause you some issues. Just a little small thing, of course, just to, like I think like answers that they were probably looking for to deal with that, the kind of healing that's coming out. And they do have good ways to group up. Good team fight from Shopify. I agree with what Winter was saying. I think I'm going to be looking a lot, eyes on KP, how his game is. I think if his game just becomes a little bit rough at the start, I could see this one snowballing pretty fast.
Okay, well, because he's the entirety of the team fight.
He's all the team fight, literally the entire team fight for them, so. And I've seen them so many times. I mean, it's Shopify. We'll see how well they play, of course, too, because people are going to be pretty critical because they've had a bit of a rough tournament so far here. But we've seen them do Puck versus Storm like 1,000 times. Like, it's Abed playing this. He's playing versus his buddy, you know, his SEA compadre, Carl. And I'm imagining they're going to be setting up to shut down this Storm Spirit early on, playing around Abed, looking for early aggression. That being said, if it gets to, like, if the game gets a little weird, if this Brewmaster does have a good game and they're able to get this type of farm for the TA, there is some strong scaling that comes out for Blacklist. So, let's see what's going to end up happening here.
Let's see the early bit of action potentially around these runes if they want to go for a bit of a clash.
And I'm wondering, I mean, I'm kind of with Frezzo, actually, too. Like, the double universal heroes, we've seen these broods, like what Amar was able to do with it, especially, too. How much pressure you can apply. These heroes do scale very hard nowadays with the universal builds.
The battle begins.
Let's see. Easy bounty room for Saberlight. Just
first hit bash.
Away from the 3 of them. And they'll throw the blood grenade out onto Saberlight. Tims, he would have needed a bash there to get the kill. Saberlight's able to walk away. He'll turn towards Crit instead. Might be able to stay on top of Crit. So, what was that? The 3 bounty runes going for Shopify.
Yep, bit of miscommunication, I think, there maybe from Blacklist. Maybe if the Pugna kept going, they threw the blood grenade, maybe they get like a couple extra hits, maybe.
It's close.
But either way. I think, well, how many did they expend? Was that 2 blood grenades? I think it was, right? I think the Pugna used
one from
his,
Tims.
and the Spirit Breaker used it too, I think, right?
So, yeah.
Maybe, I don't know. Either way, they did end up committing quite a bit there, and they ended up losing 3 bounties, so. They do start some heroes low, though, and another bash.
So how are these lanes going to go? I mean, top lane, can these two do enough to bully Saberlight early on?
That's why they picked it.
Yep.
So, yeah, we'll see what Crit's going to be able to do to kind of dissuade that. I think Rubik is a pretty good one in this lane to kind of try to slow them down here. Other lanes, though, I mean, this is a really strong bottom lane, of course. The Lycan should just be able to free farm versus this Brew. And this is my biggest concern for Blacklist, really, is how does KP get off to a start here? Even if he has a Pugna behind him, Undying the king of bullying these kind of heroes here.
Bottom lane. DKP is just going to be kept pushed right back by Fly at these early levels.
Yeah. And how do you, I mean, that means Arteezy is just going to absolutely free farm. He's got 4 denies as well, too. So, yeah, KP is going to be off to a really, really slow start.
And well, this isn't something that like the Pugna can, you know, Cuckoo, can he do much about this on the early levels?
No. I mean, Pugna can only do so much when you have, like, a Brewmaster with you. Can't actually bully. I mean, Undying, it's an Undying, you know. Undying does what Undying does. So Fly, he's going to set up Arteezy for absolute success here.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's pretty much denying all the range creeps. Yeah. I mean, pretty much all the melee creeps on top
Literally
of that.
Every
Yeah, 10 and 8 on these first few waves.
That's going to cause some issues for sure to recover for that Brood. I mean, 1 CS. And top overall, I mean, yeah, they picked this lane to deal with the Brood, right? But it's not like Saberlight is going to get completely forced out. Like levels, once level 2 comes out for Tims, perhaps they can start to get a little bit more, but Saberlight should be able to annoy Raven, just missing last hits with the Bola. And mid, I mean, we'll see how this matchup, as we said.
Now Carl's doing pretty hot.
Carl's doing awesome. We've seen this one a lot for like the skill matchup overall. Because I think I've seen it go both ways, but lately I've been seeing the Storms win a bit more. Because I think I saw Depressed Kiyotaka actually win this matchup also.
Yeah, having a very good time with these first few waves, Carl.
But Abed, he has the bottle and he refills. Look at Carl. He doesn't have it, so.
Well, that is true.
Abed did play the deny and to grab the water, and so now Carl is going to get bullied away.
He's going to have to take the wall back to base. Oh, and he's got some regen. He's got some tangos coming out.
He could just die though. You have to be pretty careful.
It's risky, but he's got the stick, the Fairy Fire, and the tangos. I think he'll stick around and try and, you know, take a chance here.
They're diving bottom. They've got the tombstone. Not going to get the deny onto it.
Artesian in turn won't be able to farm the Nether Ward.
Carl.
I mean, it's so risky. This mid lane. I mean, he's going to have to walk back soon. Okay, he's got the bouncy rune to fall back on, so we'll get the refuel there.
At the least, but I mean, Abed.
This should give a chance now for Abed to catch back up, right? With this harassment.
Should almost completely catch back up, yeah. And he's holding the creep wave too. Do you see how he's holding the positioning there? Keeps it outside of his tower so he can continue going for that like high ground, bullying a little bit onto the Storm Spirit every time he walks up. Let's see that.
Down bottom. See if it becomes a little bit easier for KP to step up and get creeps. I mean, so far, still not the case.
Yeah.
Just tries to get up there, and RTs can very easily trade hits with him.
They just have a lot of, I mean, even in like the mid game and stuff like that, they're gonna have a lot of physical damage to deal with these Brewlings, even when he does have the split available too. The one thing about the split, of course, it's something people you've been drafting for 10 years, perhaps, versus something like Lycan. So there is one benefit at the least, even though yes, it is the Lycan that was picked versus it. You can throw this Lycan in the air constantly throughout his transformation inside a team fight. So even if his lane is super rough, there will be at least some type of counterplay that this Brewmaster can have versus Lycan. Folks moving toward mid. Water rune will still go to Abed, and Carl, he wasn't able to get that fill up, of course. With Raindrop, though, he should be quite a bit safer to not really worry about getting pushed out too much here from Abed.
Yeah, at least not without any sort of rotation.
No.
I mean, which...
Ooh, a move is happening. Fly, he's making that rotation himself. He's actually coming toward top.
They could look to set up onto Raven. Telekinesis for crits there. Charge across the Tims. Will push them back. Raven's, he's able to step out there. Tims, smart call there. Goes for the charge. Instant TP. Both just able to avoid this gank from Fly. So nothing to come of this, apart from getting pushed back out of the lane a bit.
Blood Grenade expended. Tombstone drop. They don't kill the Tombstone, so that's what it is.
Still very much the bottom lane with the biggest offset is. I mean, to short top, Saberlight not having a free time, but
he's slowing down.
He's at least getting some denies in there as well, indeed. But yeah, bottom lane, uncontested farm right now for RTC's Lycan. Top lane, they're looking to go again.
Saberlight.
As Raven and Tims return. Focus Tims, Raven's able to step to the side. Tims, he'll get taken out. First blood for crit, as the 3 of Shopify Rebellion will succeed in taking down the kill on that top lane. Back on the mid, Carl and Abed both falling low. Carl, he's relying on the fact he's still got the 1 charges, so we'll be perfectly fine here against the orb.
There's rotations coming though. Shopify, they're setting up for an early gank. This is very common for them to do around this puck. Abed's getting charged.
He was able to set this up the best. I mean, they'll hold back on the charge for now, Tims. He's going to turn his attention over towards Crit instead. And with a zip across, Carl, he's just hit the 6, so he's able to close the gap onto Crit. Crit's got the Fairy Fire.
He's got a Healing Lotus too.
He's not going to be quite as easy of a kill as they may have hoped for. The blast connects, but indeed Crit, he's just sort of baiting them away. Indeed, will have the Lotus when he feels necessary to pop it.
He gets
okay, he'll let himself go down to the blast. So they do get something out of it. A bit of time though where they're drawn away from the mid.
Takes him, 3 heroes chasing him for a whole bit of time. Carl also used a bit of mana too. Abed, Catapult actually did that thing, if you saw, where I think Abed actually tanked the tower hit, and the Catapult just ran into tower range, so it does end up suiciding there. But Shopify, 1-to-1, and that big discrepancy, of course, from bottom. And Carl, he's gonna have to always be careful for the setups of Coil now at this point when Abed does have it at the ready.
Radiant are scanning.
See if they look to make a move, maybe to punish. He does have a TP, I believe, on the Storm, so Arteezy could get caught off guard here. He's shown very close to the tower. Carl tries, but Arteezy does end up making it quick.
Well, close start here, but the sort of the major feeling is that Shopify Rebellion with this lineup that is going to hit an early power spike. So far, there's not been any ways that its progression's been slowed down. Right, they're going to hit the timings, and Blacklist are going to have to deal with a Shopify Rebellion that will be grouping up and running them pretty early in this game.
Yeah, but I mean, KP is actually, he has completely recovered his lane. He's got a Vanguard, so he's actually pretty damn tanky. It's not going to be the easiest for them to really focus fire and bring him down in this, because it's not like they have these overwhelming silences. Yes, they have the puck, but that's it. Like sometimes it's like the puck and the disruptor or something that really trips up the Brewmaster. So, I mean, Shopify definitely in a little bit of a better position, but I think KP maybe not as, not as unhappy as I thought he was going to be in this bottom lane.
Yeah, just made the most of the fact that there's obviously support focus from Shopify Rebellion. It kind of left that bottom lane, and it's been around the mid, been around the top. So he's had an easier time trading CS with RTZ. RTZ's going to pop the ult.
It's time to kick the pace up.
We'll see what they can go for with this. But yeah, they'll get the catch on Tims with the telekinesis. DD's going to be able to be grabbed by Arbed, and RTZ will be able to connect over towards the Spirit Breaker. So they'll chase down Tims. RTZ able to claim the kill. Already some very early moves now. 8 minutes making that rotation from the bottom lane, and using the ult and getting a kill.
And he was using his wolves to last hit under the tower too. Just wanted to point that out there. So RTZ a little bit of multi-micro coming out. Close to his Echo Saber. Good kill. DD rune on Abed, holding onto that coil. They're making this move down.
They want to try and get RTZ, especially in these points where he doesn't have his ultimate available. Carl and Tims heading down here to join KP. They have Primal Split as well if necessary.
They need
TP starting to come in. They're going to need a lot more damage to drain this Lycan.
Stone's down.
Turn their efforts towards Flyband. He's already dropped the Tombstone. Further TVs to be coming in from Shopify Rebellion. They'll kill Fly.
Carl in trouble.
They've got to run now. The coil's there. It's going to grab onto Carl. This was a pretty heavy attempt to the kill underneath the tier 1, and it ends up costing Blacklist Rivalry big time. They lose their mid.
I mean, a bold attempt too, but a really good TP. I mean, Fly is at the ready, and okay. Well, at least take away those double bounty runes from Abed, so a decent amount of gold going for their way at least, but he likely will die for that.
He's going to have some backup coming in the form of
might be
Tims.
okay.
He goes for the decrepified TPI. He's away, and in fact, Tims Crit ends up getting bashed up to the high ground. So Crit will live.
Okay. I mean, the double bounties actually give, it's a lot of gold.
Yeah, he picks it up and gets out. Cuckoo's, he succeeds.
Yeah, you can't forget how much that actually ends up giving. It's 450 across the board, so. All right. I mean, the dive doesn't end up working out, of course, down bottom, but.
Cuckoo makes it work a little bit.
Cuckoo kind of makes it work, grabbing the bounties. I love when I see people get bashed uphill. In for quite a bit of a treat of a game here as Tims grabs the haste rune right in front of Abed.
Try and chase him out a little bit, Abed.
Long zip.
I mean, he was playing for Abed going up to the high ground, but indeed Abed didn't jump across there. So, it's all good though. He's got a Pugno, he's got Cuckoo by his side, so Carl's mana topped instantly back up to full.
Shopify wants to get some more out of this map here. 10 minutes in. They want to try to get some more pressure onto one of these towers, the tier 1s in particular. Saberlight will naturally start to get that push going top every time Raven goes to jungle. They're going to try to look for a pickoff.
And see what they can set up here with the Dream Coil into Tombstone.
You know that they want to play a little bit faster than the side of Blacklist, who does want to, they can fight back on Blacklist, of course, but they, they want to be able to get that farm, sit back on the TA a little bit more than something like a Lycan wants to on Shopify. Yeah, Saberlight, he will be able to get that top tower next. And they still have Catapult in the mid wave too. Could even swing over here on Shopify. Out of support levels. Still 4 on Tims, 6 on the Pugna. 5 on the other 2 supports too.
KP's going to be ready to go again with the split if the rest of the team wish to connect with him. They'll smoke up. We'll see which direction they want to head. Looks like Carl and Cuckoo have got their eyes on trying to just push out the spider, find Saberlight on this top half of the map.
Okay. They ideally want to give Tims level, so I don't blame them for making this type of move. Like, he needs somewhere to get that level 6, so they're giving him mid.
Yeah, they're going to end up just revealing themselves, so it looks like they just wanted to get up here to farm, that they don't actually manage to set up anything with this smoke.
I mean, this level 6 is actually... The fact that it's so much earlier than the other 6s at this point, it's not an early 6 by any means for Cuckoo, but compared to the others, it does have it pretty early on, so that's going to actually help Carl quite a bit here in this early game too. So, okay, Arteezy. He's making the move toward mid again. Wants to try to get some tower advantage here. Doesn't want to just stay parked versus a Brewmaster either. And should be able to finish off this tower. Stick up to KP if he wants to make the call to rally, but they don't have anyone set up here.
Yeah, they're going to use the push it. As the tier 1's gone, Arteezy straight down towards the bottom, wants to be able to continue to hold on this tower, but that's going to be interrupted there. Tims puts a stop to that, so further space for KP to continue to, by the looks of it, maybe be able to trade the tower, get a further TPs coming from Shopify. They'll send the puck down here, Arbed, to deal with this push.
He's got Arcane Rune. Can easily make sure they don't push this one. They could even surround and look for the Brewmaster now. They could just bring the numbers if they're able to get on top of
Arteezy,
KP.
he's good to go. He's going to pop the shapeshift and look to try and chase this down. It's a tricky hero to catch, and it does rely on Arbed sort of being in range for kind of the Dream Coil, the silence. Then maybe they have a chance to take him down before the split comes out. But other than that, it's not going to happen. So nothing to be found with this use of the shapeshift.
Good dodge from KP. I mean, very minimal kind of movement, but he just moved away from the tower early enough to be able to keep the distance. And he is going to, it looks like he's full committing. I was wondering if he was going to, but going for the Crimson Guard versus the Brood versus the Lycan. Could be pretty cool. Even versus something like the Undying could be nice. Just a little bit of extra block to protect his allies. To protect these squishy back, or just protect the squishy backline in particular, Cuckoo. Slow-paced game. Feels like that does. I mean, even though yes, it's still very early towns, but yeah, if the game doesn't accelerate, you know, I'm sure that Blacklist is pretty happy. Shopify wants to play very happy.
They really want to do something about KP.
They can't. Keeps getting away.
Now he's got backup as well. Both Cuckoo and Raven now around, ready to fight.
Still on high ground.
So if they can deal with this, they'll, you know, the vision up there quickly take down the Tombstone. Now it becomes a bit of a dangerous spot. The map for Shopify Belly, and Fly has to back away.
The Tumblers gets him to disengage for Spirit Breaker. They're going to be able to commit forward for the tower, though. I bet he'll ditch. Wisdom runes.
So far, Blacklist doing a solid job.
Yeah, they're doing a great job here so far. The TA is set up for success to have a very early Deso timing.
Yeah, Raven. I think Raven feels great. He's going to be level 12 soon. He's now having all the space that he could hope for on the map. A good, healthy 143 CS here, 14 minutes in. Farm's great.
Yep. Let's see if they can set up onto Saberlight at all here, because he's also, I mean, he is still absolutely free farm. We're going to have to see the clash of these universal heroes versus just the scaling of Blacklist, of course, too, because Shopify, it's not like they don't just fully not scale or anything like that. It's going to be interesting to see how it all does kick off here. Very slow paced.
Crit. Arbed with him. They're trying to go for Cuckoo. They'll get him, but it almost certainly kills to be had in return. Carl and Tim's able to take down Crit. Arbed tries to set up with the orb and the coil onto Carl, but he on his own does not have enough damage to kill Carl. Carl's perfectly fine.
Exchange of supports.
Dire's top tower.
I mean, Raven, he's hard.
Up, actually.
I mean, maybe if Tim's connects and Arteezy is red, they can try
double
to
kill. It's a lot of damage.
He's going to be able to get the ult off Carl. He's used all his mana to get down here, so can't continue to chase for a Vortex. They've got the charge, but Tim's on his own will not be able to do it. So Arteezy able to break away in time with the shapeshift.
Nice attempt, though.
Yeah,
I like that Raven does it.
If sort of Tim's charge was anywhere closer and they're able to sort of just get any sort of disable onto Arteezy where he's held near Raven, he'd be dead.
Or if Raven had if he did have that Deso just a little bit sooner, right? Because it is coming out in the courier now. That could have maybe been enough damage. All right, let's see what we got here. Shopify swinging toward top. They know that Raven's made his way back up here. They want to try to perhaps punish this TA. That'd be a really, really good kill. That could allow them to kick up the momentum here, but look at this. Blacklist.
They're ready for a fight themselves.
This. Crit shows.
Yeah, he's going straight forward. He's in with a charge. They'll quickly take out Crit. And the rest of Shopify Belly, and they do not want to be around here anymore.
Nice read. All throughout this game, it feels like they are reading the movements of Shopify nicely on Blacklist.
Yeah, they're keeping them under control.
Arteezy is gonna, kicking up the pace of his Nullifier, it looks like here. He's got Treads, he's got Echo Saber, he even buys the Shard to put some continuous pressure and extra farm onto these lanes and stuff like that, and he's just gonna go straight Nullifier. Versus Bulldoze, versus Crimson Guard, versus Decrep and stuff like that. Okay, don't blame him. See if it'll pay off. Roche is already starting to get pinged out. Both teams have to be very aware of it. They both kind of have pretty godly lineups to just sneak a Roche on, actually. Get that pause.
Now then, which team would do it quicker? Is it the sort of Deso TA or kind of the Lycan around the Undying ult? Probably the Deso TA.
That's what I mean. The meld is just crazy because you can do the double meld
feel
thing.
Like it's still going to be slightly quicker if Blacklist getting there.
I don't know. And Dying is pretty broken, and they do have a lot of physical damage. I don't know. That would be a pretty good test to see which one actually kills it just straight faster.
I think it's got to. If you consider all 5 heroes on both teams hitting it, the
if you
minus armor that TA provides.
Okay, if you consider all 5 hitting, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, fine. Maybe.
If they're going as a team for the I think
knows?
Blacklist do it quicker.
Yeah, probably pretty close. Cool. What's the itemization going to be coming out here afterwards? It looks like it is going to be the Orchid finish. So, Carl, we've seen this a couple of times now to deal with the pucks. And looking at Shopify, they're actually buying they bought a really early gem. I think this might be the earliest gem I've seen purchased in this tournament. So a really big dictator of trying to control the early game, right? Because you're playing versus these TA traps that are going to be really pesky to perhaps catch even the puck. Because I didn't see if he's going to queue up the shard just yet. Because I know that a lot of players really like buying the shard versus the puck, so I don't blame him. And they're actually going to be the ones to be able to get away with just stealing it.
Yep. Doesn't look like the Blacklist will be able to do anything about this one.
Not even committing the tombstone, so that's actually pretty cool there for Fly that he doesn't have to, because they could use it for the next fight. They look to pick one off right afterwards. Saberlight's going to send the spiders to scout.
They're heading over now.
Maybe he does have
it
to
might
commit the
actually be.
tombstone.
They might
he
be
might
able
have
to
to use
do something
tombstone.
at KP.
Okay.
He's closing in, but he's not going to step into the pit in time. It's already been taken. Arbet picks up the Aegis. So put the primal split, KP.
It's a little awkward now.
But the Aegis already claimed by Shopify Rebellion. It's a bit of a tougher fight for Blacklist to make the call in as KP attempts to push on forwards. He's now got to back off as the primal split begins to end.
It's dying.
And they're going to poke on forward towards him. With the silence, they're going to try and chase KP out of this one. Arteezy popping the ult. The rest of Blacklist, what their call is going to be here. Does Carl and Kuku want to get in on this or just let KP go? Looks like they'll just let KP die.
Abed, 3-man coil!
Is there any follow-up? Instantly opt to snap it so they still get the chance to run. Carl's able to ball lightning away. Kuku's back under the tier 2 tower. Tim's trying his best to dodge the orb. The Decrepify's there trying to stop the damage from the walls and the spiders. He'll turn with an ult onto Saberlight. Tim's is still running. Can Saberlight get the final touch? He's into the trees, but Crit, he's found him. Fade Bolt's there. As Blacklist, they just turn up a little bit too late to the Roshan fight, and it does cost them. They'll lose a couple of heroes for it, as well as not getting the chance to stop Abed from grabbing that Aegis.
It's tough for them to go in. Abed very patient with his coil, and that just prevents the Storm from pretty much any moment to just jump in onto any heroes. Yeah, it's always important when you see these from these pucks when you're playing versus something like a Storm Spirit. He's just holding it and holding it and holding it. Gets the 3-man. It looks incredibly flashy, but not the craziest amount of follow-up, unfortunately. They do get one, though. So, yeah, Shopify kicking the pace up, getting that Aegis now.
That's still crazy close, though. Despite that hostile scenario of events, getting the Roshan, getting the Aegis, the gold is very dead even. And in terms of objectives, sure they got the tier 1s pretty early, but they yet to be able to tackle the tier 2. This top tier 2 should be going down. I don't think Blacklist will be able to set up any sort of defense with it as low as it is. So now they'll get themselves their first tier 2 with this Aegis.
They can start to control the map a lot here, Shopify now. Once they get this tier 2, Saberlight's starting to get pretty big, soon Halberd. They're starting to get quite a bit of options here. Even though it's just that like less than 1k or something like that, they're going to be able to do a lot now in these next few moments with this. Arteezy almost has his nullifier too, so this is a big momentum swing here for Shopify.
Yeah, they just keep it going. The smokes are there. They want to keep this pace up.
Yep, I have to reiterate, I love that they bought this gem really early this game. I think it's kind of perfect versus the TA and look at Raven.
They might find him.
This could be the perfect catch.
They're in on top of it. Who's able to get the refraction of the blink off?
Do they have the catch?
Anything to stop this? They do. The coil's there in time. TPs are coming in, but there's going to be no saving this TA as Raven's gone.
Massive catch. They can easily push more here now. Go for the tier 1, maybe even get even more. The position for the lanes actually aren't the best, but best catch they can possibly find here. Asuna Lincoln's now onto Abed too, so a lot more protection. He's versus the Vortex and versus the Spirit Breaker charge, the two kind of main things to catch him.
Yeah.
And he's got the gem to protect himself versus like the potential silence that comes from TA traps or something.
Yeah, and he's still got the 2 minutes left on the Aegis.
Yep.
Got a great healing Lotus as well, and just the fact that he hasn't died yet this game. So they haven't been able to catch him before all of this. Now it's going to become much, much harder.
And the Lincoln's, of course, versus that Vortex. So he's going to have like multiple different forms to protect himself. Arteezy, doing the Tormentor. Is he winning? He looks like he's gonna die. He looks like he's losing.
Oh. Well, you know, it happens.
It happens. look elsewhere.
Sometimes the Tormentor gets the better of us.
They're getting a good amount of mid-tower damage, though. The Wolf Arteezy shard that he purchased earlier was actually tanking it, getting some cripple effects, and Abed's full committed. Look at this with the DD.
Look at this Arteezy. He's coming back for round 2. He's not letting this Tormentor get the best of him. He just pops the ult and heads back over.
Saberlight getting set up on. He has Halberd pipe, though. It's not the easiest of kills. I think they'll settle for fly.
Yeah, the rest of them should be fine. RT, he got the Tormentor. Round 2, he pops the shapeshift.
And it's a good one.
For it.
They got fly, so they've got the the grab ally, the OP one. It is going to help a lot, actually. This game, looking at like the damage really from Blacklist, it's a lot of single targets to kind of burst one hero. The grab ally could be pretty impactful as well. 3K lead now for Shopify. Started to get the ball rolling quite a bit here.
Yeah, this is sort of now starting to fall into this, sort of the groove, the plan that they had when it came to this draft. It feels like.
Yeah, I mean, Arteezy, he is getting very, very scary. His damage is starting to go through the roof. Nullifier, once he gets Harpoon, supports just disintegrate.
Yeah.
You cannot play.
I mean, all 3 cores of Shopify Rebellion in a great spot. You know, KP, he did kind of recover from the slow start he had to the lane, but it's got back to that point now where the game's slowing back down for him as a brew.
He feels the pressure. He went back for a Midas even.
Oh.
Can't feel good.
Right. Oh, indeed, they're going to have to hope that Shopify Rebellion's not able to end it within sort of the next 10 or 15 minutes.
I mean,
if they want to have a chance of kind of playing for that sort of late game recovery plan.
That's pretty much what it says, right? Just like, all right, boys, take it to the late game, SEA special.
I mean, and if they can, they'll have a great shot. But it's a big if with the lead that Shopify Rebellion is starting to build up against them.
And I'm also thinking, like, you know, the way Abed plays, though, Abed does stay as kind of a carry also, though. So I'm just like, even if they get to late game, if Abed's big, he's also a pretty big menace as well, too, even depending on all things. So Shopify.
No, they're on the hunt.
Doing really well. Yeah, looking for KP.
They can mess around with it.
Initial catch. They've got a Yules for the secondary cancel if he tries to do it here.
Drop the tombstone. Yeah, there's no way out for him. They'll attempt the TP, but as you said, the items, the Yules, they're there. The ready KP is dead.
Nice build from Crit. Not the most obvious kind of thing, but he's playing versus Pugna, playing versus Spirit Breaker. Oh, he's going to be a great game for that Yules. I like the items he's kind of queuing up, even queuing up like Halberd. They're really understanding how this game is going to go. It looks like it's going to be like TA attempting to stand toe-to-toe versus these double melees that get right on top of her. That does not sound easy for a TA. Not with the way that Shopify's been able to get these next few grabs, and they're just continuing to kick up that pace. Easy giving them the well played. He's feeling good. Towers are dropping.
Back on track. We're 23 minutes in. They've taken all tier 2 towers.
The map is shrinking very quick here for Blacklist. Itemization, yep. Another big item coming out of Solar Crest. Something for the supports, even just to buff up these strong and physical cores.
Saberlight's ready to get into the base. So the Spiders tickling away at the tier 3 tower.
I mean, they'll force them all back, and then they're just like, okay, we can back up. So, yeah, Shopify. Clean macro. Abed. Hunt for Tims.
Could go for the solo with the coil if he wants to try. Does, but Tims did manage to get a haste rune. So that will be coil expended. Down for over a minute there.
He's also a, Lamau Spirit Breaker with the
walks it off.
Yeah. He didn't even pop the planner pocket to block the magic damage or anything. Because that, gives 75% magic resistance. Could have actually been very healthy anyway. Duet. Shopify controlling the triangle. BKB finished up on Carl.
A game of some sort.
It's Brood and his Lycan, the physical damage from the two of them. I'm actually seeing Saberlight. Looks like he's switching it up a little bit here.
Let's see if they Tims. Yeah, he can clear out the spiders. A lovely bit of money there. Goodbye to every single spider that Saberlight ever had. Top lane KP. Yeah, he's out. There's nothing to stop him.
Let's see if Saberlight commits for this build. He has got an Aghanims queued. I haven't seen most people building the spinner snare for quite some time now. I feel like I always see like the Hex now. Either way, Blacklist feeling strong. They've got a couple item timings hit here. BKB on Raven, level 18, BKB on Carl.
Yeah, this is...
They're trying to strike back.
This could be the point where Blacklist hit them hard.
Who do they find? Can they catch Abed?
It would be a brilliant catch, but it's a tricky catch. As he's already away with the orb, the blink. It's just a little bit too awkward of initiation, and Carl's used a fair bit of mana. They're going to top him back up, and now the two of them are caught in the Dream Coil. Shopify Rebellion swinging over. Let's try and take down Cuckoo first to protect himself with the Decrepify. The Spiders get wiped out again by Tim's charging across. They'll put the Primus bit. They're trying to focus Saberlight. It's Abed. He's been able to finish off Cuckoo. Now they're turned towards Tim's. There's Blacklist. I think they've got to consider just running from this. The fight has not gone. It's not started as they wish for it to do so.
Raven.
As they're on a full retreat now, he has to put the BKB here in an effort to get back up to the safety of his base.
They don't. They have to immediately like panic reset the tombstone just too much. It zones them completely away. Sure, you have primal split, but they got on the Pugna. They tried to get Abed, but this is an Abed puck. You're not gonna catch him like that.
No, not at all. It's just too tricky of a target. Yep. Pretty much the worst one for them to find.
Yep.
When they try and make a smoke move like that, we'll see again. You know, Abed able to just sort of pull their attention all the way up to the high ground, and by that point, the backup comes in. It's just no further fight for Blacklist Rivalry to try and take when the initiation does not go that smoothly. They're having to pop their ults and their BKBs, as we saw to the end there from Raven, but just in an effort to escape Shopify.
It's overwhelming when that tombstone is down. The zombies just really start to build up. Yeah, it's the Bruce Split just there for control. There's not really any damage that's going to be kicking out into that there. So yeah, Saberlight. I mean, the pipe build definitely paying off big dividends. He's got an halberd, and he is committing. Okay, so he's gone for the spinner snare. Interesting.
Okay, I guess just really wants to make this whole map very difficult for Blacklist to ever really step out and try and catch them off guard with these movements.
Sure.
If he's able to sort of set up some areas with these traps, it's going to be even harder for Blacklist Rivalry to find these plays, find these pickoffs to try and break their way back into the game and stop this momentum that Shopify's been building up.
I miss seeing this item, actually. So I feel like we had a phase where we got to see it a lot, and then people just completely stopped picking it up because this hero's universal. So everyone just starts going like your own treads, Echo Saber, building toward damage and stuff like that. So it pays off. Definitely can be an annoying one versus Spirit Breaker, right? You're charging, you run into the snare, stuff like that. So maybe there's some kind of cool tech that he's looking at here.
Items for Raven still coming out at a very, very good pace. You know, MKB is going to be the one next, so he doesn't have to deal with those the misses. It's going to be inflicted on him outside of the BKB.
Wolves are scouting. Big information. Abed. He's got an Orchid.
They're going to turn if they got enough control to bring down Abed. No, he's fine. I believe he's hopped into the tombstone.
Sure is.
He's perfectly fine. They cannot kill him. KP, if they got anything to stop the TP, they do. Telekinesis is there. Get the split off.
Oh, but they might just be able to kill it. He's got to try to
has to run.
Somehow.
I don't know if he's going to get the chance to because Arteezy's in with the shapeshift. They're going to be able to take down, chase the Earth Brewling.
One more.
The
he
rest
has
of
to
them.
cancel it.
I mean, is this going to be enough to get him away? He's getting chased down by the Spider. KP on the retreat, but they'll catch him as they'll slowly but surely be able to bring him down. Nothing more to be done. KP's gone. As Blacklist Rivalry, they just cannot find a way to take a fight at this moment.
They cannot. Nice catch. I mean, KP tries to end the split early, get away, and also his Midas is up. So very sad death for him. And it's actually going to be around Roshan. So probably the most ideal thing that Shopify could have had happen. The primal split, it gets used. Now they pretty much have this Roshan free.
James, the big guy.
I mean, yep, just going to point out that itemization one more time here from Crit. Yep, he's just going for the halberd. Double range carries that they're worried about.
I mean, Raven's been annoying here. Yeah, Raven's threatening a tier 3 or force out the glyph.
Crit. And he's actually going to get picked off. He's playing under ward.
Abed, of course, won't have any trouble dancing away. So space created for the rest of Shopify to go for Roche. Not going down super quick, but doesn't look like Blacklist Rivalry have the intention of heading over there. Ravens more than happy to just continue to play the safe spot, the map down bottom, hit the goal for his MKB, keep the pressure onto the bottom tower of Shopify Rebellion.
He's still pretty farmed.
He's super farmed.
Is he going to be able to deal with like the multiple halberds that are getting thrown out of him, the surround that comes from a Lycan and a Broodmother? Feel the easiest by any means.
We've got full Bloodthorn on Carl now as well.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of evasion. Of course,
so if they're somehow able to cleanly get in, you know, Vortex, Bloodthorn, and have Raven just beat into someone, it's going to be a lot of damage.
As long as there's no Undying to just grab them into the tombstone. So there's a lot of, they have to just be careful of the saves in particular.
Pesky tombstone.
It's proven to be quite a nuisance ever since it's been added into these pro games. Crowd
5 come down, but they're not really in any form to set up under Raven themselves. Imagine that they'll stray too far out on this bottom lane.
I can't believe we only have 17 kills in 30 minutes.
It's definitely one of the slower games. But expect this, a lot on the line here with this series.
Yep.
A lot on the line, so both teams really doing their best to make minimal mistakes and play it as safe as they can. Blacklist very much appreciating the sort of the strengths that Shopify Rebellion's lineup has at this stage of the game. You know, they're doing their best to not get caught out too much and not try and force things. Yeah, sure, we're sort of trying to make a move here and there, but outside of that, they're very much, they're just playing the passive game, playing the farm game, and making sure that the onus is on Shopify to try and force the fight, force the high ground in situations where Blacklist aren't really getting caught out as a team out on the map. So as the timer ticks, Shopify Rebellion, the test for them will be how can they bring together a push when Blacklist Rivalry will be set up as 5 waiting in the base for them.
Yeah, when they're finished scaling as well too, because if you're looking at Tim's, he is pretty much that 4th core now at this point. He's got the BKB done.
Yeah, true. He is very wealthy on this.
He's going to be annoying. And KP, I mean, he has he went Arcanes, Crimson, and then he has his Midas, so he hasn't really progressed in any type of growth. He is getting pretty close to his Radiance. So Shopify, they do want to try to get at least something out of his Aegis here. They'll be able to get a Tormentor.
Yeah, they're absolutely going to want to get something done with this 3 minutes of Aegis.
A
set of racks at the least. I think anything less will be not what they would have hoped for. Shopify Rebellion, they'll try with the push. Impulse down upon them. Even forced to BKB here after that initial jump from Shopify Rebellion. See them try and go again. Carly looking to go for the backlines. Wants to try and take out the support for the Yules. They'll be able to buy some safety. Crit in the air, and he's stolen the ball lightning. He's away. Crit, he'll live.
Charge, zips through it.
See if they can dodge this. He's doing his best to dance around Tim's. Tim's pots the BKB, but he's having to run because Arteezy, he's going straight for him. The BKB is soon to be coming to an end. They've got the dust upon him. Now the BKB finishes. Tim's, he's gone. He's out for 50.
That's a lot expended there from Blacklist too. The Primal Split is a big one for them to attempt for this hold.
Yeah, these are sort of difficult pushes for Shopify Rebellion to take it to the next level, but being able to kind of pull back as they did, Crit dancing around, not dying.
Saberlight.
It's a good start to push. Things get a bit more tricky now that they've lost the Spider. Saberlight will get caught.
Back up and reset. Crit still with the zip.
Didn't get the lift up onto Carl. He's still got enough mana to play with. Arteezy drags him in. The harpoon, Carl. Be able to back away with the back buff up with the glimmer. Back up to the high ground he goes. He'll be okay. And now that Saberlight's gone, Shopify Rebellion will have to hold back. So a bit of a slip up there. Shopify Rebellion maybe getting a bit ahead of themselves after they survived that sort of initial defense from Blacklist Rivalry. They get back in there a bit too soon and they lose Saberlight.
Long fight. I think Crit actually, I actually think the ball lightning was a pretty clutch steal because it looked like he was more than likely definitely
he would have been dead to Tim's at the start of that.
Yeah, ends up surviving a couple extra rounds there. It looked like Blacklist was actually going to be able maybe to chase out and go for that big fight there, but either way. Not the most, not the most convincing kind of win there by Shopify by any means. Pretty even, kind of. Even though the Primal was used and stuff like that, the tower wasn't claimed. It actually only took like 300 damage.
I mean, they don't get the tower. They get pushed back. They lose Saberlight. They've only got 1 minute left on the Aegis. I feel for Blacklist. They're going to be over the moon about that hold.
This game is scary. This game is really
I think it's going to get pretty tense for Shopify. They had a little bit of a lead. They were hitting the timings, but the reality of it is, Blacklist Rivalry, we saw very early on with their item builds, they're set up to scale. And sure, Shopify Rebellion, their heroes, they're still going to have decent presence in the later portions, but I feel like Blacklist Rivalry, they will eventually have the edge.
Maybe. I don't know. These Lycans and Bruins, I'm always just like, they hurt so hard. So
okay, well, we'll see. Yeah. I mean, they're going again. 5-man smoke for Shopify Rebellion, straight down the mid.
They still got the cheese. They have Aegis for 30. Primal Split is back at the ready, and he's level 18, so it's actually level 3 Primal with a Radiance too. So a lot stronger. A really good catch.
He's going to try and set up here with the stolen ball lightning as he closes the gap onto Cuckoo.
That's a big one. He's got buyback.
See if they can force it out.
We're removing him just once. Raven. High ground.
The creeps are in. Backdoor protection's gone. Glyph, it's up and available.
Give them all the information. Crimson Guard gets popped. They'll back up and reset away from that. He's getting reclaimed. A little bit more tower damage. Small things add up.
Something.
Zip forward.
They're going to try and chase them.
Carl.
Oh, not able to get the initial grab on a Saberlight. They'll turn over towards the mid as Tim's. He'll have to put the BKB to run away from this one.
A little bit of an awkward chase out. Can't get the initial grab.
Try for something, but Quite fortunate to find it.
I mean, it's a pretty bold attempt when they don't have their pug now as well, too. Tim's looking like he maybe saw an opportunity. Wisdom Rune. Arteezy, can he deny it with the wolf?
I mean, what's the plan here for? You can explain these things to me. Arteezy is going for the butterfly, but there's already been an MKB in the game and a Bloodthorn. So what's sort of the... What do you think he feels the butterfly is going to give him this game?
Maybe he's still deciding.
Okay. No, he's brought the quarter star.
No,
he
he's
sold
still
it.
deciding.
He brought it and then he sold it.
I think
he's changed his card.
Yeah,
This
I was gonna
butterfly
say,
would not have been. No,
I didn't like it.
No,
and this looks great versus
This is
the
much-
double
yeah.
range covers.
Absolutely against the TA.
And your universal.
He was just teasing us. He was. He was never really going to buy butterfly.
And this is
He was just messing.
This is the natural universal item, and he's versus the range core.
This
So
is why-
I was like, his damage is crazy. It really is gonna. It's
Yeah, if he's able to get in and get on top of like the TA, or of course Carl, once Carl's used a lot of mana, yeah, this Lycan's going to be a nightmare for those two cores to deal with.
Carl, his
Discarded.
BKB is down to 7 seconds, so almost down to the 6. It's definitely going to be scary for him because of how much physical damage there is. Like the Howl goes onto him, he's down to like 7 armor.
He's got the axe, so they've got the combo, or at least an extra bit of team fight, right?
Yeah,
Outside of
some
kind
more
of
team
KP.
fight.
They can use sort of the AoE vortex, give them
Okay.
a chance to maybe get on top of a core whilst the support is also being dragged in, so there won't be any saves from Shopify Rebellion in their back lines.
Committed quite a bit of gold here.
He spent up, right, Carl?
Mm-hmm.
You did. They're going all in.
Positioning.
Dire's middle tower is under
Fight all together. Abed having a shield run for this next fight also. He also spent his gold. They see KP.
Arteezy's ready to go.
Wants to jump.
Gonna pop the ult to get him with the silence onto KP. There's the Dream Coil as well. They're fully focusing down the Brewmaster. The KP's gonna get taken out. He'll immediately buy back. The BKB from Carl used in an attempt to escape. Cuckoo
got
left
two.
behind. 2 dead. See KP wants to make something happen.
They're
This
disengaging.
buyback, but indeed they're kiting this out. It's also going to be a buyback from Cuckoo. I mean, Shopify Rebellion, they'll very happily and very easily back away from that. It's 2 buybacks from Blacklist for nothing.
Absolutely beautiful fight. And KP, he has to be very careful now. Knows it's absolutely that he just dies inside of a coil. He is so squishy. Even with Crimson Guard, they get the Howl onto him. He's no armor pretty much. I think he might have to just buy that plate mail ASAP when he has the gold now. Shopify, I mean, they're ready for round 2. Abed actually commits. He's got the Octarine finish. 30 seconds on coil.
are scanning.
Yeah, I mean, if they can just sort of buff up the power spike now, that they're in this position where there's no buyback on KP's brew.
And look at
Shopify Rebellion could hit them pretty hard.
And look at the timing for the rush. It's coming up as soon as coil comes up. And Arteezy, he is starting to get some pressure onto the mid lane. Tims, he's going to charge over to deal with this creep wave. Shopify might start inching forward when they see that Spirit Breaker not there.
Well, they want to go.
Abed.
See what they can do. They get the lift up here over towards Raven. They've grouped up. Abed's going to jump in. He's got Dream Court back up in a second. Is he able to get it off? He's got the phase shift. Joe opts to jump out of this fight. Looks like he'll get back in. Tries to burn through Cuckoo, but will not be able to bring Cuckoo straight down. Backup coming in from Saberlight. Cuckoo stands his ground with the life drain. The Tombstone is going to be focused here by KP during the split, but he's not taking it down quick enough at all. He has to start running. Raven, he's hiding with the meld. They don't have vision upon him right now. Lift up onto Carl. He's still got a bit of mana to get away with the BKB Zip TP. Carl, he's out of there. As KP, also able to hide in the trees, will also manage to retreat safely.
I mean, they may get Saberlight, but they do end up losing quite a bit because Split is used and it's around Roche now, so Shopify could just set up for that Roche. Arteezy just ate Tims alive before the fight even started when he went for the split push. Moves that Spirit Breaker from the fight before anything even goes down. Now, Aegis of Cheese and a Refresher Shard. Dream here really for Shopify after that fight. Crit's just, sorry, Abed just messing with them. He literally jumped in the midst of 5 heroes.
They can't do anything about it.
Nope, even though he's got, I think he did get like a shield for a second there. I think he had the shield rune, so he's just far too tanky. The Abed Puck, 8-0 and 6 this game.
I will see it again here at the start of the fight. Indeed, just see surrounded by the 4 of them. Yeah, he gets caught by the Ag's Vortex, but that's it.
That's it.
You know, they don't get anywhere close to being able to bring this puck down, as Abed's free to do as he wishes in the fight. And then at this point, just sort of full retreat really for the most of Blacklist Rivalry. It's a bit of a miracle that they're actually able to kill Saberlight and get the rest of the cores out there at the end of this bit of action.
I actually didn't even see how, I actually missed out that how Saberlight died at the end there too, so. Abed gets the jump with the coil, Raven.
There's another BKB forced.
They still have the Refresher Shard constantly from Abed too, so he will have the threat of these double coils.
And Carl's, he's able to cut the wave at least, so we'll put a slow down to this push coming out in the top lane.
Go for crit. He's tried so many times to kill this annoying grouping, but he just keeps surviving.
It's just not going to happen. And now they've got the telekinesis flying. Sableye here as well. Again, it's another hero having to use the BKB just to get back safely. Carl not able to get these support kills on his own.
No BKBs. Shopify could look to continue this pressure here. The lanes are in a good spot.
Yeah.
Double coils at the ready in 15 seconds.
Aegis Cheese ready to go on Arteezy.
Ooh, and a full hex now for Saberblade too. Those BKBs on cooldown, he can probably get a really good grab here.
So a little bit Blacklist Rivalry can do. Everybody back up. Gonna try with the charge and they go straight towards Arteezy. They'll turn their attention over towards Saberlight. Saberlight, he's gonna get taken out. He's out for 75. Which starts the defense here from Blacklist. Arbed jumping in, has got the Dream Coil at the ready. Primal Split comes out first. Arbed holding back on the ult for now. It's Carl, he's going to go in for round 2. Does get clipped by the silence, but they get the pullback. Tims charge across the mist, and then they try and focus down Fly. Fly attempting to retreat for the Primal Split. He'll get away.
He's getting controlled.
They're going to be able to bring down Fly still. Carl was able to finish him off. They've just got to try and retreat from this. I mean, Arteezy's going to fall the once. Is he actually going to have any backup to protect him on this round 2? He has got the shapeshift. He's able to get it off and run away. They've got control. They've got the stun into the charge, and they've got the damage from Raven. Can he escape this? He cannot. Arteezy gets taken out. Blacklist. They'll hold the defense.
They hold the defense. The mid-racks did die, though. There was some wolves and catapults, but a decent defense at the least there, taking out quite a bit there from it. Shopify. I think Shopify used almost everything, right? Aegis Cheese and the Refresher Shard.
Oh, actually, wait, was that...
I didn't see where Abed used it, but I think he was doing it on the south side.
Was that passed over to him, or was that an older Cheese?
I think that was an older Cheese.
That wasn't the one that Arteezy had.
Somebody used the Cheese. I think the Rubik used the Cheese. Either way.
Oh, they're going to get on with the push now. Blacklist Rivalry, a good bit of an opening after that defense. Sure, as you said, damage was done, but they're getting kills, they're getting XP, kills, and they're keeping the game alive.
And Raven continues to get bigger
and
bigger.
Yeah, Swift Blink's done.
He's 25 and he's got buyback. He is pretty much maxed out here. Or, sorry, he has enough to continue the next item here. He's getting close to being maxed out here.
What does he go for now? So I guess now you got the Swift Blink, you can get rid of your treads, right?
Just go for more damage. Thinking, does he want to just literally be full DPS? He could. Or does he want to go down?
He's going to go Refresher. Well, at least he's considering Refresher for
I thought he might
double BKB.
I even thought he might go like a Butterfly because they have no pure True Strike on them, but...
Yeah, we'll see. This Refresher could be sort of tentative. It could still be changed for something else here.
We'll see what they're going for here. Blacklist hold.
They do. I think at any moment, any minute, they can make this game continue to last. At least with the way that they're playing, in their eyes, that's how they win this game.
Absolutely. Hex now on Carl too, so extra form to catch. Tense game. Yeah, it's been kind of quiet, but things are still kind of neck and neck. Even though there's a slight advantage here now for Shopify with that Rax, the fights, they don't look the easiest still. The damage is going to be there, and now KP has more survivability. Trickster Cloak picked up 6 minutes ago or so, and he's got the AC. Arteezy, on the flip side, he does have his own AC, and then now Abed also does have an overwhelming blink.
Because honestly, I think Blacklist Rivalry, they might be able to go for a smoke move. Most of these fights have been fights that Shopify are bringing to them. I think with these pickups, Blacklist Rivalry, they can look to start the action themselves, especially if they catch out Shopify Rebellion out on the map.
I mean, if they ever kill Abed, it's going to be absolutely amazing. Abed doesn't have buyback, too. I mean, not a lot.
And even does Arteezy, right? He also spent up for the AC, so a little bit of vulnerability.
They're going to look for something out. Abed, he's going to go for the rune. But he doesn't jump.
A bit of a bait.
Lift.
And they get the Hex onto Carl. Nothing else, yeah. I mean, Carl, he's just going to go straight onto them. With the Vortex on the Saberlight, but the disarms there over onto Raven. So Raven can't take Saberlight up now. Tims, he'll charge into the midst
of the risky one.
He's out.
What the? Okay. I mean, that's his jam.
They might lose more now because Arbed, he's able to jump in. He gets the coil off onto the two of them. KP can get the ult off he can. Primal Split's there in time. Raven pots the BKB in an effort to stand strong with Carl and KP in this fight, but now they have to back off. This fight's not going to go their way anymore. Blacklist Rivalry, Kuku's TB put to an end. He's out. Double kill for Arteezy. There's 2 dead on Blacklist Rivalry without buyback. Shopify Rebellion, they're going to be ready to run it down the mid.
They're right. They can run it down both sides. I mean, they have so much overwhelming physical damage. These Raxes are going to die in seconds. There's no glyph. Just kidding. The glyph is up in 3 seconds. Tims, I mean, that charge was very reckless. Charged onto the high ground. He gave up the gem and then put his team in a position to just get fully set up on. They got like a 4-man coil, but Tombstone eats the Broodmother, and then immediately Blacklist has to just full panic disengage.
I can only imagine that maybe just Tims felt that the fight was going to be inevitable either way, and he just wanted to give up his own life in an effort to get the space for the cause of his team to back out. But,
I don't know. That's a risky
It costs a lot. He's dead edge for a long time.
Could be the game-winning kind of move here for Shopify.
Oh, so what's able to try? He's going to get caught out by the Hex immediately. That's what's KP. KP's got to be cautious. No ult available for a full minute. He's going to get caught by the Dream Core. KP's in trouble. Jump forward with the silence from Arbed. They're focusing the Brewmaster down. They've got him. KP's out for 2 minutes.
How long it is by? Oh, he does. Wait, he actually spent the.
He spent up for the AC, right? Or does he have something else on the corridor he will support? But yeah, he does not have the money. The money, it's not there. This push from Shopify Rebellion, it's absolutely going to continue. Tims will be back up in 10 seconds.
Arteezy swinging toward top already.
Yeah, the damage is being done. Bottom racks taken away. Shopify Rebellion now 2 sets of barracks.
Continue here. 80 seconds.
I mean, it's a huge window.
Tremendous amount of their team fight.
Can they slow them down? 4 versus 5. Raven's still insanely farmed. He's going for the big plays here. He's queued up the rapier.
Feels like it might be at that territory. Abed.
Abed's in. The catch on the Carl. Carl, he's caught by the Hex. Carl, he's in trouble. He's gone.
No buy.
Carl's out. No buyback for him. He hasn't got the money. As the push from Shopify continues. Tims, if you ever get the BKB off in time, he'll live. But it's down to a 3 versus 5 defense.
That's the Megas.
They're struggling to scramble towards the fountain. The Mega creeps are out. Jump forward from Arbed as he continues to bully them back to the fountain. As the damage is done, and Shopify Rebellion, they should be able to close this one up.
What a game from them. Arteezy has 100% kill involvement. Just wanted to point that one out. 21 of the 21 kills Arteezy has been a part of. Abed 17 out of 21. I mean, it was a neck-and-neck kind of game until those last few moments.
They played it nice. I mean, yeah, because Blacklist Rivalry, they did not make it easy for Shopify. No. You know, they came through with these defenses. They forced Shopify Rebellion to be very, very calculated and careful with when they chose to go for these high ground pushes. Shopify, they find the windows to do it, and they continue to play from advantage and just not let this game completely slip out of control.
Yeah, and I really want to highlight some itemization that came out here from Shopify. I want to give Crit a couple big shout-outs here, of course, in this one, because I think in some of these, I feel like in a lot of these engagements, he could have had like multiple deaths. Like he only died 4 times. I feel like he could have had like 10 this game, but he has Halberd, Yules, he has all this extra survivability that actually made it awkward for them to engage on to a lot of the times. Yeah, a really good executed game overall for Shopify. It was slow, methodical, kind of back and forth a little bit there, but they were the ones just leading the charge, getting the control of the map over and over again, because they got so many of those towers so early on that they controlled the map nicely.
Absolutely, and they didn't get sort of kind of thrown off by those, some of the successful defenses that Blacklist did have. Shopify Rebellion able to just keep themselves focused and know exactly how to continue even after some of the tough kind of bumpy bits along the road for them in this game. So well played to Shopify Rebellion. They'll manage to secure game 1 of this best of 3.
Thank you, Odie Pixel and Fog. We'll see if Blacklist can bounce back in game number 2 of this best of 3 elimination tiebreaker. A lot of pressure on the series, and we could definitely see that in the first game being played as well. I'm joined by Fear, Winter, and Resolution. And Rezo, during the game, you mentioned that this game in particular, it felt methodical. It felt a little bit slow.
It did. And I've seen many games from Shopify Rebellion in this tournament where there's like 15 to 20 minutes, they're like 4-4 score, and they're not making much moves, but after they hit like certain timings, their lineup, like they're gonna go for Roshan, they're gonna like start closing the maps methodically as well. And I mean, this game, I think Blacklist Rivalry had a very big window to win this game after like it reached to the point where Brewmaster had the Radiance and they had like all their slots. The Bloodthorn on Storm Spirit T was really big too. But their fights wasn't as good as the Shopify Rebellion ones, because Tims was just like, it felt like he was very disconnected from the team. He would just like run towards the enemies and he would end up like somewhere in the backlines, and just Shopify turned on him every fight and just like started 5v4 against after that.
Yeah, the Tombstone has just been a big problem for them. Like the whole early game, there's nothing they can do with the Tombstone until the TA can actually hit it. Like apart from that, and it made the Brewmaster just practically useless in the team fights.
And also Puck, Abbott, he made such a big job this game. He never died. His coils weren't playing the whole game, and it was just like very annoying to take positioning against that hero too. I mean, Brewmaster had zero impact, as you said, Winter. It's like every time you split up, there's just like Tombstone. He tried many times to kill the Tombstone with the Broomlings, but it just never worked, and none of his teammates were actually like helping him to do that too.
Yeah, I mean, this game in particular kind of to me showed why both these teams are kind of fighting for elimination here. It was not a clean game whatsoever by either side. Like Rebellion, I think it was this high ground push as well, or maybe it was the other one, but they tried going high ground. They get the wrong heroes picked off right away. Maybe Saberlight's out of position, allowing Blacklist to win that fight. But later on in some of the other fights, instead of having that patience, they're overextending a little bit. Mainly Tim's. He didn't have a great game on the Spearbreaker. He was overextending a lot here. And it was a little bit sloppy from both sides here. But Rebellion, in the end, they brought the team fight together. And you just couldn't fight that at Blacklist at some point.
Yeah, I'm actually glad you brought that up. Like, I feel like in the team fights, the Brute, he wasn't really sure whether his team is going in, you know, because there's like a couple of situations where the Undying went forward, he put his Tombstone down, and all of a sudden the Lycan decides, oh, okay, never mind, I'm not gonna go in, sorry, you know. There you go, that's your Tombstone, I guess. And the Brute was like trying to play around the Tombstone, but his carry doesn't want to play around the Tombstone. Then he was in a very forward position, and he got caught and he died.
That kind of messy style, the messy way the fights were played, it kind of also promotes both teams wanting to be extra careful with the fights they do take, right? That kind of makes it so that sometimes, I mean, we saw at some point Blacklist looking for a fight and it doesn't start off the way they want it to, so they just back off, right? So there's no I don't know, there's no trust in being able to work it out if it is not perfectly scripted the way they want it.
Yeah, there was many fights where they just like get jumped first because for some reason Shopify has better vision on them, or like they have better targets to jump on. And you know, there was a fight where Brewmaster had to buy back for the rush fight. It was very crucial. But they never managed to, you know, after buyback, to chase Shopify heroes and, you know, get some decent fight out of it.
Yeah, there's something I wanted to bring up about this game as well. Fog mentioned at the end, but it kind of shows you a bit of how Shopify Rebellion do play as a team. RTZ, the carry player, wasn't 100% of the kills in this game. Like, there was no side lane kills happening he wasn't a part of. Apparently there was no laning stage kills either that he wasn't a part of, but they grouped together, play so methodically that their carry player was able to be a part of every single kill, which is very rare to see in any game.
I also love his rotation to the mid lane. I feel like they needed to use that timing on a Lycan where he was strong. He got like Echo Saber, and he immediately ran to the mid lane, and they just got tower for free. And it's like it's very big for the map, for the Shopify Rebellion to, like, you know, spread out of it and like not do anything for the rest of the minutes, but still like have that advantage.
Yeah, at least for Shopify, it's very clear that they're playing around the carry. For Blacklist, we're not really sure what are they playing around, you know.
No, but they're supposed to play around the Storm, surely, because they got the Pugna Storm, which is supposedly amazing. But we did see that Abed, as you mentioned, he knew the matchup so well, he was just able to get ahead out of that.
There's two things you don't do against Rebellion. You don't give them Storm, and you don't steal their Storm. Just ban it. Just make sure it's not in the game.
Yeah.
Well, that seems like an easy fix for game 2. You know, if you don't pick it, you don't give it, maybe you should ban it, but then you get other problems. It's a puzzle that Blacklist definitely will need to solve in a second game of this best of 3 series. We're gonna get that second game very, very soon, so stay tuned for more Dota 2 here at the Bali Major. Game 2 of Shopify Rebellion versus Blacklist Rivalry coming your way right now at the Bali Major. It's an important game. Shopify, of course, already qualified for TI. They're doing quite fine on the points. Happy Times has just a little bit lack of potential confidence, or at least, you know, the know-how that you know how to actually do well in the tournament, because it's nice to make it to TI. This is a team that wants to do way more than just make it to TI, so they need to step it up here. On the other side, you got Blacklist Rivalry, and well, there is a chance they'll make it to TI based on points, but they gotta go real deep into this Bali Major, and it does have to start right here as they are with their backs against the wall. One game down now for them. Let's see if they can bring it back. I'm joined by Resolution, Winter, and Fear. And I mean, Fear, this is going to be a very important game. A lot has been, well, talked about in the draft. Of course, previous game we saw them going for the Pugna Storm. Do you think they'll bat out the Storm? Is that the only way forward here?
It's not the only way forward. It's just when you're playing against Rebellion, Abed gets Storm, they probably win. If you take his Storm, you probably lose, because his most played heroes, he loves playing the Ember and the Puck versus the Storm, which is his most played hero. So his most played hero is Storm, then Ember, and then Puck. So this creates this really weird dynamic if you want to steal his heroes, that he knows exactly how to beat his own heroes. And that's maybe not the game you want to play. So I do like this adaptation already from Blacklist. They were really good with this Naga, and I believe that was first phase banned.
It was last game.
Yeah.
But this game, of course, Shopify has to ban out the Morphling.
Do they, though? Blacklist hasn't won a single game with it yet.
Oh,
but
they felt the need to ban out the Morphling.
Sure, and so that, like, Morphling's the hero that Raven hasn't won a single game on, but he's undefeated on Naga, and that is a hero that traditionally does like playing versus Enigma, but this Enigma is not always an offlaner anymore. We've seen it more in the support position.
Yeah, kind of a very good flex pick to open a draft. I would compare him to like Bat Rider before, when you could just pick Bat and you could decide whether you want to put him on a support or a core role. It's mainly due to the damage to the Malefice that got buffed, so he's pretty viable as a position 5 hero.
But have they played Enigma support this tournament, Shopify? Like, does Crit play it or Fly?
Should be Fly, I guess.
Because I know it's like the best Saberlight here for sure, and he might be thinking that, you know, that's why Blacklist.
They have not played it yet, no.
That's why Blacklist chose to go for Naga against Enigma, because they already think that this is Enigma 3 and Naga is already good against that on the lane.
I know that the Pugna's banned out, so you know the combo's not there. But Shopify still picks Storm, even if they don't have the Pugna, right?
Yeah, they can definitely still pick it. So we focus a lot on the Storm season and how it matters, which is also important. The other thing that I did want to bring up as well, which I brought up in the pre-show, was the Naga and Terrorblade. These are heroes that Rebellion also love to play on RTZ, so they surely know how to like deal with that as well. So Rivalry, is playing against Rebellion with kind of like strats that Rebellion's really comfortable against, and it's a dangerous game to play, I think, because it's a really early Naga pick.
It is, and I'm thinking if we're gonna see some counter picks from Saberlight, and you know Fly is gonna play this Enigma, and we're gonna see like some Darks here, or Tide Hunter is coming up on the Shopify. I wouldn't say it's like particularly amazing against Naga.
I mean, the lane's good though, I guess.
It does lane good. It does build Meteor Hammer. It does take her tower.
You can like never kill the Tide either solo with a Naga, right? So at some point in this game, the way Rebellion thinks, if you kind of look at the last game, like why did they pick this Undying type hero? I think they just really want that type of hero in the game where they can just go as 5 and make these heroes like Naga feel like they just can't join the fight.
Yeah.
And are you going to be able to split push? And definitely. Maybe last game they should have split pushed more than they did instead of trying to fight, but Rebellion loves hitting this like 25, 35 minute timing, whatever, with the Roshans, with all the aura items and big team fight spells, and trying to end the game. And I think that's a similar route they're trying to take here.
Alright, hear me out.
Yeah.
Naga Siren. I know KP played it a bunch in the past in the offlane.
Maybe not this game.
Maybe not this game.
I'd love to see the Disruptor pick from Blacklist as well here. It's just very good here against Tide, very decent on the lane.
Yeah, the Song into the ulti.
Synergize with Naga very well, yeah.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, this now gives you the option potentially to this Tide sitting there, you just doom him. The Kraken won't help you at all versus that. Maybe you can burst him now, it's a possibility. But you are playing versus Tide Enigma and a Rubik. That's a lot of team fight. Blacklist is gonna, I'd like for them to pick something up is undying in the game. Now it's banned out, so they don't even have that option. Having some more team fight for them
Silencer
could be good.
I have a stupid question.
Yeah.
What does Saberlight have on his app?
An oven mitt.
I think it's the thing that massages your hand.
Oh. Because it is, I think it has buttons on it. And
Yeah.
Oh, I
have-
actually have one.
I have the same. Yeah, I have the
it
same.
massages your hand.
It does. Yeah, it's Is it?
But the one I have in my hand like kind of looks funny. It's like imprinted.
So privileged players nowadays.
Hand massage machine, please.
Yeah, they went for the silencer. That's a
Back
very
in the
good
day,
pick.
if we even have practice PCs, I would be happy at a tournament.
Been there too. You gotta start from the bottom and then learn to live a life of luxury.
Yeah. You gotta buy books to make your money there.
Get your money to the right height. Alright, we got the silencer break indeed coming out of Rivalry. They lack one crucial thing. I mean, yes, the net is kind of like a strong, but they are lacking a little bit on the old stuns and disables.
Dragon.
Which is worrying for the Enigma. Black hole. Well, I guess they can global.
Yeah, they have global for it, so they'll stop that. So, like, in a perfect world, they doom the Tide, focus him down, save the global for the black hole. Potentially, you could do something there, but
I mean, this pick tells you a lot about Shopify, right? How much they value RTZ, putting him on last pick. I mean, I feel like you should be picking the carry now because you see your lane and you see your carry matchup. Like, I feel like it's not good to pick the mid hero here, like, unless you can like ban everything else that counters it. I mean, in my opinion, I would just pick the carry here, like not the DK.
Alright, mid laners to exploit DK. What do we got?
Huskar?
Huskar, Viper, Shadow Fiend, maybe.
Yeah, Shadow Fiend looks good.
I feel like early on Shopify lineup is lacking a lot of damage, and they need to make sure they have damage from Abid side, from Abid hero.
I feel like they're gonna run out of heroes, so there won't be any like good heroes for them for their last pick.
I really don't understand this DK pick. I'm sitting on it, I'm like, why DK this game?
I think the reason is that they have this passive Enigma hero, position 5, which really requires a lot of enabling, and DK is one of those heroes that doesn't really care if you leave him alone. So Enigma can focus on his farm and, like, you know, do his own things, and that's the reason for it, on top of, like, you know, having an Aghanims and being the guy, even if you doom, you don't really care about that.
Would it be better than a Snapfire mid? I feel like if you don't see a matchup and you just want to pick a mid hero for your team, I would pick Snapfire.
I feel like if they're doing this, they have to be able to flex this to potentially RTZ.
Oh, that's a carry.
I think so, because there's so many really bad matchups for DK mid, and if DK has like a trash game, this hero just doesn't come back in the game. And Dragon Knight, he has one of the few true splash spells in the game, so when you are playing a hero against like Naga, if you hit the fake Nagas, that damage will splash in an AoE around it, so you do more damage by hitting illusions, and it'll hit the real hero and do the, like, you'll look like an illusion, pretty much, as the real hero. So that's a underrated mechanic I think DK has, but oftentimes you don't get to that farm to really exploit it on this hero, because this hero has a lot of bad lane matchups, as we see, and they are banning out mid ones that are like the Bat Rider, but I think you try and punish it either way if you're Blacklist and force this into a carry DK situation. I don't even know if RTZ will play that. So I feel like he should if there's a really good last pick for Abid.
I mean, if this DK is not flex, then I totally don't understand why they're picking DK.
Yeah.
I think it's 100% RTZ DK, and I mean, DK is usually quite nice against Doom on lane. Unless Doom has like Disruptor and he goes like second and third spell, he doesn't skip Devour, you know, skill Devour, and you know, in that scenario he can win that lane.
So I guess you have like a really strong timing. If it's a carry DK, you have a Tide, you have a Enigma, so you group up and you push down towers. Like
and I think
you 25-minute timing.
Even if it goes late game though, I feel a lot better about this for them, because Naga is going to have a hard time entering the fights, I believe. Because you have the DK splash damage, you've got Tide Ravage, you got Midnight Pulse, you have Black Hole. It's pretty hard for Naga Illusions to survive against that. And that's, I think, the ideal Shopify Rebellion type of draft is they have this timing in which they can win the game really early, but they don't need to. I think that's when your draft is almost perfect.
Primal Beast?
He's a nice hero right now.
I love the Primal Beast pick just purely because he can buy Aghanims, and Shopify heroes are so dependent on their passive abilities.
Yeah. The break is so imba here against DK and Tide.
If it is a DK mid, how does Primal Beast do versus DK in the lane?
Difference 50-50 lane?
Yeah,
Should be, right?
okay. I'd say 50-50 too. Just because Primal can never go on DK, he has a stun to just make sure he...
Wow, who's going mid?
I mean, Lesh is going mid, so it's going to be the carry DK, and good luck Naga, I guess, in this one.
That's the damage I'm talking about from Abed.
It's good versus Doom, good versus Naga. Seems like fine versus Primal. There's nothing wrong with that match. It should be good versus Primal too, because like, if you get all your spells off, you're global, you're doomed, whatever, you're still doing damage to the Leshrac in this game, so that's actually a really good pick.
So who do we favor?
Rebellion, I think. It's just a first phase Naga. I mean, he got counterpicked by 3 cores there. It's going to be difficult.
Yeah, I do feel like Shopify lineup is a bit better, but they do have like a really big ultimates, and you know, Blacklist, they can exploit that.
I mean, they've never lost with Naga so far. This is going to a game 3.
All right, you think comfort plays a big part here. So what makes them so good on the Naga Siren?
I think overall the lineup, they have very, very strong team fights. The laning phase is decent for them. I think the Primal Beast can actually do a lot this game, and that's what they're going to need from him.
This is the airport Naga.
The airport?
It is not the airport Naga yet.
They've never lost with the Naga Siren. Heard it here. Easy. They're going to a game 3. More Dota on the horizon. There definitely will be a game 2 though, because that is coming at you with OD Pixel and Fogged right now.
Well, yeah. Thank you very much, CBS. Game 2 ready to go here between Shopify Rebellion and Blacklist Rivalry. Fogged, what do you make of the approach this time around? Because Blacklist getting that Naga Siren pick out nice and early does give the opportunity, of course, for Shopify Rebellion to draft in regards to that. But as we heard about, the Naga's been pretty good for Blacklist.
Yeah.
You're going to be good here.
It looks tough. I don't know. Just because the 3 core picks, you know, I'm wondering how RTZ's going to be able to do with that DK, but it's just the Lesh versus Nagas. It's a hard matchup. I actually think this is a really good pick here for Abed. And we saw him pop off extremely hard last game as his puck. So I'm looking at him. I liked their draft last game. It was a very kind of close game until that one big explosive kind of fight there, of course, from the end. But see how it ends up going down here. I don't know if we're going to see many black holes this game, right? There's definitely a lot of different ways to cancel. It's going to be difficult for him, but the 3 cores just feel like they have really good matchups versus the Naga Siren kind of at all stages. So let's see if Blacklist, they can kind of, you know, the thing about the Naga Siren versus some of these longer cooldown heroes versus like Enigma, Tide, and DK, see how much they can actually play around it with just manipulating the map, with just splitting things up constantly.
Yeah, and do you imagine that Blacklist, they will again try and play this out in a similar fashion to last game, where they just try and keep it going and try and survive through the early fights that Shopify Rebellion brings them?
Sorry, I got totally distracted by the whole chat between them. I don't know, they said something about under the table.
The what?
I don't know, I got distracted. I'm so sorry, Owen. Because you know, we have the SEA versus SEA, so
we do.
Of course, we're gonna have a tons of little back and forth between the two of them there. Apologies, what you're asking.
Yeah, but what sort of timings Blacklist are going to be playing towards? Is it going to be sort of the kind of go late, kind of slow things down that they were trying for in last game?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, their overall lineup does it enable them to do a bit more sooner this time, or is it the same again, running like sort of the Naga and like this Doom?
They'll probably have to play it a bit slow pace. I think Carl will be the dictator, how he does in the mid matchup and what runes, how he makes the rotations, because we did see an explosive game from somebody like Noob the other day. Noob just literally took over the game as a Primal Beast, but he was versus Pango, so like that's quite a bit of an easier matchup overall throughout all of the game, while Lash I feel like has a pretty okay matchup versus the Primal. So we'll see how much he's able to do, but yeah, I think it's going to be Blacklist that kind of just making space in the map, cutting things out, looking to play around cooldowns and stuff like that, but yeah, I do like what Shopify's approach is this time. The DK, the Lesh, the Tide, really strong versus Naga at all stages. And even in the lane, like Tide, Saberlight will have in theory, should have an absolute free time down here.
Okay.
Versus Silencer and versus a Naga Siren. It should be pretty big.
And what about top lane? I mean, there's DK in the safe lane. This can get bullied early by the power of the Techies and the Doom, or will RTZ very quickly get to a point where he's going to feel pretty safe in this top lane?
I would imagine he should feel pretty safe. He's got Enigma constantly pulling the lanes back. I think maybe if he just makes a mistake within like the first 2 levels, he could get burst down from the Techies. But besides that, I think RTZ should be able to handle this.
can get out of these early waves.
And let's see how mid goes. I think Abed's going to really take advantage of this matchup. I think he's just going to hit Carl low. He's going to be... I think Abed's actually going to be like the pseudo carry in this game, besides just the DK. The DK is going to be like the supporting cast carry until he feels like he gets that big itemization. Abed's going to be the one dishing out all of this damage, because as they mentioned, yeah, you can get globaled, you can get doomed and stuff like that, but if you get your spells off first, you're going to be that great answer to Naga all game. It's cool.
It's going to be first blood as Saberlight is able to find him. I mean, already the strengths of this bottom lane from Shopify Rebellion showing its head.
Yeah, they actually go for the Gush level 2, so they just saw an opportunity to kill, because Silencer is a pretty weak laner overall, I would say. Definitely always kill threat. As Saberlight got the kill, right? Yeah. So bring a health. Now he was already chilling, but now he's going to be...
Yeah, he's going to be super chilling. Gives a lot of freedom, I guess, for Crit to sort of head elsewhere.
Carl, solo kill.
Oh, well, okay, Abed. Off to a very hot start here. Already going to be able to get a decent lead on the CS, getting the solo kill.
That's why they picked it.
It's a great start. I mean, yeah, as you said, the way that they get it in the end of the draft, it's going to have a lot of strengths in a lot of different parts of the game, especially when he's having a start like this in his mid lane.
And I actually am looking at like Blacklist draft. I think they're pretty reliant on aggression, really around Carl's game. So this is quite a bit of a slowdown here. He's 6-1, a kill already on Abed. It's definitely going to make it a little bit more difficult for him to get off the bat. Abed just literally just hitting him. That's how you play the lane. Anytime he goes in for a trample, you just lightning and stun right on top of yourself. Abed knowing the matchup perfectly. And yeah, Abed, the definition of popped off last game. Literally 0 deaths, part of like 90 or 85% kill participation or something like that. So, and in this game, yeah, as we said, versus the Naga Siren, that'd be a really, really good pickup for him to be that secondary carry.
Yeah, top lane looks like indeed it's sort of fallen to the point where RTZ, he's more than happy to farm underneath his tower. There's very little they can do to threaten him.
Yeah, and it's just like they're denying quite a bit too. You know, this Enigma, it's always going to be very annoying.
Yeah, they can keep this lane in a good spot, and yeah, you're happy to farm under your tower as a DK. Yep. RTZ's going to have no struggle hitting all these CS.
You don't apply pressure to a Doom, but you're never going to apply pressure to a Doom. It's like one of the most passive lanes I think you could have, a DK plus an Enigma, so they just want to be able to farm on the side of Shopify, and they most definitely are.
Has been killed. Radiant structures are fortified.
I guess it was on the way back.
Yeah,
yep, and same build. We're seeing every single game, I think, on time. Almost every single game.
And you like this on the Tide?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think I'm actually fine with it, except for if you're versus Rubik, because I've seen too many times where these Tides ravage and then start channeling Meteor Hammer, and they just get the ravage swing. So. But yeah, it's great this game because now they have an extra form of being able to apply pressure onto this off lane, the tower, and it's great for his delusions. It's actually amazing for Naga Siren, besides just being good on Tide. Smooth start for Shopify. His crit, he's going to even just start. He doesn't feel like he has to even play bottom because his Tide's just going to be chilling there. He's just going to start getting stacks. So just get the stacks ready for the Lesh, get the stacks ready for the Tide, enable them to get that much extra farm. Fly, and they set up for him top.
I'm going to connect with the sticky. As they jump forward, might be able to close with a blast off, but the right clicks. Fly. Okay, Cuckoo's turned up.
-2.
Easy.
And back through the other side.
The easiest +2 of his life there, Cuckoo.
That has to feel so bad for the Enigma. Just like, wait, what the hell?
And one of those situations where he would have wished that he died sooner. Would have lost a bit of it.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, the RTZ's like, dude, good job. Absolutely free farming up here.
Yeah. Very difficult for them to take him down. They're going to try with the Scorched Earth now, level 2.
Okay, I mean, he's got 13-1.
It's true, he's kind of baiting a little bit, and Sticky will connect. I mean, they do respect the one charges there. You know, Tim's not opting to jump in with the blast off, knows that indeed there would be potential turnaround with the stun and the
mid lane
tower.
They want Carl.
They're trying to get in on to him with the catch. These two supports, Crit and Fly. Then the pressure, TPs have to come in. Cuckoo's going to be here to back Carl up. Sure, it's a little bit tougher for Shopify Rebellion to play aggressive. Carl should be fine. Back Carl. Charge in.
Crit pulls him in.
Carl, he went in for this quite aggressively. Fly's going to step back across, can't quite get in with the Malefice.
Crit.
River, Tim's, he'll jump forward, Crit, he'll manage to deny the DD rune, but Cuckoo, he'll say, thanks for another +2.
They rally the troops, they bring 3 to mid just to stop this push, but a decent amount of tower damage anyway, 1,000 damage onto it. At least they'll get the kill onto this Rubik though.
Hammer's done for Saberlight. Of course, had a very free time down with all the movements from the supports going elsewhere. Easy lane and can now start putting pressure on this tier 1 tower.
Yeah.
Top lane. See if they can get RTZ, Carl. And with the onslaught, has the pulverized. RTZ turns with the Dragon Tail and try and get to the trees, but the tick damage of the Scorched Earth will be enough to take him out. Carl coming in with a hot move, yeah.
He needs to get these type of kills. He doesn't get the last hit, unfortunately, for himself, but yeah, he needs to get some type of kills with rotations to catch back up in this game because of how much the Lesh has been able to do versus him. Naga, though, is still getting that free farm, so, I mean, that's still really, really good. Abed, though, is going to go back up to the farm inside that triangle that was being stacked up. Oh, no. Lanes, kind of even, I would say. RTZ, 1,100 behind the Naga Siren. That actually kind of hurts. Well, even though he was getting those good last hits up there.
Sure. And not the sort of the easiest heroes to catch up and farm with. You know, a lot of it's going to be down to having the team back him up, push for the objectives, get the tower gold,
yeah, I guess
try and go for kills. The speed of Raven's farm is going to be much, much quicker.
Yeah, he's actually quite... I didn't realize 26 last hits. What did that in? I guess when Fly ended up dying, he got pushed.
I think with all the dives,
everything. Yeah,
the dives coming in, he was sort of having to... He was getting chased around the tower, and he wasn't actually able to hit the creep wave, so missed out on a good few waves.
That actually is quite painful. You definitely want to have like very early good levels and stuff like that as a DK.
I mean, and again,
he might actually go down again.
I mean,
yeah, he's doomed.
He's not getting a lot of help up here.
He got the stun off.
Now coming in. The Sticky Mine connects there in with the blast off. There's no saving RTZ. He's going to be surely going down again.
Denied.
He's out. Abed, can he at least find some kills in return? He'll try focusing down Carl. Crit and Fly, they're in with control. They'll get Carl for this, but RTZ continuing to suffer with the focus that Blacklist Rivalry putting onto him on that top lane. And Shopify Rebellion, the backup turns up, but it's just a little too late.
Concerns for sure for RTZ. The Midas definitely has to get queued up for him to catch back up.
It's Midas time.
Oh, yeah.
Midas will buy it.
So two core is definitely really struggling in this game. The mid laner from the side of Blacklist and the safe laner from the side of Shopify. See what kind of repercussion that ends up causing. As you said, Raven, level 7, he's going to be able to just super outpace this DK now at this point.
And a lot of pressure, obviously, then falls towards sort of Abed and Saberlight with the start that they've had, right? These heroes, they are in a good spot right now. Saberlight's at the top of the net worth, and Abed just in those core matchups. A lot of potential to be had as a Leshrac this game. So they're going to have to do a lot to make up for the slow start that RTZ's had, where, indeed, with this Midas, he's queued up. He's going to be playing for the recovery game, and he's not going to be wanting to join the fights anytime soon.
No. I mean, it has to be really Saberlight going for these early tower pressure pushes. And he is getting them. Bottom tower is gone. Mid tower is about to go down. To Crit actually staying around over the area here for a sec. Won't get punished for it, though. Right? Now maybe Crit will get gone on.
Yeah, he's gone. Oh, telekinesis, doesn't matter.
Nice patience from Carl. He actually waited till the last word proc, so he knew he wouldn't get lifted during the charge. Nice play. 1K lead now from the side of Blacklist. And they're, I mean, they even get this top tower out of all this aggression too, which is pretty big for their lineup. Because if you look at their lineup, they don't push towers. So
no, they hit creeps.
They hit creeps.
They hit creeps.
They're all about the farm.
And they're hitting creeps pretty well. So Raven, KP, in fantastic positions.
Yeah, I mean, very, very slowed down. He can't even, they can't wait for him to like farm stacks. I think Saberlight, yeah, he should take this stack here. Maybe later they can set up stacks for the Dragon Knight once he hits like the level 12, when it gets closer to that level 12. But yeah, it's gonna be a slow recovery here for Artor. Power rune. It's on top, Carl. Look at the rune.
Deny Fly, but he's gonna be taken out.
Point. Who just shows up, doesn't even like get an attack off.
Yeah, he's loving it. And it's one of those games where you can feel already as the silence, you're like, hey, I'm getting this in nice and early. We're going to hit some big numbers today. That's the plan here for Cuckoo.
The greed will be good. KP Midas soon online.
I'll go for a smoke these two. No, Cuckoo, he's on the hunt for more in, and he knows that backing up
they
Carl.
They see RTZ.
They can go for this. You know, Cuckoo, he's got the 6, he's got the global, so that they can go for this, knowing that they'll be able to cover themselves pretty safely against any sort of response that comes in from Shopify Rebellion. RTZ.
Easy could be in trouble here.
He certainly looks to be, as they're in with the onslaught, the pulverize. There's nothing to be done to save this DK. Is this +2? Oh, no. Wait, was he not close enough?
He was not.
No, he didn't get it.
He actually walked out of range of it.
He walked away.
Whoops.
Oh, wow.
He wants to give
a
some
bit of mercy there.
Mercy to RTZ.
He was like, oh, bro, this guy's DK. You know, that's mean to steal the imp from him. He doesn't have much to work with anyway. He's only got 400 mana.
They popped the global to disengage here. Tim's, it looks like he's going to end up giving his life, though. Right, a global kind of wasted there. I guess they get the Doom out, but Tims ends up giving his life, and that's actually a decent kill bounty for it. He's able to get a good spell also. He got Blast Off. It's actually a very nice spell to get on the Rubik, especially versus Naga Siren. He won't really find Raven, though.
I mean, I was going to say, nobody seems to be finding Raven.
No.
Raven's having all the space in the world.
He has 130 last hits. RTZ has 48.
But he will soon have a Midas. And Raven does not have a Midas.
This is true, but my goodness, that might be...
Who's the real winner there?
Oh, and that might be some of the lowest last hits I've ever seen on RTZ. Honestly, that might be the lowest last hits I've ever seen on Carl also. Carl has 45. Carl's making it work, though, with the movements, so...
He's going to find crit.
Nice lift.
He's able to pick up a shield rune, and he's got a big scary Titan to here, ready to help out. In fact, Saberlight's just going to pop the Ravage, set up for the hammer.
Do they have the damage?
I don't know if they do. Arteezy's trying to help out, but the blast off's there from Tims. Carl, he's just able to walk away from this.
Well, that was awkward.
They'll have to turn and sell for Tims instead. Carl, he'll sort of bump back into them with a bit of an onslaught. KP, he's waiting on the high ground. The stomp there. Doom and Pulverize onto Arteezy as Blacklist Rivalry. They bait them in. The black hole comes out.
This is so
and
awkward.
It's not going to do a whole lot at all. Fly's going to go down. The net's there from Raven as they walk straight into that Shopify Rebellion. As Blacklist Rivalry, they'll be laughing all the way out of this team fight. As Cuckoo, he gets a good amount of it from that. I think he picked up a +6 there.
I think he did.
Kills, he's up to +12.
An absolute disaster.
They just went straight into it.
Why are they they use the Ravage, they stack the stuns, number one. They don't have their damage hero. They don't have their Lesh, and they're going for the absolute tankiest hero on the map.
Yeah.
That was a bold attempt, to say the least.
I guess they felt strong because they had Arteezy here, they had the black hole from Fly.
But Arteezy's like a support.
I mean, kind of heading blindly into the high ground. KP was there. I mean, to be fair to them, KP's pretty much been sat on the top lane, so a bit of a, the first time he moves away from it, but the perfect time to do so. They weren't ready for the Doom to be here, and now they lose the fight, and they've used their ult, they've used the Ravage, they've used the black hole, and all they got was a techies.
That was probably the most awkward spellcasting I've ever seen from Shopify, actually. Not having their damage dealer, using everything on the tanky hero, stacking spells, walking blindly up high grounds.
They weren't great.
An absolute blunder is Blacklist. They're going to, like you said, they're going to laugh all the way back home with that one.
They are. I guess this was what happens when there's a pesky silencer stealing as much int as he has from you this early in the game. They're losing the plot here. We'll see what their next move's going to be, but now they're down 3k. Raven just continues to steam ahead.
That was devastating. Even Raven now getting involved himself. He's looking for Fly. Can he actually get the kill? Looks like he's really not. They need Abed. If they're going to go for plays, they need Abed. And Arteezy, is he going to go down again? Kills the mine.
Okay, he should be able to live. Only just. We'll turn and we'll get Tim. So
he got the last hit.
Nice bit of gold to be found there. And of course, Midas is done. Can get himself over to the creeps. Actually, there's no creeps near him. Okay, he can get over towards
He's
the
got hard
camp.
camp. Yeah.
So he'll get the Midas pumping. And now the recovery can begin for the Dragon.
Slowly but surely. But yeah, I think for Shopify, if you don't have Abed there, you're never gonna have damage. Not for a very, very, very long time. Unless somehow he has, like, I guess if Kurt has, like, Mind Stolen on top of stuff too, maybe. But yeah, I think most of the times when we'll see these, like, Black Holes or Ravages, it has to be if Abed's gonna be there.
Yeah, they need this Lash.
Yeah. And Carl, as we said, he's making that road to recovery. Yeah, he hasn't gotten, like, almost any last hits in literally the last 7 minutes. But he's 4, 2, and 6. Every one of his moves are hitting.
Yeah, and
another one.
Look at this damage, just straight in. Fly's gone.
This is some nice stuff here from Carl.
Yeah, he knows how to push this hero to his limits, and in a situation where he isn't insanely farmed. He can still just do so much with the hero with his core skills.
I love that him and Kuku are just literally running around. Like they have a lot of damage. They have Doom?
They do.
Okay.
The TPs are coming in.
Another one.
But they're just swinging across the map, threatening Shopify Rebellion's heroes. I mean, he'll get under the tower.
All right, he's actually okay. He has a pipe as well, too, so he's okay.
I mean, can they do anything in return? They're bringing further TPs in. Fly's ready to come back over. They have got Black Hole back up in about 10 seconds. Ravage is there.
Okay.
They could try and force something here, Shopify Rebellion, as this time, Arbet is with them.
And Doom is on.
Oh, Cuckoo.
Whoop. Tumblers.
Good.
I really love Silencer voice lines, by the way. A good one there. Shopify claiming the high ground here. But yeah, have to play around Abed. Have to be careful how they use these ults. Oh, Doom on cooldown, so let's see if they try to take advantage of that a little bit here. They're going to push some pressure onto the top tower here. But only a very little bit. Arteezy, yeah. I mean, anything he can do to farm. He buys the shard. Like, any type of thing to try to
he's full
enhance his... Yeah,
full
he has
farm mode here for Arteezy, at least until he has I imagine after this, probably still going to be some sort of BKB first, just something that allows him to have a presence in the fights.
Yeah. If it was Skitter, I would say he's still probably just gonna do the Manta, but I think Arteezy might just go down that BKB route. I might just feel like it's necessary.
Because the time is ticking in Raven's farm. It's not slowing down.
He's almost double Arteezy.
It's getting close to those numbers, just 16 minutes in.
And damage, as we saw, is absolutely an issue for Shopify because of how shut down this DK. They're completely reliant on the Lesh damage, and there's definitely natural itemization for something like a Naga at this point when you're this far ahead. You can go hard, you can go back for Mage Slayer.
Yep.
That's something we used to see very common, especially from the one, player I was mentioning, Skitter in particular, to be able to deal with this Lesh. That was kind of the TI meta.
I mean, I think that will absolutely be the case here. Yeah, Heart into Mage Slayer Bloodborne.
Yep. Really, really strong pickup. They're getting stacks going, I see on Shopify, so they're trying their best. They're trying to set up for Arteezy to have the recovery outlet. It's still very, very slow. He still needs level 12 to be able to clear those stacks, too. He'll be fine. Just a Lesh. Now the rest are coming. Black Hole.
He's going to try. The backup is here, and the global's out. The Black Hole will not secure a kill.
+2.
It's a dead fly, and it's going to be a dead crit as well. As Crit stuck in the tree lines. Cuckoo just continuing his killing spree. This spree of stealing the end.
He took the kill.
Of course, he's the carrying.
18 int on this man. He didn't even use the global for the Black Hole. He was like, Lamau? Okay, yeah, good luck. My Doom has a pipe. He is surviving straight through that. Koku, confident.
Yeah, I mean, at this rate, he's going to get the 4-star. If I was him, I'd be tempted to just upgrade that all the way to a Hurricane Pike, starting to start hitting those heroes.
He's probably looking at his Tranquil Boots and he's like, damn it, why do I have these?
Arcane on Carl and this BKB. Not a lot that can stop this Primal Beast from just charging down anybody.
No, definitely not. Raven, he's actually feeling better. Maybe feeling like it doesn't matter. He already has the heart to tank through.
I guess he feels unkillable enough. I mean, with the lead that he has, sure, the damage at this point, at least from the other heroes, is not going to clear his illusions out very quickly at all.
No, definitely not. And this one, he can kind of just cut all the creep waves completely then. Maybe that would blame him. He also has the Occult Bracelet, which is a pretty OP item on something like the Naga Siren for your illusions.
Yeah, and of course, they only will ever have the magical damage. There's nobody on Shopify Rebellion's lineup that's to be buying any sort of true strike. Even if DK did have farm, that's MKB is not going to be coming out anytime soon.
He is queuing up the Yasha for now. I mean, it's the greedy route that he kind of might have to go. Just going straight for the Manta, going for the super late game Manta Aghanims kind of build rather than going for BKB and playing to try to scale. But yeah, 7K lead right now for Blacklist. Feels like they're just getting absolutely everything.
Yeah, it's a tough sort of hole to dig themselves out of Shopify Rebellion, so they've got to try for stuff like this, I guess.
Honestly, Carl has just been a breath of fresh air on this Primal Beast after, like we said, the hard lane. The ton of attention that they put on him too. He just made every rotation work.
Got eyes on Arteezy top, so it might be a bit too much to go in under the tier 2 for him.
They're bringing everybody up here.
I mean, they're happy to take a fight, Blacklist Rivalry.
They're way stronger. They're taking the tower.
Yep. Shopify. What's their answer going to be? There's no Black Hole. They do have Ravage. They want to try for something, but the rest of Blacklist Rivalry, they're smoked up behind Raven. Raven's just going to be able to take the tower for free. Shopify Rebellion just not ready to put together a team fight.
I think Blacklist is really, I mean, they just know the only threat on the map is the Leshrac. Nobody else matters, really. They're just super fragile.
Fly.
They really do damage. Fly.
He's trying to hide in the trees for, I mean, maybe some sort of setup, but he didn't even have the Black Hole. There was nothing to be done there. Fly gets caught, and same to be said for Crit. Not too sure what the plan was there from the two supports, as there was going to be no chance of a fight going in their favor. It was just the two of them hanging around mid.
Silence deepens.
Is Arteezy even going to be able to get to the point of recovery? Is he going to even hurt this Naga Siren? It's literally going to get to the point of double net worth here for Raven. An Octarine now for KP2, so even more Midases, even more Dooms, etc. as another tier 2 to fall, and they didn't have to expend pretty much anything to get those kills in this tower. They're setting up for bottom 2 Abed.
That was close as well there, a moment sooner, and Carl, if he had the angle, would have caught him. Abed, I mean, really just doing his best to try and push these lanes out and get the farm in these more dangerous parts of the maps that Arteezy himself cannot afford to go for. Just trying to take what they can and be as efficient as possible whilst playing from behind and playing against a very scary lineup of Blacklist Rivalry that can pretty much kill any of Shopify Rebellion's heroes.
How many items does Arteezy need to really be able to fight? I mean, Ags, Manta. Probably just the Ags Manta. Yes, you want your FTB and stuff like that.
Raven.
By Raven, there's a global available.
It's going to put that Black Hole immediately to a stop, and Carl's here ready to back Raven up. Fly's gone. And they're looking towards Raven. They've got the Ravage. But they can't threaten Raven. They'll get KP, but the Doom has been dropped down onto Abed. Raven's here as well to help finish him off. Can they find the deny? They can't. Raven gets the double. Cuckoo's turned up. He's ready for some in. The blast up from Tim's over onto the two of them. Carl and Raven perfectly fine. They could clean up more. Art's easy to fall. It's 4 dead on Shopify Rebellion.
More int for Cuckoo. They get the Lesh. They get that Doom on top of him. Yeah, the Ravage connects pretty nicely, but yeah, Arteezy's he's a creep.
He can't do anything this
game.
game.
He literally does 0 damage to anybody. He actually did the most damage by far in the fight. He did 5,300, but everybody's kind of just still full HP.
And down the mid they go. Yeah, 3 dead on Shopify Rebellion. Raven with this, he's going to be able to push pretty fast with the Eagle Song. He's going to have the full butterflies coming out. 22 minutes in. Definitely one of the faster timings you'll see on a Naga Siren with this sort of build-up. They're smashing it so far here, Blacklist Rivalry in this game too.
Winter had faith in the Raven Naga Siren.
We're seeing why.
I mean, Raven is definitely a master classer on these type of heroes, the TBs and Nagas. He's had all the space, and he's played perfect. All right, when is when is Arteezy going to be able to fight versus any of this?
I don't know. He's still away off his manta.
Uh-oh, and he shows himself bottom. They're ready for him. Who's here? Kims. Can't quite connect.
Gonna be able to back off in time.
And they get time to just back up, reset, Blacklist, Doom, back up in 15 seconds. Look to just kind of go again. And it's just so hard for them to ever take advantage of cooldowns because Carl, he just keeps catching heroes.
Fly, yeah. Not a chance to get away with this. I mean, he's super close to Zags. 600 gold off.
What a game from Carl, really.
And the fact that he's, again, just doing it, you know, he's not got some flashy amount of fun at all. You know, he's low down on the net worth comparatively with the other cores, but just getting so much done as this Primal Beast, pretty much for the most part, with just the phase and the BKB alone. He's just known exactly where to hit. 8, 2, and 11. He's doing so much, and he's taking so little from the map, right? Giving all this freedom, all these waves for Raven to farm, for KP to farm. You know, he's been impactful without treading on the feet of his other core.
And the Aghanims build up, his item build up is really natural, I guess, too. Hey, Aghanims versus this Tide versus this DK.
Sure, yeah.
They were squishy already. Now they're going to be incredibly fragile. And it is a lot of damage as well, too, that we've been seeing from it, so. What is the recovery here for Shopify? Somehow Abed has to kind of not get doomed and has to be able to survive for what feels like a minute inside the fight or something, just dishing out damage entirely here. Yeah, she's really far from having that item to be able to actually feel scary in a fight. 4K gold and then maybe will be somewhat scary. But if he's farming 4K gold, that means this Naga Siren's probably farming 8 to 10,000 gold during that time.
Yeah, Raven's going to be close to a point where he can pretty much just summon his illusions, just A-click down a lane, and he'll end up wiping half the team.
Yeah, they have no real answers to these illusions. How big he is. He's just committing forward here.
Throwing under 3-2s. Gets in under the tower, takes out Fly.
He has no fear.
And what are they going to do about it?
Hello, he's like, I might want to go for more. Kurt's got to be careful. The song's actually going to come out.
Oh, they're looking for that setup. They're bringing in the rest of them. They've got the catch onto Saberlight. Pulverizes there. Saberlight's gone.
Holy crap. All right, well, probably time to start thinking about the next game. maybe quite some minutes ago, perhaps, here for Shopify.
I mean, what would the plan be? I mean, you know, we heard from Winter, as you say, you know, saying how much they trust in Raven's Naga to carry it coming down this first phase. Is there some sort of opening you can do to dissuade this, or do you have to even consider maybe a Naga Siren ban against Raven?
Maybe you do have to consider getting rid of it early on, because they did have the 3 core picks afterwards to answer, which we all kind of thought could look good, but it hasn't even existed because Arteezy's literally had no game.
I mean, could they have set up a better lane against the Naga Siren, or was this one not bad?
No, it's a good one.
Play out as well as it needed to.
No, I think they did. I think they did a good job. They took the tower early and stuff like that. It's just Arteezy was pretty much half net worth after the laning phase ended. Even though it looked like he was getting that good farm. His last hits, he just had like, what, 25 last hits compared to the Raven who had like 60. I think snowballs quickly from the rotations from this Primal Beast. It's a Rax.
He's got the BKB coming out next, Raven. So yeah, still nearly 3 minutes left on the Aegis. So they could just keep pushing. I mean, if they want to stick around inside the base of Shopify Rebellion, I don't think Shopify Rebellion's going to be able to have anything to say about it.
Nope. And when is the call for them? I mean, maybe it's just like Abed farm BKB and then they try to go for a last hurrah of engagement, but
Got the Ravage and the Black Hole.
Stun here. Pipe.
See if they can even take him down the once. I mean, they can't. Raven's able to back off and heal up. They're going to be ready to go again. Block this rivalry if they want to. At the same time, you know, they're in a very solid spot and with fantastic heroes to sort of take this game to any sort of point down the road.
They can just cut the waves, honestly. Raven can just sit in the mid lane, send 1 or 2 illusions to each of these side lanes, make sure that the wave just keep pushing it. They can just keep Shopify trapped inside the base at this point. Abed, he's gonna have the BKB done, and let's see if they can try to fight one last hurrah.
See, they're going into the base. They get the jump on towards Saberlight and Arteezy. Saberlight immediately taken down as the mid tower's exposed. They've popped the glyph. Something to be forced out there. Raven did pop BKB for this one. Still has Aegis for a minute.
Here's the Dreamfly. The global's on cooldown. This is your moment.
It's going to have to be a walk up and Black Hole though, of course. No
Yeah.
blink.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty impossible one, but if there's any time to do it in this game.
Ooh, Raven. Dodge there, Marbed stun. So if they can take him down the once. This time round they might get him. As, no, they won't.
Not even.
Forced back to safety. It's just a bait. They jump in with a blast off. The BKB's out from Arbed, but he does get caught by the Duke. So try and run down.
Ravage.
Is there onto the 4 of them. It's enough to allow them to take the Aegis out of Raven's hands. Now, do they have enough for round 2, though? That's the question. Because Carl's back in the pulverize onto Arteezy. Arteezy's gone. It's a 3-man Black Hole. Is there follow-up? There is not. As Carl's able to charge out, Saberlight, he'll come with the anchor smash, trying to block up KP's escape. The song is up. Blacklist rivalry, we will be able to reset without any sort of issue. And it was a situation as well, of course, both of those buybacks coming out. Saberlight buying back, Arteezy buying back. They don't get anything with it as Blacklist rivalry. They're able to safely retreat.
Abed gets literally like full duration of the team fight damage onto everybody there. Pipe gets popped. Nobody dies. A great song to disengage. Literally as the buybacks come out.
They're playing it super nicely and super safe as well. No messing around from Blacklist rivalries. They look to close this game up. 20k lead. And looking to be in full control of the outcome of this one. Well, see, you know, this fight, some big ults were hit. We had like a 4-man Ravage coming out into this 3-man Black Hole. But when you're doing this against a team that's 20k ahead, the likelihood is you're probably not going to kill them.
No, especially not a Nagasarns who's this big with this pipe, of course, here from the Doom, blocking pretty much everything there from poor Abed. Abed's 2-1-1 in this game, too.
He's trying his best.
He is trying, but Arteezy this time
had a tough one.
He had a real tough one.
This was a tough one. I mean, do you think with their draft as well, was their plan all along to have the DK in the safe lane, or was this something that was switched around during the drafting phase?
Probably was switched around a little bit and talked about in Flex, but I don't know if we'll see it again. We haven't got to see, we got to see some play, but it's mostly just, it's like Skater who I've seen that has the most success on it.
This has been a tough one.
It's just a really hard one.
Lane. Back to business. Blacklist rivalry. Carl's in.
The jump.
He's going to get in with the jump. The catch onto Saberlight. He's trying to tank through it all. Will manage to get back under the towers. Global Stance is going to be popped here to put a stop to the stolen pulverize.
And they disengage again. Arteezy, he'll cut the wave, trying to find some time to farm. Actually gets away with it. He's hit level 18. It looks like he's actually going to be able to get level 18 in Aghanim's at the least, so he'll be able to get the itemization that he wanted. It's just at this deficit, just tickling heroes. How long of a fight does Shopify need to be able to somehow kill heroes? I don't know, it feels like it needs to last like almost 90 seconds of continuous damage. Gonna smoke up.
Oh, Ravage. No Black Hole though.
Just cutting waves. Trying the best to try to get these lanes out of position here. Mid lane coming in.
Blacklist rivalry keeping their eyes on it, making sure that this doesn't get sniped by any sort of movement from Arteezy. Creeps are coming in.
Pulverize still falling for crit.
Even if they get the lockdown on these cores, it's not an option to find the damage to threaten them at all. As this mid-rax is just going to be left to fall.
He sends the illusions to cut the wave in mid. Doesn't get the whole wave. They got most of it. They have a wave top though, and they're looking to just end this one. Looking to get the mega creeps.
Yep. They've got to do something soon, Shopify.
Arteezy doesn't have shape. He doesn't have his ult though for 45 seconds, so they'll have to wait for that probably. But can they wait for that? Tower's dropping.
They have the ult, Saberlight. He was trying to cut the wave, but they've got him.
Very well.
They have well and truly got him, and he is going to be out for 90 seconds, and he was doing this move without buyback available, of course, still on cooldown.
Oops.
I mean, either way, the game, it probably wasn't going to be going Shopify Rebellion's way at this point. And Raven, he's in with the BKB. They're ready to close this up. Blacklist Rivalry as they kill off Crit. He'll buy back. Jump ball from KP. He's managed to get the jump in onto Arbed. He's in with the Stomp, in with the Doom, blocking off Arbed's retreat as well, allowing Carl and Raven to close in upon him. They'll try and get him back to the safety of the fountain, but they cannot do so. Arbed's out, also without buyback. Blacklist turn towards Arteezy. It is absolutely over. GG is called. That's game 2 for Blacklist Rivalry. We're going to a game 3.
We get blessed. We got blessed with a game 3. I mean, the last 3 picks, Shopify, like you said, they seem to have this idea versus the Naga Siren. Yeah, it quickly did not work. I mean, that move in particular, I feel like down bottom in the river. That was
rough.
That was the biggest rough one. They lost what, like 4 heroes. They used Ravage, stacked spells, and I think Abed probably looked at his team and he's like, guys, I'm not there. Why trying to make a move on the tankiest hero when you don't have your damage provider when we're trying to catch back up for Arteezy? Yeah, I think after that moment, the game very quickly spiraled out of control. This Naga Siren Raven had the absolute utmost freedom.
I mean, it's 7-0-7.
To go literally anywhere.
7-0-7.
And Carl just owned.
I mean, Carl just making all the space in the world and just being backed up by the rest of the squad. 11-2-16 on this mid primal. It ended up being a fantastic pick. I mean, not many Primal Beast mid players could have done it any better than Carl here. This really was top stuff with just how much he was able to do and just completely break down pretty much all members of Shopify Rebellion in that mid game. Whoever he found, they just couldn't deal with him running at him.
Yeah, I feel like he got like a kill on like all the important heroes. He didn't kill Abed. They kind of left Abed on an island while he was getting that farm going, but he killed the DK like twice when it was crucial. He found multiple pickoffs onto the supports to slow things down. And the main thing was too, he tanked those big spells. Like honestly, that river play was that was kind of everything.
It started to really go downhill for Shopify Rebellion after that one, indeed, with no chance of a recovery. Well, as I said, with that, the series now 1-1. We're getting a game 3 to see who's going to be able to move on here at the Bali Major. It is going to be tense. It's going to be crazy. I cannot wait as this series now stands 1-1 between Blacklist Rivalry and Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, a lot of smiles coming out from the cameras there on the side of Blacklist Rivalry. They take this game and therefore force out a third in this best of 3, and they took it in style. And I know 100% win rate on Naga Siren, Raven, great job, but was it really the Naga Siren that did it? No, I agree with Fogg on that one. We saw tons of stellar performance, mainly, for me anyway, from the Primal Beast. I'm here with Fear. I mean with Winter. I'm here with Resolution. And Rezo, this Carl Primal popping off.
It's such an amazing performance from him indeed. Like, he was in every fight, in every engagement. He was the one starting the fights. He was the one making all the moves, for all the space for Naga and Doom to be able to, win the gold war in this game. And I mean, Shopify, what was that fight on the mid lane? I don't really understand what's happening with them, because Abed, he was just farming top lane, top lane and top area for like majority of the early game, even though he set such a great start from the mid goal, and he killed Carl once, he almost killed him twice, and after that he never managed to apply more pressure in the game, and I'm not really sure what's happening with him right now.
Fogg said it was the most awkward spellcasting he's ever seen, and Fogg's watched a lot of Dota, so that says something. They definitely struggled in this game.
He was very gentle with that. For sure. That was definitely some badass spellcasting.
It was also like super awkward because they didn't have their lineup, as I told during the draft, they all rely on the electric damage, and that fight they were just fighting with 4 heroes that had no damage, and the Leshek was on top area and then just doing farm stuff.
This was just a bizarre game because, as we talked about, this Lesh did so well in the mid lane. He just won his matchup, almost solo killed him twice there, and then Carl's like, well, my game is completely garbage now. I'm going to take you down with me, RTC. So he goes off, kills him like 2 to 3 times up there, and where's Abed during all of that? I have no idea where he was in this game. I was like, it's fine. He'll carry him later on. few more engagements happen on the map, this one included, and Obid is still top lane with no mana, farming. He just didn't show up. Like, where the hell was Obid this game?
You know what? I think he forgot he was playing Lash without IO, or without a mana battery. He's just like farming. Oh wait, I have no mana. Sorry guys, I'm not coming.
I mean, maybe. 'Cause it really did feel like, sure, Arteezy, Raffle, whatever, he's playing DK, 0-3, not getting any farm. It's not really entirely his fault. Carl really just, like, completely shut him down here, and Obid just didn't pull up the slack at all with having all this free space. So I was really disappointed at how they performed on this Lash rank.
I mean, I feel like he's the only hero who can stop really Naga farm, because Tide can't really do that. He's good on the lane, he takes his her tower, but other than that, he can't really even like kill the illusions. But Leshrac, if he was bottom lane against this Naga illusions, he would just stop the farm from Naga, get more farm himself, start to apply pressure even like around tier 2s, because they had like such a big Tide, such a big Leshrac early on, and they could just like keep translating to getting more advantage out of it, but they never did.
And one last bit of defense for Arteezy here as well. This Enigma 5 hasn't been very impressive for me in most of the games I see, at least not in the laning stage. I saw YU Smile and LG played it once earlier, and he was a beast in the late game. Fly, unfortunately, wasn't able to get the best black holes in this game in the mid game, and the laning stage just seems like this hero, even with all the buffs, just isn't strong enough.
I feel like the item build should be also a little bit different. He went for the mech, and I think most of the Enigmas I've seen, they went for the Solar Crest and, you know, just buff the core, stay behind him, type of thing.
Yeah, like I think Yanis mentioned it during the cast, like the Lash didn't really have much protection, you know, out of the Ravage. Like nobody's like having like some 4 stuff, some Solar to give him more protection in the team fights. Yeah, but they definitely look very lost this game.
Yeah, I think. I mean, it was obviously a great performance from Blacklist. I am worried for the third game for Shopify, because this feels like the type of loss that mentally is going to be really hard to come back from, because we keep saying it, the strength of Shopify Rebellion has always been laning stage. They're doing great there, and you know they build off of that. In this game, they just crumbled.
This feels like the type of loss where you're going to see a pretty early storm pick coming into this next game. This is what it feels like.
Here we go again. The storm topic.
I mean,
can't escape it, but it's so true.
If they would have GG'd out earlier, I would have given them still some hope, you know. But the fact that they played and they tried to play the game so long, I feel like they're going to be mentally done after this game.
Well, we're going to find out. The draft of a third and deciding game will come your way. Only a quick break, but then we'll be back with more Dota 2. Stay tuned. Blacklist, Rivalry, and Shopify Rebellion. At the end of the upcoming Dota 2 game, one of these two teams will be eliminated, while the other one will move forward into the lower bracket of the playoffs in 2 days. And it's a lot of pressure, and not every team is able to deal with that pressure. First game's obviously tied, that's why we're here for game number 3. Very different style of games. I'm curious what game 3 will bring us. I'm joined by Resolution, Winter, and Fear, and we should have the draft in front of you very, very soon. Winter, I want to talk about that Naga Siren, because even though it didn't... Well, it was good, but it wasn't necessarily the reason why Blacklist won that previous game. Do you feel like we're going to see it let through again?
Well, it's definitely their comfort pick.
Yeah.
I agree, it didn't really do much because Shopify kind of like shot themselves in the foot, so they didn't really have to do much with the Naga. But at the same time, like I feel like comfort is being put at a lot of priority right now. Like within the draft, I feel like they should still try to maybe make room to ban it, like not give them their most comfortable strat, and try to get the Storm like what Fear said.
And you all say he didn't do much, but oh boy, like 18 minutes in, he had like 280 CS.
He was farming.
He was like insanely fat. He had Manta and Heart at that time already, and he had such an amazing timing this game that this like was like a nail in the coffin, like PSG would say, that put the Shopify Rebellion into the 3rd game in this series.
If you can't get Storm, what's comfort for Shopify? Like,
I think it's Broodmother. I think it's Broodmother. It's like, and you go for the timing push, and you go for this universal heroes that's still OP. Some of them. So I think Bulba should be doing some necessary bans for them, like Naga ban and Brood pick.
How much of it has to do with first and second pick, though?
Well, I think it just comes down to picking maybe RTZ hero that is less volatile, and maybe picking Obid's hero a bit earlier, because that's normally the Shopify way. They'll pick Obid's hero early, and RTZ will have the overall last pick. I haven't seen in a long time Obid get a hero pick after RTZ, so maybe switching that up a little bit and going back to that would be more comfort for them.
But you'd think that Dragon Knight is a less volatile hero already. Maybe, I mean, it was the Primal Beast effect. I don't want to take anything away from Carl, because he crushed it for sure. Shopify Rebellion will be a Radiant side this time around with 1st pick, and Blacklist Rivalry with 2nd pick, and therefore overall last pick. On the Dire side, they start with banning out the Pugna, of course, preventing the Pugna Storm combination, and Enigma Morph ban, and that means we have a little bit of a change up. It's surprising to see the Enigma ban at that point. Previous game we had Blacklist banning out the Brood. At this point, the other heroes banned out were Enchantress and still Morphling, of course, so we'll see which one makes it through. Of course, Naga has already made it through.
I mean, this is the first time Shopify is first pick right this game. The last 2 games they were 2nd pick.
Yep.
So not sure who changed things up and decide that they want to switch around the pick order.
A little bit surprised they didn't go for any like Turboblade or Naga early on. Right here in this slot for Blacklist Rivalry. I would think that they would do this early, because it's gonna be banned like 100%. These heroes are going down 2nd phase.
Yeah, but don't you feel like if they do like 6-7, the carry, they'll just get countered at 8?
Well, they did get countered last game. It didn't matter.
Yeah. It definitely did not matter, but this game, we're going to see the Enchantress now. This was banned in the last game, so Rebellion banned it instead of this Enigma, so they're going to go and pick that up, and we've seen quite a few times Fly on this Enchantress. He does a lot of work. He can win his safe lane, and then after he wins the safe lane, he's going straight to that mid lane to help Abed out, and if he can manage to win both those lanes, then you get that snowball potential that Shopify love to do. Add a Lycan on top of that. You have a lot of tempo. This kind of fits the bill of what they like to do. Maybe they need a little more team fight to round it out. But so far, the draft is pretty stable for both teams here. You got the Doom versus Inch, which some people seem to like. But I can still see the Doom getting crushed in that lane just because the Impetus spam is so annoying. But maybe later on, the Devour is a tool you can use for the creep that she does.
I'm pretty sure Shopify feels very confident about this opener, and I see Bulba just like, he went away from the screen. He's like, yeah, I got this. It's all done. You can pick last 3 heroes yourself.
I did my job.
Yeah, I wonder what Raven's gonna play. He might have to play like some Bloodseeker this game. Like, he's not gonna get his normal illusion carries.
Yeah, that's why I thought that they would need this Naga pick right there, because I kind of knew that Lycan was coming, and it would prevent this Lycan pick. Shopify Rebellion would need to be able to counter pick it already with some ledge check or something like that, and it's not their comfort zone right now. They showed that they, like here you said, they know how to counter Naga. It didn't seem like they knew
Clearly not.
last game.
I mean, they could have picked it if they wanted to. It's just strategically, what's stopping them from just first picking Naga? Like that can't be like a long-term solution. You just have to have carry Naga on your team to win games here. So
No, I don't think they need a long-term solution for this specific
they
game.
don't.
It's only
Right.
best of
So
one,
maybe
right?
that should have been the approach. And yeah, last game he played against 3 cores in which Naga shouldn't thrive in, but he still had a great game regardless. So that has to say something for the confidence you have in playing these type of heroes. And maybe him just playing that hero empowers his own team to be like, oh wow, Raven's got Naga, and they'll just start playing better as a result. Who knows? But he's not going to get it this game, nor is he getting his Terrorblade.
Yeah, I wonder what he's looking for instead against Lycan as well. I doubt that it's gonna be TA again. I think they'll go for something different, like, I don't know, Swen.
Monkey King, Bloodseeker. Those are the heroes that match up well against Lycan. Yeah, Swen is actually a pretty good idea as well. I think Swen actually fits his playstyle a lot more.
Yeah, I'd love to see Swen or Bloodseeker. I think Bloodseeker is quite decent too, yeah.
Yeah, and they didn't actually ban it. They chose to ban Timber. I'm quite surprised they actually banned the hero. I think both teams actually don't really prioritize the hero a lot.
I wonder if you can go like S and Y on Lycan nowadays against the Bloodseeker. It's good or not?
You might just want to. It's fine. I don't see an issue with it.
Yeah.
You definitely normally want to go for the mantle just because you're getting a lot of HP, you're getting a lot of stats anyway, but if you want to just reduce the rupture duration, do not see why not, especially if you're playing versus Doom.
Yeah.
Even more.
Yeah, how about Lincolns?
Yeah, it's probably better. It's probably
I mean, you're
just
playing
better
Doom
straight up.
Bloodseeker.
Yeah, I guess Doom as well.
I mean, what his team is gonna play? I guess he's gonna play the techies. We weren't really particularly happy with his Spirit Breaker.
Spirit Breaker, yeah.
Were we
looking
happy
for it
with
still.
his techies?
Not really.
I mean, I think Tim's isn't having his best day.
Mm.
He's looked a little bit shaky today, for sure. But maybe the nerves are all gone now. Game number 3, he got it all out, and he's going to have a bit of a better game. But he didn't really need to have the best game last game. I feel like Carl had just such a great game. Even Kuku was playing really well.
Yeah, he had so much intellect.
Yeah, he did.
That's kind of a good pick against the Lycan, but he's playing against the Enchantress.
Yeah, I'm not
Spell
sure about
armor.
that. The spell is already there.
Yeah, but I guess it's stable for the lane. He's one of the very stable laners remaining. There's no Undying, there's no Enchantress.
Yeah, and if they're looking for a Bloodseeker or Sven type of hero, melee.
But does it tell you the carry hero when the pick picks? Is it a Jug coming? Or Monkey King?
I don't think you can. You want to play Jug into Lycan.
Yeah,
do you?
that's probably the Monkey.
Oh, I love these. It's looking like it's such a huge pressure from the mid lane already coming, and I'm curious to see what Blacklist Rivalry is gonna do about that. Can they play Huskar into the Ember to make sure he doesn't have a good lane?
Be all in for sure.
5 seconds remaining.
And Blacklist doesn't strike me as the type of team that just wants to like pick some Huskar, right, and crush the lane.
Yeah, they're not that kind of team.
So we'll have to see here for sure. And as far as like Raven's hero pool, like the only heroes that he's won with outside of like the Terrorblade and the Naga, one was the TA. So like, he doesn't have that many options that seem good for this game that he's won previously on at this tournament. So he's gonna have to bring out something new here.
Yeah, and 2 of them are gonna be banned even more. Like T is gonna be banned, I think.
Yeah, I think he has probably pick it now.
If he wants it,
I think Morta was the other hero he won with. So
he'll go for the monkey.
Oh, is it Monkey mid? That looks spicy.
could be
Very good
either.
Monkey game.
Normally, I don't like the monkey mid right now, is because sure you're gonna win your lane, but when you play against a team like Rebellion, when they have like Sky Inch supports, doesn't really matter. They're just gonna run mid, and Monkey's a hero that can just feed so easily to that. And once you die a couple of times on that mid Monkey King, it really does feel like you just can't come back into the game.
Yeah.
Definitely not easy to pull off. I mean, we saw gaming, they picked it 1 game, Grand Finals and Dream League.
Yeah, and this will be Raven's second Monkey King game.
Yeah, I think it should be
last
Raven's
most
hero.
loss.
I don't
But
think
why would they
Carl
pick Monkey blind into nothing?
They say Lycan potentially.
Maybe they feel like the Lycan could be the offlane. Not entirely sure.
But I feel like it's Arteezy Lycan once again. I mean, I think it's a Monkey mid most likely. But Shopify Rebellion and Heroes have way better time playing against around mid lane because their heroes can connect from far away. And, you know, the Sange can apply a lot of pressure with the creep as well.
I mean, the good news for them is they have the overall last week. So if it's indeed like a flex pick for them, they can just decide after seeing the overall drafts.
Yeah.
Taking their time though.
We'll see what Blacklist Rivalry thinks about this as well, because they're going to ban either offlanes or carries here. We'll see if their read is the same as ours, but Shopify is also taking some time to think about it.
Yeah, they'll still end up removing the Juggernaut.
Glitch Jug.
Never mind.
It's actually Husker.
Why did it look like the Juggernaut?
It did look like a Juggernaut.
What the heck?
It sounded like the Huskar, but the feed came in a little bit later, then I was like, oh, that's Jug, but no,
yeah.
it's the Huskar.
Very confusing, but the Bat Rider will be removed.
Bat Rider, so it's most likely Monkey King carry then, right?
Yeah.
And they're preventing from counter picking it. That's weird.
I am a huge, I shouldn't say huge, I really am not a fan of Monkey King carry this patch right now. It really does feel like if you just die once or twice, you don't have any farming potential. And that's really bad, especially if you're a team like Blacklist Rivalry, where I really feel like they thrive a lot on... Sure, they had a fast game last game, but Raven was playing early fast farming type of hero. He wasn't having to be active on the map. And you're playing against a Sky, Ember, and Enchantress as this Monkey King. It's not the easiest heroes to fight into. So if he dies a couple times and a Saberlight uses this last pick to even pressure the Monkey, like pick some Venomancer or something in the offlane, this Monkey King doesn't have a good game. It's going to be very difficult to play the game.
I'd like to see some cool build from Monkey this game, which, you know, consisted of Echo Saber, Manta, and Radiance.
Okay,
I think that would be nice.
Order?
Yeah.
Okay.
How about the Deso build? Echo Deso.
I'd just like to see him get any items, honestly, especially if he is having a bad lane matchup here.
Yeah, you can also just go straight up for the Orb of Corrosion into Manta Radiance. That's what Thompson have been doing as well. A lot.
How's Mars this game?
10 seconds remaining.
Mars?
Would that be a hero against the Mars Sky lane?
I think it's an amazing hero for them, just overall for the lineup. Yeah, I think Mars would work very well this game.
If not, you cheese him with some Veno or something like that.
There it is.
Yeah.
Good call.
There you go. Good call.
And Mars is like the one hero that... He's like the best melee hero against Monkey King. Like, Arena breaks the trees, you've got Skywrath in your lane. He can never really get Jingu stacks on you because you have two ways of pushing him back. Yeah. Not many other melee heroes can do that. The other way was pick a Veno and try and crush the lane, but if that fails and Monkey just starts feeding off Veno, then you have a awkward Veno in your draft.
I think it should be Juggernaut or Lifestealer. Last pick. Just works very well with Lich. It's a very good laner against Mars. It's a very decent heroes overall in this game against most of what.
And Monkey goes mid?
Yeah, Monkey goes mid.
Wait,
or
how
the
they finally pick the Bloodseeker.
That's cool too. Yeah.
Is this enough to sway you in their direction?
I love both of their lineups, to be honest. I actually don't know. It's hard to tell.
I'm so scared for the Monkey King mid. Like, he's going to do well, but Rebellion is a team that I think more than any other team, even at this tournament, they put a lot of pressure on the mid lane. And Monkey doesn't have the tools to really deal with that very well, so we'll see if his supports can mirror Shopify Rebellion. If they can have like a really good early game, then I think Blacklist's draft can work.
I think Blacklist is going to get this one.
Yeah, it's going to be very reliant on the supports. Like, whoever can secure the lanes, control runes, is going to definitely have a very huge advantage.
Now, I know, because I was here when we were watching the games, that none of you have been really impressed with either side of the support duos.
Nope.
So if it's going to rely a lot on the supports this game, are both teams in trouble?
Well, just one has to do slightly better than the other this time, so... Game 3, I'm going with Rebellion and a Pride, so a little bias on this Game 3.
I mean, I think the Rebellion's mindset is already gone after the last game, so I think SCA is going to take it.
We got two bias. Rezo beat the tiebreaker. SCA. Alright, you think Blacklist is going to take that one. Well, let's find out what's going to happen here in the third and deciding game. Who makes it to the playoffs of the Bali Major and who has to start packing their bags? We're finding out together with OD Pixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, CBS. Everything on the line here for Shopify Rebellion and Blacklist Rivalry. Fog, which team do you think should be feeling more comfortable being behind the heroes that they got through this draft?
Am I going to be NA biased? Am I going to go with the Winter? Winter was very confident last time.
And he was right.
He was. There's definitely merits to both sides. This Frost Shield definitely has some potency. The lane can also be pretty strong in a Monkey King vacuum versus the Ember Spirit. I agree. I'm gonna be looking forward to see what these rotations from the supports are doing, and let's see what's gonna happen in this safe lane also for Arteezy, because it's the same lane that he was playing against last game. It's a Doom and a Techies. They really destroyed him, so looking forward to see what they're gonna be able to do with an Enchantress to kind of stop that pressure here. Yeah, both drafts definitely have merits, and there's a lot of very much so comfort heroes. When you look at Shopify, we have Master Tier, Platinum, Gold. Just off the hero levels in particular. They love to play all these, and should be an action-packed one.
All right.
I feel like this is going to be we're getting some real clashes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the first game, right? We very much had Blacklist Rivalry trying to avoid fights, trying to recover. Game 2, we very much had Blacklist Rivalry having to carry Naga Siren. They were leading ahead, but Raven very much focusing on hitting the creeps. This time round, it's going to be a much more case of just hitting each other.
I feel like I think I like Blacklists this time, honestly.
I think they got a good brawling lineup.
I just like in particular the Bloodseeker versus Lycan matchup. It's excellent, and even the Monkey King. But that being said, there's a lot of wombo combo on Shopify. I'm like 55-45, if even that. It's very, very close. There's a lot of really good combos that Shopify has to play around with the Skywrath in particular. If they start having some good game on the Sky, they could be a lot of kills that come out with him with the setup of Abed and with the Mars. And I did see how well this Mars was able to do, actually, versus a Bloodseeker earlier today, if I'm not mistaken. Was that today or yesterday?
That was...
maybe it was yesterday.
These days will blur into
It was yesterday.
We've had, yeah.
It was yesterday.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he did do pretty well. I think it was versus Skitter, so I think he isolated him multiple times. Maybe it was today. Whatever. It's been a long day already.
Yeah, that was always Tundra vs. Astor, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was. Wow, that felt like it was a long time
ago. Was that today?
I think so. Isn't that a long... It feels
like the first...
I don't even remember anymore. My brain is just not working anymore. But yeah, we'll see how it ends up going down. Side lane's definitely a lot of kill threat, and let's see how Abed holds in this 1v1. Because as we know, it was a pick to counter-pick this matchup, of course. Yeah. Strong for the Monkey King. But let's see what rotations happen, because that's, as Fear was talking about multiple times, that's what Shopify's specialty is in laning phase always. Moving to Abed.
Jingu up.
Gets the connection.
Always will be able to have that self-sustain and heals. In a good spot against Arbed. Of course, there can always be the fancy plays, right, with the slight dodge.
Yeah, it's very difficult, though, because he's going to bait it. You're going to bait it.
It's true, but you got to watch out sometimes. Sometimes you're able to dodge.
Should be quite a bit of denies on Carl here, unless he just misses some last hits here in comparison to Abed. Yeah, let's see how this top lane does go down. Top's a big one that I'm going to be looking at, just to see how Raven is doing, because it is not the easiest lane in the world for Bloodseeker. It's a lot of spam, even though you do get stick charges.
Just going to throw down the blood grenade and try and go for Raven here. Raven, he's
got
him.
Okay.
Hit the level 2. They've got the spear. Saberlight's able to get first blood.
They got the 2. That's the important part, yeah. Got it right before the Cuckoo was able to, so no Frost Shield available to protect.
That's a lot of damage from these two. And Skywrath. Raven will be back in time for this creep wave coming in under the tower.
Let's see if Timberlake does commit for this, though. He does have the Meteor Hammer queued at this time around, so.
Well, this would be a hero that you're not necessarily a fan of, the Meteor Hammer?
I feel like I've seen it just fall flat on its face every single time. I don't know. I really like just the natural Mars plays. Just normal. We saw success do it earlier,
BKB.
too. Yeah, Blink BKB, Shard, Refresher, and then you're good to go. We'll see. See what ends up going here.
Maybe feels, it will obviously complement the sort of speed they want to play with around having a Lycan as a carry, right? You're going to be pushing, wanting to taking early towers, taking over the map.
He probably is going to end up going in, so. Yeah, we're definitely seeing that repercussion of mid, but I bet he's keeping calm. Where's low here?
Nice, but it's
still just very dominant for the Monkey King, of course.
Yeah. Does it ever get easier for the Ember, or is the whole matchup just rough?
Rotations. In mid-game and stuff, yeah, you can start doing some things, but yeah, in the actual laning phase, it's difficult.
Oh,
TP
no,
though,
no.
Carl steps up too far.
He
He's
does
like, come
step
on.
up pretty far, trying to get some of these denies in, and indeed with Crit coming in, Ancient Seal, not a chance.
We knew there's a potential of these kind of moves.
Has to be careful as it how he steps up like that, Carl. As Crit not missing a beat there with that TP.
And now it's actually an Ember favor. It's actually Ember favor. Just in terms of the net worth. Nabed. It's a big deal. Now he's got phase boots, so might actually be able to trade decently versus the Monkey King a little bit better with that.
Big TP from Crit.
Yeah, really smart. Good call. Good identification of Carl just stepping a little bit too far under this tower here.
We'll see again here. Just indeed getting a bit too close. Tried to reach in to go for some of these denies on this big wave that was pushing in. Yeah, immediate response from Crit. He's not going to be letting Carl get away with that one.
Bottom, KP. Doing some damage to have the blast off to slow it down, but Tims might go down for that.
Yeah, they can turn for him instead. Arteezy.
Hefty damage.
It's the kill. And of course, once again, as was in the other Lycan game, getting a free farm down here and a lot of denies.
Yeah, 12 of them actually. Wow. That is a lot. Having, I guess, the backup of the Enchantress also is helping him a lot more. And you know what? Arteezy's like, don't make me DK again. This is a better DK. I pretty much have DK, you know, the heal that comes out from it. You know, the Feral Impulse is kind of the same thing in a way.
Yeah.
Dragon armor, so.
You know, your transformation up, but you know, this is like a DK with a rocket up his backside. You know, he's zooming around when he presses R.
And he actually does damage. That's the difference. Lycan actually hits heroes and hurts them. DK, unless he has like some crazy itemization, he is. So here comes the swing toward the mid lane. The two supports from Shopify already trying to look for Carl here. They're pinging him. They want him.
They've got the chain set up. And indeed, Carl, he's in a whole world of hurt. There's nothing to be done here, as they are really piling on the pressure onto this mid lane early on.
Very smart stuff here. Yeah, they're having their side lanes do excellent, right? Like, Arteezy can kind of be left alone for these rotations since he's just doing excellent versus KP. Saberlight's doing well too, so easy rotations really from Crit. This is, yeah, from Fear, he said. High chance of the rotations early on. I don't know if we'd expect 2 rotations pre like 4 minutes. Coming down the Monkey King. Carl TP's in again. Crit is in the area. Fly is as well. They might just go for it again.
Yeah, I mean, Carl knows though. He's going to be super kind of on, you know, aware of the fact that they're going to be hovering around trying to do this again.
And Tims, he puts the ward down, tries to get the D-ward. Fly actually just denies it straight up in his face. They're actually going to D-ward that ward too. And
I mean, they're trying to step forward from Fly. They will get him, but it's put Carl in a bit of a dodgy spot. Carl, he's going to get taken.
They got him again.
Oh
my
boy. Goodness. And honestly, Arbeck could maybe go for more here.
Sure can.
Slider Fist comes out. He picks up a second kill, taking down Tims. This mid lane, it's getting messy.
It's the Abed show. Well, it's the Abed with the supports, and he's tipping him back. And look what Rune Abed's gonna get out of it. He can keep doing it. The supports.
Where does Carl go?
Ooh, cheeky.
Face. All right.
And look again, another kill. Cuckoo. The supports from Blacklist, they gotta step in. I mean, the supports gotta come to mid. You can't just leave.
Where's Carl anymore? You come to mid now, you gotta die.
Yeah, but where does Carl isn't a hero that can go recover elsewhere. He needs to go back to mid. You have to be able to predict these moves. You have to see this coming and be ready for it. This is devastating already. Like, where does Carl go? He's not gonna go bottom. He's not gonna go top. He has to go mid to the supports. They gotta give him a hand.
Decided to live his life as a courier.
Oh boy. And Arteezy sending the Wolves in to contest.
It's rough.
Tims will get the wisdom, though. Yeah, it is indeed. Some really, really godly rotations from the two supports. This time around, just really recognizing.
Got a DD rune.
Early strength.
He's ready to pop it.
Cuckoo.
Carl!
He clips him.
The chains.
Okay.
Cuckoo by his side.
He's gonna 3-shot him.
Cuckoo is very dead. Or maybe not with the boundless.
More hit.
Oh, he's not gonna die. Not gonna dive. Cuckoo will be able to walk away. He's got the salve healing up. Tims is now here as well to help out.
Yeah, but he still keeps poking him. He is just zoning them, and the tower, it's gone.
Carl is pushed out of the lane. 7 minutes in, and Arteezy, he's coming in with a gank.
Hello. Oh god, playing support now feels miserable in this game with these two running at you.
Oh boy.
And Carlos, he's gonna high-five them at the base. Arteezy.
all right, calm down.
They're feeling himself.
Calm down.
I mean, an absolutely ridiculous smackdown of momentum that Shopify is able to dictate here in these first 8 minutes around Abed's Ember. Getting another power rune, regen rune, he can keep it going. KP still having a good time bottom.
We got to replay this one.
But yeah,
oh, look at that impact play there with
what
the
a
high
play.
five.
Top tower is under attack.
And they're hunting. Carl, they want him. They see him. Do they cut the tree? Doesn't get the right one. They're setting up for bottom. There's an arena at the ready. Raven is deep.
It's time to get out, but he's not going to get the chance. He's locked into the arena. The spear's there. The hammer comes crashing down. Raven's gone.
Holy moly.
KP as well. He'll also shortly be going as Tim's. There's no chance for him to help out. He has to leave KP behind. Double kill for Crit. It's 10-1. Shopify Rebellion. They ain't messing around here. It's back in mid. Carl, he's hiding in the trees.
Arteezy's like, you made
Abed swinging back across.
Arteezy's like, you made me suffer so much this game. We're going to make Carl suffer as much as I did. Get him again.
No, he's in the trees.
Slight. Do they got the tree? No.
He's going to be able to get back to the tier 2, but still just having to run away from Shopify Rebellion.
10-1. Cuckoo nearly dying. One more slight. Abed wants him. He's under tower armor. He's okay.
Won't be able to get him.
Threats everywhere. I mean, they're pinging top already. They could just set up for Raven as well soon.
Gotcha.
Saberlight at the ready with his meteor hammer.
Boy, yeah, he can start to push this tier 1 tower. Should be able to get it. I don't think Blacklist Rivalry will be putting together any tier 1 tower defenses anytime soon. They've got to recover somewhere far, far away from Shopify Rebellion's heroes.
I mean, Carl at this point is nearly going to be a glorified support already. Look at his net worth. He's getting caught up by the supports really quickly from the side of Shopify with all these moves. Level 7 has been hit, so we'll start to get his farming outlet at least from Tree Dents, but I mean, 5k lead already. Power Rune as well, since they take the mid tower, since they bullied the Monkey King so far. Abed likely has control of this next one. Carl really wants to contest it though. They can't just let Abed have free reign of every power rune.
Gets an Arcane, a Haste, or a DD. It's going to be more blood to be shed.
Can't be a DD or a regen. It's a shield rune.
And Abed not going to be able to grab it. As they catch him into the tomb, they'll get it. They needed to bring everyone there. It's a success as Carl is able to kill off Abed with the backup of nearly his entire team.
I mean, about time they help out poor Carl. A good and needed kill. Raven unable to step up though. Saberlight at the ready to go for him. Not able to find him though. All right, the least they'll punish Abed, but he's going to be back up in 5. No Doom now up.
They're trying to go for Saberlight. Saberlight has got the arena, but they've actually got the control. They've got it. Big kills to be found here by Blacklist Rivalry.
Nice move, Carl, giving the information, scouting. They knew he was there for a long time, and they do have that Rupture available. We'll get a good kill to catch back up into this one. Carl needs anything he can get. 36 last hits. He's Arteezy at this point, right? Last game, I think Arteezy had pretty much the same exact last hits, but he was playing the same.
I mean, it should have, I'd say, a better chance to recover. How would you sort of rate the recovery potential of a Monkey King against a DK off the back of a bad start?
It's in the game that he's in. It's not easy for a Monkey King at all. There's a lot of magic burst, and even Lycan can eat him alive with the physical damage that you can get here so early.
Oh, they were trying to set up into the trees for Abed, but Abed finds him with a sleight of fist. They'll jump him with the blast off, throw down the sticky, but Abed's got flying crit by his side once more. As that's Tim's gone. They've got the catch onto Carl. They're kiting him out, making sure he cannot build up the Jingu as he gets cut down by a sleight of fist. More kills for Shopify Rebellion around the mid.
This feels very similar to the... it feels like role reversal, right? At this point. Because, I mean, Abed just walking at them.
Can't step near him as a support.
What a performance, really, from him. But we have to give the support to the Crit. Crit, in particular, 2-0 and 7.
Yep, those TPs early on were perfect. And just completely broke the game for Blacklist Rivalry in this mid lane.
And that's, I mean, it's broken the game for just the mid lane, everybody, really. It's having these spiraling effect on all the lanes. All 3 towers have been taken. Abed just getting every single power rune. Anyone that shows is dead. And they're already hunting for Raven. They've got the combo.
He's playing super safe for Raven. We'll know that he's there now, though. They'll see the blood bright. They'll see him. And yeah, just straight up spear into Mystic Flare. It's all that's necessary.
Doesn't even need the ult. Everyone's just hanging around mid lane trying to help out Carl. But yeah, as we said, that the repercussions of just having to stick around mid to help Carl. Raven's just completely suffering now. Shopify, a pretty much perfect early game here. 12 minutes, 14-3.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's
completely different team that we saw from this game.
Structures are fortified.
Ultimate Orb, Treads, and an Echo Saber already. These supports will die, and they could just actually die in one flurry, right? And one hit of the shapeshift with the Echo Saber proc. He could just crit and kill these supports at this point.
They're smoking up Blacklist Rivalry. They're going to try and put a fight together around their ultimates.
Okay, yeah, they just got 6 on the Lich, and they did just take up this level 8 on Monkey King, which you put in Wukong's. The tower is dropping.
I don't know if they can do this.
Teezy's tanky. They'll have to commit literally everything onto him, and he might survive if he doesn't get ruptured.
And there's too many sort of summons to soak up the bounces of the chain cross, so it just doesn't have that sort of impact.
They're losing at tier 2. They are losing almost everything on the map here. KP has a Midas, but it's not something you can play around. Like last game, Carl, the first, 10 minutes, actually the laning phase in particular, he struggled. But then he had a hero that he could just make moves constantly. Monkey King is not that hero when you have this type of struggle.
Smoke time here for Shopify Rebellion. They know how strong they are.
Yeah, they're on the
They
prowl.
can run at whoever they want, sweep across the map.
The Wolves constantly scouting here from Arteezy. They want to catch Raven. Raven or KP? Scouting out Tim's here for a second. And they're going to send it further to look for Raven. That's the target they want. They might have to settle for Tim's though.
I'll take it.
One more impetus. Okay, takes it with this light.
Discover what lies beyond.
A beatdown. 15-3. Shopify does not want to go home today. Link now on the Marsh, 2 easier ways to get the catch. Feels like they have, like 15% of the map on Blacklist to be able to farm on. You can see where KP's farming. That's desperation.
He's at least getting, he's getting something out of being in this part of the map. He's pretty much the only one that's keeping up with the top farm because of Shopify.
You got to do this sometimes when the game is this impossible. The safest place is the most dangerous place. Shopify all rallied. Link on Saberlight. They want to get another big catch. Turn it into something bigger here. Any kill they will be able to just quickly turn into a tier 2 or a Roshan. We'll run into a mine. They do know they're in this area here.
Raven and Carl just playing very safe, sticking together when they farm.
But look what they're swinging. I mean, they're swinging up here, and even if they do get out, they could look for a Rosh. Arteezy's actually not set up with his team though, so maybe he's not going to be the call to go for that Rosh just yet. And it is going to be, the panel was talking about, should he go S and Y? This was before the Bloodseeker was even picked, right? Should he go S and Y, blah, blah, blah. And then, Winter says he could just go Linken's, right? It's really good versus Bloodseeker. So yeah, Arteezy, he knows. He's going to go for that Linken Sphere, of course, versus the Doom and that Bloodseeker. Looks good damn choice this game.
Now, looking to keep the pressure onto the tier 2 in the mid. Keeping the Wolves on the supports as well. Poor Cuckoo pretty much losing half his HP there to the Wolves.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Look at Carl. I mean, he is below the Enchantress now. Bottom 4 net worth. Nowhere for him to go.
It seems to be very effective use of their early game resources. Shopify Rebellion. I'm sure that Carl has no game at all so far. KP has got his blink coming out. So some potential for him to set some action up.
I'm glad he at least goes blink instead of, from what I've seen sometimes in these games where the Dooms just go like Octarine and then it's just them farming until inevitably they just literally can never do anything. So KP feeling like he has to step up to try to make some moves on the map here soon. So at least going for that aggressive build. Saberlight's on the prowl. Who's he going to find? Him and Crit at the ready.
They've got their eyes on Raven.
Hello.
They've caught him.
Goodbye.
Not a chance for the Bloodseeker as the arena gets slammed down.
And Saberlight was looking for the next even. Blinks in, starts channeling the Meteor Hammer up there, so nice attempt. Tims will be able to hide himself.
Only just he nearly ended up showing.
It's very close. And meanwhile, Suzu eaten by Wolves. And Arteezy, I mean, with the pace of the game, he's like, I don't even need Linken's, they're not fighting. He actually buys the shard, so wants to increase his farm. Or did he switch it? Just kidding, he switched. He bought the Cornucopia. I think he actually just like clicked buy and he bought that one instead of the Cornucopia.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, the farm, it's not irrecoverable this game, right? There is still a chance for Blacklist Rivalry. It's just going to rest very heavily on the shoulders of both Raven and KP.
I'd say they have the same chances that Shopify had in the last game.
Really? I think they got more chances
You
than
think so?
Shopify did last game.
Okay.
I think there's a little bit more of a chance than Shopify had in game 2. Not a lot.
Not a lot.
A little
but
bit more.
Maybe, okay, I think we need a little bit more. Carl?
Able to cut his tree.
Uh-oh.
With the Mystic Flare upon him, Ancient Seal as well, and a couple of impetuses. He's out.
I'll have to embellish your
Why is it tipping Cuckoo? This is not very nice. Did he reveal him or something with the frost shield in the tree? I don't know. I think he did. Oh well. Gets the tree cut anyway.
Another tier 2 to be taken.
Oh, this one does feel pretty good, man.
We'll see on the replay here. Oh, it was.
Oh, it's the pole that did it. Okay, I wasn't even. Yeah, whoops. Okay, that's actually pretty hilarious.
Okay.
Well.
Oh no. Oh,
when
not the way.
Could you have ever predicted that that would have happened? Out of all the spells that cut the tree, a Sinister Gaze pull as Raven.
He's found again.
Goodbye. I don't know.
It's a painful one.
This one might feel rougher though.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Now it's probably rougher.
There's just nowhere to go. All the towers are taken. There's no map. There's actually no map whatsoever here.
Oh no.
And Carl, as you said, he's not a hero that can actually move around and make plays. Every time he shows, they're almost setting up onto him.
I mean, what the Blacklist do?
They're buying a gem. Just try to get rid of like the wolves to try to get outside, but I mean,
sure.
That's gonna be that might be a very quick gem that they're gonna
We'll
pass.
see how long it lasts.
Let's
On about 19 minutes 45 seconds, and we'll see how
Just
long it lasts in their hands.
Don't carry it on a support. That's the least. All right, KP's holding it. Okay, that's a little better. Definitely don't carry it on a support though. Let's see if KP can catch anything here with his blink. A solar crest. I like it from Crit. Doesn't need to go for anything else here at this point. He's done his damage. Now he just needs to make his cores more buffed up. Or maybe his Enchantress, who, as we said, is a core because he's ahead of that Monkey King. Fly actually has a full Hurricane Pike. And the Roche will be the choice. And they cannot team fight here. I mean, they're going to attempt for it, but this is without a BKB on Raven, just an Echo Saber on Carl. And Carl's showing himself jumping through the tree, so they know this setup is coming. Shopify is more than ready.
Yeah, we'll clear out the wave, but indeed this will give them the chance to set up completely Shopify.
I mean, Fly is very... Look at him on the front line. He's tanky. There's an 1800 HP Enchantress.
I mean, they don't really want to go on this. Just getting held outside of the pit.
He's just walking at. And now here comes Abed.
You gotta run. I mean, Blacklist Rivalry, they'll try and stand their ground and fight. They get the Wukong's command off. They're going in completely on towards Abed, but Abed, he's perfectly fine. And now he's ready to start turning and chase him down with the rest of them as Cuckoo. He'll retreat. KP, he's able to TP out, but Cuckoo, he will not be able to. Three dead.
Double Lincolns. I mean, they just both throw the Lincoln. I think he threw the Lincolns onto Abed, and KP's like, wait, I can't actually do him. I have no way to break it. What do we do? Instant panic. 23-3.
Now we'll see on the replay here again.
Fly. They don't have the damage even to kill
They
this
can't go on the Enchantress.
No.
They can't go on anyone.
They sure cannot.
And just of course at this stage with how little farm Carl has, the Wukong's command is just no threat whatsoever. Shopify Rebellion, they just don't care. They can just fight through it. This Blacklist Rivalry are very, very quickly running out of options here in this game 3.
Look at this, they're hunting Carl again, and they cut the tree.
They got Raven.
They'll settle for the actual kill. Carl's not even a hero at this point. He actually got stuck inside of the or inside of the Mars wall there for a second.
Never refuse good.
As Tims, he says, all right, guys, you're not going to farm my triple ancient stack. I'll take it myself. Get my mech at least finished up for the boys. What an early game. First 10 minutes. Points from Shopify.
Yeah, I mean, this is sort of the dream sort of timings that they hope to get right when they're playing these Lycan lineups.
Yeah, and when you're playing,
being able to snowball completely out of control around all 3 lanes.
Yeah, and you're playing, Blacklist, they literally picked the Monkey King because they're like, yes, we're going to have a good lane versus the Ember Spirit. And it literally wasn't even that because of how early the TP rotation came in from Crit to just completely shut everything down there. And then they just did it again and again. Now. So you're going to lose this He needs
He'll
crit.
win this time.
Okay, he's got crit with him too.
He's good, he's good.
And Fly, he'll get the tournament. No, he'll get the shot.
And KP's still farm.
That is just about it, though. It's a slow, inevitable
He's
defeat.
getting some farm.
At least
BKB is going to be there soon. He's got the BKB now on Raven.
Okay. A lot of physical damage, though. And they do not. The thing is now, okay, they're a little bit more survivable. Who's going to dish out that damage? Especially since they can't land. They're pretty much their two biggest spells. Their Doom, their Rupture. Can't actually really connected onto either of these two ideal targets. They don't have an easy way to... I mean, how do they break a Linken's? They just can't. There's no way a Lich is going to walk up and use a Sinister Gaze at this point in the game versus them to at least break a Linken's or anything like that. Very high chance it does block a Doom or a Rupture. Pretty much every time. Carl, the desperation of trying to cut the creep waves. Trying to stalk him.
I mean,
Saberlight's
Saberlight's nearby.
He's dipping him. He says hello.
He's going to get him off the trees. With the arena, spear across, backups coming in, the damage, it'll be there. Crit once again with the Mystic Flare follow-up.
Really nice, yeah, really nice plays across the board. Clean game, clean and methodical.
They're making it look pretty easy.
Yep.
This game 3. They look fantastic in game 1. They're looking at it again in game 3. Game 2 was quite a bump in the road. You know, we saw Blacklist do fantastic. So this third game, Blacklist, they're going to have only a handful of chances left to try and get themselves back in on this one.
Handful, maybe a fingerful.
Yeah, that's it's not many. They're going to try and look for one here with the smoke. They'll probably have to get back to the base pretty quickly. Shopify Belly, and they're pushing 2 waves into the high ground. Not going to find anything with this movement down at the bottom half of the map at all. They need to get back to defend.
In all 3 lanes. Abed even cutting the bottom wave, so it's going to start shoving into it too. And even the Ench creep, I mean, this is where the Ench shard is actually quite good. Able to use 2 enchanted creeps to get that push going. And Carl, they don't quite get the connection. Would have died. Arteezy now at this point, he knows where Raven, he knows where KP's playing. He's sending Wolves to scout out for them down on the south side.
Yeah. And he's massive.
I mean, Shopify's covering all their bases. They're continuing the pressure onto the base and even looking for these pesky rats that are playing on the bottom side of the map. And he sees these camps cleared. There's Boots of Travel on Saberlight. Saberlight, they found KP. Ooh, BKB.
He's away.
But they keep just forcing him back to the base when they're doing this. Pretty much, yeah. I think it went from, what, like 15% of the map that Blacklist was able to farm. Now it feels like they're only farming like 3% of the map or something like that. Everyone just trapped.
With this, just going to be expiring in 40 seconds on our bed. See if they want to try and push within that final bit of a time frame.
Yeah, they just keep focused. They know where they're at. They know that they're trapped. All 3 waves just continue shoving in. Catapult wave coming in. Dies quickly, but they're not under any threat. Manta and Wolf being sent down bottom. Oh, they saw Carl for a quick second there. Saberlight. He wants him.
He's going straight for him.
He wants him.
He won't catch him. And he's going to find him with the arena.
It's kind of on the outside of it, but it still does the job.
Yeah, and there's CP backup coming in. So Carl, he'll hold his ground for a little bit, but the spear pushing
Thrown
back
out.
with Wukong's command. The chains, they'll be there from Arbed. No TP out. He gets a good heal off with the Boundless and the Jingu.
But only that.
But there's no further way out for him. Arbed gets the kill.
Straight bullying. I like Carl just, I like how he all chats every time pretty much with the voice line, just like, all right.
I mean, they're trying to smoke up and get something whilst they knew that player was made bottom, so they look towards Fly.
Doom him. And they actually Doom and Rupture.
I mean, they have to. This Enchantress pretty hard to kill.
All right. I think it was like, you ult first. No, you ult first. And then they all just ult at the exact same time. Well, I mean, a kill's a kill, but absolutely not worth it. That was pretty funny. Or was it, or maybe was it the gem actually maybe they got? They actually got a gem at least.
No, I think the gem was on Arbed.
Oh, it is on Arbed.
Right.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
No, just kidding. I knew they had to throw one of them. I didn't think they'd throw every single one of them. All right, 14 seconds. Ench is going to be up. No ults available. Inside Blacklist. Shopify. Go wherever the hell they please. Abed.
There's a few of them watching Abed.
Okay.
But,
he is Kaya Sanj in a Lincoln Sphere.
no,
So
they can't do that. They need Doom.
They need Doom.
That's the only way they can
And
get
they
out
need to break the Lincolns as well too. So.
of it. Saberlight. Might able to get the catch there.
I think even with the Doom, if they're not like on top of the pool, he gets away. As Abed jumps forward, an easy kill into Cuckoo, because Abed has quite a lot of status issues really with these items. He's got the Kaya Sanj plus that Titan Slipper. Problematic. The white push commencing. Those ults are not up. Rupture is going to come back. There's plenty. And they're probably going to build more Lincolns, even on the support side, I imagine. Just to say.
Dire structures are
Fortification Blacklist, but still not in any shape or form to try and push back against Shopify. Interacts, they look to be going down. Nothing to be said or done here by Blacklist Rivalry in response. And they can keep going. Up to the top they go, Shopify.
On to the next. At least go for, they gotta go for a fight soon, but they might just be waiting for the Doom. 30 seconds.
Maybe he's in with a stun.
It's all being thrown out.
Trying to focus down Arteezy, but he's able to get out of the Wukong's command. He's perfectly fine.
Nice 4 staffs. I didn't see who that one was, but I think that was Fly. Yeah, it gets him out of any type of danger. Maybe could have actually gotten him there. The magic damage is pretty high, but yeah, quick 4 staff reset. And back to business.
Alright. They don't mind backing off at all. Shopify Rebellion. Get all the waves pushed in.
He's going to try to de-ward here. He's like, I have my moment. I know there's a ward here.
Saberlight's coming.
Saberlight's like, you're going to get it, but I might get you. He's actually...
Does he want to?
Okay, he's giving
Or maybe
him
he does now.
Just
a hesitation from Saberlight. Missed out on the opportunity there.
He gave Kuku way too much respect there. Carl buying any small item he can just to have some type of attempt of being able to do some damage. A small crit. Full desperation. Push commencing, Meteor Hammer, another one on bottom.
The TP back in Blacklist.
Abed is here though, and he's got a DD also. To keep everything shoved in. Shopify just, they're being as careful as possible, just because of what the risk could be. Carl, he is not being careful.
They found him.
You can't blame him, right? What is he supposed to do this whole game anyway? 9 deaths.
They're ready to dive in. Arteezy pops the ult.
With that kill, look to get at least his bottom set.
They're gonna just have to let this one go as well.
He might just shift to top even too. How fast it dies. Shapeshift is still gonna have a little bit of reach for the run up there. Nope, they want more, they want another kill. They want to get KP. Saberlight's TPing over for him.
KP's out in time.
Okay, he'll be able to get away. And he pings it. He does let them know that Saberlight does leave. Right, Blacklist, they gotta just go for like a hallelujah attempt to just go for a fight. They can't just watch their whole base go, as they're gonna have to go home after this, of course. At least just fight. When that next setup goes.
Maybe we'll call back up. They can try for a smoke. See if they can take a fight, catch Shopify Rebellion by surprise, maybe catch one of them alone.
KP, he gets the Ags, so he's like, all right, you guys got the Lincolns. I'm trying to think of a solution here. But
he's doing his best to carry.
He sure is.
He's, as I said, he's getting, considering the state of the game, pretty decent farm. Like, maybe some sort of AoE Doom can get him.
Yeah, oh, maybe if he had like, especially now into an Aegis, Abed. He's got that picked up too. They're just so damn rich. Just very methodical. And another Lincoln's, of course, Fly. He's got that one finished.
Ready to go towards the base once more with this Aegis and Cheese. Very little that you can imagine can come out to stop this potential final push for the Shopify Rebellion.
They're hanging on to buybacks. I thought they were just going to commit for gold. I mean, they're not really getting anything whatsoever. Raven, they literally have not been able to hit creeps for the majority of this game.
So looks like he's happy to fall back and just try and get his refresher done. Roy looks to rejoin the team and try and close this.
Feels like Tundra a little bit here.
I mean,
they're making
they're
making Blacklist really
series.
suffer. Yeah, of course.
Tiebreaker here. Loser goes home. You don't mess around. No. You make this as safe as possible because as we've seen today, right? It doesn't matter how much gold you're ahead. You can still lose some of these games.
Especially to Blacklist.
They're the ones that do it.
They're literally the ones that did it. This is not the type of game for it. Oh, that was a Raven TB who is actually farming. This is a Raven Bloodseeker who is soon to be surpassed even by the Enchantress because he has no mid laner to play around. Just cannot find any space at all this game. Shard. We'll go with the way of crit. A full refresher here for Saberlight. He sells the Meteor Hammer.
Come on, sprites.
Instant BK.
Has to.
Instant BKB there.
And he's like, wait, I can't rupture anybody. And that's my BK.
And that's probably his top ranks going down as well. To put the Wukong's command, try and get the distance. Saberlight's in with the first arena, makes the jump, catches Raven, catches Tims. They're both out. They'll immediately buy back here. Same to be said for Cuckoo. See if they can get one of them. They do get Saberlight. But can they get anyone else? The rest of Shopify Rebellion looking to take down the rack. They've got the AoE Doom. They do manage to get close on towards Arbed, but of course he has an Aegis, even if they take him down the ones, and it doesn't look like they can. Jump forward with the Remnants. GG is called. Shopify Rebellion will be moving on. And unfortunately for Blacklist, it's the end of the road here.
Yeah, I mean, they deserve it after this game. This was quite a display of dominance, really. Second game, like we said, like Raven, he put on quite a show. Him and Carl mostly with the moves that he was able to make, but this game, starting from like, what, the 2-minute mark even, just the way that they were able to set up onto Carl, really, him playing a little bit too aggressively, Abed calling for the TPs, they made continuous rotations. He literally never got to play. This was a very, very one-sided, if not the most one-sided one I think we've had here, at least that I've seen.
Yeah,
it took him a little bit of time, but there was no realms, no bounds where you could see Blacklist fighting even after 10 minutes.
No, yeah, this time around sort of the Lycan lineup, it just ramped up even faster than they did in game one. Shopify Rebellion with this Lycan sort of approach. And yeah, unfortunately for Blacklist, was unstoppable. I mean, the mid lane, the mid TPs, if you were to go back and criticize anything, you would have felt that the supports from Blacklist, they had to give their mid lane and give Carl a bit more love in those early moments.
Yeah, they had to step it up, and maybe Carl could have given a little bit more respect, and knowing that those rotations were going to come, because he's like, yeah, I have a dominant matchup.
He did step up.
But he steps up far, and you have to kind of expect that. Like Fear was talking about it. If you don't watch it, I mean, you have to watch these teams. You have to watch NA. NA, this is literally how Shopify plays all the time around Abed. They want to make him shine, especially if he's put into some type of tougher matchup. So
there we go, indeed. Congratulations to Shopify Rebellion, who will move on. And their tournaments live will continue here at the Bali Major.
They indeed move on. Thank you very much, ODPixel and Fogged. What a different Shopify we saw from Game 2 to this third and deciding game. It was like, I don't know what kind of speech they had in between 2 and 3, but it worked wonders because they looked like a different team altogether. They crushed it in the lanes and they were never letting go of that lead, no matter how much Blacklist tried from very far behind. I'm joined here by Resolution, Winter, and Fear. Fear, this game, you were right all along. You believed in Shopify from the get-go, and here you have it. They're the team that move on.
Yeah, I think the mid-Monkey King is just too difficult to pull off versus teams that have such good supports. We saw in the early game where you just step a little bit on Carl onto the enemy hill, and instantly you saw a crit, he pinged, like, I'm TPing now, and he TPs immediately, kills the Monkey King. Then after that, it kind of feels like, what am I going to do on Monkey? I guess I have to go back to lane. He goes back to lane. Now Fly shows up. He's dead again. And the support's just really ruined the Monkey King's life this game. And this is a hero that just can't feed in the laning stage. He's very susceptible to dying early on because he is low HP. And yeah, he was pretty much a burden this game, unfortunately.
Yeah, and we already said that the supports might be the difference maker, Winter. And I hate to break it to you, but the supports of Blacklist fell a little short there.
Well, I mean, they can also blame the Monkey King for not understanding the matchup. Like, I feel like the first 2 ways when I was watching him play the matchup, like I felt like he didn't really understood the matchup. He was like right-clicking the Ember and pulling the creep aggro and resulting in the wave pushing up. That's how Creed actually had the opportunity to gank him with when the wave was pushing into the tower. I mean, sure, they also made mistakes in their own lane. Like the Skyraf and Mars actually won their lane so hard at top, giving Saberlight such a dream start of the game.
Yeah, Shopify won 3 lanes this game, very confident, and I bet he knows his matchup. He rushed phase boots against the Monkey King, and that's why he had like you know, an opportunity to go on him even after that first blood. Keep going, and for the bottom lane as well, like this ENG, I think the giving fly ENG was like the crucial mistake that led to this you know, this result in this match. And I'm not really sure like if they went for Naga or TB pick, it would have been different just because of what happened mid lane.
I mean, this series is also shown that like last game Shopify decided to go like first pick, and I feel like first pick it's easy to structure your draft around something, like if you want the Enchantress or if you want something easier to get the hero that you want, and the Enchantress just allowed them to have a superior early game which resulted in a very, very easy game, you know, for Shopify.
Was there no way for Blacklist to come back here? Is it just, you know, they lose the lanes, obviously they lose it quite hard. Was there no way back?
It's just because of their drafts has such a greedy course. Like none of them can actually do stuff. If Monkey King is not winning his lane, then there's like there's basically no comeback mechanic for them. There's no like initiator. Doom had to farm his like Midas Vanguard, and only after he got Blink, and after that point there's like there's nowhere to go on the map, really. They had no damage.
Yeah, and this scoreboard like shows everything you need to see about this game. We put a lot of stress on this Monkey King not having a good game, and he didn't have a good game. He ends 1-10-2, doing only 8,000 hero damage this game. Barely touching any heroes, and what's even worse than that, he ended up with 8.4k net worth, which is, by the way...
1 damage per gold?
He is more poor than every single hero individually on Rebellion. Both supports are more farmed than this Monkey King in this game.
By far as well.
You literally couldn't have a worse game. And when this happens, what can you do? And it's Raven's game wasn't even better. He's sitting at 1-8 himself too. This is just an uncharacteristically bad game from Blacklist, but they put themselves in this position. They're like, we're going to pick this Monkey King. We're going to try and crush the lanes. They were confident this Bloodseeker would win versus Mars as well, but none of their strategy panned out here, and that's just kind of what happens when you pick to counter pick and you just lose your lanes.
It's a sad. It was a sad game from Blacklist Rivalry. Of course, they lose the series here, and they'll be sent home. It feels like a sad way to go, but I do want to say, like in the second game, we saw what they are also capable of. So let's close the book on Blacklist here on a little bit of an upbeat note. It was going to be a hard road for them, regardless, trying to make it to TI based on points from this major, as they needed to win the whole event, which looked a little bit of a steep climb for a team that is relatively fresh. But Winter, they have definitely shown that they have grown.
A little bit. Yeah, I think they're going to need to improve a lot more to make it to TI. I feel like, sure, you can always look at the positives. You know, they just brought KP in for the last season of the DPC tour. They were able to come up with better drafts, better synergy. But overall, I feel like they're still lacking a lot of things compared to the other better teams. You know, like, and they're going to have to work really hard to improve on them.
How do you feel the chances are in the SEA qualifiers?
Actually, pretty good. They'll have to deal with. I guess it depends on whether Bleed gets enough points, and it also depends on, I guess, Execration. They are probably not going to make it because they are already out of the group stage, so they have to play against Execration, Bleed, and maybe a potential dangerous opponent from Geek Slate. I know they dropped to Div 2, but this season they won all their games in Div 2, so it's a really good sign for them, and they're going to have to battle it out in SCA qualifiers.
Yeah, let's take a look at the DPC standings as they are right now, because yes, Execration eliminated, Blacklist eliminated, and IG, those are all eliminated from Group A, and we see that their chances of making it to the TI on points, 0. Execration just being 13th place, and I know there probably will be some teams still creeping in, giving BetBoom potentially a hard time, but of course BetBoom's still in as well. If you're curious what the Dota logo stands for, it's indicating which teams are still in the tournament, which, as you can see, are still quite a few indeed. 2 of them, Bleed, Azure. One of them, by the end of the day, will be eliminated as well. We already have eliminated Nouns and EG out of Group B there as well. And I know that Talon, as of today, guaranteed made it to TI based on points. That's the cutoff right now. So the only one shaking in their boots, Rezo, it's TSM, 900 points.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how it's gonna end up, and I mean, I think BetBoom has a really good chance of like keep making the points from what I've seen in the tournament. About other teams, what is it? Nouns didn't look so hot. Like they're already out, right?
They're out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're out.
Yeah, it's too bad for them. But they're gonna fight with TSM, right, for the slot.
Potentially, depending on how the rest of the teams do.
Depends. Like TSM potentially could go to TI off points,
Oh.
but it's not really in their hands.
I
So
see.
we'll have to see how the rest.
Watching
They're just praying.
everything.
They're like the biggest cheerleaders for whatever team is playing at the moment. That'll help them.
Yeah, basically
All they can do.
everybody that is tiered above them,
Yeah.
they can take points. And that's fine. Please soak up as many points as possible. But of course, we'll have to wait and see how things go in the playoffs. We're not there yet, though. We're not there yet. We're not yet settled. One more team will go home by the end of the day. As I just said, Bleed will face Azure Ray. We'll take a bit of a break, but when we're back, it's time for one more elimination. Best of 3 is a tiebreaker.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
完了，这是什么？身上有蓝色，有青色，蓝青色，
风暴之灵，
辅助
可能是婢女。
冰女仙
啊！
Nope
不是看过婢女吗？
凤凰 Phoenix 不是
寒冬飞龙
啊，寒冬飞龙。
没事，你不对就我对了呀。是这样的呀。
这个啊，
这个啊，那迦海妖。
Nope
我猜先知啊，这肯定是先知。
哦，我操！我一开始看的是飞的感觉。
大地之灵是吗？贴这里一个，最后再出一个就贴脸上了，行啊，只有一个了。他这是红的头发。
这个很难猜的，又是个人。
哎，那我来猜。
哎，我猜，
你猜。
风行者，一个人讲。
哦。
没事，还是我输了。
对。
支持
PSG LGD， 期待我们怎么了？支持 PSG LGD 在巴黎 Major 上的表现。
Crystal Maiden.
Crystal Maiden.
No, but the show. Okay. Crystal Maiden. Pero ¿quién le pega que Earth Spirit?
Ah, eso no lo hizo.
Ya, chapa.
Pega, me lo pega gordito. No. Ah, concha tu madre. Yurnero. Ya agarró.
Ya agarró. Medusa.
Ah, está mal.
Oye, ahora se cayó.
No, es otro, pero concha tu madre.
¿Qué es esto?
Oracle.
¿Qué es un Oracle?
Uy, no entra.
Ya, está armado.
Va a traer. Está muy fácil, está muy easy.
Está muy easy.
Abaddon.
Ok. Es Abaddon.
Es una Weavon.
Es un Abaddon.
Ah, no.
Tiene caballo.
Nope.
Nope.
Apóyenos, somos Seven Geniuses.
Y estamos en la Bali Major.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai Beastnet Home.
Nah, ini baru
Welcome back to the Bali Major. We are about ready to close down the group stages here, but there's one more series that we are going to go through, a tiebreaker between Bleed Esports and Azure. First and foremost, I want to apologize to some people that might have seen a social media post that got deleted. That information was incorrect, and we're just proceeding with the tiebreakers as planned, and that means we got a thrilling best of 3 ahead of us. Bleed Esports is the final remaining team from Southeast Asia. There's a lot of pressure riding on them, a whole continent having their eyeballs faced towards Bleed Esports. Can they do it here against Azure? We're going to find out. I'm joined by Resolution, by Winter, by Fear. Rezo, going into this series, there's a lot of hype. I want to start talking about Bleed Esports because other than today, okay, today they fell short against Night Pandas, but other than today, they have gone through quite a growth.
Yeah, and I think they're going as a favorites into this series because they already beat Azure 2 games in a row. And I love their drafts. Like, I think they're improving their draft with the tournament going on. And you know, Misery, like, he's the guy who's feeling, you know, the meta pretty well. And you can definitely see that in their games. They're like they're one of the first who bring out the Enigma. They were the ones who like started playing with the Broodmother a lot. So I'm definitely looking forward to, you know, seeing maybe another 2-0 today.
And you feel that they are the favorites coming in?
I feel like they are, yeah.
Winter, I mean, I don't even need to ask you, I think. Regardless of their results, you would have seen them as the favorite, no?
Yeah, I think they are overall, they're better preparation in terms of the draft, like Rezo mentioned. And I'm feeling that Ice and DJ, they're going to be like carrying the torch for Bleed here. And they've already figured out what to do with Corden. Corden has been always the focal talking point of the team. He's been criticized a lot, but as long as Misery can use the draft and protect him and just give him his hero early, you know, just ensure that he gets his confirm pick and he'll do his job for his team.
He's got his match here though, and Somnus in the mid lane. That's going to be an interesting one to watch, Fear.
Yeah, I mean, Somnus is the type of player that's not afraid to bust out a Shadow Fiend or some type of hero to really crush the laning stage, and from what I've seen from him, he's been very impressive throughout all the games. Lou, on the other hand, he's been a little unstable from the games that I've seen, so I'd really like to see just more stability coming from the carry role. Perhaps just support Somnus a bit more, allow him just get that last pick, play whatever he wants, and make sure that he has a good game and just roll with it, because he is not afraid to play more of these carry-type heroes in the mid lane, for sure.
Yeah, Winter, what do you feel about Azure Ray, the games you've seen from them so far in this group stages? Because their team, of course, that is very new in terms of the team itself, but with a lot of veterans on their side as well.
I definitely agree with Fear. I think their strength is in the mid lane, Somnus, and if I look at their previous games where they really like to get first pick and secure Somnus on a good hero at number 8, and against Bleed, I think it could be something that they should prioritize on because Corden is their weakness, right? So if you can get a hero that can maybe carry the game a little bit more and abuse their laning phase, I feel like that could be a deciding factor in the game.
Yeah, I'm also worried about him going, like, especially going to this high pressure game, which is like, you know, elimination game. Like, how well is he going to perform in this environment?
Yeah, I think for Azure Ray, the tournament has progressed far enough now, so they're actually the team with the second widest hero pool at this entire tournament. So they have a lot of heroes. I think now is time. You're not at the top of your group. You're fighting for elimination. Pick the best of those heroes, like, and just kind of just play with those from now on. They're also a team that has like not the most, but they have a lot of kills and a lot of assists. Like, they're on the leaderboards for these, so they like to play fast. They got a big hero pool. I'd say still play fast, but slim down that hero pool a little bit for this match.
That sounds like we're going to have a very active game.
Yeah.
Which we could definitely use after the series we had. I mean, we had some.
It was active.
It was
active.
active.
Not very interesting.
Apart from game 1.
Yeah.
That wasn't that active. But I'm looking forward to seeing how active these two teams are. Winter is the same thing with Bleed that goes for every other SCA team. If it goes late, you think that they're easily going to take it? Are they a late game team?
I feel like Bleed is more like an early game team. You know, they have to get a good early game. I think laning phase is going to be particularly important for them, like especially Ice. Like the games that I've seen him having like a sort of a weaker start, he tends to just feed a lot. So I would say that his lane is going to be a very, very crucial lane. Because he needs to carry the game, you know. Corden's going to just be like playing a supporting role from the core, and he's going to need to carry a lot of weight on the off lane.
So that also means you want to have, he has extra pressure on him to perform, and you want him to have a lot of priority in the draft.
Yeah, if they can actually give him like the later stages of the draft, that pick his hero later, that would be good for them.
And we're gonna find out. Of course, there's gonna be a lot of talk about first pick, second pick, and which are the usual suspects in terms of banning Rezo.
I mean, to me, those are like Enchantress, there's like Enigma in the Broodmother, and of course the Pugna. Like those four are gonna be like very heavily contested for these teams. And, you know, Morphling is the huge.
The Huge. Well, the Huge is still in the pool for now. It was Batrider and Storm that Bleed ended up banning first, and we got Azure, who has second overall pick and therefore also last pick, that have banned out the Broodmother, and they're deciding on what else they want to ban out. Bleed will have first pick, so we'll see if they get to choose the Morphling.
I'm actually surprised that Bleed decided to go for the Storm ban, because they played against Bad Boom and they decided to, like, you know, take Pugna first pick, leave Storm in the pool. So Bad Boom took like Storm plus Keeper of the Light, and they picked the Pug right away against it. So they had a pretty good idea, and it worked twice. I'm not sure why they decided here that they're not gonna, like, you know, they're not gonna go for the same scenario.
I think it might mean that they might want to like pick something else like a Morphling, and they don't want to give the Pugna Storm combo, like something along those lines.
I see.
Morph and Deuce are in the game now.
Morph, Deuce, Timber, and Enchantress. So there's like what, 4 OP heroes. So I guess we'll see.
Undying, do we still
oh, actually,
consider
never
that one
mind.
as well? But it's an Enigma overall first pick coming out from Bleed.
Is this hero OP? I'm not convinced yet.
I'm not convinced either. I think those that you guys mentioned are like way stronger for the first pick. But you know, this team also like enjoys playing with Enigma a lot.
Should you just go for Rubik +1 right now? Rubik Timbersaw?
I think that's correct.
There's a Rubik and a Morphling.
Yep.
Morphling. Oh, that's a quick Naga.
Southeast Asia is still on the first phase Nagas. It worked last time, but will Bleed be able to make it work? Raven getting his 1 win last series by playing this Naga in the first phase. It is good versus Morphling.
Okay. Why is Naga good versus Morphling?
Morphling doesn't really enjoy playing versus the Lucian so much. The lockdown is pretty good as well. And that's pretty much it for the most part. But do you want to pick Naga? So one strength of Morph and Medusa, two really popular meta heroes compared to a Naga, you generally don't need to see your lane because they're just strong laners all around, where Naga has a lot more lane counters, and being able to keep up on net worth in this meta is very important. So
Yeah,
we'll see if you can do it.
Sorry.
No, good.
Keep going.
That's
Yeah,
all I
I
had.
feel, I feel like that you need to also buy Linken's on Naga against the Morphling, right? Because he's gonna, you know, counter you with the Morph items, and that's also like not the build you're going for with the Naga. You want to go like this Mantas, you wanna go hard, you wanna go Butterfly, and there's no like really a slot for the Linken's on her. So I'm not really a big fan of it either. I would much rather, you know, want to see some ENG from Bleed as well, and like play this aggressive style that they used to have in the, you know, in the group stages.
Well, I think this second ban phase is gonna be focused towards banning out the heroes that we mentioned earlier, like the Enchantress, the Doom also removed by Bleed. We'll see what else they need to remove. Is there anything? I mean, obviously Rubik counters the Enigma, but well, maybe somewhat of the Naga. But is there anything else that they need to ban out to protect either of those two?
Do they need to ban out? Actually, never mind.
Ban out the Coddle, so he can't buy Abyssal Blade.
Yeah. I mean, I think Bleed needs to ban something like Darkseer along the line to protect the Naga pick as well. For Azure Ray, not really, like maybe some anti-mage offlane that we've seen, but it doesn't.
Yeah, I was actually thinking of that.
Success at all.
They've already banned out the worst things for the Morphling, and I feel like the Lycan and the Brood are some heroes that are quite good against the Morph. Those are already gone. If they want to go the route, it's hard because it's just Morphling, right? Like, this hero's been in the meta for so long, and there's a reason why this hero's first phase, because there's nothing that just outright counters this hero on the laning stage.
They also have Undying to protect the Morphling pick as well later on.
Yeah, I feel like Bleed definitely should consider like at least banning it.
At least you have Naga versus Undying though, so you could always use the song to kill the Tombstone.
But it's more about also the lane, right? Like the lane is like really strong.
Yeah, it is.
I guess if they don't get Undying, they still have Tiebreaker. Yeah, kind of like a few replacements or Clockwork.
I'm not sure if it's worth to pick a support anyway that deals with the Naga, like some Crystal Maiden or something at this point of the game. I'd rather just say, just pick the Undying, it's a good hero. Why not? Make sure Morph has a good laning.
CM, I feel like she's a bait right now. Like,
yeah,
you look at the game, like it feels like it's a good CM game, but she's just so weak right now. Like the laning phase has been nerfed so much.
Lion? What about Lion?
Well, line can be good here.
Yeah, I think Tiebreaker is also a hero that these teams would
Yeah.
consider.
Tiebreaker is definitely like overall more stable, I would say, for either team. Like he's definitely a top tier support in the meta right now. Like he just gives you a lot of things. He secures the lane. He's pretty strong in the team fights. He gives you catch. How many position 5 heroes can actually give you that?
Lion.
I will say, we saw quite a bit of Lion in the first 2
I mean, you're
games.
playing versus Naga, right? You
Yeah.
just kill these illusions instantly. It's their biggest problem.
Lion's like just a little bit weaker, I think, in the lanes, like, compared to SB. Like,
Also, is he not just gonna die to adaptive strike at some point? That feels like that's gonna feel real bad for a Lion. isn't
Oh, I
it?
went Lion on Azure Ray's team against the
Oh.
Naga.
Fair enough.
But it's
Yeah,
also
but
good versus the Morph.
Lion is not that hero who's gonna soak up the damage for the Morphing to have a free lane, And if he's gonna go there against Enigma, he's not gonna be able to trade well. They need a hero.
The lane is gonna be very hard for them if it's a Lion plus Morphling against Enigma plus whatever they're gonna pick.
Yeah, and Bali usually uses Enigma as a position 4, right?
Yep.
So you need a position 5 that kind of like have the ability to deal with the Eidolons on the lane.
Which supports do that though?
I think Silencer might be good, just because he has a curse. I think Undying is
still in the pool.
decent.
Never a bad Undying game.
No.
Yeah, I mean the hero just has too much value right now. He's too good throughout the game. Like he's very strong in the lane. He has good team fight. He helps you rush. He can push out like the day lane with DK max right now.
I feel like this, if there is quote unquote a bad Undying game, this should in theory be it versus Naga and Enigma. But I think Undying's just that strong. But do you want to go for something greedy? I think Lion, as you guys mentioned, very greedy. Like it'll pay out later on if you can get past the lanes, where sometimes you don't want to take that risk. Whereas an Undying in this spot would be far less greedy and secure the laning stage, but it's not already the best lane. Spearbreaker could work as well.
Yeah, might be the one also to go for.
Hey, we've seen quite a few Spearbreaker and Morphling lanes. Good workout. And it will be a Pugna. The gas station was still in.
That's nice.
That's also kind of like a Lion.
Yeah.
Also squishy.
You get the
I would say
shard, right?
he's less greedy than the Lion. At
And
least.
he can
Like,
get
he's-
rid of Eidolon.
Yeah, he's stronger in the early game compared to the Lion or the lane.
I love the shard idea. Yeah, you kill all the illusions instantly, right?
Yep. I didn't really think about it at the top of my head, but that's where my idea was. Are there any supports that can just make Naga's life hard at some point in this game? And Pugna, safe version of doing that.
Yeah. Whereas when his nether ward is down, he has that shard, he can put it on the nether ward, and then all illusions will probably get burned.
Yeah, but he has the same problem as Undying in the team fight. You can always just song, and then he runs in and kill your ward.
I like Misery arguing right now. Wait, don't you see this?
I mean, Misery's, look at him. He's a very, if there's one thing, he's passionate.
Yes.
He's very, very passionate. I
But
played
you
on
can
the
also
team with
see
him
that he's
before.
not angry or anything, he's just
Not
really
yet.
trying to make
Not yet. Not yet.
We'll wait for game 2 for that one.
When he's angry, he turns red.
He turns really red.
It feels like he's trying to explain a very simple concept that this team is not getting.
He just speaks with such conviction. It's hard to, like, there's a reason why he was such a good captain and so many teams want him as a coach as well. It's like, it's very easy to get behind what he's saying. Whether he's wrong or not, it doesn't even matter. He just makes you believe in it.
He would be a great talent as well, because we kind of do the same. As long as you say it convincingly enough, everything's true. Easy.
I'm not a big fan of what Bleed is trying to accomplish here. I know it's Enigma support, but if yes, then they have like Silencer and Enigma supports, which can't really rotate to help a mid laner as much. And Azure Raid, they have like way more active heroes to play for the mid lane fights. And that's the thing that I've been seeing a lot. What's winning the games for the teams? It's just being able to find that pressure on the mid and just translate from there. I just keep talking about it, but it's like, I think it's like the most important thing for the teams.
Yeah,
nowadays.
I mean, there's two ways to look at it. Is either you collapse on the mid lane and help your mid laner, or just have your mid laner come to you. And maybe with Primal Beast, we saw Carl in the last series just have a bad laning stage, but he just left the lane and just started roaming around. So that is another way you can play. But sometimes if you get owned too hard or the support shut you down, it feels like you can't move out of the lane, you can't stay in your lane. But that's like worst case scenario.
I mean, this is not the kind of game I feel like that would probably happen, because both sides have pretty greedy supports like Rubik, Pugna. I mean, not the strongest in the early game. Then on the other side, you have Silencer, Enigma.
Guys, I feel a little sad for Chalice at the moment.
How so?
Tidehunter, Doom, Timbersaw, Beastmaster, Honorlord, all banned. I feel like he's getting like he has a decent hero pool. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know how much fun he'll have this game.
It's to play Brewmaster.
I mean, his most played hero this tournament is actually Legion Commander.
Okay.
Enemy team does have a Naga.
Nope, ban.
Okay, no more Legion.
No fun.
Sorry, I got nothing.
He still has Mars and Brew, like you guys mentioned.
Oh yeah, Mars. That's a good
Any of
one.
these heroes he plays that are actually good.
I guess the Mars is good. You can, throw a spear and drop black hole if you're far enough away.
I like the Brewmaster here as well. I
Brew's
think this
better.
is actually a very good game for the Brewmaster.
5
And I'm
seconds
curious
remaining.
if this Enigma is gonna be a core or it's gonna be position 4 because it's already a good core matchup against the Morphling. You can just pressure him straight up.
And then you're looking for a support. You mean still
Yeah.
coming out of bleed?
Not
With the primal
Spirit
going
Breaker.
middle?
Not Spirit Breaker because it's a very good hero to turn into as a Morphling. So I'd rather have something like Tiny, which they already. Oh, actually I don't know. Azure played Tiny support. I'm not sure if Bleed did.
Huskar gets banned last, so they are thinking that Primal might be offlane and that they're still going to counterpick the Ember Spirit. Is the matchup between Primal Beast and Ember Spirit that bad?
No.
No, it's
No.
fine. It's just he didn't want to get cheesed.
Yeah.
That's fair. Nobody does.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Colin's gonna play the Primal here, but
Mhm.
AR just probably felt like they don't want to take the risk.
Yeah, I think Lion might be a good alternative here too, just for the sake of like catching these spirits and morphlings, and dying from Netherworld when you think you're somebody.
Radiant team pick.
That could be good.
I hate. Okay.
Anti-mage.
There it is.
Anti-mage.
You called it at the beginning of the draft, yeah.
Anti-mage Naga, man, classic.
AM
FPA
Naga.
draft. You think you've
Well,
seen it all?
if this game does go late game, actually, you know what? Morphling Ember versus Anti-Mage Naga. I don't even know who would come out ahead of that one.
The anti-mage is probably gonna go like some diffuser build, diffuser meta. No better for you.
Makes that Legion Commander ban even better.
Yeah, I'm
that
not
would have
sure.
been the perfect hero.
I'm not sure if Brewmaster is still good because they can easily put anti-mage against him as well, and it's gonna be a free lane.
Yeah. They can be very flexible actually. It does mean that the Enigma is the support. And you said you didn't like that, right, Rezo?
I mean, I didn't like it for the mid pressure because, but at the same time, the Primal Beast can easily rotate to the side lanes this game. Oh, it's the X.
This is nice against.
That's the other Legion Commander.
Yeah.
There we go. I mean, I'm personally not a big fan of anti-mage Naga cores. It's, I think it's way too passive to me.
Well, it doesn't have to be passive if he goes for like the early game build, Vanguard, Diffuser, or Manta. And I feel like as long as they can get past the lanes, they're gonna have like some overwhelming team fight with Naga Song, Black Hole, Global Silence. Like AR has very little team fight to deal with that.
That's true.
What is it? Is it day 4 now? I think we're on.
5.
Day 5. Right, it's day 5 now. I saw the Enigma day 1 support. I was a believer. It could work. We're on day 5 now. This anti-mage has to have a good laning stage, and I don't think this Enigma's strong enough as a +4 to really carry it through. So I definitely like Azure Ray's lineup because Bleed, this anti-mage has to do well. I think its laning stage is super important. Not a believer in the Enigma being able to carry this anti-mage through the laning stage. And Axe, it's a really good Axe game. Really good Axe game.
It's a DJ Enigma. You're gonna regret it.
It's also an FY Rubik. An FY Rubik. Now we're gonna find out. You know what? It's game 1 of a best of 3. Anything can happen. Who will be on the upper hand here? We're finding out together with Cap and SVG.
Damn, you know what? Sheever got me hyped there. FY Rubik. That's a classic right now.
God damn, takes me back all those.
Been a while. Both of these teams are on the down right now, though. I mean, you know, Azure Ray at least won a series today. They managed to beat Nouns.
They got some momentum.
A little bit of momentum. Let's see whether or not Bleed is able to bounce back after their rough loss against 9 Pandas here in a very important tiebreaker elimination match.
I forgot about that series.
Yeah, that
Yeah, so one team has momentum. The other team is...
Look tilted,
They are
honestly.
already in their grave. It's just a matter of can they climb out, because that series was... That is one of the worst series I've seen from Bleed all year. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know what happened, but just reset. You got another chance here. You know, you're not out of the tournament yet. You're still breathing, you're still kicking, and I have a question for all the statisticians out there watching this game.
Yeah, go ahead.
Which I guess is just Knoxville, if he is. I think this is a Dota first. Can you tell me what I'm looking at that I think is the first time I've ever seen this in a professional match?
Naga Siren and Anti-Mage on the same team?
Nope.
Is it like a hero thing?
It is a hero thing.
Is it a hero on the same team thing?
It is sort of.
Okay.
Got your interest.
Sort of.
Do have your attention.
All right, I don't know.
I personally think this is the first competitive match in the history of Dota that has had an Enigma anti-mage dual offlane.
Dual offlane. Yeah, that is true. That is true, actually. Yeah.
I feel like there's a decent chance that is a true stat. Like,
yes, because they
when
definitely
else-
played in a lane together, but in the safe lane.
not in the off. When has there ever been an Enigma anti-mage offlane where it's like actually the offlaner's the AM, not the carry AM went to the offlane? I'm not going to even count that. I don't even know if that ever happened, but I wouldn't count it anyway. This is like the future of Dota right here, man. This is 2058. We're on the moon. Elon's on Mars. And we have everything you ever wanted for an offlaner, which is you get to play anti-mage with an Enigma to deny creeps. Or I guess take Malefice level 1, so we're not too far in the future here.
Well, this just gets you even deeper into the future. Everyone would expect Eidolon's level 1 to deny a creep, but no.
That's true. We're just so far ahead. We've already got some
lag.
lag.
And they in the future, Malefice does 100 damage a tick,
Morphling
level 1.
almost died. And in the future, we still can't have low ping lobbies, but you know, there's a lot to figure out between now and then.
Well, I mean, granted, we're on Mars, so the internet
Well, that's
isn't
true. Yeah,
the
we gotta bounce
greatest
it back
on
a couple
Mars.
times.
Or excuse me, the moon.
But I don't know about you. Like, it's just amazes me how Dota continues to have these things where I've just never seen it. And I've watched so many Dota games. I can assure you, I have watched a lot of Dota. I've
believe
never
it.
seen this dual offlane. So
Who do you
I'm
think's
curious to see
watched
how it
more
works.
Dota, you or me?
Me, probably.
Really?
Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah.
My job is watching Dota, and it's been my job for longer than you've had your job.
Yeah, but that's why the fact I'm so confident in it is terrifying me. You have to realize there's a good 5 years in there where I probably watched like 30, 40 games a day.
Okay,
With replays and live and pubs and going through the lobbies.
I say
that adds up.
Time-wise, I definitely beat you, but you might have me on games because you speed through replays as a pro player,
Yes,
right?
I've watched a lot of replays at the time.
And
In
while
fact,
I've done that too, but obviously not nearly to the extent.
I
that
watched
you have.
so many replays that I had to clear out my hard drives multiple times because all of my disk space was taken up by replays. Just hundreds of them piled in there. A grave of memories. And hopefully neither of these teams creates replays that they will not want to watch down the line.
Oh, that is going to be first blood. Yep.
Oh, very
DJ. Once again, Avery, it might be an Ice DJ lane that loses.
I mean, I put it on, like, I know people think I'm maybe being harsh on Bleed, but I'm serious when I say this dual offlane has been like the most unimpressive to me. I don't know what keeps going wrong for them, but I don't remember the last time they won a lane, and it really hurts because at least in this game, the lane is pretty greedy. So if your offlane doesn't do well, what are you falling back on here in terms of tempo for Bleed? It's just putting it all on Corden's back. I mean, it's a big back, it's a primal beast. It's definitely a good hero to pick up some of that slack, but like, goddamn if they struggled, and the struggle continues. First blood. Not going to do him any favors here, especially when it's Enigma, a hero that kind of relies on creating an XP differential through denying and controlling the pulls.
Right, and kills being worth so much, particularly in the experience department, you really don't want to be just feeding those back in.
Yeah.
Kind of undoes your entire like idea of what the lane is supposed to
I
do.
mean, I can tell you, if I lane versus Enigma and I ever kill Enigma, I feel like I won. Genuinely.
Yeah.
All right, this game's over. So, Bleed gonna have to make up a little bit, but this is like a pretty clunky lineup for them. They want to get the Naga farm, they want to get the Anti-Mage farm. That's gonna be their answer to the Morphling here. And Bleed feels like if they can answer the Morphling, since this is a hero you have to answer, that there's not maybe too much else to worry about in this game. And I can kind of see that. Like, Axe is not a hard scaling hero unless it's crazy snowballing. It is a pretty good Axe game. It is last pick. I can see Chalice definitely doing work this game. But versus like 5 or 6 slotted Anti-Mage and 5 or 6 slotted Naga, surely Bleed our favorite at that point.
Yeah.
Especially with an Enigma behind, which I guess that's going to be up to FY to maybe get some black hole steals, but there's global to follow it up. You can also just song into the black hole this game. So I could see DJ going some more items on the Enigma, not have to play super greedy as you can use song for the setup.
Yeah, that'll definitely help if he doesn't go greedy, because who does Corden play with in this game? Especially if they lose the offlane, which we should note they did get a kill, so a little bit of recovery there. They got the pick off on Tianming, so.
I mean, I don't know if he's playing with anything. Playing with himself.
Yeah, that kind of concerns me. Good way to be able to
Wow,
face
you
that.
really trapped me there. Okay, it's going to start off the night very well as I immediately fall into an own hole that Cap has dug for me, and Chalice already wave cutting. He's gonna be fat. This is the thing, like, I almost said extreme game. Azure Ray are going to be very farmed out these lanes because there's not much aggressive potential to complete this.
Oh, Corden! This is going to be close, but he does manage to get the kill. Almost died to the ward, but does pick up. Tianming rotates to mid, try and help out with that lane, get the water rune and such, but ends up feeding away a kill.
Not what he was looking for there. As Corden gobbles up a freebie. We'll have to walk the base, so it is a lot of space for the Ember. Honestly, this trade might not end up being too bad for Azure Ray.
Yeah, particularly since the matchup is not super nice for Ember Spirit, right?
Yeah, Tianming is not too happy, but at least he's fast. You know, 330 MS will get you out of that fountain pretty quick.
Yeah, that's true.
And solo XP for low on an Enigma lane is also pretty nice, and that's Vanguard done for Chalice. All right, I feel like a lot of this game comes down to how much the Axe gets done here with his item timings, because we have seen this hero get fast Blink. We've seen him get very fast Vanguard Blink Blade Mail if you have ancient stacks. But what I always ask is, what happens with those items? You actually find the kills on the map.
That's not actually what you always ask.
What do I ask?
You ask, where's the phylactery?
Where is the phylactery, actually? People are sleeping on the phylactery Kaya Axe. I'm telling you, they're sleeping on it. This build's good.
Yeah, well, we're going to be snoozing a little while longer, so.
You just walk up to a hero, he's half HP, you just ult him, he's gone. You don't believe in this? Like, this build's good. It's good in the skirmishing. You don't have to rely on some stupid blink on a hero that you can't kill because you don't have damage.
All right, I don't want to go too much in this tangent, but very quickly, does phylactery proc before the spell or after it?
Before.
Oh, okay.
So
Well,
it
that does
technically
work
adds
with Culling Blade.
Yeah, it adds to your threshold effectively.
Wow, that does sound
nice. Yeah.
Power Room coming up soon, 10 seconds, and very important for both of these tempo mid laners. I would say particularly for Corden, since he doesn't have supports that are going to be playing with him too much, but...
Not too many. I mean, Silencer can. Silencer's a decent skirmish hero if he has the levels. Ooh, he's level 3, but there's still decent spells to throw out onto a Spirit hero mid. If they can get like one more kill out of it, he'll have pretty good XP for the game. Fight for the bounty rune.
And they're not going to get it on this. He's going to take that one away with his power rune advantage. Even if it's just an invis, the refill on the bottle gives him enough resources. He's feeling good about this matchup. They try and go for the slam, but of course, there is going to be that telekinesis to stop him. The last hit is easily claimed by FY's Rubik.
Why too fast with the fingers?
Nice call.
Yeah, that was a good aggressive move by Somnus. Setting that up. Chalice still creating the pressure top, so you don't really need the Rubik here either, as Dax is perfectly happy solo.
Yeah, it looks like Jackie's getting kicked out of lane.
Yeah, it's not a matchup Naga can stay in, unless you end up in like reverse cutting the lane.
Oh, in some trouble here. Morphing into strength. It's actually Ice who has to back away.
I mean, this is 2-on-3. Yeah, this is not a fight that we want to be losing down here, especially with Vanguard AM. Early on, what the TP to base.
Slam, slam, slam. Corden gonna try and get something done here on the revive. Still not enough. Chalice is able to walk away. This is very bad.
Yeah, this is a lot of primal commitment that Corden's not getting anything off of. And I mean, this Axe is gonna be farmed because he's free farming the lane, he's getting soul XP, and there are some stacks waiting for him in that triangle.
A lot of them.
That is exactly what you want for this hero, so he can push into that Vanguard, Blade Mail, Blink timing, and actually be a threat on the map. This is a very nice setup for him. Somnus gonna skirmish bottom.
Gonna get popped. Somnus not able to get the kill on Tubu, or at least not quite. The slight will finish him off, and now he gets the chainsaw onto Ice.
No Blink for 4.
Yeah, maybe he can run him down. Couple more hits and then a slight. Okay, Ice turns around, burns through the slight
smart
mana.
burn.
That was good.
It's another trip to base for Ice. I mean, he hasn't died out here, but it almost feels like he's died a couple times. The amount of times he's spent in the fountain, his net worth is really suffering.
Yeah, he's 1,000 behind. Move from Corden here, trying to punish FY for denying his power rune, and oh no! Just keeps on running shy of the damage. Dubu's going to show up and try and push back against Somnus.
I mean, like you said, the Primal, he just needs a little bit of extra help on these goes.
Yeah.
And the Corden might be 4-1 instead of 1-1. The Bleed supports, I mean, Enigma can't do anything here. Enigma has to play greedy, so it's pretty much only Dubu. But I do think Dubu should just be playing. There's nothing else for him to do on this map.
Yeah.
The rest of your lanes are just going to farm. Your Enigma's going to farm. Your AM Naga are going to farm. I guess you could stack, but I don't know if the stacks are really anything.
He's going to die here. Not playing for the rotation. Could have stuck in the trees, but didn't expect Somnus to show up.
You should. Somnus is one of the heaviest rotator mids of all time. The reason this guy leads the kill totals. This guy likes to slay. He's going bots first. That is an interesting first item here for the Ember Spirit. He actually commits to it. Very aggressive.
You think he's just trying to keep pace with the Primal Beast? Like everywhere the Primal... Because that's a very active mid, right? As he shows up to kill Chalice. Finally should be able to get a kill here.
Plus DJ on the other side. So Somnus continues his momentum here. As it's bots done if he wants to buy it out, and he will. So yeah, I mean, this bots is definitely going to help him with the split push, being able to deal with the AM and the Naga on the map. That's one big factor, right? Which I like. I also think when you get it this fast, it kind of ends up paying for itself.
Sure.
The move speed is solid on this hero with the Remnants and just going into fights, kiting people around. It's good for Primal Beast. I can see some decent value here. The downside is you're not going to have a fast Maelstrom in this game, which would also help do a lot of those things, but maybe give you more firepower in the early fights.
Oh man, it would be really nice to take some of those stacks. Chalice is going to start going for it, and the Primal Beast is going to show up. They managed to get a call on him and all of these creeps. The spins are going out, but the call was a little bit off the mark there, thanks to the Magic Wands. Corden was able to keep himself up and alive and healthy, but damage is already kind of done. He's pushed away, and Chalice is cleared through the hard camp stack, and now we'll go through the Ancients. Boy, he's going to be big.
That is a big one. That is a very big one.
And he's got a Pugna to be able to top him off. I mean, he's going to have Blade Mail and easily be able to get to that Blink Dagger quickly. This is an axe I can really get behind.
This is exactly what you want for the hero. You want to make sure he hits this timing as fast as humanly possible. Did go the Blink first over the Blade Mail first, so maybe they want to make a quick active move with it. His damage follow-up on a Blink call is not anything crazy, but it's solid. Like, Pugna can do some work with this hero. The Rubik is already level 7, so you have max Fade Bolt plus a Spell Steal. That's probably good enough here. I would expect them to maybe smoke with this Blink. The other plays, you just let Chalice push in top and farm, but this feels like a game where you can continue to punish the greedy Anti-Mage and just find the cores on the map.
Yeah.
Especially if you counter gank this Primal. That could also be something Chalice plays for. Like, just keep farming, and if the Primal moves, you move to match him. Or if they bring the Primal to the Axe, that is a nice counteract to that from Bleed.
Yeah, but then you've got the bot's Ember who can then match the Primal in that regard.
Who just took a tier 1 bottom, by the way.
Yikes.
We'll see. They're going to bite the bait top. Does Somnus try and turn this around? Nope.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to bail this one out. Bleed have way too many heroes here, which is, I know what they need at this point in time. They need to outnumber Azure Ray as they're 3K down. DJ, they need a little bit of help here. Malefice keeps him in place, and Somnus puts in the damage.
Man, this bots is already paying off. He's already back up to Javelin gold. Like, I don't even know if this Maelstrom is going to be that slow.
No, it's not.
And they left him a bounty rune. Look at that.
And
he didn't want it.
Arcane rune.
Wow, Somnus is just... This guy's too nice, man.
He really is.
This is not a tower you want to give up if you're Bleed. There's just way too many tier 1s going down early to a lineup that maybe you give up the Axe lane, but that is actually the one tower that is taking the least damage here. And Blink on Chalice, they just brought him in to secure this. So you want to go too deep, though. I mean, there's a global up, so you don't want to commit in clump, get globaled or slept into a black hole.
Oh, yeah, that is actually a possibility here. So I like the fact that he just throws out the Battle Hunger and chills.
And this is another reason I always support that phylactery, because I mean, then you don't have to commit in. You know, you just start throwing out these Battle Hungers. They do some serious damage. You just start clearing out space. But look at the tower regardless. All 3 cores for Azure Ray cruising here in a 5K gold lead at 13 minutes. Damn, they got to be feeling really comfortable in this game. This is just looking like the Bleed games from earlier almost.
It is, yeah. Once again, Bleed are just kind of resting on their laurels and letting the opposing team make all the moves.
And to me, it goes back to the same thing. They just aren't helping Corden do anything with these tempo mids. Like, it was the Puck the previous series, now it's the Primal.
Yep, yep.
I mean, Primal can just be a solo killer, but this game he needed a little more damage, didn't find the openings, wasn't getting the runes. Somnus 5 and 0 has just outpaced him.
Yeah, I mean, he could make better solo plays if the side lanes go better.
That as well,
Right.
yes. But it's just, I mean, Silencer, Enigma, it's pretty greedy if the lanes don't go better for you. Now you're stuck in a defensive position if you're lead with 2 carries that both need farm, so you're going to have to open up some space. It'll be a smoke to bottom. Maybe they can global low here, and they will. And they have the burst.
Easy. All right. Big pickup there for Bleed, finally getting a punish on the Morphling. Low, who's been aggressively farming out this bottom lane. They'll give the Wisdom Rune over to Corden.
The Cobalt man.
Yeah, he got stomped.
But why was he left behind?
They just forgot about him. It just didn't matter.
Everybody forgets. Huh? It's easy to forget these days. Nobody cares.
Yeah. Nobody does care.
Well, I'll continue to fight the fight.
Fight over the Bull Rebellion.
He did not want to pulverize him.
Yeah, he's going to regret that one.
He definitely regrets that one.
Why would you not pulverize? That part of that ability is it's super low cooldown. Just throw it around.
It technically is a cooldown and extra mana. But yeah, I think when you're in this type of game, you go for that secure kill. You're not inclined to show mercy here.
Oh, barely got him on the call, right on the edge too. Chalice is going to get in front of him and should be able to get the Colin's Blade.
I mean, I'm just saying,
this is the dunk.
If that was Phylactery,
yeah, all right.
If that was Phylactery dunk, I mean, he'd have a stack here.
I apologize to the audience.
He'd have a stack, that's all I'm saying.
Everybody, I'm sorry. Avery is a sick man who is obsessed.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry that everybody else doesn't see the light, you know? I didn't ask for this.
Sounding like a cult member now.
I didn't ask to be blessed
Join
with
the order of the Phylactery.
The holy knowledge of Gabe. It's a burden that I must take on.
Ice runs into Tianming. He's already out of mana, but the Mana Void doesn't do enough. And now he's stolen Mana Void.
Yeah, that's a nice little spell steal.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting spell for a future fight.
I mean, they know Ice has low blink cooldown here.
Only level 2.
Oh, it's
They'll
running
get back
all
into it. The Pulverize is going to go out. They can't actually stop it, so both supports are going to die off of this one. Bleed striking back as Azure Ray honestly just get a little bit too aggressive with too few heroes.
Yeah, they're starting to bleed some gold on this map because the Naga is sucking it all up. 180 CS for Jackie. He has catapulted ahead in this net worth lead that was once 5K down to 2. Bleed definitely striking back here. Playing some decent defensive fights, letting Azure Ray go into them, overextend, taking these squishy supports into a rough position.
And Chalice is probably asking his team, chill out, guys. Like, I almost have Blade.
Yeah, I mean, he has it now, but what are you going to do with it now? This is always the problem with these Axe games. You get overzealous with that fast blink, but sometimes it's just not the correct move. They'll run the Cobalt.
Look at that, the Cobalt. He's going to get a little bit of scouting, but maybe it's not good enough. The Global Sounds be able to pair up with this one. The Black Hole, but it's just not enough damage.
And it gets stolen.
They have overdone themselves, but the song... Oh, he's got to stick around to help DJ. No! Okay, he did use the Black Hole from FY
that's not too
stop that. So... And it's a support Enigma. So.
The upside is that's the only Black Hole he's going to get, because that cooldown is longer than... Or, yeah, it is longer than Spell Steal. One of the few in the game. So there's your Black Hole stolen from FY.
Oh, stay silent, Tubu. Oh, but as he does that, he also lets the Axe get the initiation onto Ice, and he may still die. No, Somnus. He's not going to run him down, but losing your off-lane Animage can't feel great.
I mean, it's unfortunate Chalice can't get the ult up there. He probably needed a little larger mana pool to survive the mana.
That's true.
So if there were a build-up with like a point booster or something, he probably would have got another stack on him. Just for the record. Just for the record, that's not mentioning anything specific. Just, Well,
let's focus on items that will actually be in the game, like Corden's BKB, which he is well on his way to.
I mean, the initiation's still pretty strong for Bleed with this global. It cuts off the Pugna save, it cuts off a Rubik turnaround. Your Axe can't blink and help out until BKB's here, so your window to take these fights off the back of the global is still pretty damn good here for Bleed if you can line up the initiations. And it's also pretty good in the counter initiation too. Like if the Axe goes in, you global and you can TP people in.
Jackie! Running up to the high ground,
that's a
little
real
bit
Naga.
blind here, straight into the Blade Mail Axe. The damage doesn't look like it's going to be quite good enough here.
Nope,
and
needed a little bit extra. Needed a little bit extra there to look for the Culling Blade, but he'll get the one on DJ.
Where else could you find that damage?
He will find his first stack there. 1 armor harvested. Why is this harvested, by the way?
Oh, is that what the cold thing?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a little gruesome.
It really is.
It implies he's breaking the body down for parts to enhance his culling blade.
Well, maybe it fits somewhere in the lore. Stolen Eidolons for FY.
Nice. Gonna be chased down here.
Wow, he did not wand his 1 charge to get the ult. What are you doing, Chalice?
Shame.
Shame indeed. He will also go for the bots, by the way, which I kind of like.
Okay.
Keep up the farm on the Axe. Help create some global map pressure to deal with the split push that's inevitably going to come in from the AM Naga lineup here. As Jackie is still very farmed, closing in on hard. Until you have that Morphling Axe, I think Bleed want to fight if they can. It is a very weird map setup for them right now, but... Alright, Dubu just runs into Low. And Low lets him live.
Ring around the rosy, and he's good.
Okay.
Low was more concerned about the Naga illusions, apparently.
I guess that shows how much respect he has for Dubu in this game.
Yeah, he's less than an illusion.
It's been a lot of mercy shown for an elimination match, I must say. Decent amount of mercy.
Yeah, maybe it's just a game 1 thing, you know?
True.
A little bit of catch and release to warm up for Azure. BKB now done for Corden. So something a little bit more solid that Bleed has to play with. And an armor rune. So shield rune.
Definitely helps. I mean, his Primal's tanky. There's not a lot of physical to go through the BKB Primal with all that strength gain outside of the Morphling. Just chunking him down. I don't know what that call was on, but did not land.
Getting rid of some illusions, I believe.
Gotta do the dirty work. See, I mean, we've not felt Ice's impact yet. That's going to be a big point for Bleed as well. If the Animage can get to some fighting items, which it's just going to be Manta first here, not that Diffusal build-up. He can cause some trouble in this fights with just the mana burn. These heroes on Azure Ray are pretty susceptible to all the cores.
Oh, DJ actually stops his TP in by killing the siege creep, and now Corden's going to be able to jump in. Black Hole on top of that with the global silence, everything they have. But is it enough? Low will die. They threw everything they have, and the curse stops Chalice from being able to get the call in. FY is going to turn around with Stolen Pulverize, but it's not going to be enough. This is going to be Azure Ray bleeding out heroes 1, 2, and 3. How many of them can actually get out? Somnus is going to come
try and salvage,
and they're actually running out of damage a little bit. The backline are going to be eliminated by this. Corden does manage to charge on through, and finally they're going to finish up this trio. But now they can turn back onto Somnus. 3 heroes. Somnus needs to get out of here now before the mana burn catches up to him. No! Caught by the song. Great song from Jackie.
Go to sleep, son.
He does have enough mana for that 1 remnant, but with the instant stun, they'll get him. Monster kill streak, too. That kill was worth 1,200 gold.
That's a big one. He had an 8x streak, dude, because he went in with the 6 and got the double kill. He's just boosting up the gold for Bleed here. Another Wisdom Rune on top. At least Low will get his, but man, Jackie got so much out of that. He is fat now, man. That was his heart completed. Perfect timing fight for Bleed.
I mean, what a play by DJ, killing that Ember Spirit TP.
Yeah, that was super nice. Then he sticks around, and you can just global Black Hole here. You can't even get the spell steal if you wanted to, but he had already thrown it out on FY. And this curse, this is what really allows them to commit to the fight.
Yeah.
It's just going to do so much work over the next, 10 seconds here. The Axe can never blink again. He's trying to save his Blade Mail for something, but it doesn't end up doing much here as the target prioritization's a little off. And by the time Somnus cleans up your backline, they've already done their job.
Yeah.
Which is set this fight up for the cores and Ice to come in and finally get involved in this game. Burn some mana, get it done, and they're right back on the Chalice. Oh, that Blade Mail, though.
It's doing a lot of damage. Ice, he's going to die first. Corden popping his BKB. He's going to be able to bring Somnus down.
Okay.
A second time. Now he's going to run down Chalice. Who is this guy? Corden showing up big now, but he is going to be in some trouble. Run down by Low, but it's
another big
Jackie
streak
now
kill.
to be able to clean up. To Crepify, he's going to be able to bail him out. Manta leaves the illusions behind to go for Tianming. And the supports actually from Bleed will come in and maybe get 1 or 2 Another ensnare, another hit from the illusions, and Jackie cleans up a final kill.
Low might be in trouble here. Another Malefice in 3. He does not have his Ags yet. This is not his time to fight.
He does have a Manta trying to get through this one. Global Silence to be able to lock him down.
Yeah, he's gone.
He's dead.
Another team wipe here.
My.
Off the back of Corden, who he pushed himself up to 9-1 before he goes down there. He had an 8-kill monster streak that ended up giving 1,500 gold to Low. So maybe Low is happy about cleaning up that Primal, but not happy about the fact that they are continuing to fight before that Morphling Axe is online, and you can suck that Naga stats away. Still, there is a good Blade Mail coming out from Chalice. That is probably the best one all game, but Corden does not care. Corden is a dinosaur, and he runs you over. That's all I have.
There's a show called Primal. It's about a dinosaur and a caveman and their relationship together.
Are they happy?
That's what the Axe and Primal Beast remind me of.
Well, who sleeps in the bed?
They don't. They roam the world together.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. The dirt is their bed, and the trees are their canopy. And it's 18-18, 6,000, 7,000 net worth lead for Bleed. You know, as much as we have talked about Bleed throughout the year, their laning phase has been a little bit suspect at times, especially in their off lane. Do have to give credit where credit is due. They are a team fight playing team for sure.
Mid-late game, yeah.
Yeah.
Some of the early fights, sometimes sus, but once we're getting to this period and on, that is definitely their strength. Like, their decision-making in these late game fights is crazy good. That's always been DJ's star factor as a player, right? And now he's on Enigma, huge team fight playmaker. He's going to have some decent farm in this game to make up for the slow start that Ice has. Again, I don't think Ice needs too much farm in this game, though, is like the thing. If he just gets in there as annoying, burns a lot of the mana,
sure, yeah,
tanks an Axe Call, I think Bleed are happy with that. Because the Naga is running away with this game right now, and Black Hole will cover it up with Global Silence on top. There's still no real answer to this. Ags is finished on low. So now the time for Azure to take these fights has come.
Who does he turn into, by the way?
I mean, Naga for sure, right? You got to take these stats away from her, start getting your illusions going, remove some of that attack speed in the fight.
I mean, the stat seal's better there for sure. I was just curious if you would prefer the body of Anti-Mage just for the, you know, like blink onto the back line and stuff like that.
Might take it. It's a tough call, but I mean, that is the Morphling Naga matchup. It's about Ags and throwing it on him before he can get the Lincolns or anything to deal with it.
Right.
I don't know. Jackie's just so damn farmed, man. He has Butterfly done already, level 18. I don't really know how you're killing him. I feel like he has to die last. And anytime a carry has to die last, it's tough. Maybe you land a crazy Axe Call on him. I also expect Pugnashard to come out at some point in this game. That's a pretty pivotal item as well to kill some of these Naga illusions.
Very much needed. Yeah, they haven't taken a Tormentor yet, so neither side has, in fact.
Still looking for that. It's a question of, do you want to buy it? Do you want to try and wait for it?
Still playing forward the Roshan fight here. Chalice, is he going to dare to jump inside the pit blind?
That's a hard blind blink.
Especially when his team is constantly being pushed back by
there's a Naga illusion on him.
Be spotted.
That's
They're going to try and grab
it takes.
Corden going to use his BKB Pulverize and the Malefice to follow it up. They run him over. Chalice is dead. He does have buyback if he wants this. Ice was in pretty deep there. They're going to use the song.
They're pretty
look at this Black Hole setup. If
Can
DJ
he get there?
could get here,
He has no
but
blink for
he's
two.
going to be too late.
He's going to get him anyway.
Now he goes in. He does manage to grab two. They quickly blow off
get low
to get out. Now Chalice is able to return. He gets in the call. Finish off the
hell is happening?
Trying to go on to Chalice. They're going to run him over. Corden's just doing so much damage in all of this fight. And he does manage to get the Axe kill. Jackie locked down Low. They're going to go for the Morphling next. And Low has no real way out of this one, I think.
He has no help.
Out of mana and losing health. Oh, got a little bit of buffer there.
Big
enough
one.
to be able to wait for him out.
Somnus putting his life on the line, but is it too much on the line?
Trying to catch him, jumps over
No
the red,
way.
TP's out,
No.
and he's away right before the net could grab hold of him.
I think Azure are lucky to get out of that like they did. If that blink was up for DJ, that's a completely different fight. Still, it cost them 2 buybacks to the 1 on Bleed. I mean, they got ults out of it. Roche is still up, but can you get back here and contest this?
I don't think so.
You might be able to, honestly. This is not that fast.
I mean, even if you do, this is an even stronger team. They have an Orchid now on Jackie.
Oh, that song just got distorted. That was pretty cool. But yeah, I mean, blink cooldown really hurts DJ here. He only gets in at the end. Honestly, this Black Hole, it looks great, but it does not do much. This fight just comes down to the Naga is uncontested, and Azure do not have an answer for the illusions right now. What would you give to have that Pugnashard in that fight? Remove all of them instantly because they were clumped? That is what you were looking for, and Gordon survives. He's
And
just
what
too
did Lowe
tanky.
turn into in this game?
I didn't even really see him turn into anything.
Yeah, me neither. I'm pretty sure he's had Morph off cooldown this entire time. I would have thought he sees the Naga illusion. He turns into the Naga
He
siren.
did get the Naga, I think. I just didn't see any Morphling Naga illusions. Maybe he just got mana burned out before he could get anything off.
I mean, I would have thought during Roshan that would be a good way to be able to like put the pressure back on the other side, right?
I mean, you got to remember too that fight started with an illusion scouting out Chalice, and he just insta dies.
Yeah.
And has to buy and get back there. That's just really nice scouting and play from Jackie. Honestly, Jackie has played this game extremely well. Just set all these fights up for his team. Played aggressively in a very strong Naga matchup game before the AoE comes online.
He hasn't died yet, right?
Nope. 5-0 and 11 with almost 400 CS. He is a monster.
It's the Dino Cam. Gordon. He's had a great recovery after a little bit of a rough early game where not necessarily dying, but just not being able to finish off the kills he started. But now, he's
a force.
delivering.
11 and 2. He has been a force to be reckoned with this game. They don't have very good primal answers, to be honest. Like, the actual damage to cut through this heart, almost 4,000 HP, it's just all spells you have to throw into it, which feels terrible.
Right.
The way you abuse this hero is his low armor and physical burst, but what is that in this game? It's just Morphling.
Chasing after Low here.
Primal
He's
on
gonna
Primal.
turn into the Morphling. Grabs the Morphling, locks it down. They do manage to get a call onto 2 here, but they do have that Axe going out for the Primal Beast as well. Burning through some of this mana. Low, can he get the waveform off before he's burned away? He does manage to shoot ever so barely, but Ice delivers him with the Mana Void to hell. 30 minutes in, and Bleed are cooking up something good here in this game 1 with an Aegis now in the Naga Siren, 10,000 net worth lead, and pushing aggressively into Azure Ray.
And FY gets nothing but a counter spell there as Ice perfectly covers that ult. You can only steal from him once, FY, before he learns. And that is becoming a Naga game. And that means Somnus, he's going to try and deal with it. Finishes a Radiance on this Ember Spirit, going for Shiva's next. I mean, classic anti-illusion carry items here. It's going to hurt his individual damage, but help the team fight overall. Still feels like you're going to need some big spell steals here from FY, or maybe a big suck off a ward for the Pugna to remove these Naga illusions, maybe help you take the man fight. This Morph
it looks like he's got it now, but
yeah, he does. Still, it's on Jackie to not overclump these illusions, as he did there.
Yeah, the problem's going to be is that like the cooldown can be pretty annoying here.
And your axe is just gone. Age is still up for 2 minutes. Chalice does not want to come back to this. All of that early game momentum he had off the stacks, off the lane, has not done anything for Azure Ray. That is sometimes the way of the axe.
Man, I really thought this was going to be the Axe game to shine when you had that much farm that early. Apparently not.
It's a very hard hero to execute. It's very difficult. All of his timings are precarious. If you mess them up, you get really punished. His scale can be wacky. BKB is finished. That's a big item for him. Help him deal with a lot of the spell damage. Global Silence here. Counter Initiation. Also just committing in with the Blink Blade Mail. BKBing and being able to get an ult off is a big deal. We'll see if Azure Ray can make the most of it, as Somnus still the most farmed hero for them. His Ember's big. If the fight goes long and you can get like multiple Pugna ults off, another ward, kill some illusions, the Radiance is burning people down, I see a world where they win it. But the initial clash is just so Bleed favored right now. They have a BKB Blink on DJ. Their ults are doing work, and their heroes are tanky as hell. Full Bloodthorn for Jackie.
Bleed doing a good job of just keeping the pressure up. They know they're far ahead. They're not going to give Azure Ray the time to be able to get a next item.
Oh, there's a call.
A lot of damage, down to half, but Jackie still has that Aegis.
Didn't get
so if they
BKB.
trade out kills, that's totally fine. And yeah, Chalice has no buyback, didn't get off the BKB. 20 seconds left on the Aegis, so Bleed might just want to stall this out until the heal kicks in.
The items just keep flowing for Jackie. He's just pushing towards Abyssal. That bash already done, and I mean that was your BKB Blink call. That was not a BKB Blink call. Building's gonna start dying fast. You still have Black Hole behind, no Global for now, and no Primal BKB. So that's gonna be your opening for Azure Ray. Gordon's not giving it anything to you though.
Grabbing the Morphling. just creating a little bit of space.
Oh, sucked him in.
Okay, yeah, grabbed him back. With
That's a lot of
Rivalry.
damage.
Takes a lot of damage and he dies.
God damn, he disappeared.
Yeah, no response there from Jackie.
I mean, I guess pull a Primal out of a hat, you can shove him back in.
Yeah, maybe. He really did take those long arms.
Dude, the stolen pulverize is so stupid. Like, the fact it sucks you that far in.
Yeah.
It's like an aggressive, it's like a meat hook or something. Meat hook the hell.
Get over here.
This is a good spell, the steal right there. I mean, this range is way beyond the visible cast range. Like, that is not supposed to go that far. Another big kill, by the way. He had a streak. That's 1,500 gold. And this game is not closed out yet for Bleed.
And a play that was pretty unnecessary, I would say. I mean, you could have just sat back and let Azure Ray go into you. They are losing buildings.
Let Jackie siege. Unless you're afraid of Axe Call killing your Naga 100-0 when you don't have the global silence up, I don't think you need to be diving there. A little lack of discipline will create an opening for Azure Ray, and a lot of gold going into them as Butterfly completed for low. So Warflame's starting to hit a bit harder. And when he turns into that Naga and puts illusions out there, they're going to be a little harder to deal with as well.
Yeah.
That's like the ideal fight for them. You get the initial Ag steal on the Naga, who still doesn't have a Linken's. It is built here for Jackie. But he went that Basher in between. Actually, it's done already.
Jeez, he's farmed.
Oh, no, it's not done. Almost.
30,000 net worth at 34 minutes.
Yeah, he is ripped.
That's something else.
We also almost have a refresher for Dubu, by the way.
Okay, sold this Treads, finish off Lincoln's.
Yeah, big item. So now that eliminates this Ag steal from low, you're going to have to pop it with something, but that's not the easiest. Let's see what they try to do with. Maybe it's on FY to commit in a long-range Fade Bolt or Spell Steal.
It's going to be hard, especially if he's just sieging your base with illusions.
And refresher done. So Dubu will have 2 global silences here. Very mana intensive, but extremely high impact, because now even that Axe BKB is not going to guarantee you to commit into the fight. This Morph might get surprised. It's a lot of duration to just not be able to do anything as the 2 supports here.
Yeah, you could use one to stop the Axe initiation or limit the follow-up, and then you could use the second one to cover the black hole.
It's also just pretty damn good for Somnus here, because Somnus is going to go in. He's going to BKB the first global. If you global this BKB'd Ember during that duration again, he might just die in the interval.
Yeah, especially since you have like this Scotty now on Ice Ice's Animage, so
he's a threat.
Physical damage and lockdown is building up.
Yeah, I like this one. Itemization here from Lead. They're going to throw one. Find Chalice again.
Yep, Chalice, he's going to pop his BKB, get the call off onto the 2 of them, return some damage, but Ice is going in deep. He is going to almost die, but he managed to get the blink away. That Global Silence helping to cover him. Chalice, meanwhile, did manage to slip away thanks to the Glimmer Cape, so neither side losing their offlaner, but a close call.
I mean, Azure Ray definitely happy about that. They got both globals out. BKB down for Primal as well. Didn't even lose anybody, and they're just going to be able to refill everybody off the Pugna here. So they're ready to fight again. You don't have Axe BKB, but I do think this is about as good a fight you're going to get for this time period if you can find it. With both the global silences down, it really opens up your backline. And you still have the stolen pulverize. It's timing out in 10 seconds, actually. Unfortunate for FY. You would really like a target to dunk right here.
Somnus is trying to produce one.
I mean, these illusions are getting cleared through. Starting to get better for Azure Ray.
And I guess Jackie is kind of 6-slotted. Goes back for Boots and travels with the Basher in his backpack.
This is a really important Roche fight. AR are going to man up for it. They're going to send Naga illusions into Scout. I mean, you cannot commit for the Roche.
Dangerous with
the problem is
black hole.
Ice with double damage bottom, ratting their base.
Uh-oh.
They have to go back
to get the call. If they could kill him, it would be massive. Got the chains on him, locked him down, and do manage to get him. Kills himself with the Mana Void on
but
Blade
on the
Mail,
other
and now
side,
jump onto Azure Ray.
You clumped, my friends, and you're whole.
On the carry, Global Sounds to be able to cover it. Nothing FY can do to stop this.
And you can only watch his teammates as they slide into the earth and say, why were we still here?
Good question.
You have to watch the TPs out. You have to communicate. You have to be ready for where your team is going to go and where they're not able to be. And Bleed punish them off of that ice ratting bottom. Would have been a good pickoff for Azure, and then they would have been able to contest this Roche, but not playing that sequence well enough. Jackie catches them yet again. Jackie just setting up these fights for his team.
Oh yeah, beautiful.
He has
done.
really put Bleed on his back this game with a stellar Naga performance.
Well, I mean, I think he's right. Gordon's back a little bit.
It's true. Gordon definitely putting some work. A nice axe call, though.
Yeah, beautiful stuff.
Where
They're
the hell
going to
did that
collect
come
the
from?
heroes that are left behind after the Naga Siren TPs away. Really good move there from Azure that might just bail them out.
Boy's pretty tanky, though.
He is. It's going to be hard to kill. They do have lots of stuns here. Gordon, oh, hey, goodbye.
Nice little tricks are close. And Jackie's back, so I think it's time to vacate the premises.
It's on this. Ooh. Managed to work it off the Lincolns. Hit him with the ensnare. Almost grabbed him with the pulverize. Now he gets Somnus.
Just nowhere to run, man. He's out of remnants.
Yeah, he
Look who showed up in the back.
Ice is back into play, and Azure are the ones who stick around too long ultimately.
And now you can just push the base. Like, you're going to force an Ember buyback out here. It's not going to cost you too much, I think. I don't think you care about your supports not being here. All three of your cores are online. This is where this lineup becomes terrifying. You have Aegis and Cheese still on Corden, and as we saw there, he is way too tanky to contest here from AR in a man fight.
Yeah,
what do you do about
illusions
the
in
dinosaur?
hand. Don't put anybody else on the front lines, honestly.
This is pretty slow, but all right, they're going to jump the Naga.
After the use of the illusions, that's pretty decent. The pulverize is going to be used, and the song goes out, allowing Jackie to be able to get away.
There is chase potential with the Ember. They're going to let him go. Man, that is double buyback for AR here with the Ember buyback committed and getting nothing.
Yeah, really not much gain.
I mean, if you're Bleed, now you just wait for your ult to be back up, and I think you siege again, look for the team fight. You can end this game. Ember gets caught in a black hole. You just have a 5-on-4. That's what I'm looking for. Sleep him into the black hole, cover it with the globals. Is there any counter? I don't think so.
No, unless they have some sort of dispel for FY. Which I don't think they do.
Even if he steals it, I don't even know if Somnus will live. And there's also a Lincoln on DJ, by the way, so Spell Steal might not even bail you out. They're going to global aggressively go in with Corden as per usual.
Corden's in, Gunning, and Chalice back away there a bit. Buildings are falling. They got to come up with an answer.
Who do you want to jump here? DJ's up really. I'm surprised they didn't jump him there. That was actually insane. You got to take these little windows when they present themselves. You're not going to get much more in this game.
Yeah, a moment in time, perhaps lost.
The Naga siege continues. The slow chip to victory. Actually, I don't even know if it's victory. I mean, we've seen some mega creep comebacks this tournament, so.
Yeah, we've seen some pretty crazy ones. In fact, the largest net worth comeback in LAN history, Dota 2.
Some might also say the largest net worth throw in Dota 2 history. I mean, things can always be painted different ways, that's all I'm saying.
That's true, that's true.
It was impressive nonetheless.
Nice to every corner.
MKB for low, so single target physical burst is getting up there. That's going to be nice for these axe calls, which are finding Jackie. It's just the damage follow-up has not been there for most of the game. If you can start to build that up, then maybe you can just all in the Naga.
Number of times he's managed to catch Jackie after he's used Mirror Image and immediately gets the call, effectively just massively increasing his damage output and helping to kill all the illusions right away. But they just never really have the AoE damage to follow it up, I guess.
No, not really. I mean, it's like a slight and a waveform in, I guess, right? But the problem is, if you commit your other two cores on the axe call, then you're really clumped.
Yeah.
And you might just get straight up black hole, and that might be enough time, enough damage with the Anti-Mage coming in, popping a Mana Void on someone, plus some AoE damage from the Silencer that you just lose the fight even if the Naga dies. That's what I'm thinking about here. It's just, there's no straightforward jump here for Azure. If you have buybacks, it becomes easier, but a lot of these buybacks are down. They're going to find Gordon, but This is not the man you need to be calling right now.
No,
you
he
need to
is
be calling an
tanky.
ambulance.
He goes back in. Gordon, chill out now. Glyph is going to be used. BKB used. A lot of resources being pulled out of Azure Ray as they continue to poke and prod at them. These melee barracks, they are taking a lot of damage, but they are regenning up slowly.
Azure Ray have one buyback up in it. The Pugna. This is not the position they want to be in a high ground defense situation.
Okay, Tianming, go bait.
Yeah, get in there. Get in there, man. Bait that black hole. We'll win the fight. Another little poke here by the tankiest hero in the game.
Yeah, the heal's gonna go in. Okay, now there's some damage, but the song comes out. And look at Ice. He went for FY immediately. Now they're gonna be able to get the black hole on top of this one. Let it go, and now they're gonna start delivering the damage. It's gonna be low, silenced up, not able to do anything there. Chalice tries to do what he can and does manage to get a silencer kill out of it. Meanwhile, Thomness is kept alive by Tianming, gives up his own life for it though.
This one's over. This one's over. I mean, there's your Pugna buy, but that is all you got here. It's not doing much. Thomness buys us Dagon.
Yeah, you can kill one illusion.
All right, which one do you want?
Where that came from.
Take your pick, says Jackie. I have plenty more where that came from. And
yeah, he's gonna jump in, but he's immediately grabbed, slammed down to the ground, and GG is called for this game one.
What a nice mid game from Bleed.
Oh yeah, fantastic performance there.
I was worried this was gonna look like the games we saw from earlier, where the rough laning phase just kind of got bled out, no pun intended, and they didn't find anything, but finally able to put some fights together. Momentum starts to build. Naga Siren clears the map, and then you have DJ scaling, and that is what he does best. A very comfortable position for Bleed to be in. Ice on some weird hero doing weird things. I mean, they were all in perfect form. Corden finally has a hero that,
let's not say perfect form, but
sure. I feel like Cord still could have used some more help in this game, but Primal is a hero that can function a lot more independent of that help if we don't want to devote all those resources to him, so I like that aspect as well. And if you're Azure Ray, I mean, your Morphling, it gets countered here. You lose with it. Now you got to go into game 2 with the promised hero suffering a loss. Not an easy draft
struggle.
position.
That is a problem. When you pick Morphling and lose with it in a best of 3 like this,
it's
a very
tough.
important one. A lot of things you're going to have to think about for the draft. Unfortunately, we don't have to do that because we have their amazing panel to do that for us.
Just
in
kidding,
a little bit, apparently.
I am the panel now.
I guess so. All right, Avery, what do you think
I am the panel.
Game 2 panel, or Game 2 draft.
What do you do? I mean, I think you still have to believe in Morphling, right? If you give up at Morph at this point, okay, you understand what Bleed want to answer with it more, so you have that advantage going into a game 2 if they give it to you again. But you have to look at it as like, okay, you're not playing not to get eliminated, you're still playing to win the tournament. And if you can't be confident in your Morphling strategy, you're not going to win the tournament. Now, there is an argument of like, okay, let's put it on the back burner for now and try and figure it out later and go with something we're more comfortable with, or maybe there's a better trade. That's also a possibility, but you got to do one of those two. You got to discover it quickly and go in with confidence. Believe in yourselves.
Well, I believe in our panel. We're going to go to them with confidence now that they're actually ready.
You know, if you would have asked maybe 10 minutes into the game, we would have said with confidence that Azure Ray was going to win that game because the offlane from Bleed looked a little bit poor. And overall, I mean, the Axe took loads of stacks. You know, things were looking good for Azure Ray. And then I think people just forgot a little bit about the Jackie Naga Siren because he just got fatter and fatter and fatter. And at the end of the day, he was the fattest of them all. And the whole team, of course, came together and everything all of a sudden made sense. And they closed this game out with a win. It's best of 3. We'll see if Azure Ray can force out a 3rd game to this series. But before that, I'm of course here with a Resolution, a Winter, and Fear. Fear, this game, it was something else. I feel like this is a very different game from the rest that we've seen today. And I just want to start with the start of the game where Azure Ray actually looked like they were going to take it.
They did indeed, and that may have been their downfall as well, because they started out and I looked at Thomness, I was like, yes, first item, boots to travel. This is very unusual, but it was fine. It kind of worked out. They're all 3 winning on their cores. Then all of a sudden, a new challenger entered the arena. Chalice bought boots to travel too on his axe. I was like, oh, these guys really think they're going to win the game. And then they got team wiped directly after. And at some point, Chalice, he desperately was scrapping for this BKB. He needed it in every single fight. Maybe they thought they're winning too hard and going too early on these boosted travels, and they didn't have the net worth to take these mid-game fights.
That could have been.
Yeah, I mean, Bleed had really strong team fight with the Enigma and the Global especially. That's why without the BKB, he couldn't really do much on the Axe. Yeah, but the early game was just so disastrously bad for DJ and Ice. Like it was like a clown fest in the bot lane. You know, I'm not sure what they were doing. I think I'm with Fear right now. I feel like this Enigma is a bait in the lane. Like he doesn't really do much in the laning phase. Or maybe he should have just skilled the conversion instead of the stun.
I don't know. To me, the Naga Siren becomes like a really big problem in these games, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of that, or like becoming a first phase ban as well, because it does so much job of like pushing out the lanes and setting up a good fights. Because Jake, this game, he was the one who was actually setting up DJ for success. Because multiple times he would just get the supports with a song, and DJ would just come and just have perfect black hole into supports. And of course, the Dubu global silences helped a lot, you know, with the black holes.
I also think, I mean, I know that Corden has been under a lot of fire throughout the group stages, because it's obviously wasn't the strongest part of the team going into this, coming out of the DPC. But this game, his Primal Beast Spear looked really solid.
I mean, he was on fire this game for sure. He was looking really good, and this has been a couple of games now where we see this mid-Primal Beast. Good laning stage, bad laning stage. Doesn't really seem to matter too much if you can make the plays happen on the map. Ice DJ, they had a really bad early game. It wasn't even like... It could have been fun for them to play this, but it didn't matter at the end of the day because Corden still made the plays on the map, and it was very impressive to see how much damage this hero is doing right now.
Yeah, the Primal Beast stock's rising.
There's something between Naga and the Primal Beast, because we've seen already one game where Carl also was in Primal Beast, and he was just the same. Like he was just going everywhere and killing everybody. So there might be some, you know, hidden synergy that we don't recognize yet. But these heroes are really successful together.
I mean, the hero just uses every rune very well. Like in the early game, I feel like he generally doesn't really lose a lot of matchups. He's gonna do fine. And then you pick up runes, you just keep ganking people. And on top of that, I feel like you just do a lot of damage in the team fights. You have this build, what some people go like Blade Mill, BKB Blade Mill into the heart. You're really tanky, you do a lot of damage, and sometimes you see the axe with, against certain heroes with passive. Like the hero just does a lot for you.
Do we feel like Azure later on, because of the amount of team fight that came out of Bleed, do you feel like Azure never really had a chance at that point anymore? Like, should they have wanted to close the game out, like, I don't know, half an hour in?
I think they were just trying to play way too fast with their lineup. It really hurt them, and they got team wiped 2 times in a row, it felt like. I know they did, actually. And they just didn't have that BKB in time on that axe. And he wanted to farm that BKB, then he dies again, buys back, dies back. I just feel like Chalice, he had a lot of work to do with Axe, and Axe is one of those heroes that if you have a couple bad deaths, it's really hard to recover.
Yeah, and they could not recover this time around, but perhaps they can recover within the series, because of course it's a best of 3 elimination online, so the pressure is on. Can they bounce back? We'll find out. Game 2 of this series after a break. Welcome back. We got ourselves game number 2 to go through here, and potentially game number 3 as well, depending on the results, of course, from that second game. Bleed Esports, they're 1 game up against Azure in this best of 3 elimination on the line, as one team will be advancing to the lower bracket of the playoffs, and the other one will be left without any extra points. Bleed, of course, 1 game up. Bleed is also the only one of the 2 teams that actually has still a shot to make it, based on points, to the international, depending on how deep their run is here at the Bali Major. I'm joined by Resolution, Winter, and Fear, and we have a lot of things to say about how we want the teams to move forward going into the second game, because apparently Morphling, surprisingly, Winter, was not it.
Maybe not this team. I don't know. I feel like the hero is definitely broken, it's busted, Doesn't mean that, sure, they brought out some good answers for it. I think Mars a good answer to the Morphling. You can always just focus him in the team fights, the AM is nice, but then again, you wonder, what if they didn't go so greedy with the Boost of Travel, What if they just got an X BKB early, but the game would have been the same?
Who knows?
Or they just slowed the game down too, I think. I think if you want to buy Boots of Travel, you want to play like the pick-off game, you want to play the map, maybe farm a bit more and connect, but they feel like they just took a team fight right after they bought these Boots of Travel and got punished really hard. And the Ember was just late to that fight as well. I mean, we could talk as much as we want about that last game. It just got a little bit outplayed. Maybe we'll think about the itemization, but we've got a new game to talk about.
We do, and Morphling got just ignored straight up, which I believe must be one of the first games of the tournament.
Yeah, it was, 100% contest rate?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, still in the pool, who knows? Maybe they're going to swift the Naga Siren to the off lane. We will see what happens, as we got Bleed on the Radiant side, second pick, so they'll get overall last with the Naga Siren and the Storm Spirit first phase. And they took the Storm because they didn't want to give away the Pugna Storm, and because Azure opened with the Pugna, and they got the Medusa to go with it. We got bans on the Brood, the Silencer, the Batrider, and the Doom, and we're in the second ban phase where Anti-Mage gets removed already, as well as the Timber Saw. Any opening that we like better, Fear? Is there any in particular? Because both look decent. They're obviously core heavy overall, but both look
good. I mean, just looking at these heroes right now, I would lean towards Azure Ray's opening. I do like the Medusa against the Naga. You also have that Pugna there to give you that little bit of extra juice if you start running out of mana, making you very tanky, or taking away the Pugna away from the Storm. It's not really a combo to have Naga and Storm. You're just showing 2 cores right away. And I think Medusa isn't really answered here at all with what Bleed would have.
Yeah, I mean, they just really value the Naga, I feel, right now. And the Storm is obviously like what Shiva said. They don't want to give away the Pugna plus Storm combination. But these 2 heroes, they don't really have any apparent combination together. So I'm not sure what to say about like these 2 heroes.
What I will say is that Naga Siren today, 100% win rate?
This is what, 2 games? 100%
of the 2 series?
Of the elimination games.
Of the elimination games, yes. Yes, thank you, Fear. That's definitely what I meant. No, but Nagas definitely has been looking really good. To be honest, also, all the Nagas we've seen today have been very uncontested.
Yeah, I love to see that Bleed actually went for this opener. I mean, I'm not sure about the Storm. It's probably way too dangerous to give away the Storm and the Pugna. But I mean, there are teams that counter it with a little bit with the Sky. So they could go for like Naga Sky lineup, but I still love that they went for Naga, because it's setting up for already like a good win condition for them. It's gonna be lane pushed. The laning is strong. It's very uncontested. Like, people seem not to find an answer to Dumpster in the lane, because 2 games that we've seen, it has a perfect laning no matter what heroes against it. So I'm really happy to see Naga still.
I mean, I've seen like 1 game like during like DPC Naga against Medusa. Like, Medusa has the advantage until a certain point, like when the Naga reaches like ultra late game. Then the game starts to sway towards the Naga's favor. You can just constantly shove the illusions to burn his mana. But throughout the first 30 minutes, I would say like Medusa generally has the advantage in terms of like taking the map, getting Roshan and everything else.
10 seconds remaining.
So you're definitely gonna play like a more of the map, like split push kind of game against the Medusa.
Wasn't the Pugna supposed to have like some interaction versus the Naga last game? I feel like he didn't really get the shard. I didn't see him.
He got
get
the
it.
shot. He got the
No,
shot.
I didn't. Well, he didn't have much effect with
He
it.
died very early on every fight of you.
It only showed where they tried to push the high ground with it, and the ward was there, and it was like killing every illusions that came in the high ground. But other than that, I didn't really see the impact of it either.
He delayed the game a little bit.
Yeah,
I'm sure you like this opening Dark Steel SV right now. You've been wanting to see this against the Naga the last couple of games.
For sure. This is what I'd like to see against Naga, because Naga cannot really stay on the safe lane and push the lane against this Iron Shell creep waves coming into her. So that's definitely a way better answer from what we've seen today overall.
But there's still a support to be picked on the side of Bleed. Could they just
Chen,
not
right?
pick
Yeah,
something that
Chen.
either Chen or they used to always whether it's
Chantress is in
Crystal
the pool.
Maiden, Oracle, anything that removes the Iron Shell. There's quite a few out there.
And
Even
Enchantress is really good. It's
Yeah.
still in the pool. It's really meta hero. It's good for Starks here.
Dark Steel SB partner, 3 dispels.
It's pretty much an insane chess game. They should go for it for sure. And Dubu's also been playing a lot on Edge.
Misery's not doing the hand motions, so
No.
it means he's not.
He's considering.
Oh, he's relaxed now. They
No,
want
he's
him
thinking. Like when he does the hand motions, when he has an idea that he needs
Ah.
to get across.
He's relaxed right now. Have you seen him last game? He's like, yo guys, we definitely need to pick
They won, so maybe
silencer
he's
here. Yeah, and now he's like, I'm not sure.
With
Should
all
we
the
pick
options that we mentioned for the spell on the pause 5, I mean, there's more than 2, so you don't have to worry about bans per se if you don't have preference. Is there any other hero they would need to secure now?
No, I think they should leave the last pick for the. Never mind. I mean, I would leave
He
the
says
last
no.
pick for the elf player. But I think they're considering the bans, and if they ban like Underlord plus some certain other hero, then they would have a good option to pick against Medusa on the lane.
Underlord and Tide, I would say, like 2 of the better ones for
Yeah.
Medusa to mitigate the damage in the team fights. I would say Underlord's a bit better because you get to build Crimson. You don't really want to build Crimson on Tide Hunter.
Probably not.
Definitely reduce a lot of Medusa's damage with Crimson and the Atrophy Aura. Medusa does like to build a lot of stats early on.
Shadow Demon is another cool hero. we
That
didn't
could have been a good
mention.
pick. Yeah, there goes the Purges now. So
Yep.
now you got what's left? Oracle.
Oracle, Crystal
And
Maiden,
Chen.
which is a trap.
Oracle and Chen.
I mean, Oracle is decent and all that, but they do lack damage with him, I feel.
I kind of like Chen more. I feel like Oracle's not as valuable of a hero right now.
I feel like Chen is also too much because they already have auras from Underlord. They don't need more, and Chen is historically not very good against Tuze either.
Are we forgetting any dispel?
Uh,
Or do they not
Screw the
care
dispels.
about dispel? Okay,
I think you
no
go
dispel
for
needed.
something like Disruptor.
Just what
Yeah.
I would like Disruptor.
Yeah.
I would have been good. I love the Disruptor pick there for sure.
Good in lane for Starks here. You got the combo with the Naga. Can surround the Medusa, kill her before she gets Stone Gaze off, potentially. Forces her into like a BKB early on, and she really doesn't want to do that.
So we got an Ember Spirit Leshrac banned out as Ray is looking for a mid laner against the Storm. Earlier today we saw Puck. Primal Beast.
Primal. Lina, I think, might be fine too. I like Lina.
Puck's pretty good too. I like that one.
Oh.
You don't want to get too greedy with like some Lina, I think. That's maybe too much farm priority.
I love the Puck idea, for sure. But on the side of Bleed, I feel like at 25-30 minute mark, this Medusa is gonna be like super incontestable with all the auras that Darkseer provide, and Pagna behind his back. They might have like really hard times focusing this Medusa in the fight.
Yeah, that's why I like the Disruptor idea that you guys brought up. Like, gives them a way of like starting the fight. You catch multiple heroes, then you take the fight from there. Then you have the Storm to jump the partner.
Is there any value in switching the lanes up, put Naga Siren elsewhere to avoid the Darkseer Iron Shell, or is it not that big of an issue?
Don't think there's much you can do about it. You don't. I mean, if you want to put it in the offlane versus Dusa, which isn't going to be the best matchup either, because she does have a lot of AoE, especially with the Pugna there. You'll still farm as the Naga, but the issue is you're just going to give the Darkseer free farm, and that hero uses farm quite well.
Okay.
But yeah, Naga's a pretty single-dimensional hero. It can pretty much just only go in the safe lane right now.
Well, it does bring the damage that you guys want out of the support, the Skywrath.
Yeah, I mean, it does have the silence as well. I think in their minds, they wanted something more reliable to stun the puck. Disruptor's not good at catching puck, but Sky is good. But this will make their team fight worse. So really just trying to address the puck here, I think, with this pick.
Yeah, I mean, gives them a way of ganking heroes now. You have Storm plus the Mystic Flare. Gives you a lot of kill potential on most of the heroes, but probably except Medusa. But the team fight, like you say, is going to be a lot weaker. There's no apparent combination. You have Song plus Pit. That's not the greatest of combos.
I'd love to say there's gonna be a quick tool for the bleed, but I can't really like this Azure lineup looks way too sick to me. It's like they found a good answer to the Naga this game. Like it's way better than the first one, so it's most likely gonna be 1-1.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree. We're gonna be here for a long night.
Agreed.
Agreed. More Dota before break day is never a bad thing.
Of course
You know,
not.
people have to deal with this and live off of this Dota that we're bringing right now for the whole day of tomorrow, as that is, of course, a day before we head into the playoffs. And we'll do that with about, what, 12 teams? Math. Yes, 12 teams. That's great. One of these two will not be it. But let's see if Bleed can finish Azure Ray's run here at the Bali Major, or if Azure Ray will force out a third game to this series. We're finding out together with Cap and SVG.
Looking forward to another Naga Siren game. That's apparently what we're going to be handling here. Bleed just feel like it's the answer to Azure Ray, or is it an answer to their own problems, Avery?
Perhaps both.
Yeah, I mean, Jackie did look pretty good on that Naga Siren, and in a game like this, a series like this, elimination on the line and such, you probably just want to go with whatever makes you feel most comfortable.
Jackie is definitely feeling himself on this hero. I think it's just it's a confidence pick, honestly. Because you're picking it into Pugna, they get a Medusa counter. This game looks like an awful Naga Siren game. So he's got to pop off. And that is where confidence can play a key factor in an elimination match. Why not pick what you want to play and what you think you're going to destroy the enemies with? So they have confidence in him. Do I have confidence in him?
30 seconds to battle.
I don't know. This looks like a tough Naga game. I'm not going to lie. Your carry matchup's bad. The mid hero owns you in the late game. Darkseer can deal with your map pressure. Spirit Breaker can catch you and stop some of the split push. And Pugna kills all your illusions in the fight.
I must say,
Yeah.
I think...
sounds rough.
I mean, Skyearth Mage I've also been really feeling, and I know the stats do back that hero up, but I just look at Azure Ray's support duo, Pugna plus Spirit Breaker, and I already feel like very happy about that, you know?
Low is manning up here.
Yeah, he is, and he is taking a lot of damage, but then again, so is Ice. They're going to give away first blood. Somnus will take that first blood, so his matchup against the Storm Spirit just got a whole lot better.
Yeah, that is not the first blood you wanted to give up, especially with how much you committed off the Skywrath Mage to get it. I mean, Duo at the TP bottom, he's basically out of mana for this Darkseer lane. That is super nice for Chalice. Just eliminated a crap ton of harass on the early levels. And it's a Naga lane versus a Dark. I feel like Azure Ray are going to run away with this Darkseer Spirit Breaker lane. Like, what is going to stop them over the long run here?
Well, apparently it's Dubu's going to do his best.
His best will have to be good enough here as Somnus has first blood. That lane is missing resources. And top should be a free farm lane for low. I don't think Underlord Rubik can pressure Medusa early, though you do have the double base damage reduction for later on, which is nice.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. We talked about that a couple of times, this combination against Medusa.
Yeah, the little combinations for lead are where their lineup's going to have to find its stride. Like the Underlord Rubik. You also have this Storm Skywrath duo that has been very strong over the course of the tournament, something we've seen a lot of the Eastern European teams fall back on. You know, you take the Pugna opening, they're going to take the Storm Sky. I guess the other route is you can go Ember +1, but this Storm Sky has looked pretty damn good. The single target pickoff there is just insane with the Vortex into an Ancient Seal. And
Yeah,
that is going to be hard for Somnus to play around.
I feel like just talking about Storm Spirit, Pugna, the fact that Storm Spirit is missing Pugna, is missing some sort of mana battery in that regard, makes me feel all the more that he needs a successful laning phase. Because when Storm Spirit is looked good, it's usually off the back of pairing up with certain supports. Or it's been off of a win on the laning phase.
DJ just run down.
Yeah, that's not great.
Okay.
That's not a lane you should probably be dying in, at least not this early.
No, especially as a Rubik that you want the extra levels, at least off of stacks or kills or something.
Yeah.
Not going to find it here. I agree. I mean, you want a fast start for Storm. You especially don't want him dying. I think these supports like Skywrath or Silencer can help the Storm in a different way. Like, you're not giving him the direct resources, but you're giving him indirect resources by providing enough damage that Storm doesn't have to commit as much on the kills.
Backing back in with the double ion shell. FY's taking a lot of damage in return, but not enough. He'll get the kill on Dubu, or at least Chalice will, and he'll still be able to get away.
I think this was just an inevitability.
Yeah.
They came to this lane with far too little resources, and it's just not really a winnable lane. Sky Naga is not going to stop somebody eventually dying to the double shell charge. Chalice should have a very good start here. And that is scary for Bleed because their Darkseer answers are not amazing. They don't have much control for the Surge target. They don't have much control for these charge shells going in. This second phase Darkseer Spirit Breaker looking set up to be fearsome.
Sounds to me like you really like Azure's draft compared to Bleed.
I just don't know what Bleed's win condition is other than, I guess,
Jackie get big.
Storm going like 10-0.
Okay.
And Jackie having a game like he did game 1, but I think that's going to be a lot harder to do. They do find FY.
All right, good kill, good kill. Dubu, Jackie putting something together here in the safe lane.
I mean, I guess the Storm and Naga are doing pretty well.
Yeah,
that's
they are.
a good sign for Bleed. Underlord is, you know, he's just going to be an Aura bot. So his start is not necessarily that pivotal here, though I do think this lane is a tough one for Ice as well. Like, Pugna, Medusa, two super long-range heroes are going to just smack you the entire laning phase until you get the Vanguard.
Which one do you think he gets first? Like, he gets Vanguard and then goes back for Pipe and then back for Crimson? That's what I would imagine the build is here.
Yeah, it's got to be Pipe first. This is a Pipe game for sure. You need to help your cores, especially your Storm, go into fight versus all this mag damage and survive the coil. That's the biggest thing. When this coil lands on Corden, does your Storm live or does your Storm die? That's kind of deciding the fight here. And a lot of the situations in which the Storm can play aggressive.
Working out all right. They're going to get another kill.
The hell?
Okay. Well, I mean, they picked off the support, and then while FY was away filling up a bottle, they pick off the Darkseer while he's alone, so they're not presenting that double ion shell threat. And now DJ gets a kill into Tianming.
These are not kills I would have expected. I do not think these are straightforward at all for Bleed. I think Azure were in solid position on both these sidelines, but crumbling in the last minute here, and Bleed taking full advantage of it. Finding some spark of life in the later day. As the sun goes down, their hopes go up.
Corden, he's going to have to take a quick trip back to base. Ooh, the snare catching him underneath the tower here with a blood grenade as well. Has to trade off aggro to the creep wave before he's punished too much. Ice will die to that dive from Tianming. So he comes back, he dies, but he comes back and gets the kill on Ice and tips him too.
Man. This Pugna really doing work on the laning stage. Punishing Underlord before he can get the Vanguard. That feels great. 2 big kills on the Slug. Gonna set him back as that Vanguard gets delayed, and FY gets ensnared again. Should be okay.
Yeah, Jackie's not faster than the cow with boots.
The thing is, all this attention, like Somnus did not get 6 off mid first, so they couldn't get this coil kill connection. There wasn't some level 3 charge shell going into mid or to top here for Azure, which I think was a possibility. Like, okay, if you want to leave Chalice alone bottom and he feeds that 1 death and then gets the Vanguard and now he's invincible, make it pay off somewhere else if you're FY, right?
Sure.
Right. Shell the breaker, let him go through the gate or TP top or kill mid before Storm is 6. I think those are all reasonable plays here. None of that really happened. It's a very quiet game for FY.
He's going to spoil that move and almost took the power rune, ends up spawning on the other side. Somnus will take that, and FY will die.
Oh, he missed!
Efforts. No, he did miss. Dubu's going to have to complete the kill. Not going to get it with that hit, and the concussive is up too late. It's nighttime. He can't see him anymore.
FY, the RNG god over here. Gets the bash on the hit to displace Corden. Then he gets the uphill miss halfway up the... I mean...
17%, yeah.
This guy wants to win this game, I'll tell you that much.
Or maybe the RNG wants him to win the game.
That's true.
Maybe Gaben wants to see Game 3.
Did he ever play on RNG? That's the real question.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Maybe he should have, with this luck. DJ's trying to stack some camps. Will fight for the Wisdom Rune. Should guarantee it with the stun.
Yeah, telekinesis should make this no problem. Grab him, throw him away, grab the Wisdom Rune.
fight to the death.
Yeah, he does want to fight to the death. He has a level advantage over DJ. He thinks he can get this kill. DJ, well, he's got magic wand charges, so he's not in any real danger here.
Yeah, but you showed him who's boss.
I guess so.
Nobody messing with this pumpkin.
That pumpkin will roll on over back to his lane again. Meanwhile, Jackie is going to start spreading his illusions out, going through the jungle, but giving up space on the tower.
And Somnus is the one who rotates to try and clean this up. Who, by the way, is still sitting at the top of that net worth chart, just off the first blood. And I guess not having to rotate in this game, he's gotten pretty damn far. I think he's just playing to scale.
I mean, the illusions will kind of stall up this push bottom, and they're getting a lot of damage on mid tower for this.
Gotta remember, there's still coil up in this game. They haven't really tried to make any play on top of Corden. Very quiet start for Somnus compared to what we normally see in terms of rotations. And again, they're looking for the charge, but they're not going to find anything with the aggressive coil. Don't feel like the damage follow-up is there, and a slow build-up of a game for Azure. I think their damage comes more in the mid-game with max shell and some more puck levels. Max silence definitely going to help. Ult on the Pugna and the Breaker, a lot of extra single-target burst. For now, cores are a bit too tanky to try and touch. Probably a wise idea. You don't want to throw any like cheeky kills leads away while they're getting out of this early game.
Sure. Better to play for your peak, I suppose. So we'll wait for the Spear Breaker to get level 6. That's what I'm kind of hearing out of that list. He gets level 6, the puck has higher levels of silence, and then maybe we can go.
Or level 4 Ion Shell. Maybe level 4 Ion Shell with like 2-point silence is enough. Gordon's going to try and force it. This is not going to be enough, but you are going to get some decent poke out. Again, just stalemating in mid. It's time for Ice to recover. Well, as the supports to try and find some levels somewhere. I don't really know where though if they're not fighting. And I'm surprised they're letting Ice sit up here when they have a Breaker. Like, he's just showing into that tower solo.
Yeah, Breaker with an Ion Shell would do pretty well against that Spear Breaker, or excuse me, Underlord, right?
One would think so.
They rotate over now, but it's too late. Ice is already backed up. They've seen the Ancient Camp stack.
Do get a D ward. That's pretty good. Going to open up the triangle a bit here. I'll scout the Ancients out once more. Get another deep obs, but that obs is spotted. They're not going to provide any value here, as it'll get cleaned up shortly. And this slow pace continues. And just farming up.
Jackie loves a slow pace.
Does he in this game, though? That's the question. Against Darkseer, Puck, Medusa, with Pugna, who can also kill some of your illusions on the map. I don't know if you like this pace right now. I mean, really? I don't know if there's anything you can do about it with the Naga, but I think you'd feel better if your Storm is running around killing people, because right now, Corden's 0-0-0. A little too quiet.
They might get some action here as they're going to dive in for Dubu, but the silence came through just in time, stopping the puck, and FY's going to be slowed down. Vacuum back in. Dubu still not dead yet. And the puck not going to jaunt over to the orb. Chalice, he needs some help. Somnus and Low will provide some. Pushing him back up against his tower, but...
Oh, he jaunted.
Oh, he did jaunt over his tower. That was a bold move.
I mean, he knows Corden has no mana here, but there's also no damage. We've had Coil up this entire time. Where is it?
Got a little too close there, trying to kill the ward.
This is the old Coil answer. You're just sitting there. He doesn't want to coil them because they're just sitting there, and they're going to continue to sit there.
They also don't have wall yet for Chalice.
Oh, that's a big steal. That's going to be a big steal the entire game. Level 4 shell. Throw it on your Storm, let him go in, push out these waves, and look at the Ancient stack. It's getting cleared.
Yeah, they decided now's the time to do it before Azure Ray can get here. Great pit.
The creeps are so low.
Charge. And they're going to clean up most of the creeps here. Maybe one or two are going to go over to Azure Ray. Not the biggest deal. Looks like the Coil is going to be able to secure the Rubik kill. Telekinesis trying to throw him down to the tier 2. Didn't quite make it, though.
I feel like Bleed are lucky to get that Ancients and get out there.
Yeah.
That contest was very timely from AR. They will almost hit 6 on the Breaker here, so one more fight they have that unlocked. I also don't mind FY just farming this game too. I think the Breaker can scale pretty hard here. There's not a huge counter to him in this game. There's no hard purge, there's no Doom or Shadow Demon or something.
Yeah.
The pit's annoying, but you can play around the pit. And with Shell, you can really shove these waves in a lot harder earlier than you normally would get to. That's something else I would look for Azure Ray.
It's a nice rotation on to Chalice. He already surged up, got pulled halfway through. They can't quite deliver enough damage, though. Another time that Corden just lacking in the power to finish these heroes off. A long zip back, which FY can follow him. He's going to be well far away from his allies, though. Lo's going to be spotted. Dubu.
Yeah, they're looking top with the gate as they found Lo. You have the damage for him.
But I think there are going to be more Azure Ray heroes than
Yeah, you better
heroes.
get back through that gate, son.
Yeah, I mean, part of that was...
He didn't coil him.
No, he did, but it only snaps when you go through the gate, right?
Oh, did it snap? I thought he just missed him.
Oh, FY gonna go for the kill on Dubu, not getting the hits in for the bash. Ice, meanwhile, the orb didn't land onto him. Somnus finished him off, but the tower hit, not quite enough. He had a little bit of heal.
Yeah, a little extra fairy fire as well. Did that coil land? It did land. All right, that was just like frame perfect, I guess. I didn't even see it go off. Somnus just too good even for me. He does indeed get the coil snap through the gate. Finish off that Underlord with the Witchblade mintly finished here. And then he's going to be scaling pretty hard. I kind of like the pace on this blade. He didn't rush this game too much. And I think that's what you want out of the puck. You just want him in a position where he's guaranteed to scale for you. Not where he might have thrown the game away or messed up his item progression. Because that's what's going to make you feel really comfortable here. Is your mid game is already pretty solid with the Breaker Darkseer. And Bleed backed into a corner. They're going to have to start responding soon. This Naga is not going to 1v5 this game like it did last time.
We go for the Underlord first. That's going to be an ambitious kill, especially if they push him down the cliff again. The vacuum holds him in place, and they will finish him off. At the same time, the Swarm Spirit is getting a little bit into it. Somnus, he's going to be healthy, and Corden's now out of mana. That's going to be trouble. Coil locked him down. Song going up, but the silence comes through in time to deliver the finishing blow.
Yeah, that radius, not what it used to be.
No.
We'll get a level 4 Waning Wrist stolen. That is a very nice spell in this game.
See if Dubu survives here. Again, no bash for FY.
Where's his RNG now? You used it all up earlier.
Yeah, deserted him in his time of need.
I like that Lo is joining these early fights. Like, his hero can be very impactful, can help them convert on the objectives, and it's going to boost up all the net worth. Make these contests even harder for Jackie when the Deuce is ready to meet him.
Oh no, Somnus, he took the Wisdom Rune. I thought Dubu was going to go grab it, but apparently
more
not.
into the puck's pockets.
I feel like Dusa, you wouldn't normally be like, my Dusa is just not going to do a whole lot, but I think Naga Siren at this point does even less. So,
yeah, probably.
Nuke damage, Mystic Flare, that's going to be enough. It's so hard, though, to get a single kill for Bleed. Horton has to commit all of his resources.
Skywrath hold plus that level 4 Waning Rift. Meanwhile, you're just going to lose ice on the other side of that.
Yeah, he still doesn't have pipe, and it's going to be a little bit longer still.
And he is having a rough one. He really is. Like, all you need for this Underlord is pipe this game, and it is just getting delayed and delayed.
Lowest net worth in the game of all the cores.
I mean, do you disassemble your Vanguard for it at this point? I feel like you almost do.
Yeah, maybe.
But that doesn't feel great either. You're just a walking pipe. A pipe with a hero attached to it.
No, there's a question. Would you take a Centaur or
no? I'm glad. That was what I was just thinking.
Walking pipe.
Would I take a Centaur with all his spells or a pipe?
Let's say an Underlord with pipe and Atrophiora. That's all he has.
That's it? I'm taking that over Centaur. Guaranteed. That's not even a question. I thought it was literally going to be like pipe on a neutral ogre creep. And then that's a tough one. Like that's a tough one. You know, I have to think about that. I feel like it's still the ogre creep with the pipe, but I have to think about that.
I mean, if the ogre creep has the slam, then you're 100% going for the
he has a slam. It's just the stats are pretty bad, right?
Sure.
Okay, you know what? If the little ogre with the pipe can't be like Midas or devoured, then I'm with the ogre with the pipe. You know, I'm with him. That's how much I hate Centaur right now. I'm all in. I believe that pipe's mad value. That's gonna scale with all the items that your team gets.
Welcome everybody to a Cap and Avery cast where Centaur is going to be constantly catching random strays.
I mean, I either have to talk about Centaur or the blood grenade counter I'm never going to get. So you take one or you take the other. It's an inevitability
or
at this
Phylactery
point.
reacts, so.
I mean, I think we all saw
7
what
to
it would
10,
have done last
5,000
game.
net worth lead for Azure.
I think we all saw that. I don't need to talk about that one.
3-man smoke up for Azure Rays. They're going to push through the deuce-up, baiting her out and seeing if they could find a certain somebody who did indeed disassemble his Vanguard and is now a walking pipe.
He is a pipe. He has a Vit booster as well, so a little extra value, but he has been found. And I think he is dead again. This will be number 6 for Ice.
Pulled back in. The pipe won't protect him.
I mean, Chalice is just so far ahead of him, right? Like, he has Vanguard, he did not need to disassemble. He has a full Grease finished, and now he's looking towards the pipe. This is a problem for Bleed. If you look at their lineup, what do they do in the Auras here? Do they have any damage into the Grease pipe here on top of Chalice without Pugna sitting behind, who's going to also have some utility?
Yeah, they were already struggling to get damage out of Gordon, right? And Storm Spirit had to use all of his mana to get, like, one support kill in a fight.
This is why I feel like the Storm needed to snowball more this game, because once the Auras come out, you are going to run into a brick wall, and it is going to crunch your face. You'll get a haste rune, and that's something. But the smoke is coming through, and someone is going to pay the price.
Grab him, poke. He's dead. Bleed, just trying to get out with as many heroes as possible here. Maybe try and clear this ancient camp real quick.
You can see the confidence that Azure Ray are playing with now in terms of just smoking aggressively into Bleed, because they know the 5-on-5 is insanely favored right now.
Yeah, which is, I mean, Bleed, in some ways, it's still kind of the same as game 1 early game, right? It's just like, push out the lanes. Run out the lanes with your Underlord and your Naga Siren and just get whatever farm you can. Once you have Heart, maybe you could start thinking about fighting back.
But the downside is, what are you stalling for?
Yeah, you seem a lot more confident about Azure Ray's late game.
I do.
Mid to late game than
because
game 1.
I feel like they just win late game. I don't see where Bleed win this late game. I don't think the Naga 1v5s, you win it if the Storm is snowballing, but the Storm is not snowballing. It's not close.
Yeah.
And there are Storm answers in this game. Corden is a walking Orchid versus a Coil, versus a Waning Rift, versus a Vac. Might catch him on a charge. There's Pugna Sustain that he has to fight through. Darkseer, Auras.
Gonna grab him. The chart's gonna push him.
Nice glimmer.
Oh, the Glimmer. That's enough. Corden's out.
And Stolen Coil.
Oh.
There's a good spell.
Maybe they can actually play for that.
Ice gets a tower off that as well. So pretty nice little movement there for Bleed.
Yeah. Shatter Tower's going down. It's important for the Naga Siren.
Still looking for Corden, but they will not find Corden.
He did not TP out, even still. He's going to go farm some neutrals.
I respect this. Got to get what you can right now.
Yeah, got to be efficient, right?
I mean, you know this Medusa butterfly timing is coming. It is almost completed for low, and that is probably going to be a Roshan for Azure Ray, unless you can get a crazy smoke going. Maybe this coil will allow you to make some plays off of DJ.
You know, in some ways, it actually feels like Roshan is kind of bad for Azure Ray just because they're so slow at doing it.
It is pretty slow.
It just creates a lot of time for Bleed to push out lanes and get the farm they need.
Yeah, I don't think you just walk in the pit in this type of game, but it's something that's in your back pocket. You get a good core pickoff or a little team fight. I think you're happy to go in there and just like double, triple shell, wear it down. It's not too slow. I mean, it's slow, but it's, you know, it's not like you got a Centaur on your team. Coils now.
Coiled him. The Underlord TP coming through. They're going to toss him back. Now, quickly with the Grease, gets rid of part of that disable. Samus actually showing up. Might be able to help out. Restole the coil.
It's not enough.
Something. Oh, the back into the charge. What a combo with the wall. A zip on out. Corden knows this fight is done.
Yeah, you're in trouble now as the reinforcements, indeed the cavalry, charges through the gate. And Ice is looking at grave number 7 here, as he is just too slow to escape. Beautiful combo on the turnaround, and really nice rotation from Somnus to be there in time.
Yeah, I mean,
get that 3-man coil.
That was a very surprising move, I would say, from Bleed, right? With the stolen coil and the Underlord TP in. I would not have expected that, and it did almost work.
I think Chalice dies there if he doesn't have like the extra grease bump, because that Orchid was very close to taking him out with the soul burn.
Yeah.
No, it's still called soul burn. I actually second guessed myself, but
Good job.
There's some old Dota knowledge, you know, trickles in there.
It's not real Dota knowledge, though.
What?
Knowing what the item active abilities are called. Guys, he's soulburned? He's soulburned right now? Soulburn might actually be able to get the kill with the Mystic Flare. This time they got him, but Corden, once again, he has to use all of his mana to get these kills, so his life is forfeit every time.
That's just not a value trade for Bleed either. Like, normally it would be, but you need the Storm scaling in this game. That's why it feels bad. And Charge going to connect on Jackie, but I don't think they have much follow-up here. Can't really chain the Naga this game.
Honestly, getting the song out of him is probably... And he TP'd back to base, so... Ooh, that he was trying to go for the coil there.
Okay, Somnus. Trying to do a little cheeky action this game. Once more having a standout performance. 6-0-5 from him. Bouncing back from game 1. Actually, he did pretty well game 1, too.
Yeah, it just wasn't enough, apparently.
Well, that is, some would say, the story of Somnus' career.
That is so sad.
Stellar
so
performance,
tragic.
but not enough. Yeah. Hey, I'm the biggest Somnus fan. Okay?
I know. Well, I feel like you're a bigger Zhao 8 fan, but...
It's close. It's close. You know, even in the years where Somnus wasn't playing, I was still hyping him up. I was still dedicated. I still kept my shrine. The candles were lit.
Please, Somnus, come back. Then he answered your prayers. He finally came back.
He's back, baby. It is beautiful. Look at him go. It's everything I imagined he could be.
Except for the part where this is not a Majors Finals. This is a group stage elimination match.
Wait, what? I thought...
No, I'm sorry. This is...
He's on
the bottom of the group.
I thought they're 3 games away from a championship. My illusion.
Dubu, watch out. Another pick off, but again, Bleed, it's just kind of what they're playing with right now. They are just trying to prolong the game. Butterfly
stall.
Will be a big timing for Jackie.
Okay, all I'm saying is, if Phantom Lancer wasn't broken at that TI, he's a champion. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was a bugged-ass tournament. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna call it what it is. I mean, I'm not calling it that, but like, you know what that was a kind of...
Close. The charge on through with the wall and the vacuum back in does some bit, but Ice with the Crimson Guard pipe is living. Now that he's got the double aura items, he can actually live through some of this one.
And they're hunting down DJ again. He'll be the sacrifice. That wall turnaround, not good enough here, as these heroes are just too tanky. Again, I go to where is the damage going to come in into this ball? You even get an Underlord illusion, it turns that atrophy back around. Like, that's another aura to add to the mix. It's rough out here. It is very rough to try and kill an AR hero when they are all clumped up and together, surrounded by the pipe, the Greaves, the Glimmer, the Suck, the Mana Shield, Gossamer Capes.
Gossamer Capes.
Like Yules on Somnus. Shadowblade on FY, another Gossamer Cape. I mean, it's just so much to go through.
Okay, so if you think Azure win late game, and they're up by 8K right now, what is the timing for Blue?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking you.
Okay, fine. The timing is around Butterfly on Jackie, because you don't have an MKB on the Dusa, and you're going to be able to walk in, and you're going to eventually spot Tianming, and Storm Spirit's going to jump in, kill him,
okay,
and zip back out.
Okay.
And then they all walk away because Gordon's out of mana.
All right, sounds great. Honestly, I feel like you have to steal wall and create a Medusa wall illusion and have it kill everybody.
And then throw him back in a couple times.
And have it not get like sucked by Pugna or anything else.
Yeah.
Maybe you can sleep like 4 of them and then hit them out of the sleep.
Yeah, they don't have big combos around sleep, huh? If anything, them grouping up just means Mystic Flare is less effective.
I mean, if they had like a Hex Fire, that would also help. I guess Storm or Naga could get a Hex this game, but it feels very far away.
All right, Butterfly's done. No MKB yet. So this is your timing. They're doing Roshan. You have the Butterfly advantage over MKB.
This has got to be it.
If you don't do it now, you may never be able to do it.
Well, I think this is just gone.
Get in there, boys. Oh, they're going to be too late. FY's just going to throw himself out there.
Getting bashed.
Yeah.
He's coming through.
Yeah, Low is coming in by himself. The song goes out.
Oh, it's going to be
Can
close.
they take this Roshan?
It's going to be real close.
For all your damage, can they get it in time? They got it onto Jackie,
Yeah,
but
but
now
can
they're
you
all grouped
fight?
up and the charge back in. This wall is looking nasty. There's too much control. The silence out. That's going to be enough to get the kill on Corden. Now Jackie's trying to get away with that Aegis, trying to disappear into the trees. And he looks like he might be able to get there. FY not able to spot him. TP out. That's good.
They all
DJ
got
gets
out.
as well. They
Or did they?
totally lost Corden.
FY knows.
Oh no, FY. The Shadow Blade's gonna run out soon. Jackie, he doesn't realize it, but he's gonna pay for his greed here.
Yeah, he has no song. He's probably just dead twice, unless he somehow TP's out of here, but I don't see an opening. Yule's on Somnus, bashes and charges, and yeah. Jackie lingered too long, and that Grand Theft Aegis does not pan out. But at least you took it away from Azure, which was looking guaranteed for them.
There he goes. All right, well that kill was worth 1,060 gold. Funny how that works.
He is very farmed.
He is, no doubt.
It's just tough to go into this group. Like, if you had any combo off the song here, I think you could take this fight. There's just nothing. The combo is you all get back in the three-man charge coil. You're just setting it up on yourself. That's part of the problem here. What is happening after the initiations for Bleed? It's just all Azure. You don't have good single target burst to go through these auras, and you don't have really good AoE control to punish on a clump. So what do you, that's why I'm having difficulty seeing where the lineup comes together. Outside of if the early game snowballed off of like Storm Rubik Sky just killing a bunch of people and gaining a lead, which never happened. Early game was too slow here for Bleed. I don't think it's been their strength either. And this game is becoming very difficult as Low finishes MKB here. So that Naga Butterfly loses some value.
Especially since they showed they don't necessarily even need the physical damage to kill the Naga side.
And FY is powering up, man.
Yeah, now with his Shadow Blade, he's going to try and solo Corden. Not quite good enough, but it was a decent scare.
A little too far for Somnus to reach. But the siege has begun. Low has walked to the high ground.
Yeah, look at him getting out-healed thanks to the Pugna.
The poke is pretty good for Bleed. Their high ground defense is annoying. You're going to get bolted, you're going to get storm jumped, you have to go through the pit and the firestorms. There's a Veil from Dubu to throw on top of all this magic damage. Fade Bolt and Atrophy Aura to reduce your base damage if you come in range.
Sure, but what's stopping Low from just hitting and getting healed? That is the Pugna advantage, right? Pugna Dusa. This combo is super annoying for that reason, that Pugna heals your mana, and your mana is worth more than just an HP heal.
I mean, you could ask him politely.
Please stop healing.
Low, please go away. I mean, nobody's ever tried it.
That's true. I can't imagine a time. Actually, I feel like there was an all-chat like that.
Ooh, another 3-man.
Oh, yeah. These vacuum charges are looking good. FY Chalice.
They got stolen wall, though.
Okay, that's something to work with here.
Yeah, getting a Dusa illusion, and then somehow Tian Ming's keyboard disconnects and he can't suck it.
Well, that's up to Corden. Kill Tian Ming, and you have a real chance here. By the way, and a minus on ice.
I didn't want to talk about it, but yeah, there's a there's a hand of Midas on ice.
What do you think about the hand? I don't want to talk about it.
I mean, it's there. It's there. I think we can all see it.
Okay.
Well, they're pretty clumped.
Here comes the wall.
Yeah, there's your Dusa illusion.
Yeah, that's going to be looking really nice. Did they spawn Tian Ming in the back? Corden's going to try and help them. They're going to go for the Dusa. They're trying to finish them off quickly, but the Stone Gaze locks them all down with the vacuum combo. And Somnus is just clearing through them one by one.
I don't even think that Dusa illusion died to suck. I think it just got killed by Low. That did not last long. So for all that hype, it ends up not delivering too well, but I respect that they went for that combo.
Hey, hit him with the Stolen Nether Strike. Nope. Somnus blinked away.
Another lane down. As Azure continue steamrolling through this game with their Medusa timing that is untouchable. This is just where the Naga matchup sucks. You cannot fight this hero head on unless you have a lot of help.
Yeah.
There's not much help to be given here.
The bold move by Bleed to go back to the Naga Siren in the first phase like this. And Azure Ray will well prepared as Jackie tries to slip in through the side to deal with this Pugna, but he's immediately repelled by Azure Ray. Bump him back in here. Jackie down to half health, trying to get back to the high ground. Mule sceptered up and going to be surrounded by so many heroes. He's dead. Going to have to play for buyback now.
Yeah, he even tipped him. That's a little too much. I mean, come on.
Have some respect.
Have some decency. Have some humanity.
Man is dead, and Azure Ray will show no mercy. Where's the buyback? They're going to be going up against Megas soon, and I think Bleed aren't going to buy back because they're like, well, we can't stop them. Hoping that Azure Ray will just back out by themselves. All right, you guys got Megas. You can leave now.
Time to ask politely again. Actually, you know what? Just go game 3. don't ask him to leave. Just take the fight. We'll see what happens in the next one, but this is just a hard draft. Unless you execute that mid lane really well, it turns into this style of 5v5 where you just don't have damage and it feels bad. Not a lot of openings to be created. It'll be a 5-man smoke from AR to try and finish this up. Try and see someone coming out on the ward? No, they're just going to let him get it for free. All right, Megas for Bleed. Their lineup can theoretically deal with it.
Theoretically. They don't have Corden right now, and they're trying to defend the base without him. Not sure what Corden's trying to farm for, but there it is. The vacuum with the charge and the wall looking very good. Now, it looks like the Spirit Breaker is going to take a lot of damage here and maybe die, and if Corden can get that and get back to the fountain again, we got a game to play with here, but he can't. Spirit Breaker lives. They have to use the song just to keep their few heroes still alive.
Song to call the game. That is about all the combo they had for that the entire time. And
Song into GG.
I mean, Song into GG is a good combo. Like, I wouldn't put it up there with Static Storm or Black Hole, for example, but I think it's like, it's probably between Song into Frostbite and Song into Lion Impale, somewhere in there.
I mean, if you use it correctly, it is a game-ending combo.
Yeah, it is very good. It is very good against yourself. So we got to give credit where credit's due. But this game did not pan out how Bleed envisioned it. I'm not sure 100% how they envisioned it. Maybe it was just off more mid-snowball. I think that is the one thing their lineup has going for it. Like, the Skywrath Storm Rubik, in theory, can get a lot more done around mid in the runes than the Puck plus Breaker Pugna, which is a little slower. I can see those openings existing. You just snowball off the Storm, but goddamn if it doesn't seem really hard. And Ice just, again, this offlane for Bleed is just goes wrong.
Yeah.
So far behind in this game.
Yeah, I don't think Ice was eating too much in that game. Like,
I mean, he's
sponsor tag implies.
He's 1-8. He gets a third item Midas. I guess you get some Midas gold and put it in the bank account for next game because that's about all it did.
Meanwhile, Low and Somnus didn't die in their game.
Yes, Somnus 10-0 and 11, 3-0 and 13 for Low. Another high KDA game for Somnus as he adds to his total. We're going to a game 3. It's all on the line.
Just what we want to be able to see and something our panel will talk about. Who's going to be winning this game 3? Will it be Azure Ray or will it be Bleed? We'll have to wait and see.
We'll see after a bit of a break. Of course, the players are getting some time to well, basically discuss what just happened and what did just happen, because that was painful to watch for the Bleed fans. However, Azure Ray, they came out of the gate swinging, focusing on Somnus first of all. He got the first blood, and of course on his Puck, never died, as our commentary team just said as well. I'm joined by Winter, Resolution, and Fear. And I do want to start with that mid lane, Fear, because Somnus on his Puck, it was last pick. Of course, he knew it was going to be up against Storm Spirit. He basically had almost free pick. Okay, couldn't pick Ember, you know, but paid off very well.
Yeah, getting first blood in this matchup doesn't hurt at all as well, so that helps him. And also, Ice dies at level 1. We talked about time and time again, we think the lineup for Azure Ray here is going to win, and that was a disastrous start for them. Like, just from the beginning, I was like, what? Their draft is way better. The first blood on Puck. Now Ice is late to lane after dying, has to use his TP. Things are going really well for them, so I don't know. It was just, like, unfortunate. I think it just got super outpicked in this game by Bleed.
Yeah, I think last time, of course, they had Jackie on the Naga Siren, and Lose Morph wasn't really up to the task to carry against that. However, this time he had the Medusa Winter and he was definitely more comfortable on that.
Yeah, I mean Medusa is a lot simpler than Morph. Morph, you have to really know the in and outs of the hero, the mechanics and everything, like how to use your ultimate really well. Like Medusa is mostly like you just do well in your lane, you ball together with your team, you stack some ancients, you farm. That's about it, you know. And on top of it, he had a very fat Darkseer on his team. He made the pushes so much easier. Like Ice was so poor compared to like the Darkseer. Like he was just like I felt like after dying first blood, he was late to his lane, and then he was like kind of a bit like triggered in the lane. Like he tried to play really aggressive, and at one point like he's running around without the Vanguard, and then he was deciding whether he should disassemble the Vanguard for a pipe.
I spoke with Midori on the way, you know, to the room where everybody's watching games, and he said like, yeah, I asked him like, why didn't you pick the Enchantress there? And he said that the Dubo wasn't confident like about his pick on that specific, you know, order, so they decided to go for free, quote-unquote, Underlord game, but it wasn't as free as it seems.
Free Underlord game, you say?
Yeah. I mean, with the classic Crimson Pipe into Midas build.
Yeah, it's very classic. Yeah, and after that, I was like talking about their lineup, and I said that mathematically they're lacking damage to even kill this Duza ever. And he said like, yo, Reza, why don't you go and draft yourself? I'm like, alright, I'm just gonna shut up and sit watch here.
I swear this is not the worst Underlord build I've seen from him. Like I told you guys like that, this is one tournament, he was so triggered and he just picked Underlord and Rush Radiance. So at least he bought a Crimson and Pipe first before he goes for the Midas.
1, 8, and 2. That is indeed painful on the Underlord by Ice there. But to be honest, I mean, they have only 8 kills to begin with, and it was just a steady decline. This game did last over half an hour, but Azure Ray, I felt like, was in the driver's seat the whole time.
They were, and I feel like if Bleed wants to end up with winning this series, Ice needs to really step up his game, because I mean, I don't really feel much of an impact from him like last 2 games, to be honest.
Now, of course, this is the second time we go to a third game in a best-of-3 elimination on the line. And I know what we said during Game 3 of the previous series, you gotta go for comfort, Fear. What is the comfort for Ice? I mean, he's got such a long history, and there's so many heroes played. Is there any one hero that pops to mind when you're talking about Ice offlane?
Timbersaw, probably.
Okay.
So, I mean, I think that hero made it through the first phase, so if they wanted
multiple
to take
times,
it, they could have taken it.
They could have taken it.
That is definitely a comfort hero for him, but I think for Ice, it's not so much about the hero, it's more about the mentality. And if he doesn't have like the right mental state going into the next game, doesn't matter what you give him, he'll be very volatile. And unfortunately, these last couple of games, I mean, maybe he was debating and was 500 IQ on that anti-mage game, because every time he did feed, something good happened afterward. But unfortunately, in this particular game on the Underlord, nothing really worked out for him.
Nothing worked out for him. We're going to find out if they can find some comfort in game number 3 of this best-of-3 series. The pressure is now really on. One more game stands between whichever team wins and the playoffs, and the other team can go home. So let's find out. We'll have a break. We'll be right back with more Dota 2. You're watching the Bali Major, and this is the final game of the day. Final game of the group stages, final game of the tiebreakers, and potentially the final game of the final Southeast Asian team at the Bali Major. A lot of pressure riding on Bleed as they go up against Azure, who actually already know that they can't make it to TI on points. They are here for the experience and they seem hungry for it. They of course won game number 2. Let's see if they can finish the series with a reverse sweep or if Bleed can keep their hopes alive. I'm joined by Resolution, Winter and Fear, and we are ready for the draft of this third and deciding game. The score is tied. We've seen both teams win once. Rezo, is there any team in particular that gives you more faith going into game number 3?
I mean, just considering the offlaner performance and comparison of that, I would say the Azure look a bit more decent. But if I step it up, I'm thinking like they have a really decent, you know, strategy-wise drafts going for them. Because if they go for like this Nagas, if they go for Primal Beast, and maybe if they get some Timbersaw pick for the ISA size, it's gonna be like really comfortable for them to play and to make sure that, you know, they have a good chance of winning the third game.
I believe we'll have first pick this time around, so perhaps they can get their hands on something that they really are happy with. We have Azure banning out the Broodmother, and Bleed actually banned out both the Pugna and the Storm there. Normally we only see one of the two removed.
Yeah, they're not playing around anymore. They're just gonna make sure none of those heroes are in that game, as they have been in every single game so far, at least the Pugna or the Storm. Well, the Pugna's been in all the games, Storm only one of them. So we'll see if they make some adjustments here. Last time Bleed was first pick, they took the Nigma, that's banned, so they have to open something new here. Maybe
Dusa.
Dusa first pick?
Yeah, why not?
Because the other team will just pick Morph, I think. And Morph Anti-Mage.
Morph Anti-Mage? What will we see? And then they would close with some PA, right?
I would
like
pick Morph Anti-Mage if you open it.
Well, they'll pick more.
God.
Now you just pick Dusa Anti-Mage. What's the problem?
There's no problems.
I mean, we have seen the double core pick, and it's not been always very successful though. I mean, previously it was Bleed going for the double core pick at the opener, and that didn't pay out very well. Oh, this is new. The Watermelon comes out straight up. We got ourselves the Techies and the Tidehunter.
This is new and not very interesting to me because I don't see like a really good way of addressing the Morphling yet. Tekis is not particularly good against it on lane. It's just like all the harass that you're taking from this duo is being just reaching out on the morph.
Yeah, I mean they can just pick Undying to secure the lane.
Yeah,
there's nothing this fight Techies can do in that lane.
Yeah, I really like Undying versus Tide. This is a good matchup. He's one of the few, not the only support that can. I guess Witch Doctor's pretty good at killing Tide too, but you can just man up against him with a Tombstone and the Flesh Golem.
Yeah.
And it's really, you're just one of those heroes as Tidehunter. You only have like one play option, as you just need to be tanky and be in the front. So just if you can pick a support that can match that with far less net worth, that already gives you a big advantage.
You have to drag waves, I think, to play this lane. There's no other way.
Curious to see the fate of the Ember Spirit. If it's gonna be banned or picked again and again and again during this tournament.
But do you guys think that Primal might actually be bumped higher value than Ember Spirit?
I think for Bleed, yes. I think that hero is absolutely nuts for them.
I like seeing Corden on that one in the first
Yeah, but how
game,
about in general? Like, don't you feel like Primal Beast could have more potential in a draft? Like, it feels like covers more ground, it does more for your team.
I feel like we have recency bias. We just saw a Primal Beast crush it in 2 games today.
Yeah.
And I've not seen the same performance coming out from the Ember, but I don't know if that's because of the Ember or because the game that he was in. So I think for me it's too early to tell.
Yeah, they're slightly different heroes as well. They do some things the same, like they're both like killing illusions, they both have like some disable. But Ember has that poke potential, long range kind of like lockdown, and is better in some certain matchups. We see a lot of Ember because Pugna Storm is so prevalent, where I don't think Primal is as good against that particular matchup.
I feel like one thing that Primal exceeds on is that his mechanic of break, you know, when he gets to the Aghanims, it's very powerful, considering that a lot of heroes for nowadays like have really sick passives as well. Like for example, this game against Tide, as soon as you get Axe, it's gonna become like a free farm for him.
Seems like Azure is trying to make Ice's life a little bit more hard. We were talking earlier about needing comfort picks.
Yeah.
In particular for Ice, who seems to have a bit of a struggle this series so far.
Yeah, but I do agree with Fear. I feel like it's not the hero. It's about his mindset. You know, if he's in the wrong frame of mind, it doesn't really matter what he's playing. He's just gonna do badly. You know, like he needs to just clean up his act, focus on the game, just forget about whatever discussions that gone wrong in the last round, and just play this game.
You think it went down after the discussion?
I don't know. We see it right here. How much can you see on body line?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, you know, because I've been around him for quite some time, and he tends to get affected by very small little details. You know, sometimes you might not see, like on camera, he's mad, but when you look at his game and you realize that he's doing some very random stuff in the game, he's feeding, then it's probably that he's mad of something. Like he's way better than that. You know, there's no way, like he's that bad of a player if he's at his 100%.
He has a closing position. He's like, he's either cold or he's like a little bit nervous and closing.
Psychoanalyzing him right now.
Yeah,
Do everybody in the room. So good luck.
I mean, I don't really see the others. That guy, I don't really see who is that behind him.
10 seconds remaining.
He's like chilling. He's fine.
Chilling, and that Primal does get banned out. I think that is a good ban though.
Yeah.
Especially versus the Tidehunter, you mentioned getting that Aghanims with the break mechanic allows you to just instantly initiate onto the Tidehunter and probably be able to kill him in that scenario. So Doom banned as well, and Timber, all those heroes kind of protecting Tide a bit. So good bans, and then the side of Bleed as well. They just banned all the worst matchups possible for this Morphling. Can't really think of any other ones that Morph hates playing into outside of the PL, the Naga, and the Anti-Mage. So already looking like one of the better Morph games. Maybe there's a Slark or something potentially.
Yeah, but to prevent that, I think Bleed can go for the Legion Commander right now along with the Sky or something, just to make sure they have a solid lane, and it's already good against Lessa.
I think the Morph counters are not from the carries, from the mid. I like Tinker and Invoker against Morphing. I Tinker especially.
Invoker?
Tinker Invoker.
Yeah.
Wow. I did not think
Those are
that we
wows.
would hear that today.
Where did that come from, to be honest?
The stats. I mean, if you look at Dream League, I can't remember who was it that tried Tinker against Morphing. I mean, there's like 3...
Must have been Kiyotaka. The only one.
Yeah, it might have been him. Or maybe...
Excuse me, BCM.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is...
I mean, there's like Kiyotaka,
He loves both those
there's
heroes.
GPK, there's NTS. Yeah, I mean, there's like 4 people who plays the hero.
Oh my god, this might have been me. Like, I forced this Enchantress.
Well, now we have him dying and Enchantress.
Yes, but I got into his head. Now he's thinking about this.
That's the only thing. Was Rezo right? Maybe he was.
But this must be a
No
position
way.
for Enchantress then.
Yes, it is.
But what if they win? Then you're gonna...
Okay, Ice is gonna be happy now. His hero is last and Dubu is playing Enchantress.
No.
Is he though? They have Undying and Enchantress. Which one would DJ play?
Seconds
Enchantress.
remaining.
Okay.
I think